Chapter I. A summer of change sent Mungo's hospital for magical maladies and injuries was always a busy place to find oneself in the center of. The hospital dealt with everything from deliveries and surgeries to the simplest cases of the flu. Daphne Greengrass had spent time in the hospital before, coming for her yearly checkups and routine health care, but never in her life had she seen the hospital as packed as it had been in the weeks since Voldemort's return. The carnage had already begun in full, with Harry exposing the Dark Lord's return at the end of the Triwizard Tournament. His Death Eaters had wasted no time trying to bend the wizarding world to its knees. Yes, Harry being hailed as a wizarding god kept the people from submitting, even if the basis of the resistance was a lie and Harry hadn't been seen for weeks. But it didn't stop the torment of many wizarding families, an example of such being the Lady Daphne saw before her. The woman was young, maybe 30, from her medical records. She knew that the woman wasn't leaving kids behind, but the crying of her husband that echoed through the air as she had gone to collect the body was something she would never forget. As terrible as it was to admit, Ms. London, as her toe tag read, was only one of the many bodies Voldemort and his men left in their wake, and even in her short tenure at the hospital, she'd seen more limp bodies than she could count. It had started so suddenly. The words of the grizzled Auror that was somewhere in the English countryside with her boyfriend rang in her head. "You're a liability." She hated to admit it, but the Auror was right when she was bonded with Harry. Perhaps her combat prowess was high enough to help, but on her own, she knew that direct combat wasn't her strength. She'd spent only a few days toiling with the question of her worth, however, as the Daily Prophet had soon shown her direction. In the wave of terror being left by the Death Eaters, hospitals all around wizarding Europe were in desperate need of medical assistance and had opened up their residency for anyone capable of passing the medical magic test. Given the fact that Daphne had felt like she'd been reading about medicine magic for thousands of years, the test was a breeze and Daphne had been assigned to Dr. Abigail Thatcher, a woman referred to by the hospital staff as the medical magician. 40 years as an intensive care surgeon, and Thatcher had never lost a patient, and with the way the woman was working Daphne, she certainly wasn't planning on starting now. The door to the hospital's morgue flew open as Daphne quickly shifted, her eyes catching a glimpse of the woman herself. She was short and stocky, her figure round as a balloon, yet somehow the woman was fast, possibly even putting someone with Astoria's speed to shame. Daphne swallowed as Dr. Thatcher's hazel eyes pierced her like a blade, the wind from her rush towards the door making her curly gray hair float behind her. "Greengrass." Thatcher called out, "We got a patient being transferred to OR7, rapid bleeding and fatting pulse. Scrub in, you'll be assisting on the surgery." "But I've never," Daphne muttered out, but Thatcher wasn't hearing it, simply sending her a glare that Daphne was forced to admit may have even been colder than hers. "Then looks like you're in for one hell of a start. Now move." Daphne nodded, racing up the stairs as she cashed the heavy doctor through the linoleum halls, the two weaving in and out of patients and other doctors as they rushed towards their arrival point. Thatcher had wasted no time, barreling through the white double doors that led to the sanitization area, but Daphne had felt her joints lock up as she gazed at the blinking red light that rested over the door, alerting other doctors that the room was currently in use. "I can do this," Daphne whispered to herself, her mind racing towards all her practice under the donated cadavers. "I can do this." She swallowed hard, pushing the doors open as she too entered the sanitization room, her hands under the boiling water as she followed her mentor's sterilization instructions. She walked towards another medical assistant. She believed her name was John, but she wasn't going to waste her time worrying about it as the boy placed her face mask on, covering her mouth. "Ready." Thatcher called out, turning to Daphne as the slamming of the double doors on the other side rang through the room, the patient being brought in. An oxygen bubble formed over his lips, helping him breathe. Daphne nodded, and Thatcher turned, quickly entering the room as she heard the Auror team shout the new information. Lung collapsed during transport. Injuries believed to be from an onslaught of severing charms. One cut resting dangerously close to the ascending aorta. We've been pumping him with blood replenishers, but we can't seal the damage without collapsing the heart. "Got it," Thatcher called out, dismissing the Aurors watching as the blood leaked furiously over the operating table as she turned to the man. "Don't you go dying on me, you bastard. I'm not letting you sully my perfect record." Daphne's eyes trembled slightly at the sight of the gargantuan amounts of bleeding the young man was suffering from before Thatcher regained her attention. "Greengrass, I'm going to repair the tear near the heart. I want you to seal the bleeding starting with the gashes in the neck, then move down to the less lethal areas." "Understood." "Yes, ma'am," Daphne called out, though her hands still trembled at her new commands. Daphne wasn't certain, but it looked like a smirk had almost formed across the elderly medical witch's face as she whispered, "All right then, time for some magic." The lady snapped as Daphne watched in amazement as the room lit up a bright white before the wand flew to Thatcher's hand, the woman twirling it once before a blue light emerged, surrounding the wand before it touched the man's chest. "Scalpel," she called, the wand acting as a knife as Daphne watched the man's chest peel open. She had wanted to watch the medical magician at work, but she had no time. He had her own job to do, and with a flick of her wand, the tip of the wood lit aflame. "The wounds are too deep to stitch. I have to cauterize them to stop the bleeding." Though she stopped herself, whispering, "Akio." Instantly a golden honey-like potion flew to her hand as she uncapped the jar, dipping her gloved fingers into the smile before slathering it onto the man's wounds. "Okay," she whispered, watching as the potion evaporated into thin air. "The wound is sterile, beginning the cauterizing procedure." The scent of burning flesh filled Daphne's nostrils, bringing tears to her eyes as she held back the gag building her throat. Her concentration only broken by Thatcher lifting her hand out for a clear fluid, the needle of the syringe now exposed and aimed at the man's thigh. "Pulse is slowing. We need to bring it back up to get a clear look at the bleed. Get to sealing those wounds faster, or we're going to lose him." Daphne nodded, moving towards the next open wound once more, pouring the honey-like substance into the open wound, waiting as it evaporated before setting her flaming wand to the wound. "Shit," she heard Thatcher curse. "Aurors probably didn't know, but it looks like he's suffering from a myocardial contusion. Not sure how much more stress the boy can take." Daphne swallowed, moving towards the next wound, preparing to seal it as best as she could before the woman hissed. "His heart stopped," Thatcher yelled. "Clear off now." Daphne jumped back as a small yet focused ball of lightning filled the witch doctor's hand. Shock. Daphne watched as the body twitched from the electrical current, still remaining unresponsive as this time Thatcher lifted her hand, the orb of lightning larger than before. Shock. Body jumped, but Daphne took a sigh of relief at the return of the man's heartbeat. Thatcher released her held breath, her wand lighting a flame. "The boy's chest is going to feel like hell. Those shocks definitely worsened the bruising, but he'll live." Daphne poured the healing honey into the final wound that cut across his legs, her positioning giving her a perfect view of Thatcher. She watched in amazement as with a flick of her wrist, she had mended most of the man's broken ribs, the aortic wound now cauterized. Daphne had felt like she was a fast learner, but as she gazed upon the way the doctor before her sealed up the chest cavity, she knew she still had a long way to go. Sweat beat down the elderly lady's brow as she turned to face Daphne, the now fifth year staring at the woman in shock as she nodded. "Finish sealing that last wound, scrub down, and go home. You're done for the day." "I still have 4 more hours on my shift," Daphne called out. "If you're punishing me for something I did wrong, then please tell me. But don't cut me from this program. I'll get better, I'll." "It's not a punishment," Thatcher called out. "It's a reward. You did good today. This wasn't an easy surgery, but you followed my directions without complication. Go home and rest." "Thank you, ma'am, but really I'm fine, How long has it been since you left the hospital, Ms. Greengrass?" Thatcher called. "And don't lie to me and say last night, because Dr. Shaw reported to me that you begged him to allow you to do rounds with him." So much for not telling anyone, Daphne grumbled in her head before looking up at the blood-soaked doctor. 4 days, Daphne whispered. "I've been taking naps in between rounds in the on-call rooms, though. I promise I'm not tired. I'd never put a patient's life at risk like that. Daphne sighed, finishing the seal on the man's leg. "I need to get better. I made a promise to be better." She felt Thatcher's eyes gaze down on her as she looked up to meet the old woman's hazel pools. I made a promise to people that I love that one day I'm going to surpass even a medical witch like you and become someone capable of curing the incurable. That's why I can't waste a second. No matter what, I have to get better." The operating room had fallen silent, nothing but the shallow breathing of their patient filling the air as a smile rose to the old woman's eyes. "I knew I sensed greatness in you when I selected you as my pupil. You want to be better than me someday, you say," the witch said with a chuckle. "Well then, I want you to listen to me very closely, Daphne Greengrass. You have a natural talent for this line of work, and I am willing to help you mold that talent and make you the prodigal doctor I believe you can be. But if that's what you want, you will listen to me and do everything I tell you to do, no questions asked." Daphne nodded firmly as the medical witch continued. "You eat when I tell you to eat, you read what I tell you to read, you treat exactly as I instruct you to treat, and more importantly than anything else, you rest when I tell you to rest. Are we clear?" Daphne swallowed as she nodded. "Good, now go home and get some actual sleep. You report back here at 6 in the morning tomorrow. I'll give you an hour to grab something for you to eat at the cafeteria. But if I see you again in this hospital before then, you're cut, understand?" Daphne nodded, her eyes never leaving Thatcher's face before the elderly witch whispered, "Go, I'll take care of the cleanup. You did well today, Greengrass, you did well." The Dark Lord, the Dark Lord, the Dark Lord. Every headline in all of France was littered with the writing of Voldemort's return, and there had been few times in her life that she'd ever seen her father so stressed. The public was breathing down his neck, each of them wondering what they could do to prepare for a possible Death Eater attack. The truth was, her father had done everything he could, from bolstering the Horror Department's funding to planning out strategic invasion plans with the President of France. The worst truth was, Claire wasn't certain just how much of that mattered. She'd been scheduled to go on a grand fashion tour this summer. Her calendar was filled with red marks of her travel dates, but now the show was over as people huddled into their houses with fear. Only one date remained circled on her calendar, July 12th, the day she was scheduled to do a show in Great Britain and meet up with Michael. The first half of the plan may have been cancelled, but she'd have been damned if the second half went the same way. Especially now as she held her signed transfer to Hogwarts request in her hands. It turned out that her father hadn't needed more convincing to do so. With both Dumbledore and Harry being at Hogwarts, it may currently have been the safest place in the wizarding world from the Dark Lord. Yet at the moment, a new nervous feeling resided in her chest. Michael had written to her that his family had wanted to meet her. He had told her it was perfectly okay for her to say no. In fact, for some reason, it seemed as if Michael was almost encouraging her not to come. But her curiosity won out. Part of her had really wanted to see the way Michael lived outside of Hogwarts, and on a more selfish level, she really wanted Michael's parents to like her. Her heart pumped faster in her chest as she approached the international portkey line, flanked on both sides by Jacques and Thomas. Her attendant's boyfriend pressed her head down gently as he scanned the crowd. "Keep your head down," Thomas whispered. "Avoid eye contact if you can. You never know where an enemy could be." "I get that things are a bit different now, with him being back and all, but don't you think this is overdoing it a bit?" Claire asked. "The travel stations are littered with Aurors, and we're not even in their country of operation yet." "Asking an Auror to relax is like asking a fish to stop swimming," Jacques said with a light chuckle. "It's impossible." Thomas pushed her forward a bit, finding herself face to face with the international travel receptionist. With great care, Claire presented her papers alongside both Jacques and Thomas, paying the fee before the two entered a square the size of a telephone booth, the portkey of an English flag waiting for them on the center table. "All right, everybody hold on, here we go." The three French citizens grabbed the flag, and Claire felt her stomach curl as they vanished with a crack, the three stumbling onto the arrival deck of platform 9¾ Claire lunged forward, hopping to regain her balance, but found herself unable, falling into someone's arms. She felt her face heat up from embarrassment before the boy whispered, "Hey, pretty bird, long time no see." She looked up, a smile forming on her face as glanced at her boyfriend's face, the boy's signature top knot as bright blue as ever. "I don't know what's more surprising, the fact that it looks like you haven't changed a bit, or the fact that you're actually here on time, slacker clown." "Having an overexcitable mom helps with punctuality." Michael's face became twisted. his brows no knit together as he looked on at her two travel partners. Hi, Michael whispered, waving gently. Who are you? Dadding for 6 months and you didn't even tell him about me, Jacques said, his voice lined with fake offense. I'm hurt. She sent Michael an apologetic smile. Sorry, I wish I could have come alone, but with everything going on, my father wanted me to travel in a group. She sighed as she turned. The black-haired one is Thomas Dupont, she began. He's one of the best oarers in all of France. The blonde idiot, Claire hissed, is my older brother and personal attendant. He's also Thomas' boyfriend. Michael, Jacques, Michael. She watched as Michael nervously reached out his hand, with Jacques taking it, shaking it without resistance. Thomas, on the other hand, stood as still as a statue, looking almost as if he was inspecting the boy. So, you're the one that Claire has chosen to reveal her secrets to. I can't say I agree with her choice, but she normally is a good judge of character. Still, you don't look like much, Thomas, Claire shouted. Stop it. The oarer's mouth sealed shut at Claire's command, the girl turning to face her boyfriend. Sorry, Thomas really isn't a bad guy. He's just blunt and opinionated. Don't pay him any mind. But Michael just looked through her, continuing to stare at the dark-haired oarer, scoffing before he began. If you're trying to get under my skin, you're going to have to do a lot better. That was pathetic. Thomas too scoffed at Michael's remark before Claire cut through the stare-down, regaining Michael's attention as she whispered. They're just going to be outside your house while I'm there. They'll have a disillusionment charm up and everything. It'll be like nobody's there. Michael nodded, his eyes returning back to her face as she smiled. So, where are your parents? They're waiting for us outside, Michael said with a nervous grin. Well, my mom is at least. My dad's busy working in the shop, but he'll be ready when we get there. My mom's going to apparate us there. She watched as her boyfriend silently conjured a pen and paper, the raising of Thomas' eyebrows at the skill forcing her to bite her tongue to avoid laughter. She watched as Michael pushed the folded paper towards Thomas. This is my address. You're welcome to go make yourself comfortable. Michael turned, and Claire smiled with pride as he grabbed her hand, guiding her out of the station into the crisp and warm summer air. Sitting there in a bench just across the street from the station was a middle-aged woman, her posture and form making Claire believe that for a moment, the woman was some kind of royalty before she caught her and Michael's eyes. The lady's brown eyes, matching Michael's down to the very hue. She stood, smiling towards them as Michael looked on both ends of the street before crossing. The woman's curly yet pristine black hair glimmered in the sun as she met their approach, a smiling forming on her gently tanned face. They stopped as they reached their meeting point, a nervous smile on Michael's face as he dropped her hand, turning to face his mom. Mom, this is Claire Belmont. She smiled up at the woman. Claire, this is my mother, Rachel Corner. Hello, Mrs. Corner, Claire said politely, extending her hand softly. It's nice to meet you. It's nice to meet you too, Mrs. Corner said, her face brimming with delight. Corner always seems to be writing to you in his room, and now that I see you, I can understand why. Claire grinned as she turned to Michael, his face red with embarrassment before his mom continued. I mean, I never would have guessed that the first year Michael actually starts to care about dadding that he'd end up with such a lovely-looking young lady. By the look on Michael's face, Claire was beginning to think that he'd rather throw himself on the train tracks than be where he currently was, but thankfully he caught a break, his mother smiling at him. Oh, but here I'm talking up a storm when I'm sure you've had a long day. You're probably starving. Claire nodded. She hadn't wanted to say anything, but she was certainly feeling hungry. Come on now, grab my hand, I won't bite. Michael rolled his eyes as Claire smiled, each grabbing one of the ladies' hands before the three walked behind a tree. Then, with a crack, they vanished. Apparating after taking a portkey was far from ideal, and Claire had been feeling a bit nauseous as she landed. Thankfully, she was spared the dizziness by Michael, who'd wrapped his hand around hers, once more breaking her fall. Though as she looked down at the ground, she noticed she hadn't landed on a patch of soft grass, but rather a graveled lot, the whole area suffering a severe lack of color. Hope the landing wasn't too bad, Mrs. Corner said, brushing off her spring green dress. I haven't apparated in a while. The matriarch of the Corner household lifted her hands, guiding Claire's eyes to the house that stood off in the near distance. It was small, the whole building being a simple single-story double pen build. The house was designed in a cabin-like style oakwood lumber, acting as the primary building blocks, roots growing out of the poorly shingled roof. To the right of the house, however, was a building nearly as large as the house itself, with cars lined up all along the tremendously long driveway, steam floating out of all the large room's windows. Mrs. Corner must have seen where her eyes were at, as she shook her head. "Oh, don't mind that, dear. My husband is just working far too late again. I told him you were coming, but he must have forgotten. He always loses track of time when he's in that garage." Silently, she watched as Mrs. Corner approached the garage before turning to her right, her eyes resting on Michael, the boy not even being able to look at her. "So this is where you live, huh?" Claire whispered, doing her best to keep her voice as enthusiastic as possible, but Michael didn't seem like he was buying her act at all. "Yeah," Michael said numbly, finally turning to face Claire. "This is home." She watched as the boy looked up at the house. "You know, you're the first person I've ever brought to see it. I wish I could have shown you something better, but this is all I've got." "Michael, it's okay," Claire whispered. "I already knew you weren't rolling in money when we started dating. You're a good person, Michael. That's what's important to me." She smiled, glad to have managed to pull even the meekest grin from her boyfriend before her eyes turned back to the garage. "So, what exactly does your father do in there all day?" "It's his garage," Michael started. "It's his own little business. We couldn't really afford a secondary location when he started it, so my mom agreed to just charm the garage a bit to give him more space. She was willing to do the same with the entire house, but my dad is really stubborn when it comes to him being able to provide for the family." Michael shook his head. "Anyway, that's not important. Basically, my dad works on fixing motor vehicles. Most of the time it's cars, but we had a boat in here last week, which was cool. I haven't got to work on one in a while, so it was cool to get to tinker with everything again." "You work with your father over the summer?" Claire asked with amazement. "How do you even know how to fix these things? They look so complicated." "They are, but that's the fun of it," Michael said. "It's like a giant puzzle. I want to own my own repair business one day myself, but—" Michael stopped himself, and Claire was certain she could hear a whisper of anger in his voice just before he stopped, his eyes now focusing on his mother who stood at the porch welcoming them in. "It's a long story," Michael said with a gentle smile. "Come on, let's just get something to eat." She nodded, grabbing Michael's hand, squeezing it gently as he guided them into the house. Though Claire's eyes never left the small garage, "If this is what you want to do one day, I'll get you a workshop fit for Hephaestus himself." Claire wiped that thought from her mind, following her boyfriend as he guided her through the simple living room, decorated moderately with a radio, tiny television set, and an incredibly well-stocked bookshelf before she'd found herself in the kitchen. The scent of the shepherd's pie that rested in the center of the table permeated the wood that lined the inside of the house as Claire's eyes fell upon the man that could only be Michael's father. The man was tall, a full lumberjack beard growing from his chin, his bald head reflecting the kitchen lights as he stood approaching Claire. Oil stains seemed to be deeply embedded into his old worn-out jeans, and his red, black, and red flannel was dripping with his sweat. "Sorry for my appearance. We had a last-minute customer arrive at the shop. Had to get right to work. Ended up being a harder problem to fix than I thought. You'll have to forgive me. My name is Henry Corner." "It's okay," Claire said warmly, extending out her hand, the calluses present in the man's hand rubbing against her palm. "My name is Claire Belmont. It's a pleasure to meet you." "Manners," Mr. Corner called out. "Wasn't expecting that. I figure that since my son lacks them, any lady he'd ever get interested in him would lack them as well. Excuse my presumption." "And so it begins," she heard Michael whisper distantly beneath his breath as the four found their places at the table. She smiled gently as Rachel placed a slice of the shepherd's pie gently on her place, moving then to her husband, herself, and finishing with Michael. Claire waited for Mr. Corner to take the first bite before she too dug into her food, her stomach feeling remarkably empty. A couple of bites had been had by those around the table before finally, Mr. Corner broke the silence. "So, Claire, how is it exactly that you came across my son?" "We actually had a class together," Claire said warmly. "Of course, I didn't really know him at all then, but with him being Harry's best friend, we quickly became acquainted. In class, you say, Mr. Corner said, taking another bite of his meal. That's a surprise. I was unsure if Michael even went to class, judging by his past report cards. Glad to hear he's at least showing up. Claire turned to Michael the boy, seemingly trying to look anywhere, but at her or his father before Claire spoke once more. Actually, Mr. Corner, your son is a really talented wizard. Do you know that he's capable of performing silent magic? That's something that not even some seventh years are capable of. You can, Mrs. Corner remarked in surprise. Since when, and why didn't you tell me? Since last year, I learned it over the summer with Harry, Neville, and Sirius, Michael muttered out. I'm not really perfect at it anyway. It's not a big deal. This being able to perform wordless magic, whatever that means, Mr. Corner muttered out. Is that helpful in any kind of career? You claim to have been in classes with my son, so you must know that his grades are atrocious. I mean, what kind of jobs can silently doing magic get? I already told you that I'm not interested in getting a magical job, Michael whispered out. I want to be a mechanic like you. And I already told you that's nonsense. Manual labor isn't meant for a boy of your caliber, Mr. Corner growled out, his eyes flashing back towards Claire. Young lady, what is it that your family does? Well, my mother is a wizarding lawyer, child cases mostly, Claire whispered out. I'm actually a model for some teen magazines in the wizarding world, and my father. He's the French minister for magic. Michael's father's eyes looked about ready to roll out of his head as he turned towards Michael. You have some nerve, you know, talking about wanting to be a mechanic with such a classy lady at your side. Clearly, she has a reputation in your world. You want to slander them by not even working in a wizarding environment. Well, it's not like Michael and I are married, and even if we did get married one day, Claire's face had felt warm as she let the words roll out. I wouldn't mind if he wanted to be a mechanic. I mean, so long as he's passionate about it, I don't really understand the problem. Please, don't encourage him to continue down this path, Mr. Corner said, his voice firm. Last I checked, the boy had an IQ of 150. 147, Michael retorted, and Claire watched as the man's face soured. You know what your problem is, Mr. Corner called out, his eyes drilling into Michael. An ability to remember numbers, Michael replied, his voice dripping with sarcasm. You just don't know how lucky you have it, Mr. Corner said, never having to work hard at anything to be able to understand something. So many things you could do with that brain of yours, and all you waste it on is pulling stupid pranks and getting into trouble. I don't know why I even waste money sending you to that stupid school anymore, but I guess it's better than you ending up in juvenile hall. Great, glad we had this chat, Michael said, rising to his feet. Now that we cleared that all up, may I be excused? Claire watched as Michael hadn't even waited for his parents to reply, turning his back and exiting the kitchen. Michael, wait! His mother called out to him, but Michael didn't stop, and Claire felt a growing mountain of frustration pounding in her chest. What the hell is wrong with you? She hissed out, her eyes staring daggers into the man. You don't know the first thing about your son, do you? Yeah, maybe he is a little lazy, but he's smart, and even more than that, he's a good person. Claire felt her throat growing hot as she continued. He fought when other adults ran during the Quidditch World Cup. His name was all over the papers. He stayed behind to make sure that as little people died as possible. He figured out how to get Harry to breathe underwater during the second task. He took the time out of his day to help me out even when I was a complete bitch to him. But now, I understand why he was able to take it so well, because clearly he gets nothing but shit from you. Claire turned, leaving the two Corners behind as she chased after Michael, finding the boy sitting on a tire swing that hung from a tree just outside the house, his owl perched on his shoulder, nipping his ear comfortingly. Claire felt the whole world freeze as he turned to face her, his face looking cold and lifeless. Sorry for leaving you like that. It wasn't very gentlemanly, he whispered. Are they always like that? Claire whispered as she approached her boyfriend. My mom, she's a saint, you know, Michael said. I put her through hell for years and she loves me anyway. My dad, though, I don't know, it's just how he is. Normally I can handle it better, I should have handled it better, It's okay, Claire whispered, walking towards Michael the boy standing from his swing. I'm sorry for insisting on coming. I could tell by your letters you didn't want me to, but I know it sounds stupid, but I just wanted your parents to like me." "I'm sure my dad loves you," Michael said with a weak chuckle. "He might be such a fan of yours that he tries to match you with other guys worth your time." "Probably not," Claire said with a faint smile. "I kinda just got done laying into him." Her face darkened. "I don't think he exactly gets just how lucky he's got at having somebody like you as a son." She watched as Michael's face lit up a bit, the boy's palm curling out from his previously tight fist, though his palm clearly wasn't empty, as a blue orb seemed to be strapped to a black handwrap which was fastened around the back of his hand. "Michael, what is that?" Claire asked, pointing towards the blue orb. "Oh yeah," he said with a gentle smile looking down at the orb. "I was going to show you this later. It's a project I've been working on, to help with the fight against Voldemort." Claire shivered at the name but couldn't deny her curiosity as Michael whispered, "Want me to show you how it works?" She nodded, and quickly she had found herself following Michael deep into the woods that lined the back of Michael's house. For a moment she was worried about what Tomas and Jacques were going to think, but brushed that thought aside, figuring the men were already following her. It seems that Michael must have thought the same thing, signaling for them to come out as soon as they entered the desolate and abandoned-looking circle in the forest. The two men removed their disillusionment charms, looking at Michael curiously as she started. "Look, I'm not doing anything nefarious. I'm just here to show Claire the results of a project I've been working on." "What kind of project?" Tomas asked suspiciously. "One to help win the war against Voldemort," Michael called back. "Good enough answer for you." Tomas nodded, though continued to eye Michael suspiciously as he presented his hand strap to Claire. "Okay, so basically, I was thinking about something Harry said to me before I got on the train. He told us that we all needed to get stronger just in case we come face to face with Voldemort. Of course, I agreed, but I also know that Voldemort is a once-in-a-generation wizard. Harry may be able to get to that level naturally one day, but for most wizards, our power ceilings simply aren't that high. Which is why I started considering ways of unnaturally getting my magical power higher, and more specifically, how could I use my mechanical skills to do it?" Claire nodded, following the boy's thought as he spoke. "So when I started thinking about external things that made wizards strong, the first thing I thought about was their wands. I wrote to Hermione asking if she had any books on wands, and of course, because she's Hermione, she did." Claire chuckled softly, remembering the curly-head brainiac as Michael continued. "What I found out from the history of wand lore, a book written by Ollivander's great-grandfather himself actually, was that during the early creation of wands, they used to be equipped with focusing crystals. The wands made were super powerful, amplifying the user's magic tremendously. The downside was, the wand itself couldn't handle the magical output, breaking in just a few spell casts. So I started thinking," Michael whispered, "what if we kept the focusing crystal and skipped out on the wand?" "Impossible," Tomas spoke. "We use wands for a reason. Most wizards are unable to channel magic without their wand. Some who try already injure themselves greatly. Amplifying such magic with a crystal and having it backfire could lead to the loss of an entire arm, maybe worse." "I considered that too," Michael whispered. "But given that we could all come face to face with Voldemort one day, I'd say a lost arm is better than a lost life. Also," Michael whispered, turning to Tomas, "I'm not most wizards, I'm a genius after all." Tomas scoffed once more as Michael called out to him. "You're an Auror, right?" Tomas nodded. "Do you think you could handle my blow?" "With ease," Tomas nodded proudly. "That's what I was hoping you'd say," Michael said with a smirk. "Go ahead and cast the strongest shielding charm you can. It's time for an experiment." Tomas did what he was asked, and Claire watched as Michael lifted his wand. "Reducto," Michael bellowed, and just like she and Tomas expected, the shield cracked but hadn't broken. "Now for the same spell with just the crystal," Michael whispered. Claire watched as Michael lifted his hand, the chosen crystal Claire now releasing to be a sapphire. Of course, he chose the blue one, she thought to herself with amusement before Michael bellowed out, "Reducto." This time, a jet of blue magic sprang from Michael's palm and Claire's jaw dropped to the ground, the bolt of magic shattering through Tomas' shield, sending the young Auror flying into a tree. Even Michael's face had been full of shock as he rushed towards the Auror. Shit, I wasn't expecting it to be that strong. I was only using about half strength. That was only half strength? Claire's mind whispered in amazement, Michael. That's incredible. How did you figure this out so quickly? A groan rose from the trunk of the tree in which Michael had shot the Auror into, the man stumbling to his feet as he locked eyes with Michael. That packed one hell of a punch. How'd you manage to design something like this? You ever read Iron Man? Michael called out. The Muggle comic, Tomas whispered. Yeah, Michael said with a shrug, though I could try to bring that into the real world. Michael's face suddenly flinched as he gripped his arm tightly. Claire hurried to his side, checking for any injuries, but finding nothing. The only problem is the drawbacks are intense. That was just half strength and my arm is still numb. I've got maybe 2 full-powered shots in here before it wipes out my magical core. It's certainly got its risks, and I'm not sure any Auror department would certify their Aurors to carry those around with them. Not to mention the cost of purchasing those crystals, Tomas whispered, but it certainly packs one hell of a punch. It would be good to get a good assessment of its full capacity. You're right about the cost. I have Sirius to thank for getting me the crystal. Not a lot of places to test it out here, though, especially for an underaged wizard, Michael replied, the sweat forming rapidly on his body as his knees began to tremble. Maybe not here, Tomas said, but if your papers are in order, I know a place you could test out that prototype of yours in Paris. I thought you didn't think much of me. Now you want to help, Michael queried. You've intrigued me, Michael Corner. Perhaps you aren't as hopeless as I first assumed. Astoria laid on the ground panting in the large training room that resided in the basement of the Ablansk Manor, her body feeling numb as she turned to her side, finding Damien completely asleep, the exhaustion overtaking him. She didn't blame him. The two had been working nonstop, and Astoria knew that with Damien being the minister's son, he had to be able to protect himself should the worst come to pass. Astoria groaned, rolling to her stomach as she placed her trembling hands on the ground, her muscles screaming as she tried to push herself back up to her feet. I would suggest you stay down, Minister Ablansk whispered to her, the man finally getting a day off from the craziness happening in the Bulgarian ministry. If you get back up, I will be forced to knock you down. Bring it on, Astoria growled, her legs trembling as she rocked on her feet. I'm not done yet. A gust of wind from the minister's wand slammed into her chest, knocking her back onto the padded ground, her fingers curling against the mats as she began to curl herself up, the pain in her abdomen dropping her back down. You are tenacious, Minister Ablansk said with a hearty chuckle, but you must rest. Pushing your body like this is unhealthy, especially for a girl with your particular condition. Astoria paid the man no mind, rolling back to her stomach, desperately trying to stand. Why do you insist on getting up? Minister Ablansk said. Why are you trying to rush your progress? Because I was called a liability, Astoria whispered. I'll prove him wrong. A chuckle left the minister's mouth as Astoria saw the man's outstretched hand helping her to her feet, the girl glancing at the older man, his gray ducktail beard glistening with sweat, his warm blue eyes staring down at her. I made a promise to myself, sir, Astoria whispered. I made a vow that for him, for Harry, that I would come back a better witch than I was before, that I wouldn't be a burden for him to carry. That's why, she whispered, her eyes hard as she stared at the Bulgarian minister. I refuse to stay down. Your drive to fight is certainly something to be admired, the man said before Astoria felt his wand tap the back of her neck, an unconscious haze beginning to flood over her. However, you must rest if you want to reach your full potential. Astoria felt her body trembled before finally, she succumbed to her exhaustion, collapsing the ground, asleep. The two black-cloaked Death Eaters watched on from the shrouded cliffside as two figures marched towards a town that even their own lord knew to stay away from. He stood at the edge of the cliff, his eyes never leaving his target as the woman beside him snarled eagerly. Let's go, Barty, Bellatrix yelled. It's just the two of them. We can go in there, grab the boy, and return back to our master. Yes, Barty whispered. It's true that Potter is one of them, but the other is Mad-Eye. Perhaps you remember him. He's the one that managed to subdue both of us and bring us to Azkaban. I doubt he'd be so merciful if we were to attempt to ambush him again. Plus, it's not like Potter isn't skilled with his wand either. The wind blew past the two Death Eaters' faces as Barty licked his lips. In my estimation, if we were to engage in combat with them right now, we'd all die. Bellatrix stepped back as Barty sighed. Though I'm not sure if we even need to kill them. The way they're heading, they seem to be walking towards her town, and from what I've heard, nobody who enters her kingdom has ever been allowed to leave. Barty cocked his head, watching with sharp eyes. The way this is going, this war could be over before it even begins. Chapter II, The Lost Kingdom's Severus, Dumbledore whispered as he watched the potion's master mutter incoherently, his wand swiping over the headmaster's darkened hand. Severus! Dumbledore repeated, this time gaining the black-haired man's attention. How long do I have? Maybe until the end of the school year, Snape whispered. Maybe a little less. The former Death Eater released a tired sigh, lifting his wand from the headmaster's hand. Why would you even consider putting on the ring? He asked with a snarl. Why would you put yourself at risk? Especially now that he's back. Voldemort is not mine to finish, Dumbledore muttered. He never has been. The elderly wizard's eyes floated towards the now destroyed ring that sat decomposing in a beaker of basilisk venom. As for the ring, I admit that I should have been more careful. It had a certain compulsion to it, begging me to wear it. His eyes moved towards a snitch that rested on the corner of his desk, though I'm not quite sure now if it was the ring that spoke to me or something else. Dumbledore swallowed, remembering the distant call of his sister's voice, his focus forcibly shifting towards Severus. The boy isn't ready. He'll never be ready. He lost faith in you and has gone off to train on his own. He'll never be powerful enough to defeat the Dark Lord. Worry not, Severus, Dumbledore whispered. Harry will succeed in what is needed of him, though this subject grows weary. The elderly wizard put his aged hand over his blackened one before letting out a tired sigh. Tell me, what news do you have for me? The Dark Lord has ordered attacks on random Muggle-born witches and wizards as well as blood traitors, many of them being people he assumes won't cause enough stir to form a coalition against him, but enough to strike fear into the heart of the wizarding world, Snape hissed. Though that plan hasn't been as successful as he hoped, many wizards refusing to bow due to their belief in both you and the Potter boy. Dumbledore smiled slightly. Good, at least on that end, Harry has succeeded. Yet the grim news from his most loyal hadn't come to a close. Another matter to discuss is the fate of the Malfoys. With Lucius being shamed, the Dark Lord has taken over their residence, but their punishment hasn't ended there. I'm certain you're aware of the Malfoy boy's condition. Dumbledore nodded. Draco's lycanthropy had been a highly contested issue between himself and the Malfoy Patriarch. The Dark Lord has offered to cure Draco's problem if he succeeds in his mission. That mission being? Dumbledore asked with a raised eyebrow. Your assassination, Snape whispered quietly. Dumbledore fell silent before a gentle chuckle left his lips. Well, Riddle's always been ambitious. Snape's eyes widened at the headmaster's remark. Listen to me, Severus. It is paramount that Draco succeeds in his task. There is no reason for the boy to suffer at the Dark Lord's hand when I have already subjected myself to my death. But for the sake of his soul, it must not be him that deals the killing blow. Do what you must to ensure that Narcissa calls upon her sister, to do what must be done in the end for Draco's sake. Severus nodded as Dumbledore rose, lifting his wand. Severus, I have one last favor to ask of you. The potion's master turned to face him. In your estimation, the Dark Lord remains unaware of the power my wand possesses, yes? Snape nodded. He is unaware that your wand is what it is, but make no mistake, the Dark Lord is searching for the Elder Wand. Excellent, his obliviousness can work in our favor then, Dumbledore began. Severus, it is important that this wand falls into Harry's hand when the time is right. I want you to take ownership of this wand here by disarming me. Snape cocked his head in silent intrigue as Dumbledore continued. I plan on giving you the job you've always wanted in return for this favor. I will make you this year's defense against the dark arts professor, but it is of the utmost importance that, though you will continue to carry your current wand, you allow yourself to be disarmed by Potter, thus transferring ownership of the Elder Wand to the boy and giving him the weapon he needs. Snape snarled. The idea of being publicly embarrassed by the son of his childhood enemy must have made him sick to his stomach. Nevertheless, the man nodded curtly, readying his wand. Dumbledore nodded, and with a flick to the potion's master's wrist, the legendary weapon left his hand, falling into Severus. Dumbledore smiled as Snape walked towards him, dropping the wand at Dumbledore's feet in order not to break the transfer of power before the headmaster bent down to retrieve the wand he'd used for so many years, the feeling of the wand's lost allegiance making his heart sink mildly. "Thank you, Severus. Now, if you will excuse me, I'm off to find your replacement. There is only one man whom I believe is capable of filling in your shoes." Snape nodded, excusing himself from the headmaster's office as Dumbledore muttered to himself, "This would have been much easier if I had Harry to barter with, though I suppose it can't be helped. I hope that his mention will be enough of a bribe to convince him." Dumbledore stuck his blackened hand into his robe as he turned to face the now green burning fire. "Very well, Horace. It's time to renegotiate your contract." Neville stood behind the table of his family's alchemy lab. He never truly had a knack for potions, but his mother had back before the First War, and his father had spared no expense developing a state-of-the-art laboratory for her. Neville had never imagined that he too would one day spend so much time in the spacious room, but he knew he had no choice. He wouldn't like Harry down. He wouldn't let his parents down. He wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead as he stood over a potted devil's snare plant, a smoking beaker in hand. "Neville, wait!" Hermione called out. He turned to find the bushy-haired girl behind him holding out a pair of goggles. "Put these on. Remember what happened last time." Neville nodded gratefully, putting the goggles over his eyes, his arm trembling slightly as he dropped the slightest amount of the fluid onto the plant. He squinted, watching as the plant began to coil, looking as if a black hole had surrounded them. A gravitational force demanding the vines receded into a spherical form, the size of a larger-than-average marble. A grin of sheer relief overtook Neville's face as he reached down, gripping the green sphere. It worked! The shrinking sedative worked. Hermione jumped up and down with excitement, and Neville couldn't help but smile. The ambitious idea had been hers after Neville had hit a brick wall on ideas of possibly making the more aggressive plants more portable for combat. Through the mixture of a high-power sedative and shrinking agent, a concoction that had taken the two the better part of a month, they had finally succeeded, at least with less mentally active plants. They'd managed, for example, to make a pot of devil's snare more portable, but a mandrake had proved troublesome. While Neville had wanted to join with his girlfriend, the word still felt strange to say. There was still the second half of the experiment that needed to be completed, the revival of the plant. Though, to his great luck, it seemed as if their little bowtruckle, which Hermione had playfully named Druid, had the answer to that question. Neville's heart pounded in his ears as he watched the tiny creature walk towards the spherical and subdued plant before injecting one of its leafy tendrils into the ball. Druid nodded affirmatively as Neville gazed upon the training dummy he had set just for this occasion. "One, too," he whispered in his mind, before he chucked the now circular plant at the dummy and watched in awe as the plant exploded, binding the dummy in Devil's Snare, dropping it to the ground. "Yes," he and Hermione called out with glee, the two observing the way the Devil's Snare expanded, growing rapidly over the training dummy until the snap of its wooden neck echoed through the room. "Okay," Neville whispered. "We got the expansion process down. Now we only have one more question to answer. How will we recall the plant?" Neville watched as Hermione lit her wand, forcing the plant to recede from the dummy, before she too dropped a bit of the potion on the Devil's Snare, picking up the now coiled ball and placing it into the freezer. He smiled as Hermione pulled her curly hair back into a tight knot and walked towards the conjured chalkboard. "This time, Harry, Michael, I won't need you two to always have to protect me," he thought to himself before rushing to Hermione's side. "This time I'll be able to hold my own." "At least your blood-traitorous father understood this one truth," the Dark Lord's voice whispered in his mind. "The weak don't get to choose how they die. Avada Kedavra." "Cedric!" Harry screamed out, the flash of green light transforming into a clear white as Harry's eyes bolted open, the sound of low-key hissing at the abrupt awakening echoing through the open field. Harry's body screamed with pain as he looked down at his heavily bandaged torso, the droplets of sweat beating down his face from the horrid dream. He rubbed his hand against the newly formed gashes that littered his torso. The training under Moody had been like nothing he'd ever felt before. Sometimes, Harry wondered if the man was seriously trying to kill him, the new scars on his body acting as evidence for the idea. Yet, as he'd awoken, he felt the grizzled Auror standing over him, his hand resting comfortingly on his shoulder. "You all right, boy?" It was rare, but it wasn't the first time Harry had heard a glimmer of concern within the elderly Auror's voice. He nodded while watching as Moody handed one of the pre-packaged sandwiches they'd bought in Portsmouth. Harry had taken note of how far they'd traveled since the start of the summer, the two wizards never staying in one place longer than a day. Though for as sporadic as Moody had been in their direction, it was clear to Harry that they'd been marching towards the southern coast of England, though Harry never got an answer as to why. "Eat," Moody barked out, his electric blue eyes swinging towards the back of his head. "Quickly, whatever's been tailing us is right on our ass. We need to move fast." "Why don't we just stand and fight them?" Harry whispered. "I sense them too. There's only two of them. We can take them." "That may be so," Moody growled, "if you were in peak condition. The way you are now, you can barely lift that wand of yours. We'll be safe to relax a bit once we reach her kingdom." Harry growled as he looked down at his injured body. He understood why Moody was training him the way he was. Mercy and fairness. Harry knew now firsthand that those attributes weren't in the Dark Lord's playbook, and to train under those false principles would have been suicidal. Yet he couldn't help but begin to miss the nagging tone of Madame Pomfrey. As angry as Harry made that woman, her healing skills were far better than Moody's, which consisted of a pain potion and bandages. Harry shook the thought from his head, turning to face his mentor. "You keep talking about this, her," Harry queried in between bites, the sandwich tasting like a grand-scale meal after being subjected to Moody's off-the-land cooking. "Who is she?" "She," Moody said as he finished his final bite, "is the only witch I know that may be able to figure out just what the hell is going on inside that head of yours." The grizzled Aurora rose, pointing, slamming his staff, his eyes hovering over their drawstring sack that, thanks to magic, doubled as their suitcase before the nicest clothes Harry owned zoomed from the bag. With a less than cautious throw, the clothes landed at Harry's feet as the Auror growled. "Put those on," he muttered. "She won't tolerate a poorly dressed stranger in her court." Harry looked down, forced to admit that he was looking a little shabby. His Falmouth Falcons t-shirt had been ripped to bits during their training, looking more like a vest exposing his bandages, and his jeans had nearly become makeshift shorts from the intensity of his duels. Though, he did raise an eyebrow as he looked towards his dress robes, as memories of his time with Daphne came rushing back. "I miss you, Princess," he thought softly in his mind as he lifted the robes. He swallowed the thought, "You'll see her soon. You need to focus, Potter." He nodded, sliding his arms through the silk dress shirt, but found a problem as he went to fasten the buttons. Though he'd been tailored for the robes less than a year ago, he no longer fit, his expanded chest and shoulder muscles tightly compressed. His pants had still managed to fit, but looked far less flowy as his thighs and calves had grown more bulky and firm. Progress is progress, Harry thought to himself as he lifted his wand, expanding the shirt, pants, and robes to fit him better before turning to Moody. The grizzled Auror still looking as shabby as ever. "I thought you said she wouldn't tolerate a poorly dressed stranger." "I'm no stranger to her," Moody whispered. "She and I share a special relationship." Harry lifted his eyebrow as Loki meowed loudly, demanding his attention. He knelt down, taking the cat into his arms as he returned his glance at Moody. "All right, boy," Moody hissed. "Take my hand. We should be close enough to apparate from here." "Apparate where?" "Avalon," the Auror called out before with a crack they vanished. Harry's body felt like it hit a steel barrier with the force of a fastball as he stumbled backward, groaning as he rolled on the ground. "Ouch!" Harry groaned as he rose to his feet. "What the—" though Harry's voice died in his throat as his eyes nearly rolled out of his head. Harry had seen castles before, but they had always looked so run down and old. Yet, while what his eyes were absorbing was most definitely old, the place was still buzzing with life. Harry had fallen speechless as he gazed upon the ironclad walls, as men with chainmail armor marched along the carved pathways above him, crossbows in hand. Harry's eyes drifted towards the large drawbridge that stood lifted before them, a mote of a venomous green liquid circling the kingdom which looked to Harry as if it spread for miles. "Halt!" the armed guard from atop the monumental walls. "State your business." "Open the door," Moody roared out. "I have business with your queen." "Lord Moody," the guard whimpered out. "Apologize, my lord, I had no idea it was you." The guard shifted towards his fellow members. "Lower the gate, you fools. Lord Moody has returned." "Lord," Harry whispered out, his head cocked as he turned to the Auror. "What are they talking about?" "It's a long story," Moody replied blankly as the thundering sound of the dropping drawbridge shook the ground. "Come on, boy. Follow me and don't get lost." Harry swallowed, though his chest still felt riddled with doubt as he marched after his mentor now under the shadows of the castle walls. Faster than Harry even thought possible, the drawbridge had returned to its lifted state, and Harry began to feel his heart beat faster. For better or for worse, he and Moody were now trapped in this town. His eyes scanned feverishly, watching as a myriad of shopkeepers raced towards their windows to gaze upon them. Harry had felt strange as he walked through the town square. Cobbler shops, armories, and old-fashioned bakeries lined the cobblestone streets. Men and women dressed in gowns and tunics, swords hanging by their sides, stood in reverence of Moody, some kneeling, while others politely bowed, bestowing upon his lordly greetings. It looked to Harry as if he'd just entered a land lost in time, paralyzed in the medieval era, though nothing confirmed that more than the sight that stood before him. It was a castle that dwarfed even Hogwarts inside, the gray stone building towering over the miniature town, as purple fires lit the braziers illuminating the dark sky that loomed over the ancient marvel. Harry's body began to tremble, the castle itself seeming to pulsate with magic so powerful that the average civilian could not even approach the gate, which lay open, almost as if the owner never expected anyone to be capable of entering. The magic, if even possible, reeked with foul intent, and Harry had felt almost as if the invisible force was trying to wrap around his neck and strangle him. He pulled out his wand, but Moody barked out at him. "Put that away. She's merely testing your will. If she wanted to harm you, you'd already be dead." Harry swallowed, doing what his mentor had ordered, his knees trembling in his arm, unable to even move under the tremendous magical pressure. Each step had felt exhaustive, the air feeling thin. They couldn't possibly have been that high up, and yet Harry had felt like he couldn't breathe. His back hunched slightly, the rooms beginning to feel as if they were being enhanced by extra gravity, and yet Moody looked fine, as if this was nothing more than a simple walk in the park. Suddenly, however, the man stopped, kneeling before a set of double doors before bellowing, "My queen, may I enter?" The door swung open, and Harry had been sent flying, his body pinned against the gray masonry. Loki had fallen to the ground, meowing loudly for help, he too, now unable to move. Harry pulled his fist forward, gaining just a bit of traction before the wall pulled him back as if his body had become magnetized to the wall. "What the hell is happening?" Harry hissed as he turned to face his mentor, who hadn't even bothered to turn and face him. Harry wanted to scream for Moody's attention, yet his voice had been silenced. Suddenly, his eyes had become forcibly drawn to the throne that was planted to the back of the room, resting atop a three-tiered staircase. Then, faster than Harry could blink, a figure, white and translucent, emerged from the wall before sitting graciously atop the throne. A ghost? Harry thought, examining the pale figure. As his vision cleared, he had begun to make out the ghost's appearance. It was a woman, a frighteningly beautiful one. Her face regal and perfect in every way, her eyes a stunning blue, and her hair a gorgeous red done up in a convoluted, cascading braid. "Moody, my love, it has been far too long since I have seen your face." "I apologize, my queen. I had been called upon to fulfill other commitments." Moody's head rose to face the woman. "Though the time seems to have no effect on your beauty, Lady LeFay." "Always with the formality," the ghost said with a gentle laugh. "It's the last thing I expect to hear from somebody like you, Alastair. You know that you are one of the few mortals I allow to call me by my name." "Of course, Lady Morgana." Harry's heart seemed to sink in his chest as his eyes had become paralyzed upon the beautiful ghost. "That's Morgana," Harry whispered silently in his mind. "Why are we here? Why does Moody know her? Why?" Harry hadn't a chance to ask any more questions as Morgana called out with one of her own. "You know that it is always a pleasure to see you, Alastair." "But tell me," Harry suddenly felt his body detach from the wall, his frame now being sent soaring towards the dark witch, hovering just before her crystal blue eyes. "Why have you brought this boy with you? You know how I detest children." "Forgive me, my lady," Moody whispered, "but I had no other choice. This boy, Harry Potter, he's my student, and he is in need of your help." "Your student?" Morgana whispered, cocking her head as Harry felt the witch's eyes scan him. "Handsome boy, I suppose, but I recall you telling me your student was a woman. Toms, something like that." "Tonks, my lady," Moody said with a nod. "Nymphadora Tonks. It was true the girl was a student of mine in the past, but she's grown into a capable witch in her own right." "Ah yes, Nymphadora, an atrocious name that poor girl has," Morgana said with a crooked smile. "So this boy has become her replacement. I must say, I'm intrigued." Harry swallowed as he felt the icy touch of the witch's hand glide across his face. Never before have I seen a mortal with two magical signatures within him. And more so, never have I felt two magical signatures so strongly opposed. "One of them," Morgana whispered, her nose curling, "reeks of foul magic." The witch snapped, and Harry felt his body collapse on the floor, panting with exhaustion as he looked up at the floating witch. How can a ghost have so much power still? Harry gripped his wrist, hopping to stop the shaking as Moody called out, "It is exactly for that reason that I have come to beg your assistance. This boy, he's destined to silence a great evil, and yet, for some reason, said evil was somehow found within the boy. He requires your help. We require your help." "And why should I assist the boy in such a venture?" Morgana asked. "No matter what the outcome of this destined battle is, it will have no effect on my kingdom." "Our enemy's name is Voldemort," Harry whispered out, drawing the eyes of the witch towards him, "and he is being hailed now as the greatest dark wizard of all time." "I don't believe I gave you permission to speak in my court," the witch hissed. "And do I look frightened by the mention of this Voldemort?" Harry's eyes locked in on the witch as she lifted her hand. Without a second's hesitation, Harry's body had been slammed into the ground under the witch's magical pressure, the whole castle shaking as purple miasmic aura began to cloud Harry's mind. 10, 50, no, this power is at least 100 times more powerful than his. If this supposed Dark Lord wants to come to claim my territory, he's welcome to try it. I've been terribly bored since Merlin died. Perhaps this Voldemort may be capable of providing me a moment's entertainment. Think, Harry, there has to be something you can say. Then he heard Moody call out, "Forgive my pupil, his ignorance knows no bounds." He was foolish to suggest that someone like Voldemort could provide even the most minor threat to your kingdom. But he is not wrong on one point. The pressure surrounding Harry's body had been lifted as Morgana's focus had been returned to Moody. Voldemort is being hailed as the greatest dark wizard of all time. His legend is encroaching upon your legacy, with some wizards foolishly believing he is a greater dark mage than you. "Impossible," Morgana cried out. "That's a lie." "You've been gone a long time, my queen," Moody called out. "Your power here is supreme, but you've been confined to this kingdom for all eternity by Merlin. Your name is now nothing but a legend. Some in our world even ponder if you truly existed." Moody bowed deeply. "The presence of Voldemort is damaging your legacy, but one way that you could secure your name throughout history is if you were responsible for ensuring that this impostor to your title was defeated by a mere child." The trembling of the castle stopped as a smile grew upon the dark witch's face. "I see. A very interesting proposition, but I need more. Perhaps ensuring the boy's victory will secure my legacy, but what of my personal happiness? What of my boredom? You know what I want to hear from you, Alastair. Say it and I shall help your student." Harry's eyes turned to the Auror as he bowed. "I swear to you, my queen, that at the moment of my death, I shall return to you as a ghost and live by your side for all eternity." Harry knew the seriousness of the vow his mentor had just taken. To become a ghost was a costly choice. To willingly give up the paradise that many believed to reside on the other side was not something most wanted to willingly sacrifice. And yet, Moody had done so without a moment's hesitation. Moody had given up his freedom for his sake. "Very well, then." Morgana's eyes fell upon Harry, forcing his body to shiver. "I shall help you, boy." Morgana snapped once more, and Harry fell to the ground, once more being magnetized to the floor as he looked up at the dark witch floating above him. "Now then, Let's figure out what exactly is in your head." Harry couldn't even protest as the ghost sunk into his body, his whole frame feeling as if it had become submerged into icy water before his vision flashed to black. He opened his eyes, finding himself at the Hogwarts Black Lake, the ghost now in full color beside him. A rather impressive occlumency screen, it almost put up a meager amount of resistance to me. Almost. Harry turned, his jaw hanging open. The witch had broken through Dumbledore's placed occlumency as if it was child's play. He swallowed as the witch's brows furrowed. "It seems that the source of this foul scent is nearby. You must know where it is, boy. Don't make me waste my time." Harry nodded, focusing on the Hogwarts trunk that Dumbledore had instructed Harry to lock his connection to Voldemort within nearly 2 years ago. The trunk now forcefully being dragged up to the surface. Harry watched as Morgana walked across the water as if it was solid ground, coming face to face with the trunk before in the distance. Harry heard the legendary witch whisper, "I see. But to do something like this, it's nothing short of an atrocity." "To do something like what?" Harry called out. "This is no average dark connection, boy," Morgana whispered. "It's something far more foul." The feeling of Morgana leaving his body had felt as if he had been pulled in half, the ghost looking down upon him as he panted, desperately trying to cling to consciousness. Morgana said, glancing down upon him. "So you managed to stay awake. Fascinating." "My lady," Moody called out, "I take it that you saw the darkness within the boy, the presence of another magic." Morgana nodded, raising her translucent hand to her chin, scratching it in intrigue. "It's a truly sickening case. Not even I would sink to such a level of impropriety. But it seems as though the connection you share with this, Voldemort, is far more complex than I first assumed. It is not just your minds that share a link, but your magical cores, and judging by the incompatibility of your magics, I can see that it wasn't done willingly." "What?" Harry said, trying to stand, his whole body still trembling from Morgana's vacation of his body. "What does that mean?" "Tell me, boy," Morgana said coldly. "Have you been informed of the two aspects of life within a wizard?" "The life force and the magical core," Harry replied, curtly, earning the smallest grin from the Dark Witch. "Correct," Morgana said. "I'm impressed, boy. I took you for a much dumber mortal than you appear to be." The witch tilted her head, glancing down once more at Harry's battered body. "In the simplest terms, you have another magical core dwelling within you, and due to its lack of compatibility with your natural core, the two are at war with one another. Your own magical ability is being stunted by the other's presence, yet the foreign core is without a doubt far greater than your own. Which is why I would wager to bet that in moments of crisis, it is this secondary core which takes control. Am I correct in this assumption?" Harry swallowed. He remembered the hazy feeling when he'd found himself face to face with the horned serpent during the first task. He remembered the words of his mentor after the ritual in which he claimed that whatever was inside of his had almost killed them. His silence had been enough of an answer for the witch, who grinned sickeningly, pleased at her deductive ability before Moody replied, "I hate to admit it, but that is the case, my lady." Harry watched as Morgana turned to face Moody. "It is why we have come to you. We are looking for a way to remove the foreign core." "Removing it is not possible," Morgana said curtly, forcing even Moody's jaw to drop as the Dark Witch circled him. "Well, I mean, I could kill the boy. That would remove both cores in theory, as each are bound to the boy's life force, but I assume you wish to keep him alive." Moody nodded, confirming Morgana's assumption as she sighed. "Then I suppose the only other way would be to merge the two cores into one, with the boy's original core consuming the foreign one. Though with the foreign core being much more potent, that too seems unlikely. So the options are that you kill me, or I possibly die trying to encompass the portion of Voldemort's core that's within me," Harry whispered out. The ghost turned to him, nodding simply to confirm his theory as Harry continued. "Okay then, how do I go about absorbing his core?" "Perhaps I misunderstood," Morgana said calmly. "I was under the impression that you wanted to live. Attempting to merge your cores would be suicide." "I won't die," Harry replied, his glazed-over eyes looking intently upon the red-haired ghost. "All my life I lived for one purpose, to become strong enough to kill the man that murdered my family. I wasn't strong enough when we first met, and because of my weakness, he killed a man that I admired and an elf that I loved. I will never allow that to happen again, and getting his influence out of my head is the first step I can take to securing that goal. The witch's eyes widened as Harry met her gaze. If I die during this merging process, that just means that this was as far as I was meant to go. All I know is that if I die before trying everything I could to even out the playing field between him and me, I'll never be able to face my father and mother on the other side. The witch's crooked smile grew at his words as a joyous cackle left her lips. You certainly are fascinating, student of Moody. I pegged you as a Merlin type, trying to get stronger to selflessly protect the realm. Truthfully, helping those hero types makes me sick to my stomach, but selfish revenge, the witch's eyes glimmered with joy, that's a motive I can get behind. Harry glanced up at the witch who called out, Harry Potter, was it? Harry nodded softly. You've piqued my interest. I will indeed train you to overcome your foreign core. The training will be intense, and you may die, but seeing as that doesn't seem to be an issue for you, I greatly look forward to the experience. It's been a while since I've had my own little crow. Harry swallowed as Morgana grinned. Follow me, boy. It is time to appropriately treat your wounds. I will not have a student of mine dying from something as pathetic as blood loss. Harry growled, pulling himself from the ground. His arm covered his freshly scarred abdomen as he stumbled behind the levitating witch, Moody in tow. It had felt as if Harry had been walking for miles, constantly heading lower and lower into the gloomy castle, the purple fires igniting at every torch Morgana passed. Hurry it up, boy, Morgana called out, lifting her hand, blowing a door open. His throat had become tight as he gazed upon the view he'd been led to. It looked almost like a pool, yet the water was a murky green rather than a pristine clear or vibrant blue. Acidic bubbles looked as if they were forming along the liquid surface, and the pool itself reeked with death. What is this place? Harry whispered. Her healing chamber, Moody replied for the ghost. Essentially a pool of ancient elixirs said to be able to treat all physical wounds. How do you know that? Harry whispered. How do you know any of this? I've been in there before, Moody's face tightened, during my younger years. Harry turned to face the Auror, but Moody quickly brushed him off. A story for another time. Point is, this bath here should heal your wounds, but don't get too excited, the process. Let's just say it stings. Harry shivered slightly at the thought. For Moody to call anything even remotely painful had made his heart drop to his stomach, his eyes set upon the green waters. Well, boy, Morgana spoke. Your mentor vouched for the waters before you, did he not? Go and get yourself cleaned up. I don't like having my time wasted. Harry sneered, the look on his face possibly even putting Snape's to shame as he began to take off his robes, his bandaged body exposed to the two magical beings. Only his boxers remained to protect his modesty. He turned facing Moody once more before turning back to the bubbling water. Each step had felt as if gravity had been pushing down on him with 100 times the normal pressure. Carefully, he dipped his foot into the water, and instantly, he'd felt as if his body had been lit ablaze. He bit his lip, desperate not to let out a scream, as he dropped his other foot into the water. I can't show weakness, Harry chanted in his mind. I need her help, and she only helps those she respects. Harry's body submerged even further, his body screaming for him to leave, but he didn't. Instead, against all reason, Harry walked further into the pool, involuntary groans of pain now escaping his lips. Harry's eyes had grown wide as his body trembled with pain, though as he shifted, he saw that Morgana stood just at the rim of the pool, her finger pointing downward. You've got to be kidding me, Harry thought to himself, but the look of impatience growing on the dark witch's face made Harry certain that she wasn't joking. Harry tilted his head upwards, taking a long and shaky breath, before with a silent prayer to any god that would listen, he threw his head below the murky surface. Harry had felt like his body had been dunked into a pot of boiling oil as he screamed, unable to move beneath the bubbling green water. Though, as his eyes opened, he watched as the scars that lined his body began to grow pale, no longer leaking with red blood, but rather being a lighter variant of his own skin tone. He placed his hand to his rib. He was certain Moody had bruised it during their training, and yet the bone felt as if it had been reset and treated. Harry had continued watching as his scars sealed one after the other, before finally he had to come up for air. His eyes met Morgana's, the witch watching him questionably as she snapped, conjuring a rope for him to grab. Harry did so, pulling himself from the boiling waters, his body poolsing. Morgana stood above him, glancing down at his forehead. "Fascinating," she whispered. "The waters should have forced your scars to shut, yet this one," the ghost said, rubbing her finger over the jagged lightning bolt. "This one remains open." "This scar was given to you the day this Voldemort attacked you," Morgana spoke. "Am I correct?" Harry nodded, confirming the ghost's suspicion. "Ah, I see. So this scar is the epicenter of the foreign magic in your body." The witch lifted her index finger, a purple flame encompassing her fingernails. "I will be testing a theory of mine. Prepare yourself." "Prepare myself for—" Harry hadn't even a moment to finish the sentence before the witch placed her burning finger into his scar. Instantly, Harry roared with agony, his eyes rolling back into his head as the witch's finger turned within his scar, before suddenly, out of nowhere, a black aura began to form around Harry's body. "Stop!" A mangled voice called out from Harry's throat, a voice he hadn't recognized. "Stop." The witch pulled her finger out as Harry fell to the ground, panting. "Excellent." Harry heard Morgana distantly whisper, his body writhing in pain. "Moody, bring the boy to one of the servants' chambers. His training will resume when he awakes. After that, come find me, we have much catching up to do." Chapter III. Face to face, Harry awoke to the warmth of his Kneasel's breath on his cheeks, his eyes flashing open as he found himself on a bed that felt as if the cushions had been replaced with crushed stones, the gleaming red rubies that acted as the eyes of a gargoyle statue looking over him. Harry sat up, looking down at his body. The poorly applied bandages from Moody had been removed, leaving him with nothing but barren scars. It also quickly dawned upon him that he was currently resting naked, apart from his underwear in the stone bed, his dress robes nowhere to be found. "What happened?" Harry whispered into the darkness as he rubbed his forehead, his scar still throbbing from Morgana's little experiment. "What time is it?" Harry muttered out, looking for any light from the windows, finding none present in the room. "Where's Moody?" he grumbled, throwing the sheets off, exposing his unclothed body to the chill of the castle. Though it hadn't lasted long, as Harry soon found a set of clothes laid out for him atop a small desk that resided in the corner of the rather confined corridor. Had Harry been the size of an elf, he imagined that the room would have worked as equitable accommodations, but for a boy of average size, the room was criminally small. Harry swallowed that thought, the draft within the castle making him shiver as he approached the desk, his eyes carefully examining the clothes. The material looked soft enough, Harry's hands running over what he believed to be enchanted cloth, but the style looked like something out of a storybook. He lifted the tunic provided to him, the material glowing with a purple hue. "Joke's on her," Harry thought to himself, "purple's my favorite color too." Though his thoughts fell silent as his eyes caught sight of the sigil that resided on the back, a crow, but no ordinary crow. The bird looked to be the size of Fawkes, and Harry couldn't help but notice the singular purple eye that dwelled in the bird's forehead. Harry shivered as he pulled the tunic on over his head, his eyes then falling to the black trousers which tightened towards the ankles, before seeing the brown heeled boots at the bottom of the desk. "At least I'll be matching," Harry muttered, sliding the pants on over his legs before tucking his feet into the boots. Harry fidgeted slightly with his shirt. It was far tighter than what Harry was normally accustomed to, though through his jitters, he caught a glimpse of a letter, written in Moody's handwriting, stuck to the corner of the desk. Harry reached forward, gripping the letter as he scanned the shoddy penmanship. "Potter, once you are up, report to the dining hall immediately. Your cat knows the way. According to Morgana, all you have to do is ask him to show you the way. Don't delay, she'll know." Harry swallowed at the last words. The cawing of a crow from just beyond the walls of the cramped chamber made Harry recognize how even in a room with no windows, he was still being watched. Loki meowed, regaining his attention as Harry nodded, signaling he was ready before he whispered, "All right, boy, show me where Morgana is." The Kneasel meowed once more, before, with the speed of a cheetah, Loki bolted from the room, forcing Harry into a full sprint to simply keep up. Though as Harry weaved in between halls and up stairwells, he couldn't help but look down at his once injured body in amazement. Legend always held Morgana as a dark witch and enemy of Merlin. Of that, Harry had no doubt. But it was becoming increasingly clear to him that tales of her medical genius may have even been understated. Big castles weren't exactly something that was unfamiliar to Harry, yet the size of Morgana's had left Harry in sheer amazement, his breath becoming slightly ragged by the time Harry had arrived at the large blackened oak double doors. Harry had done Loki the courtesy of following him, but if Harry was being truthful to himself, even with the witch at rest, he had felt Morgana's overwhelming magic from 4 floors away. He had once read that ghosts lose about 50% of their magical aura when they die, their life force no longer being existent. That thought had done nothing but humble Harry, however, as while he stood before the doors that led to the Dark Witch's dining hall, he was forced to admit he'd never been so far out of somebody's league. The difference in power between him and Voldemort looking almost insignificant when compared to the cavernous gap he felt between his power and the Dark Witch's ghost. Yet Harry knew he couldn't allow even the slightest ounce of fear to cloud his heart. He was certain that Morgana somehow knew everything he would do before even he did, and he knew that fear would not be something Morgana would have taken a liking to, especially not from her student. Harry swallowed, steeling himself before he knocked on the door. "Lady Morgana, I'm here as you requested. May I enter?" The doors swung open without a response as he found his eyes locked with the ghost, her legs crossed as she sat regally upon the chair that sat at the head of the table. "Ah, so you survived the night. Excellent. I was frightened that you may have keeled over and died. I would have been terribly bored had that been the case. The healing waters can be quite taxing after all, but it seems you managed to see another day." The witch snapped as Harry saw a plate of food consisting mostly of oatmeal appear before him. "Sit," she spoke curtly. "Eat. The less time we waste, the better." "Where's Moody?" Harry asked, though he instantly wished he hadn't as once more he'd found himself dangling helplessly in the air, Morgana's eyes piercing him like bullets. "When addressing me," Morgana hissed, "you shall call me Lady Morgana or Mistress. Do you understand, little crow?" Harry nodded, knowing he hadn't a chance at offering even a sliver of resistance, his body falling to the floor with an unceremonious thud as Morgana released a sigh. Honestly, pupils these days, so disrespectful of their masters. Even the fools that followed Merlin addressed him with respect. Harry rubbed his neck, Morgana's eyes catching him once again, directing him towards the table, an order which Harry knew better than to ignore. Harry sat at the far end of Morgana, the witch treating him as if he was not even worthy to be in her sight as they dined, though the witch wasn't exactly in a state to ingest anything. "If you must know, boy," Morgana said, "Alistair is preparing your first trial." "What exactly is my first trial?" Harry asked before his eyes widened at Morgana's ire. "Lady Morgana," he tagged on quickly. The witch groaned before she continued. "There are certain steps you need to fulfill if you hope to successfully survive the merging process. The first is we must strengthen your body. As I demonstrated to you last night, when your foreign core is disrupted, your body begins to fail you. It is imperative you gain the physical stamina to at least remain conscious." The witch turned towards the exit of the dining hall. "The training will be intensive as I have little time to prepare you, but I promise you that the second step of this process will be far more agonizing." "Man, I miss having Sirius as a teacher," Harry sighed mentally as he shoved a spoon of oatmeal into his mouth. "At least he didn't make me feel like I was going to die at every step." That thought vanished from Harry's mind as Morgana whispered, "This Sirius must not have given you an adequate training then." The witch's eyes had locked once more with his as she continued. "And before you even think it, yes, I did read your mind. Moody informs me that you are also capable of passive legilimency. It is a useful skill we will develop more over your time here. If precise enough." The witch's eyes instantly fell upon Harry, and Harry roared out in agony, gripping his hair as it felt like his mind was melting. "It can be a useful tool in defeating weaker opponents with ease." Harry sighed as the pressure surrounding his mind vanished, his bowl disappearing too as his face planted directly into the glass table with a thud. "It also appears that your occlumency is wholly inadequate. It acts almost as if you were not the one to set it in place from the origin. Another thing we will have to correct." The witch placed her fingertips to the bridge of her nose, pinching it as if she wasn't translucent. "Moody certainly gave me nothing but a lump of clay to work with." How I will make a work of art out of you I know not, but we must try. I will not allow my legend to be slandered by a pathetic wizard fated to duel you." "Follow me, boy," Morgana called out. "We've wasted enough time. And leave your wand here, you won't be needing it for this part of the exercise." Harry hadn't liked the tone in the witch's voice, but for only the second time in his life, Harry had felt completely helpless. For a moment, Harry wondered if Dobby would have been able to reach the castle, but the thought of the young house elf only brought a stabbing pain to his heart as the image of the sunk-nosed elf took Dobby's place. "I promise you, the next time we meet, I'll be strong enough to protect all of you." The memory of Harry's promise rang in his head as with a growl he withdrew his wand, placing it on the dining table. "I won't fail," Harry affirmed himself, "never again." He quickened his pace. The feeling of his wand no longer in his holster left him feeling uncomfortably unguarded as he followed the witch, Loki right on his heels. One spiral staircase, then another, followed by a long back corridor. Harry was honestly beginning to feel unsure if even the mistress of the castle was aware of where they were going until Harry abruptly stopped, watching as the ghost flew through a steel door. Harry reached out for the door handle, pulling it back as Morgana turned to face him. "I suggest that you tell your cat to wait outside. If he enters this room, he's unlikely to survive." Harry nodded, waving his hand in a motion which caused Loki to stop, though his Kneazle certainly hadn't seemed happy about it before Morgana waved him to enter. He did so, though admittedly not as confident as he would have liked to. The creaking of the metallic door sealing behind him sending chills down her spine. He gazed around the room. Apart from the metallic door, the space itself seemed plush. The walls and floor were aligned with magic-absorbing training mats, though the room became far more ominous as Harry took notes of the bodies that laid discarded on the ground. Instantly, a chill raced down Harry's spine as Morgana snapped, a conjured rusty blade forming at Harry's feet. What are those things?" he whispered, all sense of formality thrown out the window as he gazed sickeningly at the sight that rested before him. "My thralls, men who dared to enter my kingdom but failed to amuse me," Morgana said, boredom lacing her words. "Worry not, Potter, at worst all I'd do to you is work you to death. I wouldn't force you to remain a prisoner here. You've intrigued me at least enough to warrant that." "Thanks," Harry muttered, his eyes looking at the bodies once more, this time illuminated by Morgana's purple flames. Harry had wanted to puke. The bodies were riddled with holes, parts of their faces removed or decayed, an ominous groaning leaving their throats as Morgana snapped, reviving them. "Worry not. None of them are capable of performing magic. Each of them is simply a dirty muggle." Morgana yawned. "Not that it's important anyway. Training your skill with a wand obviously isn't the purpose of this exercise." "What is the purpose of this exercise?" Harry said, his eyes still trembling at the monsters in front of him. "What is the purpose of this exercise, mistress?" Morgana corrected him before she continued. "This exercise serves a dual purpose. Lift up that sword, boy." Harry glanced down at the rusty blade, lifting it by the handle. Harry grunted, his knuckles turning white as he tried to pull it from the ground. He'd finally been able to do so, but his arm muscles felt as if they were tearing at the seams, still exhausted from the previous healing experience before with a snap of her fingers. Harry fell to the floor, the gravity in the room increasing rapidly. "Ah, I see. I was hoping for better results, but no matter. You'll just have to manage." Harry glanced back at the Dark Witch, who continued. "The point of this exercise is twofold. The first is to strengthen your stamina. That sword you tried to hold is roughly around 25 kilograms, and the gravity in this room is currently at 2 times that of normal Earth's. However, it will increase to the maximum limit for humans, around 4.5 times that of Earth's over time." Harry groaned, pulling himself up to his feet, his legs trembling. "As you can tell," Morgana started once more, "I've placed you in a situation in which you have no chance of emerging victorious. This is only strengthened by the fact that so long as my magic courses through my thralls, you shall be unable to kill them. Which leads me to the second part of this training, unlocking the full extent of your passive legilimency. Moody informed me that you have something of a natural gift for that ability. In pushing you to your absolute limit, we will see if your passive legilimency blooms or withers away." "Use the sword if you'd like. It's not a mandate by any measure," Morgana said. but under no circumstances are you allowed to use any other magic besides legilimency, wandless or otherwise." Harry's eyes glared into Morgana as she turned her back on him, with Moody retreating to a corner. "I've instructed my thralls not to kill you, so you may take some solace in that if you wish, but I didn't exactly give them any other restrictions. Moody will be outside watching you via his eyes should he need to take you back to the restorative pool due to injury. With that said, I'll be back in 2 hours. Try not to disappoint me." Daphne rubbed her inscribed wrist, the image of Harry's smiling face coming to her mind, bringing the slightest grin to her own lips. "Harry, I hope you're doing all right," she whispered in her mind before shaking the thought away, her eyes glancing towards her own calendar. "A week off," she muttered angrily. "I get that she wants me to rest, but how the hell am I going to get better if I don't train? I'll have plenty of time to rest when the war is over. Why?" Daphne hadn't even a chance to finish her thought as Tracy barged into her room. Well, technically it wasn't her room, it was the Davis guest room, but considering Daphne had made it her residence for years, she wished the auburn-haired girl would learn to knock. Yet, she was forced to swallow her thought as the look on Tracy's face was filled with determination. Along with training with Blaze, Daphne had assigned the 2 espionage sleuths a secondary mission, finding anything related to the blood curse put on their family, and by the glint in her best friend's eyes, it was clear she found something. The only thing Daphne wasn't sure of was if that something was bad or good. "Went to the ministry with my dad," she panted out, snuck into family record room. The girl's voice was ragged, Daphne for a moment believing that she'd ran back home from the ministry on her own 2 feet rather than use the flu. "Found this," she muttered out, handing a sweat-stained paper over to her. "Looked at the timeline of deaths in your family. First case was one Augusto Greengrass, died of, and I quote, mysterious curse of the blood. Year 1654. The words of her father raced to her head. "We've been cursed for centuries." It matched up, though considering the Ministry of Magic hadn't been formed until 1707, she was amazed that the record was still in condition, though she supposed that her bloodline being a part of the Sacred 28 did something to preserve their history. Now all you have to do is figure out just what kind of business your family was getting involved with back then, and we may be able to track down any survivors of that family's line. We may be able to save Astoria. Save Astoria. For so long the words had sounded like a dream to her, but now they had felt real, painfully real. "Dobby!" she called out, a pop filling the room as the eager elf appeared before her, his tennis ball-sized eyes burning into her with vigor. "Dobby is here, Miss Greenie," the elf said, bouncing up and down like a loose spring. "How can Dobby help, Miss Greenie?" "Dobby, I want you to listen carefully," Daphne said, gripping the elf's shoulder. "I need you to apparate to the Greengrass Manor. I need you to ensure that my father is not home. If you get even the slightest glimpse of him, I want you to come back here immediately. He's a dangerous man." "Dobby will do as Miss Greenie asks," Dobby said. "But why does Miss Greenie care about who is at Miss Greenie's home?" "I need to make a visit," Daphne whispered. "I need to find something very important." "Dobby cannot allow Miss Greenie to do that," Dobby said defiantly. "Dobby cannot let Miss Greenie go somewhere dangerous. To let Miss Greenie go somewhere dangerous would make Dobby and Bad Elf." "Dobby," Daphne whispered firmly, "I can handle this. Plus, it's why I'm telling you to make sure the house is clear first. It has to be me, Dobby. I can't have you get what I need." Dobby whimpered as Daphne looked down at the elf. "Dobby, please, I need you to help me." Dobby nodded. "Okay, Dobby will help. Dobby will do what Miss Greenie asks." "Thank you, Dobby," Daphne whispered. "You are a great elf, and don't let anyone tell you differently, okay?" A smile that seemed larger than the elf's face shone brightly before he wiped a tear from his eye. "Miss Greenie is too kind to Dobby. Dobby is lucky to serve a witch like Miss Greenie." Daphne hadn't even a chance to respond, as with another crack Dobby had vanished. Daphne had felt a cold chill come over her as she looked at the spot where the elf once stood. "It was your father," Harry's words echoed in her mind. The panic and shame she felt knowing how responsible her father had been in bringing back such a foul wizard. "Be safe, Dobby," she whispered as she tucked her legs closer to her chest. "Be safe." The seconds passed like hours, the minutes like days. She had just sent her elf into the place she once called home, a home now controlled by a Death Eater. I shouldn't go, she whispered to herself. If I get captured, it's just something they can use against Harry. But she bit her lip. I need to save Astoria. Her life is my priority. She turned to face Tracy, her crystal blue eyes staring at her friend. You're not seriously thinking of going to your house right now, are you? Even if your dad isn't there, he could be back any second. What if he finds you? What? I have to figure out if there's a way to save Astoria, Daphne whispered. And I can't believe that my father would kill me even if he did find me. I can't believe it. Daphne's eyes locked with Tracy's as she whispered. But if things go wrong, and I'm not back in half an hour, don't come looking for me, and don't tell anyone. I can't risk Harry finding out something's gone wrong and disturbing his training. Don't you think that your safety would be more important to him than his training to him? Tracy hissed back. I know it is, Daphne whispered, which is why under no circumstances can he find out that I'm in danger. Defeating Voldemort, that needs to be his priority, not just for his sake, but for all of us. Dobby flashed back into the room, quickly delivering the news that the house was empty. Look, Tracy, everything is probably going to be fine. I was just telling you, just in case. Daphne hadn't even given her friend a chance to question her plan further. She knew that what she was planning was dangerous, but there wasn't any choice. Her sister was dying. Nothing mattered more than that. She gave Tracy one last encouraging nod before, with a crack, she vanished. Daphne landed gracefully in the living room of her couch, though she was surprised to have been allowed entrance so easily. Dobby's ability to pop in and out of the house was one thing. No wizards, especially those of pure blood, even considered the possibility of ensuring their security wards kept out house elves. The pure blood wizards, incapable of believing anything other than another pure blood wizard was capable of defeating them. What had surprised her was that she was still keyed into the manor's wards. If I'm still keyed in here, she thought to herself, then surely I'll still be able to access the grimoire. Daphne scanned, ensuring nothing had been moved out of place by her entrance, the house looking exactly how she remembered it. The pure green walls colored the living room, a testament to their last name, the cool beechwood floors carpeted perfectly with an array of light colors. The pillows on the sofas were as meticulously placed as Daphne remembered. Her mother had always been a fan of perfection, and the overwhelming scent of floral arrangements from the back garden, her mother's true pride and joy, carried through the house. For a moment, it had felt almost nostalgic, her eyes glancing through the windows, seeing the large backyard that she and Astoria would spend the summers running through. She saw the old enchanted playground that her father had constructed for her and Astoria in their pre-Hogwarts days, the wooden fort aligned with slides and rope bridges, and a small room at the entrance of the fort that Daphne had played make-believe in, transforming it into her own little clinic, where Astoria would constantly play the role of a patient. A tear streamed down her cheek as she whispered, "Father, why?" She swallowed, shaking her head furiously. She wasn't a child anymore, and this wasn't some vacation spot. She was in enemy territory, and her father, a man she had once admired, was nothing more than an obstacle in her path. The man that built you that fort, she affirmed to herself, he's dead and buried. It's time to move on. Get your shit together and focus on the family you do have. The notion made her throat feel hot, but there was nothing else to do as she turned her back to the window, her feet carrying her closer and closer to the manor's library. It was almost as if she was a child, sneaking down into her father's library way past her bedtime to read. Her shoes glided across the floorboards, her memories flooding her mind as she sidestepped each creaky board, knowing each by heart. Though as much as she wished she could ignore it, she couldn't stop her eyes from glancing at the family photos that lined the hall, a picture of her riding her father's shoulders. "Faster, Daddy, faster." She couldn't help but freeze as she glanced at the photo her mother had taken of them in Diagon Alley. Her father following a parade line that lined the streets during Halloween with her on his shoulders. Damn it, Daphne hissed, her forehead pressed against the wall. I hate him. I hate him. I hate him. I hate him. Daphne's fist curled tighter than ever before as she held a scream in her throat. Why? She asked herself. Why did you abandon me when I needed you, Father? Daphne had felt the gently tugging of her shirt by the elf who whispered, "Is Miss Greenie okay? Does Miss Greenie want to leave?" "I'm fine," Daphne whispered through a tired sigh. "I'm fine." Dobby looked at her with concern as she wiped the tears that had formed in her eyes. "Come on, let's keep going." Dobby nodded, though it was clear to her that Dobby knew she was most certainly not all right. Still, the elf continued to follow her as she commanded, the blonde Slytherin now face to face with the door that led to the Greengrass library, the door that possibly led to the answer she sought. The door that led to the basement library creaked open at Daphne's touch, the scent of fresh parchment filling her lungs as she lit her wand, descending deeper into the depths of the library. As she walked, the room lit up, allowing her to silence her charm, her eyes filling with the familiarity of what was once her favorite place in the world. Rows and rows of bookshelves filled the basement, reminiscent of a sea of books. She felt a pain pull in her heart as she passed her father's study, but there was no more time to waste. She'd spent what she considered her entire childhood down in the library, and she knew exactly where the book she was looking for was. She zigzagged through the corridors of the basement, her eyes scanning furiously to ensure that she wasn't followed. It seemed she was clear as her breath halted in her lungs, now staring down the glass case that held the emerald green book, the Greengrass Grimoire. Unlike most pureblood families, the Daphne knew the Greengrass Grimoire didn't contain a variety of spells. It wasn't exactly what their family was known for. Rather, it contained their history, their sacred potion formulas, and most importantly, Daphne hoped, it contained their dark secrets. She swallowed, approaching the case with caution, almost as if it was alive as she lifted her hand, placing her palm upon the glass. The glass glowed gold as the enchanted case analyzed her handprint. She had remembered the day her mother and father had brought her down here for her key in. She remembered how badly the burning had hurt. She remembered treating Astoria's hand as she cried when she was initiated, and yet now, the heat she felt on her palm felt warm and welcoming. "Blood sample," she heard the words in her voice as clear as if somebody had whispered it into her ear, though nobody was around. She sighed, removing her hand from the glass before pressing the tip of her wand to her finger. "Scalpel," she muttered silently, her wand glowing before a thin stream of blood rolled down her fingertip. Once more she placed her hand to the glass, hearing the glass's voice whisper in her mind, "Welcome, Daphne Greengrass, daughter of Jonathan and Roxanne Greengrass, sister of Astoria Greengrass, heiress to the Greengrass household." The last words mortified her almost as much as the notion of the now Death Eater being her father. "I'm no heiress," she muttered defiantly, "and I'm no daughter of his." She grit her teeth, lifting the box as she took the book from its stand. No sooner had she removed the book, however, before she heard Dobby call out, "Miss Greenie-Get." The elf was silenced, as from the corner of her eye, she watched as Dobby was thrown across the library, her heels quickly turning to face her visitor. Her body froze as she took in the sight before her. His eyes were just like hers, or they used to be, the color looking drained not only from his dull blue eyes but his skin as well. His blonde hair looked long and shaggy, and Daphne couldn't help but notice the long sleeve that covered just his left arm. "Doing a bit of light reading, are we, daughter?" Daphne snarled, lifting her wand. "I am no daughter of yours." For a moment, it looked as if her father's eyes had sunk at Daphne's words, but what looked like sadness instantly vanished. "You claim not to be my daughter," her father whispered. "Yet you hold in your hand our family's grimoire, something that my blood, the blood that runs through your veins, has allowed you to acquire. It seems a bit hypocritical, does it not?" Daphne growled as she watched the man who called himself her father approach, the two now face to face. "You are my firstborn." Daphne felt a coldness overtake her as her father placed his hand on her cheek. "You are a prodigy in the healing arts. You are my greatest pride." Daphne felt frozen in place as her father continued. "The path you are on is not a wise one. I beg you, my daughter, my own flesh and blood, please, cease this foolish resistance." The man's face had never left her cheek, and yet somehow Daphne had felt as if she was being choked. "I was there, Daphne. I was there when the boy who lived fought the Dark Lord. He isn't the god the wizarding world believes him to be. Harry Potter was nothing but a helpless child in the presence of the Dark Lord. He screamed and cried. There was no strength. There was no ability to resist. If you continue down this path of making the Dark Lord your enemy, you will share the same fate as that foolish boy, Death." "You're the reason that he's back," Daphne growled. "Harry told me. He told me that you were the one who showed him the ritual. You were the one who brought him back." Daphne's fist balled as she glared up at her father. "But just because you're complacent in this slaughtering of innocents doesn't mean I'll be. You can deliver this message to Voldemort himself." She roared, her chest rising. "I love Harry more than I fear him." "So cower before him like the quitter you are, father," Daphne bellowed. "Because with this," she said, her eyes floating to the grimoire, "I'm going to save Astoria, and I'm going to stand by Harry when he defeats that pitiful excuse for a man you've chosen to bow to. You're welcome to try to take me in by force, but I promise you," she growled, lifting her offhand, her palm now sparking with electricity, "it won't be as easy as you think." "There is only one way for me to have what I seek, what we seek," her father whispered, "and if I must show you that by force, I will." For a moment, it looked almost as if a tear had formed in her father's eyes, but her focus was quickly shifted from that as he brandished his wand. "Petrificus." Daphne hadn't even allowed her father to finish the spell, ducking quickly as she swept at his legs, sending him toppling over. She panted, her knee pressing against her father's wrist as she stood above him, the pulsing lightning in her hand. "I'm not the same helpless child you remember me as," she muttered, her voice shaky. "My name is Daphne Greengrass, and I am a member of the Order of the Phoenix. We will take down Voldemort, and Harry will bring peace to this stupid, wizarding world of ours. And if you try to stand in our way again, so help me Merlin, I will kill you." Her father's eyes widened at her words, but Daphne couldn't manage to look as she slammed her sparking palm into her father's chest. She felt her father convulse under her body, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably as she felt her father slip away into the slumber of unconsciousness before she rose once more. "Dobby," she whispered as the elf walked up to her side. "Let's get out of here." Dobby didn't say a word before snapping his fingers, the two leaving the Greengrass Manor, Daphne's back slamming into the cushions of her bed. "Daphne!" Tracy called out in shock, racing towards her bedside. "Daphne!" she repeated softer, Daphne tears rolling down her cheeks uncontrollably. "Merlin, Daphne," Tracy whispered. "What happened?" Daphne could speak, her heart heavy as she reached out her arm. She'd wanted to summon Harry, she wanted her boyfriend to hold her and tell her things were going to be okay, but she could. The mission came before everything, even her. Though as Tracy took her into her arms, rubbing soothing circles around her back, she was glad to know she had a good replacement. "I got the book," Daphne muttered out as Tracy squeezed her tightly. "Let's get to reading." She felt Tracy's grip around her tighten before pulling away with a soft smile. "How about some cinnamon tea first?" "Okay," Daphne said with a tired nod. "Cinnamon tea sounds good." The hustle and bustle of Paris was nothing like the backwater town his humble house rested in. Grimmauld Place was large in its own right, but the French minister's manor was literally a palace that overlooked the streets of the large city, a direct view of the Eiffel Tower present from the minister's balcony. For a moment, Michael wondered how they'd kept the palace secret, though the instant he'd remembered the Fadelius charm had existed in this crazy world of theirs, things had begun to grow more clear. Michael had initially been worried about arriving at the Belmont's residence, but Minister Belmont had been very welcoming to him upon his arrival, even allowing Michael into his study to send a floor message to his mother about his absence. Granted, his mother hadn't been happy with him walking out, but at the very least she understood his frustrations and told him to be well-behaved while at the minister's residence and to do nothing to disgrace his family name. He pushed those memories aside as he looked out the window of the guest house that had been provided to him by the Belmonts. A crystal pool rested just out of view, with statuesque fountains of marble jetted around the deck. Sun chairs lined the edge of the pool, and Michael swallowed hard at the image which had popped into his mind of his girlfriend tanning out in the warm sun, a red blush growing over the bridge of his nose. He shook his head, clearing his mind. This wasn't a vacation for him in the slightest. He was here for business, business that Tomas said he could help with. Michael rolled out of the comfortable bed, groaning as he stretched, his body soon falling under the warm embrace of the rain shower that resided in the center of the spacious bathroom. He didn't want to waste much time, though, thinking that showing up late to the family's breakfast, a breakfast which he had been invited to, wouldn't be the best impression to make of his girlfriend's family. As Michael toweled off, he couldn't help but focus upon the clothes which had been delivered to him upon arrival. Claire had claimed them to be nothing special, but as he lifted his plain white tee, his fingers instantly identified the fabric as silk, and that was to serve as only an undershirt. Michael felt his hands grow clammy as he touched the clean-cut button-down shirt. Michael assumed that the nicest clothes he owned for non-formal occasions was his Hogwarts uniform. To be given a shirt this nice, without second thought, had left the slightest ounce of guilt in his chest. Regardless, Michael dressed, his eyes never leaving the clock that hung in the center of his guest room. He'd never been one for punctuality, and watching the clock was feeling like a first-time experience for the boy. Though Michael seemed to be making good time as he raced towards the main household, his shoes making him feel like he was flying. He slowed, however, as he approached the palace door, not wanting to look like a maniac, and also, frankly, because he wasn't quite sure where he was going. That fear instantly became nullified, though, as one of the double doors opened, revealing the pink curls that constantly flashed through his mind. Claire looked beautiful, though in truth to Michael she always did. The girl wore a simple black dress, but made even the modest-looking dress seem luxurious, a silver choker with a single diamond strapped around her neck. "I'm surprised to see you're already awake," she called out with a smile. "I was actually about to sneak over and wake you up." "I can be punctual," Michael said with a chuckle, bringing a grin to Claire's face, the girl approaching him. Michael felt his heart beat in his chest as he took in Claire's tropical scent that made him feel like he was on some Hawaiian island. His body tingled at her touch as he watched on in a daze as Claire straightened out his shirt's collar. "You know," she said with a smile, "most girls think that when a guy dresses up nice, they look 10 times better." Michael watched as the girl cocked her head. "Don't take this the wrong way, but I think your comfy style makes you look a lot hotter." Michael felt as if his face was on fire as Claire pressed her lips to his cheeks. "I'm only playing," she said with a chuckle. "Now come on, let's get some breakfast, slacker clown." Yeah, pretty bird," he whispered, following the girl into her home. "Always so demanding." Claire snickered as she led Michael through the house. The first thing he noticed was that the castle was nearly filled to the brim with marble, whether it be in the floor tile or the statues within the home. All Michael could really understand was that if he grew up living in a house like this, the cost of damages alone would have bankrupted his parents. Thankfully, Michael had managed to arrive at the Belmonts' dining table without incident, though he hoped that his face had remained the same lobster red it had been upon hearing Claire's compliment as he took the chair. "Ah, Michael, a pleasure to have you joining us for breakfast today. Tell me, what plans have you for this afternoon?" "Well," Michael spoke softly, "I invented this new focusing crystal mechanism, and Tomas told me he was going to show me a place where I can test the extent of my invention's power." "I'm sorry, did I hear you right?" Claire's stepmother asked. "You said you invented a focusing crystal mechanism." Yes, ma'am," he said, correcting himself. "Michael's a genius, Mama," Claire said softly. "Not only did he figure out a way of implementing a focusing crystal better than this generation of wandsmiths, but he also managed to utilize the ability through wandless magic." "Truly," her father called out, "a boy at your age capable of controlling wandless magic. It's simply remarkable. I almost got help back from Beauxbatons my final year for not being able to do just that." Michael smiled awkwardly. Receiving praise felt like a concept foreign enough to him, but receiving praise from parental figures, that of his girlfriends no less, had left him feeling quite awkward. Nervously, Michael scratched the back of his head, batting away the compliment before Claire's father continued. "With so much talent at your age, I can only imagine the lengths that you could go to in the wizarding world once you graduate." Michael remained silent before Claire spoke up. "Actually, Daddy," Claire began, "Michael wants to work as a mechanic. He was telling me when I visited him that he and his father work on repairing all sorts of things. Michael's even got experience tinkering with boats." "Ah, excellent," the French minister said with a smile. "That seems to make sense, especially if what you claim is true regarding your development of a crystal focusing tool. I dare say you could invent a handful of things the world's never seen before with that head on your shoulders." Michael smiled. Outside of Harry and Neville, nobody had ever truly supported his dreams, though a current mark of sadness filled his heart watching as Claire's parents accepted him faster than his own father. "Actually, Michael, I'm a bit interested in non-magiques myself. I recently purchased one of those. Oh, what's the name of it, love?" "A Bentley," Claire's mom called out gently. Ah, yes, that's it. Michael watched as the man smiled. Took it to see 4 of my wizarding buddies a few days ago. None of them could fix the problem. Perhaps you could take a look at it before you and my daughter leave for the school year. Michael muttered, a bit shocked at the offer. He'd never been given the opportunity to work on such a beautiful car. Sure, I'd love to take a look at it. Excellent, the minister said before looking at the grandfather clock that stood just beyond the dining table. Merlin, look at the time. I must be off or the ministry board will have my head. Crazy times we are living in. Absolutely crazy times. Michael watched the minister approach his wife, kissing her gently before walking over to Claire and placing a soft peck on her forehead, turning his attention back once more to him. Was a pleasure talking to you, Mr. Corner. Bye, Papa, Claire called out to her father before the man raced towards the flue, leaving the 3 of them alone at the table. Claire, my dear, could you go check on the laundry for me? I feel as if the clothes are done drying, but I don't remember if I took them down or not. Claire nodded, smiling at Michael, before he turned to face his girlfriend's stepmother. Michael Corner, I've been told you are aware of my history with Claire, and as that is the case, I'm certain you can understand why it is I worry about her. She tells me that you've seen her Vila side and remained unfazed. This makes me happy as it leads me to understand that you care about Claire for who she is. Michael nodded. On the other hand, I also fear for the power you may unknowingly be aware that you hold in your hands. Vilas or half-Vilas like Claire place great faith in those immune to their charms. That great faith leaves them easily open to manipulations from those that remain unaffected by their charm. Now, I do not believe you have any intention of doing such a thing to Claire. But should I find out you were responsible in any way for hurting her or abusing her trust, I will have your body buried somewhere nobody will ever find it. It's funny, Michael replied. Fleur told me somewhat of the same thing. Michael stopped for a moment before looking back up at the gorgeous woman. I've been through a lot, especially in these last 2 years, but what's got me through it all is the friends I have at my back. Claire, she's more than just a friend, but the truth remains. I'd die before I knowingly hurt any of them. There was silence before a gentle tug pulled at the woman's lips. You truly mean that? I can see it in your eyes. Michael nodded as Claire's stepmom rose from her chair. You seem to be a good man, Michael Corner. For her sake, I hope the legend is true. It's a rare thing to find souls like you in this dreary world. What legend? Michael called out in confusion. You'll learn in time, the woman said gently. For now, though, I believe I see Tomas approaching. Best get prepared. Tomas despises tardiness. Chapter 4. A dark history. Michael's body ached as he once more lifted his palm. The black metal shield that had seemingly been bolted into a tree beside the fort rang at every impacted spell. He dropped his arm, panting as the cool winds rustled the trees above him. All his life, he'd never imagined he would travel to another country since money had always been tight. It was surreal to find himself at the Ardennes in France, behind a lost fort that was used as the French Horror Department headquarters. Again, Tomas called, with everything you've got. Michael took a deep breath, lifting his palm once more towards the shield, the magic charging in his arm. Fire! Michael did so, reducto, bellowing in his head as a large blast of magic erupted from his hand. He'd seen it done 3 times now, but each time surprised him as the black shield absorbed his blast with ease. Good work, but the magic reading was lower than the first. You're probably approaching your limit. Michael felt he didn't need a test to tell him that much as he fell to his knees exhausted, though his eyes never left the black shield. Anti-magic material, Michael pondered deeply. The onyx black material looked eerily reminiscent of the sword that Michael had seen hanging over the fireplace at Grimald Place. Not much was known about the material or where it came from. Most wizards avoided it like the plague due to how rapidly the simple handling of the rare material could kill a wizard. The only experiment ever recorded was conducted by Merlin, who in his journal wrote that handling the material for even 2 minutes had made him feel as if he was on the brink of death, and his core was significantly larger than most. Which led Michael to ask another question. How did that singular shield even end up in France in the first place? He'd asked Tomas and was met with the most unsatisfying answer possible. Nobody knew. According to Tomas, the shielded tree had been around since the formation of the ministry. and was discovered by the Auror department when searching for a place to develop their training facility. Upon finding the tree, post the Second World War, they developed their new headquarters here, knowing that the Ardennes were naturally difficult for Muggles to weave through, especially when this deep into the forest, and believing that the Black Shield was a symbol of protective magic. Thus the reason the Auror badges of France were inscribed upon a similar black shield design. The heat that burned nearby also vanished as Claire flashed out of her transformed state, falling backward as Michael lunged, just barely catching her head. 4 minutes, Claire whispered. I managed to last 4 minutes. Michael flashed the girl a tired smile before he too fell on his back with exhaustion. Stamina is only half the battle, Tomas said. You can rest for a little. When my company arrives, we'll see just how well you can implement your tool and ability if confronted. Prepare yourselves, this won't be easy. Read movement, then react, Harry whispered, watching as the thrall of Morgana approached him. Left, Harry's mind called to him as he sidestepped the jab to his torso by the rusty blade. Right, he thought, stepping back as he sensed another. Down, left, right, he whispered frantically beneath his breath, his eyes skimming from one thrall to the other, his head pounding from the sheer concentration. Behind me, he thought frantically, shit. Harry's body screamed as he pulled the sword from its sheath, just barely parrying the attack from behind as the cut caused blood to drip from his cheek. Harry lifted his arm, turning back, placing his forearm against the undead monster, blocking his swing before sending the thrall back with a kick. 2 minutes left, Harry thought to himself frantically as he dove away from the downward slashing swords. The clinking of metal hitting the ground rattled through the room before for once more the thralls raised the swords, finding Harry once more. Bring it on, Harry whispered. A furious roar erupted from the head thrall's mouth, the once living man racing towards Harry with the speed of a bullet. Harry smirked, watching the man's faded eyes, peering into the monster's magically preserved mind. Sideways, huh? He thought to himself, as Harry ducked the slice, placed his hands on the ground and kicked upward like a bucking bronco at the thrall's chest. Harry rose from the ground, entering his defensive stance once more before he heard the Queen of Avalon's voice call out, "That's enough!" As quickly as life had been sparked into the thralls, it had vanished, the once reanimated men falling like a sack of potatoes to the ground. Harry turned to face the Ghost Queen. "Very impressive, Potter. You've certainly developed well in such a short time. Perhaps there is a prodigy buried within there somewhere." "How much of that?" Harry said with panted breath. "Did you see Lady Morgana?" "Enough to see that 2 times the normal gravity is no longer posing nearly as much of a challenge it once held," Morgana said. "Your growth rate has been exceptional. To develop so quickly in only a few weeks, it is quite a prodigious feat." Harry squinted, looking at the woman in confusion. "You are my student, are you not? It is only right for a mentor to praise their student when they succeed." "I mean it is," Harry replied cautiously. "But normally you seem pretty callous and, well, cruel." "As it should be," Morgana said promptly. "I am not a complicated woman, Harry Potter," the ghost began. "Those who are strong, value strength, and successfully work to receive strength are worthy of praise. Those who don't value power and continue to lie like worms in the dirt should be treated as such." Morgana smiled as she floated towards him, goosebumps appearing upon Harry's skin as the ghost touched his bleeding chin. "These past weeks have shown me one thing, Potter. You are certainly no worm." Morgana lifted her finger. This time the fire was a luminous bronze, and as she placed her finger to his cheek, Harry felt not the searing pain of the purple flame or acidic waters, but a warm honey-like substance sealing his facial wound, leaving nothing but a faded scar behind. Harry blinked as the witch removed her finger from Harry's cheek. "Don't look surprised, boy," Morgana started. "I am the witch who reinvented the healing arts after all. I, of all people, know that there are many ways to treat a wound, though not all are worthy of the less painful methods." Harry had felt a spark of anger in his chest. His body felt like it permanently ached from the healing waters, and discovering the fact that suffering that healing process was nothing more than another test was infuriating. Yet, Harry set that aside, a pair of kaleidoscopic eyes flashing in his mind. "Lady Morgana, may I ask a question of you?" The ghost sighed. "One, you've earned one." "What do you know of blood curses?" Harry asked softly. What do I know of them? Morgana said with a smug grin. I invented them, boy. Tell me, what do you wish to know? My friend, actually, I guess you could say she's more like my family, Harry began. She and her whole family have had a blood curse placed upon them. I just want to know, how do you remove it? Tragic, Morgana said half-heartedly. I'm afraid to say there is only one way in which a blood curse can be removed. One must find a descendant of the curse, should one even exist, and past that, the one wishing to remove the curse must bound themselves to the servitude of the caster as the cost of removal. Harry swallowed at Morgana's words. I had invented it as a last resort of such. The magic drain of casting a curse at that magnitude would kill a normal wizard. It even left me on the brink the few times I used it. Some did try to curse me. But the curse only works if the person being cursed and the curser are on the same relative level. Harry felt his body tremble at the witch's admission, Daphne. He couldn't help but feel sick at the lengths that his girlfriend would go to in order to make sure Astoria was safe. Please, princess, don't do something stupid. Harry couldn't dwell on that topic much longer, however, as Morgana had once more demanded his attention. That's enough time wasted, Morgana said curtly. Come along, boy. I believe your strength and legilimency have grown far enough to begin the second half of your training. The second half of your training will be far worse. The witch's voice rang in Harry's head. But there was no backing down. He survived the first trial, and he'd survive the second one too. Harry nodded, earning the faintest grin from Morgana as the dark witch beckoned him to follow her. Harry did so, once more finding himself wandering through the halls of the obscenely large castle, though after spending a couple of weeks as the castle's captive, he was beginning to learn the layout. It had taken damn near 20 minutes to get to the next room, this once located at the top spire of the castle, the wind blowing from the open arches like a hurricane. This is my meditation tower, or it was. The focusing of one's mind is critical to the focus of their magic. Before any duel with Merlin, I'd find myself up here meditating for days. Today, we will begin a similar trial. This activity will not only allow you to better control your occlumency, but also begin to detect foreign magic in your body. Understanding and being able to locate your foreign core is pivotal to your end goal, so let's not waste more time. Boy, are you ready? Always, Harry nodded, a smirk growing across the witch's face as she directed him towards the center of the room. Harry had begun feeling faint. As the thinning air entered his lungs, the act of simply taking a breath began to feel like a Herculean task. I take it you've begun to notice the thin air in this tower, Morgana began. I designed it to act this way. The process of a calm breath is the keystone to strong occlumency. If you learn it under these disastrous circumstances, you shall be able to perform it anywhere. Harry took a deep breath, nodding in understanding. Now, enter your meditative stance. We're going to begin now. Harry did so, crossing his legs on the ground, straightening his back as he sat. Slowly, he brought his fists together before closing his eyes, releasing a slow and steady breath. Good, Morgana spoke. It seems that whoever taught you the basics of the art at least ensured you had good form. But good form is not even half the battle. Prepare yourself, Potter. I'm going to enter your mind. You must locate me and shove me out. Harry felt a cold chill float above him. Before, much like what had happened upon his first arrival, Morgana had sunk into his body, his vision flashing white before he found himself in his twisted mansion once more. Harry blinked, maintaining his composure. There were few places he hated to be in more than his own mind, but he couldn't allow himself to be distracted. Finding Morgana was the priority, and he vowed he would do so. Don't just stand there lollygagging, Morgana called out. Locate me, boy. Harry placed his hand to the ground, his breath still as he felt the magic through the house. His magical signal was easy to find. It was his after all. Voldemort's was almost as easy. The mass lump of dark magic trying to break free gave away his location freely. It also helped that Harry knew where he'd locked Voldemort's magic away. But Morgana's was far more elusive. She has to be somewhere, but where would she be? What would she be looking for? My spell knowledge. No, there's nothing that could interest her there. Not my book knowledge either. No, there's only one thing she'd been interested in, my past. Harry stood, his eyes widening as he marched forward towards the endless hallway with door lining every inch. She knows my parents died. She wouldn't be there. She wouldn't care about what's happening in Hogwarts. Maybe Dumbledore, he thought as he peeked into the room that held his first encounter with the Hogwarts headmaster, finding nothing. Come on, Harry, think, where would she? This is my brain, Harry said. These are my memories, they answer to me, not Morgana. Which door is Morgana in? He called out, watching as a door in the far distance glowed a light gold. Harry took off towards the door. Come on, Potter, Occam's razor. Though as he approached the door, he felt shocked. It was the room associated with his happiest memories. Harry opened the door, watching as Morgana viewed his thoughts. It was the lake at the Forbidden Forest. A white hue was surrounding himself and Daphne, their hands linked as the inscribed markings on their wrist grew. Harry watched as Rook, his crow Patronus, flew through the Dementors, destroying them on impact, unable to escape. A crow, Morgana whispered. No wonder I took a liking to you. We share the same animal spirit. And to destroy Dementors, it seems you have a few tricks up your sleeve as well. Harry didn't know what to say as Morgana swiped her hand, the memory now of him and Daphne hovering above the school on his broom, the night sky lit ablaze with fireworks. This girl seems to be in a lot of your memories. Harry felt an embarrassed heat rise to his face. These memories are private. If you don't want me to see them, force me out, Morgana whispered. Harry grit his teeth, imagining a black hole forming behind the Dark Witch. The room did as he commanded, the vacuum pulling at Morgana's gown, but the lady did not move. You'll have to try much better than that, Morgana said with a laugh. Again, think, this is your body after all, I'm just a guest here. Harry closed his eyes, focusing his breath before he clapped his hands together, a metal cage suddenly dropping from the sky, capturing the dark wizard. Harry outstretched his hand, lifting the cage, before with a push he forced the witch back towards the spiraling vacuum. Harry smirked, but it instantly faded as the cage began to grow a molten yellow before falling apart, the remains being swept up with ease. It was a good try. Had I been a lesser witch, the surprise of the Muggle method of capture may have even managed to surprise me. But I am no average witch, boy. This wasn't bad for a first attempt, but your consciousness is starting to fade. Harry fell to his knees, cursing the fact the witch was somehow still in control of his own headspace. You must think, Potter. What can you create to bind even a witch of my caliber to your whim when inside your mind? Without that, you'll never be able to capture this Voldemort's core. Harry's vision flashed white again as he found himself panting on the ground of the meditation chamber, his body and mind feeling numb. Not a bad showing today, young crow. Your potential is vast. I only hope we have enough time to unlock it. Harry suddenly felt his body float in the air as he drifted beside Morgana. Rest, Potter. Tomorrow we will start again. The Drakes, Daphne thought to herself. The name had become a mantra in her head. The Drakes. It had to be them. The research had been intensive, and their grimoire had been full of information. Her week off had been comprised entirely of trying to decipher the codex used within the grimoire, and another 2 weeks had been painstakingly spent combing through Greengrass history after returning home from her hospital shifts. Though finally, her off-weekend rotation had come around, and it was time to look deeper into her developed theory. It was a land deal, and if Daphne's theory was correct, it was one that had gone horribly wrong. Julius Greengrass, the last curse-free Greengrass, had engaged in some land negotiation regarding the Greengrass apothecary farmland in Blackawton, Devon. Supposedly, Julius had acquired the land for a price of 20 galleons from one Ulysses Drake in the summer of 1630, a few weeks before Augusto Greengrass was born. Daphne felt like she was chasing a blind lead. It had almost seemed as if the Drake family had vanished. There was no updated address and no record of Drake children attending Hogwarts. But Daphne prayed that was not the case. There was no alternative left if it was. She swallowed that, though, as she felt the cool Blackawton air brush against her face, Tracy's comforting hand on her shoulder. This is going to work, I know it. Daphne nodded, though she couldn't say a word as she dismissed Dobby thanking him for transportation. Guess we'll start at the farm, Daphne whispered, her heels turning in the direction she knew the fields to be. Please, let this work. Daphne had been to the Greengrass Vineyard and Apothecary Farm twice with her father, though both times had been to simply get an assessment of their yearly yield, an activity that she had grown bored of quickly. Yet, despite this, Daphne's legs carried her until the grapevines and bushes resting in the softly tiled land came into view. It had felt odd to be back here. Her father had always seemed on edge during his past visits, and now, knowing the truth of this land, she was beginning to understand. Under no circumstances are you allowed to leave this farm without me. Her father had always been so strict on his emphasis of that point. Now she understood. The small black shack on the hill that overlooked the Greengrass farm wasn't some old historical landmark that Daphne had once believed it to be. It was something worse. If she was correct, it was the epicenter of all her problems. "That's the house," Blaze whispered. "I mean, look how creepy it is, that's got to be it." "Merlin," Tracy said, "the shrieking shack looks more appealing than that piece of garbage. How is it even still standing?" The sound of their chatter had faded into the background as Daphne took off towards the house without a word, forcing the two to call out to her as they followed. The hill was far steeper than Daphne had first imagined. If the Drakes did live up there, she was certain it was apparition that gave them the ability to survive in that house. Daphne's legs screamed as they fell to the grassy grounds, the hill growing so steep she was forced to climb on all fours. 2 years ago, the demeanor of such a task may have disillusioned her, but now only desperation filled her heart. Tracy and Blaze continued to call out to her, but Daphne had felt like the world had faded away. The only thing remaining was her, and the rickety-looking black oak house that stood in her path. She collapsed on the flattened tip of the hill, catching her breath through deep gasps as she turned, seeing Tracy and Blaze finishing their ascent. She wiped the sweat of her brow, pulling down her blouse as she discarded her grass-stained jumper, wanting to look as presentable as possible. She loved Harry, she knew that. But she also knew she was a pretty girl, and pretty girls, according to the teachings of Narcissa, could be very persuasive. Daphne had done everything she could to ensure she was as presentable as possible after her climb. She ran her hands through her hair, curling it gently with her fingertips before wiping whatever dust remained from her checkered skirt. Upon completing her minor inspection, she turned to face her friends. "Wait out here, I can handle this. But if I start screaming..." "We got your back," Blaze said. Tracy nodded in agreement with her boyfriend before placing her hand gently on Daphne's shoulders. "It'll work. Just be the ice queen that nobody could say no to." Daphne smiled, gently turning to face the black door that stood above a meager 2 porch steps. Well, she thought with a tired gasp, here goes nothing. Daphne took a deep breath, the calming air filling her lungs as she stepped forward. The wooden boards creaked under her weight, and the porch was no better, each step making Daphne feel as if she was going to fall through. The scent of potions leaked from the house. It was a certainty now that someone resided in there. All that was left was to find out if it was the person she was looking for. She closed her eyes, muttering a silent prayer before finally, she knocked. "Who's there?" A voice called out, though it was neither grouchy nor gruff the way that Daphne had imagined. Daphne muttered, thinking of something convincing. "Ministry of Magic. I'm here to do a census." "Filled one out last year," the voice called out. "Families lived here for centuries." The sound of footsteps approaching the door had sent tingles down Daphne's legs. "Last name Drake, first name." The voice stopped as the door swung open, and instantly, Daphne felt her mind go blank. For years, Daphne had always imagined the man living in the hut to be a hermit, but the boy that stood before her looked nothing of the sort. He was tall, nearly 6 feet, with a well-built frame, broad shoulders, charcoal black eyes, and shaggy brown hair that had been pushed gently to the side. Though more shocking than any of that was the fact that the boy was young, maybe only a year or 2 older than her. "Hello," Daphne said with an awkward wave. "Hi," he replied as he brushed his hair, his brow furrowed. "Now, you are far too young and too pretty to have been employed and relegated to a job like census collection by the ministry." Daphne felt a certain amount of uncomfortable heat rush to her face as he pressed his face closer to her. "The name's Kenneth Drake. How can I help you, beautiful?" Daphne stepped back, gaining some space. "I came here to apologize." The boy's eyes widened. "I know you don't know me, but trust me, in a way, we're more connected than you think. Are your parents home?" "Ain't got none of those," Kenneth said with a shrug. "Mom beat it soon as I was born, and Dad, well, money troubles got to him, not a pleasing story." Kenneth shook his head. I'm afraid I'm all you've got. Now you said we knew each other. Our families did, Daphne said gently. And I'm sorry to hear about your loss. I was actually hopping to discuss a few things with you. Do you want to come in? Kenneth said with a winning smile. I actually just put on some tea. Might be more comfortable explaining inside. Daphne nodded, following the boy into the small shack. Each floorboard was similar to the ones outside, screeching a groaning at every step. The house looked about ready to collapse, and the grim lighting of the place did nothing to illuminate the mood as she followed the boy down the hall barren of all pictures or joy. Aw, damn it, Kenneth growled as they entered the tight kitchen. Nothing more than a stove and a fridge filling the room. Daphne walked towards the granite countertop bar that must have been the eating area of the kitchen as she watched the boy scramble through the drawers finding a pack of matches. Stupid stove, damn thing never stays on. He's not a wizard, Daphne thought curiously as the boy's matchstick broke. Here, let me, Daphne whispered, lighting the fire beneath the pot with a wave of her wand. Awesome, Kenneth whispered. Dad used to be able to do that, made this whole house work with that magic of his. Wish I could have got the same gift, but… He paused for a moment, his fist tightening before loosening once more. Being a squib isn't all that bad. The boy turned, his face less animated than before as he forced a gentle smile to his face. Thanks for the help, He knit his brow once more in a puzzled look. Sorry, I don't think I asked your name. It's Daphne, she started softly. Daphne Greengrass. Instantly, the man stepped back, his eyes narrowing as a snarl rose from his throat. Greengrass, he hissed. What the hell are you doing here? I don't have anything left for your family to steal, so why don't you just get lost? I'm not here to steal anything, Daphne pleaded. I want to put an end to all the conflict that my family caused you. How can you propose a resolution to something you know nothing about? Kenneth roared. That farm was everything for us. It was our only source of income. We didn't have the money to send ourselves to Hogwarts, so the ministry would never hire us. All we had was our land, and you took it from us. Do you have any idea how many nights my father would starve himself just so I'd have enough to eat? He took his own life to remove the burden he placed on me as soon as I turned 17. And you think you can fix what your family's done? Please, Daphne said, her voice soft and calming, yet her body was on guard as they'd been pushed from the cozy kitchen back into the living room. I'm begging you. I'll do whatever I can to help. What my family did to you was horrible, trust me. I know how bad my family can be. Years ago, your family placed a blood curse on mine, and now my little sister is going to die because of a feud that started with our ancestors. I'm begging you, please remove my sister's curse. And why should I? Kenneth hissed. You know what story has been passed down my family for generations. The story of how my great ancestors came crawling on his knees to your family, begging for just the smallest bit of our land back so that he could create just enough income to send his son to Hogwarts, so that he could provide his son a better life. Do you know what your forefathers told him? Daphne swallowed, not wanting to know, although Kenneth continued. He said that a filthy half-blood like him and his son had no business attending Hogwarts. Purebloods were meant to rule, and we were born to suffer. Even with the curse placed upon your family, Kenneth growled, they still considered themselves superior to us. My forefather was willing to end it all there, but your ancestors refused. To see you here begging for me to help your family, refusing you is simply justice. Please, Daphne whispered. There has to be something I can do. I'll sell you the land back for a single nut as soon as I gain control of my family's income. I'll have my elf send you money from my father's vault every month for you to live. I'll do anything. Please, break this curse so my sister can be saved. Daphne continued. We're all innocent victims in this stupid game. We don't have to keep playing, and we can heal from this. Anything you say, Kenneth said with a cold and calculating tone. There is truth to your words. You and your sister are innocent of your father's sins, but I can't simply forgive and forget. No, I must have retribution. Though no amount of money, no amount of land can ever make your family suffer the way mine did. Only one thing will be adequate. Only one thing will forever tarnish your family's name the way it deserves. Daphne felt cold as the man placed a hand on her cheek. How embarrassing would it be for an heiress of the Greengrass family, one of the sacred 28, to sully their blood by marrying a filthy squib like me? Kenneth, it doesn't have to be this way. Following this path of revenge, it never turns out well, Daphne whispered, brushing the man's hand from her cheek. I have people in my life I care about. I have friends, I have a boyfriend, but I didn't always have those things. I know that you're hurt and you're alone, but we can solve this and can be friends. Do you think I'm a fool? Kenneth hissed. That I would trust a single word that fell from your lying mouth. For generations, your family has done nothing but screw me over, and now, just because your sister is sick, you think we can brush this aside. I gave you my decision. You choose. Kenneth, I don't want to make things worse. I'll give you anything else, but I won't become some tool for you to use to spite my family. Daphne moved forward. A manic expression had begun to fill the boy's face as Daphne had felt her body pinned against the wall, her throat clasped between his hands. Worse, Kenneth roared in anger. You think this can get worse? Daphne tried to claw her throat free of the man's grasp. I don't have a family anymore because of you. I don't care if your sister dies. I don't care that your sister is innocent. My family was innocent too, and that didn't stop you bastards from hurting us. Kenneth growled. Your pure-blooded ancestors looked down upon us, like we were lucky to even be born, like we had no right to exist in the same word as them. And you think that saying you're sorry will just make everything okay. Kenneth, I don't want to hurt you, Daphne muttered out, her wand zipping to her hand. Just put me down, we can talk about this. I'm done talking, Kenneth bellowed. I gave you a chance, an out, but you didn't take it. Instead, you wanted to spit your philosophical bullcrap. So let me tell you something, your sister is going to die in time, and even if I have to spend my entire life in Azkaban, I'll finish my forefathers' work and end the Greengrass line here permanently. I'm sorry, Daphne whispered as her wand began to glow, with teary eyes. She sliced at the man's abdomen, dropping him to the floor, scalpel. She thought numbly as she kicked the bleeding man back against the wall, her glowing wand pressed against his throat. I didn't want it to come to this, Daphne whispered, but my sister means everything to me. Either you heal my sister or I let you die. You're a stupid bitch, you know that, Kenneth said with a bleeding smile. Your hands are trembling, you're no killer. The hit wizards that would show up to threaten my father for loan payments, those were killers. Compared to them, you're nothing more than a frightened kitten. Blood spewed from his mouth as he chuckled. Even if I was wrong about that, you think death frightens me. I have nothing to live for anyway. Your family took everything from mine. Even hell can't be worse than loneliness. Daphne pulled her wand back from the man's neck. You're right, this isn't me. I wanted to save my sister and atone for my family's sins. But when I see a pathetic man like you, willing to let innocent children die, you make me reconsider if you are even worth apologizing to. I won't kill you, but I won't save you. If you won't help me save my sister, I'll find a different way, or I'll die trying. If you think I'll just let you walk away from me, you have another thing coming. Kenneth roared. The boy Daphne had met at the door completely faded, the bleeding man's heart filled with nothing but hatred. Daphne flinched at the sound of a hollow click, turning quickly as she watched the boy pull something from behind the couch. Daphne froze, her legs locked in place as the barrel of the man's loaded, an old gun was aimed directly at her. I will finish my ancestors' legacy, he said with a grin. We'll both head to hell together. Bang! Daphne screamed as the bullet pierced her leg, dropping her to the ground. Her wand had fallen from her grip, rolling out of range, though that had not been the only sound, as suddenly the sound of sparked matches filled the air. Daphne's eyes glared at Kenneth, the boy holding 4 lit matches between his fingertips. Burn in hell, he whispered, dropping the matches into the gunpowder-clad floor and one right into the barrel of the gun itself. Boom. Quicker than Daphne had ever imagined, the fire spread rapidly through the small living room they'd found themselves in had been lit ablaze, Kenneth's body laying on the floor unmoving. Daphne screamed, desperately trying to alert her friends on the outside, her leg wound crippling her movement as the smoke blinded her vision. Daphne! She heard Blaze call out, the fire expanding at an alarming rate. Daphne, where are you? Tracy called as she coughed. I'm here, Daphne called out, smoke now filling her lungs. Near the kitchen. The sound of quickly approaching footsteps calmed her slightly, and she felt about ready to cry tears of joy as Blaze and Tracy turned the corner, Blaze's eyes widening at the corpse beside her. It looked as if the two had 100 questions to ask her, but they had no time. Last Drake was a crazy bastard, shot me, and lit the house on fire after I didn't agree to marry him. Only managed to get my leg, but I can't move. Blaze acted quick, leaning Daphne's body against his as he pulled her towards the exit. Daphne watched on in agony as a burning support beam fell atop her wand. Daphne had felt her chest sink at the loss of her wand. She'd felt inseparable from the stick of wood from the moment she'd gotten it. And yet, in a flash, it had been taken from her, though that was far from the only thing she'd lost today. Daphne swallowed as she raced after Tracy, the auburn hair girl extinguishing their path with a jet of water, while Blaze worked tirelessly to defend them from the burning logs that were falling from the roof. The fresh air of the outdoors had never felt so relieving and yet painful. Her eyes gazed upon the burning building as it began to collapse on itself, the face of the brown-haired boy, and the hopes he gave her vanishing like smoke. Dread began to fill her chest as her eyes tightened, her knees falling to the ground. "What am I going to do now?" she whispered in a cold and somber tone. "That was Astoria's last chance, and I blew it." She'd wanted her friend to respond, to say that it wasn't true, but the fact of the matter was that there was nothing to say. "You're hurt," Tracy whispered. "Let's get you to St. Mungo's and we can talk more there." Daphne nodded, though she wasn't quite sure of how much left there was to say. Daphne had felt cold, colder than she felt even in the presence of Dementors. In short, there was Hopeless, and then there was Daphne. Chapter 5. A moonlit reunion. Focus, Harry, he whispered to himself, his eyes shut as he stood under the 4 times gravity. "Breathe," he whispered. 1, 2, 3, 4. Harry straightened his back. "Just 4, I can do this." Harry felt the magic swell in his body, his composure remaining steady even under the amplified force. "Focus my magic in my mind, then release it in a concentrated blast." Harry placed his hands together in a prayer motion, breathing slowly as the thralls of Morgana surrounded him. "In, then out," he whispered. "Steady my magic, then release." Wind swept out from beneath his feet as he stared at the thralls that surrounded him. At first, there was nothing, and then blood started to leak from their ears before finally, the bodies fell with a thud. A smirk grew across Harry's face as the hollow clapping of Morgana echoed from the far side of the training chamber. "Well done, Harry," Morgana said with what almost sounded like a hint of pride. "To learn the legilimency melt in as short of a span as 2 months, I'm certainly impressed." Left, he heard the voice of Morgana's mind whisper to him as he ducked, a stone flying across the room, zipping just over her head. "Very good," Morgana whispered. "No matter how much of a liking I've taken to you, boy, a prey must never rest when in the presence of their predator." The Ghost Queen stood with a smile. "Come, let's proceed to the second part of the training. You've been doing better, but you've yet to be able to remove me from your psyche. We've cleared your mind of things you don't need. Your occlumency has been improving. Now I hope to see better results this time, Potter." "Yes, ma'am," Harry said with a nod, following the witch back up to her training chamber. The winds of the meditation temple howled like a hurricane as Harry took his seat in the center, his hands entering a meditative position as he felt Morgana sit behind him. "If you manage to stay conscious after this, perhaps you'll have time to duel Moody. The man has been terribly bored over the past month, having nobody to beat down. Even had to let him head back into the world to calm his restlessness this morning," Morgana said with a haughty laugh. "Who knows? Maybe I'll be the one beating him this time," Harry said with a smirk. "It is no longer a distant possibility. Victory may well be in your grasp," Morgana said, Harry now feeling the chill of the dark witch's palm against his back. "But you'll need to succeed her if you wish to find out." Harry nodded before an unrelenting chill passed through his body, his vision glowing white before once more he found himself in his twisted mansion. "We'll skip the location part of this activity. You've already proven your aptitude for sensing foreign magic. Now, all that's left is for you to force me out." Harry nodded, gazing at Morgana with a blank stare. At first, it had been weird to see the lady's mortal form when inside his head, but now, Morgana's flowing red locks had become second nature to him, and her frightening beautiful eyes no longer left him feeling small. Things had changed. She was his mentor, and he was her student, and unlike before, Harry no longer sensed boredom in his mentor's tone. Harry pressed down, his foot shaking his entire mindscape as he clapped his hand together, a murder of crows bursting from each of his mind chambers, his mindscape completely hidden under black feathers. "Fascinating," Morgana said, "but if this is an attempt to frighten me, little crow, I'm afraid you should have chosen another animal." With a snap of her fingers, the crows lit a blaze, falling to the ground as nothing more than a pile of ashes. But the crows had done their purpose. Harry had vanished into the flock, and the surprise on Morgana's face was just what he needed. "Don't touch this sword, Harry," serious words had come to him when searching for any ideas over the past month on how to defeat Morgana. "Something's weird about it. It's like when I touch it, I feel completely drained of my magic." Harry had been waiting for this moment for days, his thoughts scouring ways of implementing such an idea into his mindscape. Finally, he'd come up with one, and now was the time to put his theory to the test. Harry spun his arm gently, calming his breath before with a low growl. He forced his fist together, a barrage of black chains emerging like water spouts from the ground. "Chains," Morgana called out in shock as Harry watched the metal links pin her body down. "Surely this can't be the big strategy that you were boasting about. I can break out of these with—" Harry grinned, the confusion in Morgana's face giving him a momentary swelling of pride. Though the pride quickly vanished as Morgana's lips curled into a smile. "Magic draining chains. A very clever idea, little crow." The chains started to rattle as Harry fell to the ground, clutching his head in agony. "The only problem is I have more magic than your mortal body can handle. All I have to do is overload your body with magic, and you die." Harry gasped, desperately releasing Morgana from her chains as his vision flashed white once more, the howling of the wind filling his ears as he collapsed forward, the ghost queen leaving his body, though she looked far more tired than usual. "It was a very good try, little crow," Morgana started. "I must know, how did you come up with such an idea?" "Back home," Harry panted out. "My family has a relic, a blade that absorbs magic. I thought that if I could make my chains do the same, then I'd be able to beat you. The way you are currently, you were too strong for me to expel on my own, but I thought if I weakened you, I'd be able to do something. Didn't account for." Harry took another gasp of air. "You short-circuiting me like that." "Perhaps it was not the wisest thing to try," Morgana said, in what almost sounded like a gentle tone. "But you have found a method of controlling that core within you. Once you are well rested, I believe I have another experiment in mind. For now, head down to your quarters and rest. Meet back here tonight. I'll inform Alastair of my orders when he returns. If things go wrong, I'll need a way of suppressing you without killing you." Morgana's final words rang in his head as he descended to his quarters, Loki following happily in tow, rubbing against his legs at every step. In truth, Harry had felt as if a hurricane had been storming in his head. He had no desire to sleep, at least. His mind hadn't. His body had been a different story. Against Harry's, well, it seemed. His body's exhaustion had overtaken him, his eyes closing shut in mere moments. It appeared as if, however, all his new strength had done little to absolve his nightmares, the Dark Lord's laugh still ringing in his head as he stood tall in the rainy graveyard. Cedric's cold, dead eyes staring back at him lifelessly. He was a good person. He didn't deserve to die. Harry swallowed, images of his friends and family passing before him. It's a war, Harry. People are going to die. You can't let it haunt you. All you can do is work as hard as you can, live a life of no regrets. That's all that matters. Harry's eyes flashed open once more. It had felt like he'd only been asleep for minutes, but somehow the room, despite not having windows, felt darker. A chill dwelled in the air as he looked up, finding both Moody and Morgana watching over him. Morning. "Eat," Moody said, tossing him a hastily made sandwich. "We need to get this magical shard of Voldemort under control quicker than we thought." Harry blinked in confusion. "Left the castle today to head back and get some intel on what's been happening since we've been here." Harry squinted as a Daily Prophet was flung into his hand, his eyes scanning the headline. Alleged Death Eater attack on a small village, Barty Crouch SNR. Found dead, 4 ministry officials missings. Return of the Dark Lord widely felt while Boy Who Lived has vanished. Your absence has been noted. The people think highly of you for managing to make Voldemort bleed, but you revealing him to the public's caused him to pick up his timetable. The wizarding world not seeing your face since the end of the Tri-Wizard tournaments left people in a frightened limbo. not sure how much longer they can hold out. "I'm not ready to go back yet," Harry said. "I wish I could go and help. I know I'm strong enough to make a difference now, but if I rush back, I won't have this shard of Voldemort's magic under control. I won't be able to stop this once and for all." "They'll hold out hope for 2 more weeks, maybe a little more, but if you don't show your face soon, who knows how many will throw in the towel." Moody's voice grew irritated. "Honestly, these people have no conviction at all. Not even Dumbledore can soothe them, though the old man hasn't been showing his face much either. Point is, we have to speed up this training as fast as we can. Morgana said you had a plan to contain this shard, so let's see it." Harry nodded, rising from his bed, his clothes from the previous training session still resting on his body as he climbed after Moody and Morgana, shoving as much of the sandwich into his mouth as he could. The whirling temple shuddered as Harry took a seat in the middle, once more entering his meditative stance, Morgana's hand resting on his shoulder. "This time, I'll be coming to assist you. Best prepare yourself, this won't be easy." Harry calmed himself, taking a deep breath as he placed his fists together, though before he could exhale, chains rose from the ground, binding him in place. Harry opened his eyes, turning to face Moody, who simply shrugged. "I was there the last time you accidentally accessed his power. I'm not going to tempt fate twice." He growled. Being covered in chains didn't exactly help his meditative mind. But there was no other option. He closed his eyes, the chill of Morgana's ghost entering his body becoming second nature to him as once more they flashed into his mind. This time, Harry knew exactly where he wanted to go and found himself standing beside the beautiful witch as he dragged the locked trunk that held Voldemort's magic within it. "When you open the box, Potter," Morgana said, "you must instantly conjure some of your magical draining chains around him and link it to your body. It is through this chain that you will be able to siphon off the core's magic, killing it slowly." "Are you ready?" Harry nodded, though truthfully he was unsure. "Good." With 2 fingers, Harry demanded the trunk opened, the locks no longer needing a key, his occlumency fully under his command, and his command alone. A vile hissing sound rose as the premature-looking infant body of the Dark Lord, one that looked frighteningly reminiscent of the one he had seen in the graveyard, rose from its locked cage. Instantly, Harry clapped his hands together, the magic-draining chains flying from his body and wrapping around the baby Voldemort. Harry dropped to the ground, clutching his head, screaming as a purple mist of magical aura began to drain from the chains into his body, his own golden glow paling as he took in the magic. "Hang in there, Potter," Morgana said, placing her hand on his shoulder. It wasn't doing much. If the agony his body was facing was at a 10, then Morgana's presence had maybe brought it down to a 9. Harry screamed as more magic had begun to drain itself through the chains into his body. His own golden aura began to flicker and fade, the purple aura becoming all-consuming. The sounds of chains breaking rattled through the air as Morgana severed the connection, placing her hands on Harry's cheeks. "Look at me, boy. Here is the moment of truth. You need to remember who you are. Remember what makes you, you. You can't allow this, Voldemort, to consume you. Remember what you are. Remember who you are." Harry's body felt as if it was being ripped apart, his warm glow now completely replaced by the murky purple. "Harry," Sirius' voice rang in his head. "You are Harry Potter," Remus' voice echoed. "You're my best friend Rook, even if you are a pain in the ass," Michael's voice called out. "I am Harry Potter, son of Lily and James Potter, godson of Sirius Black." Harry repeated the phrase in his mind, the golden glow flicking back to life, as if someone had just lit a match. "I am Harry Potter, and I will kill him. No matter the cost, I will kill him." Harry's golden aura glowed like a burning fire. The screaming of the infant Voldemort rang through his mind as he watched Morgana slam the body back into the trunk. A satisfied grin rose to the Dark Witch's face as she nodded. "Well done, Potter. If I'm correct, you've absorbed about 13% of the foreign core's magic into your body. Let's see how you feel outside of your mind." Harry's eyes flashed white, his vision instantly shifting to Moody, who was sweating a panting hard, his knuckles white from his tight grip on his staff. Did it work?" Moody asked in exhaustion. Harry looked down at his hands. "What is this?" He whispered, "I feel like I'm floating. All of this magic, I feel incredible." Harry flexed beneath the chain, sending his magic out like a shockwave, the chains rattling for a moment before they shattered at his command, leaving Moody completely stunned. 13%! Harry gripped his hand tightly. All this from 13%. It will take a while for the siphoned magic to feel completely under your control, Morgana said with a smile. Maybe a week or so. You'll exhaust far more quickly as your body works to assimilate the new magic into your core. It is the reason I worked so hard on building your endurance. However, there is no denying it, Morgana said with a smirk. As I look at you, you've grown far more powerful than you were this morning. As you grow, your body will become capable of taking in more and more of that foreign core's magic. But be careful, should you overdo it, you'll lose yourself permanently. Your core will be the one that is overtaken, and if that happens, not even I will be able to bring you back. Harry swallowed, nodding in understanding. Mind you, this was but a small sliver of this Voldemort's core, Morgana stated. Even with full mastery, you will still need to grow your own magic if you wish to face him. But adapting this strength will certainly provide you a significant advantage. Harry nodded, bowing deeply to the Ghost Queen. Thank you, Lady Morgana, for your help. But of course, Morgana said with a soft smile, you are my little crow after all. August, Harry had found it hard to believe just how quickly the months had gone by, but for as quick as they'd come and gone, Harry knew they weren't wasted. That point solidified itself, as with a circular wave of his hand, he caught Moody's bolt of magic in his mid-air. Harry spun, keeping the reductor bolt suspended before, with a roar, he sent it flying back at Moody. The grizzled Auror slammed his staff to the ground, a shield blocking his own attack as Harry smirked, flicking his wand, forcing black chains to rise from the ground. Moody growled, his root now broken by Harry as he snapped, black flames appearing on the ground beneath Moody's feet. Though the seasoned Auror wasn't a pushover, as with a roar of his own, Harry was sent flying by a powerful gust of mind. Harry flipped in the air, extended his hand out to grab the flat surface of the stone hill, a sticking charm holding him in place as he fired off 2 stunners from his wand, dropping to the ground in the confusion as Moody batted his spells away. A gust of wind conjured from his wand steadied his fall before Harry rolled out of the way of Moody's exploding curse. The Auror smiled at him, a gesture Harry returned. Months ago, dueling against Moody had been hell, but now things had changed. Moody was a challenge, but no longer did Harry feel so outclassed. The duel had suddenly become fun. Moody smacked his staff down, stone tiles formed from the ground beneath them, lifting at his command before spinning rapidly. The Auror smirked before shooting them towards Harry. Too slow, Harry thought to himself. Training under the 4 times gravity multiplier had done wonders for his speed. He was unsure of how fast those spinning tiles were coming at him in reality, but to his eyes, they were approaching at a crawl. Harry weaved, dodging the first 2 before slamming his foot down and flicking his wand upwards, creating an earth pillar, blocking the incoming assault. The tile onslaught had no sooner come to a close before Harry launched a counterattack, the pillar he summoned exploding at the wave of his wand, the rubble floating in mid-air as he pointed his wand forward, Moody now on the other end of the assault. Moody stopped the rocks with a grunt, placing his own levitating charm to the object, rendering the momentum meaningless as he dropped the boulders to the ground. You've certainly grown stronger, boy, Moody said with a smirk. I think I may be breaking a sweat, but how about we finish this now? Fine by me, Harry said. It had been the first words either had started before the duel started. Moody slammed his authentic foot down on the ground beside his staff, the entire ground trembling beneath Harry, as he watched the dust and rock melded together, forming a dragon eerily reminiscent of the fire snake Voldemort had summoned during the last battle they'd had. Though unlike Voldemort, Moody had looked winded, his breathing sounding sporadic from the effort it took the Auror to conjure and transfigure a monster like that from nothing but the ground beneath him. Harry smirked. Well, no better time to try it than here, Harry thought as he opened the palm of his hand, a contained Ventus spell forming between his finger, the wind twirling much like in the manner of the meditation chamber. Harry grinned, the miniature tornado now fully active in his hand. Harry lifted his wand, pointing it towards the wind storm as he whispered, "Tenemago." Instantly, the tornado had become clad in black flames before, with a push of his hand, he sent it towards Moody. The miniature flaming twister whirled towards Moody, who chuckled in amusement, sending his dust dragon to stop the newly formed spell before Harry grunted, clapping his hands together around his wand. Engorgio! Before his eyes, Harry watched with a smile as the miniature tornado grew to the size of the tall trees that line the training fields. Moody's real eyes looked about ready to fall out of his head as Harry jerked the twister forward, the clash of the dragon and the twister earning screams from the frightened people in the small city below that reached their ears. The sonic roar of the collision caused Harry's ears to ring tremendously, the swelled-up dust making it impossible to see. Harry's knees hit the ground, his breath ragged as he heard a similar thud across from him. "What are you boys doing to my garden?" the voice of Morgana called out as the dust vanished. "Honestly, you two, I asked for you to keep your duel under control, and I look out of my window and see this giant dust storm." Harry didn't say a word, however, his chest rising and falling in rapid succession as he looked at the equal exhausted Auror. "Not bad, boy, not bad at all," Moody said. "A little longer, and I may have actually had to start trying." "Shut it, old man," Harry said with a teasing tone. "You're breathing just as hard as I am. Admit it, I caught up to you." "I'd go to my grave before I did that," Moody said with a slight grin. "But I can't deny it, you've grown strong, Potter." Harry smirked as Morgana hovered beside him. "Of course he's grown strong, he was my pupil after all." Harry chuckled as Morgana's eyes widened. "Oh, of course, I have something for you, little crow," the witch said, summoning something that flew from the open castle window, an amulet, though this one was different. The cord was a simple leather string, but it was the pendant that caught Harry's attention. It was that of a crow, its wings outstretched, and a third eye embedded in the bird's forehead. "This is for you." "Thank you," Harry said genuinely, the bond he shared with the twisted witch confusing even himself at times. "But what is it?" "It's a crow pendant that marks you as my student," Morgana began. "But more so than that, it contains a small bit of my magic. It is designed to help guide you in siphoning off more and more of Voldemort's power as your body begins to grow capable of handling more of the core. It will also grant you, and you alone, the ability to return whenever you wish. Consider it a reward for your obedience to your mistress' commands." Harry clutched the crow pendant in his hand, nodding as he suddenly heard his Kneazle meowing furiously as Loki was placed outside with what remained of Harry and Moody's belongings. "I took the liberty of having my thralls clean out your belongings. It's clear with things as bad as they are in your world that you had no time to waste packing. Best to be on your way now. The sooner you can put that pitiful excuses for a dark lord that's trying to take my place in history down, the better. I'll see you to the end of my castle grounds, but I can't escort you any further. Merlin certainly was a clever one." Harry nodded, walking towards his Kneazle, who climbed on top of his shoulder, the magically charmed drawstring bag that held all his belongings kept neatly in his pocket. Though Harry had begun to feel a strain pang of sadness as he looked upon the castle that once terrified him. Morgana had put him through hell. Even now he wondered if the scars she'd left upon him would ever fade for good. Yet, at the same time, the lady had trained him, had made him strong, healed his wounds with her magic. She fed him, allowed him to bathe, and taught him more about magic than he could imagine. Morgana was a vile witch. There was no doubt about it. Her creation of the blood curse had cemented that in Harry's mind, and yet he couldn't bring himself to accept that she was a vile person. Amoral and power-hungry, sure, but in a way she was a lot like him, and worse than that, she had been sentenced to live that fate alone forever. Harry swallowed that thought as he followed Moody towards the castle gates. The ominous magic reeking from the black stones no longer fazing him as he found himself at the open arches that prevented the Dark Witch from going any further. He watched slowly as Moody moved past through, but he couldn't bring himself to do so. All this time, through all the hell and the help, there was one thing he'd never told the Dark Witch. Moody turned, eyeing him in confusion before Harry shifted his own back to the Auror, in order to face the Dark Witch who'd already begun her ascent back to the castle. "Lady Morgana," Harry called out as loudly as his lungs would allow. The Dark Witch turned in confusion, her eyebrow raised as Harry bowed deeply to the Dark Witch. "Thank you for everything. All these months, I owe you a hell of a lot more than what you're asking of me. What you've done for me, I'll never forget it." An amused grunt had left Moody's lips as what Harry could only imagine was a soft smile appeared on the dark witch's face. "You still are a fool, little crow." Harry straightened up as he locked eyes with the translucent witch. "I know you will succeed, Harry Potter. Good luck to you." It had been nearly a month since she'd lost her wand and ended up in the hospital for treatment. Hospital supplies had become rather limited from the wave of attacks by Death Eaters, and what normally would have taken only a few days to heal had taken weeks. These injuries included her own. Though in comparison to what she was seeing, her healing leg was nothing to even blink at. Daphne knew it was bound to happen. Eventually, these small-scale attacks wouldn't have been enough to stir panic for the Ministry. Eventually, the Death Eaters would need to do something bigger, and by the looks of it, eventually had finally arrived. Daphne could hardly believe what she was seeing. The entire once well-manicured fields of St. Mungo's had looked like a war zone as Aurors carried in wounded people, both wizards and muggles under deep sedation. "Another two from the Millennium Bridge collapsed, find them a cot," an Auror shouted out. "Woman here, 8 months pregnant. Get her a bed inside ASAP." Another called out furiously. "We can't save all of them." Daphne shuddered as she looked around the dam near piles of injured bodies. "We got more coming. Nearby Muggle hospitals are completely full. Minister's orders, do what you can." Daphne hobbled against her crutch, her leg throbbing from the pain. Daphne had felt completely useless. She wasn't sure why she had even come. Ollivander had shut down his store in Diagon Alley among rumors of the attack and was only doing house calls now. He'd promised he would get to her before the start of term in a letter she'd received. But even then, her new wand was a few days away. She knew she wouldn't be of much help, but she couldn't stop herself. People were in pain, and she needed to do something. "Get her on a bed," an Auror called out. "Come on, work faster, don't you know who this is?" Daphne's brow furrowed as she looked at the woman being carried in. She was hurt, there was no doubt about it, but in comparison to the others around, her cuts and bruises required no immediate treatment. Daphne scooted over, walking beside the cot as the Auror continued. "She's Mrs. Scrimgeour. Yes, Rufus' wife, so get the man's wife a bed. The beds are being reserved for patients in critical conditions. She's welcome to wait here for more available beds, but by the looks of it, the lady just needs a few blood-replenishing potions and a nap," Daphne said firmly. "And who the hell are you?" the Auror barked back. "I'm a trainee here," Daphne said calmly, "and even I can see this woman's life isn't in any danger. So how about you leave the triage to the medical professionals and get your ass back to the Millennium Bridge to save some more people's lives rather than use this opportunity to get a promotion." "And who gave you the right to talk back to me like that, little?" "I did," a familiar voice called out from behind her. "And frankly, her assessment is correct. It's disgusting that people like you are here brown-nosing while others are dying. So, unless you think you have the right to question my medical judgment, I suggest you get back to doing your damn job." The Auror disappeared in a cloud of black smoke as Daphne turned around to face the elderly and plump medical witch. "What are you doing here? I believe I specifically gave you orders to allow your leg time to rest. I was unaware that you needed that order in writing, Miss Greengrass." "I know, but I got the message statting they needed all available medics to report." "Yes, all available medics, which you are not one of," Dr. Thatcher said, cutting her off before she sighed. "You have a good heart, Daphne. I know you're trying to help, but you don't have a wand and can hardly stand. You're not helping anyone here. Go home and rest. That medical mind of yours will come in handy once we have the patients in the beds, and I need you to be healthy and ready to assist on any surgeries that may come about." "Yes, ma'am, sorry, ma'am," Daphne whispered gently. Thatcher grabbed each of Daphne's shoulders. "I'm not angry with you, Daphne. You are doing what you can. But sometimes, the best thing a person can do is understand where they can help in the most effective manner. Here. I'll get one of these Aurors to escort you home. I saw you give the order to your elf to help retrieve some of the injured, and the flues are at full capacity. You're a strong girl, but I don't want you heading home alone and unarmed, especially not now." "Rogers," Thatcher called out an Auror quickly appearing at her side. "This young lady is ready to be taken back to her house. Please ensure she gets there safely." "Of course, ma'am," the middle-aged Auror said with a nod. That leg injury looks a little dangerous to apparate with. It may be smarter to move by car. Do you live far from here? Maybe 20 minutes, Daphne said, giving a relatively generous estimate. Suppose I have time then, the Auror said with a smile. Come along, I parked my car a bit off from the hospital. I know a wizard owning a car seems foolish, but with my wife being a muggle, it would be hard to go about apparating for holidays. Daphne nodded as she hobbled after the Auror, the man's eyes constantly shifting as he assisted Daphne down the hill towards the parking structure. She was thankful for the man's patience, given her lack of mobility as they finally arrived at the man's simple black sedan. Sorry for slowing you down so much, Daphne whispered. Don't worry about it, the Auror said, waving her off as he stuck the car in the ignition. Just had a daughter myself, actually. Though when we planned the pregnancy, we certainly hadn't been expecting this storm. Still, showing kindness is important. What comes around goes around, as they say. Daphne nodded as the man pulled out from the parking lot. You know the way to your house, I presume. Daphne nodded. Good, you'd be surprised with how often I hear a no, us wizards. We aren't great with directions, that's for sure. Daphne smiled as they pulled out of the garage, the drive seeming relatively peaceful, though the sounds of Muggle police sirens blocking traffic sure made life far more miserable. Daphne had begun to feel an air of calm as they drove onto the street where Tracy's house resided, though that comfort had stopped as 12 figures cloaked in black appeared at the house's door. Looks like the boy's intel was good, a gruff voice whispered out, more useful than his father at least. Were you expecting company? The Auror whispered, but Daphne shook her head. The Davis household had never truly held manners, rather very nice houses hidden in plain sight. For someone to know where they lived, it had to be more than coincidence. Daphne watched as the Auror pulled into reverse, but they'd already been had as a blast from one of the cloaked figures' wand blew the car apart, both Daphne and Rogers barely rolling out of the flaming vehicle. Daphne hissed, shards of glass embedded into her arms and legs as she stumbled to her feet, the Auror racing to her side, his wand pointed out towards the figure as a gentle tremble entered his voice. I know you. You're Silas Crump. You escaped from the werewolf holding room during the Azkaban breach. My reputation precedes me, the werewolf said with a lick of his lips. I'm afraid reputation doesn't do you the same courtesy. Though the girl beside you, she just happens to be exactly who we are looking for. What's that supposed to mean? Daphne growled out, her heart pounding out of control. I need to call Dobby, I need to do something. It means that our master is especially interested in you. Anyone who captures you gets promoted to one of the Dark Lord's chosen, though only if you're brought in alive. Silas said, So boys, he called out to the gang of cloaked figures, which one of you wants a promotion? Quicker than the Auror could cast a shield spell, 11 stunners had hit the man in the chest, falling him to the ground. Daphne dropped down, reaching for the man's wand only to watch as another cloaked figure called the wood to him. Well, Silas said. Now that we've got the third wheel out of the way, let's get down to business. Daphne shot back to her feet, the pain in her leg feeling like it was on fire as she tossed aside her single crutch running from the Death Eater goons. Spell after spell intentionally missed her, sending her body into overdrive. She yelped an exploding charm landing right in front of her, forcing her to the ground, freshly applied tar staining her body. She scanned her surroundings looking for a way out, but found nothing but the faces of the masked figures surrounding her. Boys, do you think that taking a bite out of her would disqualify the Dark Lord's offer? Silas called out coldly. I'm starving. Help me, Daphne thought to herself desperately. I have no other choice, she muttered, wrapping her hand around the pendant Harry had given her. Harry, help me. The Potter boy isn't. But before the masked man could even finish his sentence, his body had fallen to the ground. A gust of wind formed beneath her as she felt her injured body being lifted into warm and familiar arms. Daphne looked up, her eyes trembling as she saw his face. His features had grown more defined, a new scar donned his cheek, and his hands felt more calloused against her back. The feeling of his broader chest was evident against her arm, and the bump of his biceps were clear as day. Harry, Daphne whispered out gently. The boy didn't respond to her call, only looking up at the man that stood as the ringleader. The wind around Harry had grown cold, his eyes perfectly matching the dropping chill as he glared, his tone gruff and icy. "Now then," he started, "which one of you bastards is responsible for hurting my Daphne?" Chapter 6. Return to Grimmauld Place. Harry's eyes scanned the crowd of Death Eaters, watching their every movement. None of them have a high magic signature. Of the lot, Harry thought to himself, his eyes falling upon the burly man that stood in the center. That man has at the most maybe a fourth of mine. Though, by his composure, it's unlikely he has enough presence of mind to see how outclassed he is. Harry turned his attention back to the Auror laying on the ground. I still sense his magic as well, which means he's not dead. It's not fatting either, so his condition isn't critical. A smile grew beneath Harry's cold facade. Good, that means I can have fun. "I'll ask again," Harry said, his voice icy. "Which one of you hurt my Daphne?" "If you're asking who was in charge here," the man with the largest aura called out, "that would be me. Glad you stopped by though, Potter. It means I can kill 2 birds with 1 stone and drag both your sorry asses to the Dark Lord." The man licked his lips with a feral growl. "Boys, get them." The 10 wizards left standing all lifted their wands, but before a spell could even be cast, Harry forced a pulse of magic from his mind, the shockwave making the dust on the ground rise and expand. The men stood still, as a vein popped in the ringleader's forehead. "I said get high." The boss of the small group hadn't even a chance to finish his order before, like flies, the bodies of his soldiers began to drop. "What the hell?" the man said, his voice trembling. "What did you do to them?" "I took them out," Harry said. "The Aurors will take them into custody when they arrive. You, however, won't be so lucky." He cracked his neck. "You decided to harm my girlfriend. Custody would be too easy for you. It's a pity, really. Had you only chosen a different target, you wouldn't have earned yourself this painful experience." Harry smirked as the man lifted his wand, 2 stunners flying at him as he ducked, avoiding the attack. "Harry," Daphne whispered, "I'll back you up, I just need to." "Don't worry about it, Princess," Harry said, smiling brightly down at the beautiful blonde in his arms. "I got this." "Harry, he's Sila's Crump, a werewolf that escaped Azkaban. You shouldn't take him." "I said it's fine," Harry said with a grin, placing Daphne gently on the ground. "Compared to the things I've been through, this man is nothing but a puppy." Harry watched Daphne's eyes widen as he stepped back, a stone pillar forming from beneath the ground blocking the reductor curse that had been aimed towards them. "A puppy, huh?" Silas growled like a feral animal. "We'll see about that. Bombarda." Harry smirked, swirling his hand as he caught the bolt of magic, sending it back towards Silas, the spell exploding at his feet. "How did you?" Faster than the poor man could see, Harry rushed him, slamming his fist into Sila's gut, his legs falling to the ground. With a flick of his wand, black chains emerged, pinning Silas down as Harry took a clump of the man's hair into his hand. "It's very rude to interrupt people when they're talking. Perhaps I should teach you some manners before I send you to the other side." "What are you?" The man hadn't finished his sentence before Harry's knee had made contact, shutting the man's jaw by force. Harry's face had become blank as parchment as he placed a finger over his lips, fear building in the man's eyes. "Quite, I'm talking," he said, his glare never leaving his chained opponent, a ring of black flames surrounding the two, separating him from Daphne. "Now then, Silas, was it?" Harry said, his tone laced with boredom. "Before I kill you, I want to know everything you know about Voldemort. Where does he stay? What is he planning? How many new recruits has he garnered? And most importantly, who gave away my girlfriend's location?" "Please," Silas said, the determination lost in his eyes. "I swear to God I don't know." Harry's fist crossed the man's face, the sound of his nose breaking echoing through the night sky. "Your God isn't here. You'll have to settle for me. So let's try again. What do you know?" The man whimpered under Harry's glare. "A silent one, huh? Seeing as you didn't waver under my legilimency pulse, it means you must have some occlumency shields. Clever. But I've been studying a lot about occlumency and legilimency over this summer, so I have a question for you. Do you know what happens when someone's occlumency shields are broken by pure force? I don't mean what happens when they are bypassed, or what happens when the legilimens enters someone's mind undetected. I want to know if you understand what happens if you make me get the information I want by force." Please, if I tell you anything, Silas said. The Dark Lord will kill me. Please, even if I wanted to help you, I couldn't. I don't quite see how that's my problem, Harry said as he loomed over the man like the shadow of death. If you make me break your shields, you'll snap, you'll go insane. Normally, I'd say that's better than being Voldemort's puppet, but since it's been explained to me that you are a werewolf as well, St. Mungos won't be able to keep you under critical care in their insanity ward. Instead, you'll be put down like a dog. So you can choose, do you want to die to them or to him? A manic laugh escaped the man's mouth. You won't do it. Silas set his eyes wide, the fear the man faced now shifting to insanity. I've heard the story. When you were in the graveyard, I heard about how you crawled in fear of my lord. You're weak, you let that boy. Harry didn't even allow Silas to finish before he broke his occlumency shields, the man falling to the ground a drooling mess. Harry stood there quiet, a chill running down his spine now as he pulled himself from the memories of the werewolf beneath him. Malfoy. The steel-gray eyes of his self-proclaimed rival shone in his mind. So he's the one that gave up the Davis address, but why? Once more the image of the fifth-year Slytherin Ponce entered his mind. You're a fool, Malfoy. You've entered a game you aren't even the least bit ready for. Harry! The sound of Daphne's hobbled footsteps quickly approaching him made him turn, a smile crossing his face as he wrapped his arm around Daphne's waist. His face nuzzled into the crook of her neck, his lips planting soft kisses against her neck before they pulled apart. Hey, princess, Harry said with a smile, miss me? What kind of stupid question is that? Daphne said with a small tinge of red forming against the bridge of her nose. I was going to ask if you got a lot stronger, but... Harry watched as her girlfriend's eyes scanned the battlefield. I think I got my answer. You're incredible, I didn't even hear you say a single spell. How did you get so strong? Harry said, scratching his head. I had a good teacher. Daphne's brow furrowed. Moody was a great orer, everybody knew that, but he knew his girlfriend wouldn't believe standard training with Moody alone would have caused the power spike his body had undergone. It's a long story, Harry said dismissively. What I'm more interested in is if you're all right. I saw your leg was all bandaged, but they couldn't have done that, Harry said as he looked at the dropped bodies. It's a long story, Daphne parroted. I'll tell you about it later. I hope I didn't interrupt your training. I didn't want to, but... It's fine. It actually ended a couple of days ago. Daphne's eyebrow raised as Harry continued. I want to come to see you as soon as I could. Honestly, I did. Harry said, his resolve crumbling quicker under Daphne's curious eyes than even Morgana's. But I found out that a bunch of these small rural villages had been under attack over this summer. I went to go visit them. Moody thought it would be a good idea to remind everybody that I wasn't dead or something. Daphne shook her head. You could have come to remind me first. Best for last, Harry said with an apologetic smile before Daphne let out a gentle sigh, leaning up to capture his lips. What was that for? Harry whispered with a warm grin. Yes, Flyboy, I missed you. Harry smiled at Daphne's admission before she watched the girl flinch, gripping her leg. That doesn't look pleasant, Harry said. Well, since I'm on a reunion tour now, how about we head back to Grimmauld Place? I'm sure everyone's been waiting to see me, and I'm sure we have some medical supplies for you to help treat whatever happened there. Creature, Harry called out, and for a moment his eyes sunk. Right, yeah, he said gently, Dobby. Daphne looked as if she wanted to protest, but it was too late as Dobby appeared, the elf's clothes drenched in water. Merlin, what happened? Mr. Harry Potter, sir, Dobby said, jumping as he tightened his arms around Harry's leg. Dobby is so happy to see you again. Miss Greenie was always so worried about you. Dobby is glad, Mr. Harry Potter is safe. How can Dobby help the great Harry Potter? Do you think you can take Daphne and... We're fine, Dobby, Daphne called out, leaving Harry's brow furrowed with confusion. How is the situation at the bridge coming? Dobby saved everyone he could, Dobby said, his eyes sinking. Dobby did his best, Dobby really tried, but Dobby couldn't get everybody. The Aurors told Dobby to go so they could begin collecting the bodies. Bodies? Bridge? Harry asked, his voice cold and confused. We have a lot of catching up to do, Daphne said. I'll explain inside. When Mr. Davis gets back, we can use the flu to get to Grimmauld Place. I know you must be dying to see Sirius, Remus, and the Tonks again. Harry nodded, and while the names had warmed his heart, Harry's chest still felt tight. He'd grown stronger, that was certain, but how much had he missed since he'd been away? Sirius rubbed his temples as he paced across the newly furnished black family dining hall. In any other circumstances, seeing the faces of so many new members would have calmed his nerves. The Weasleys, not just Molly and Arthur, but Bill and Charlie had joined shortly after Voldemort's appearance. The Weasleys were a family with a young daughter-sized grudge against the Dark Lord, and their tenacity was astounding. Though they had not been the only ones to join out of vengeance, as Amos Diggory, too, sat in a chair alongside the long table. "Sirius, stop prancing about, will you? You're making us all lose focus," Augusta Longbottom called out. "Take a seat. This self-muttering isn't helping anybody." Sirius was the leader of the order in Harry's stead. As such, he hated being bossed around, but the matriarch of the Longbottom family was right in her words. Sirius sighed as he took his seat at the head of the table, Emmeline reaching out to grab his hand from beside him, though the fact that Remus' chair was empty had not exactly filled him with reassurance as he looked down the table. The eyes of Daedalus, Diggle, and Elphia's Doge dug into him as Andromeda took the reins, thinking aloud. "It doesn't make sense. We were alerted of all the backcountry attacks by the Death Eaters thanks to Narcissa, and due to that, we were able to react and keep casualties low. And yet somehow, we were caught with our pants down regarding the biggest attack they've ever orchestrated, an attack done on the Muggle world no less." "Forgive me for saying this," Amos said, "but are we certain that Narcissa's words can be trusted? After all, we know exactly what her husband is." "Narcissa isn't loyal to her husband. Her escapades with Remus this summer should prove as much," Sirius said, stamping out the notion of betrayal. "She and I made a promise that I would do everything in my power to keep her son safe, should she continue to feed us information. We have no reason to question that her motives have changed. Draco has a better chance of staying alive with us than Voldemort after all." The sound of the Dark Lord's name sent shudders down some of the newer members' spines. "It's more likely that she wasn't aware of the attack at all, which, if true, is troubling in its own right." "Do you think it's possible she's been found?" Tonks asked, her voice trembling at the idea of harm coming to her aunt. "If she had been," Bill said with a tired sigh, "she'd most likely be dead. Though she reports that the Dark Lord still believes Snape is in his clutches. If that's true, which we can't confirm or deny, there's no guarantee how long even an Occlumens as skilled as Narcissa could keep her secrets from Snape." "Snape," Sirius growled the name itself, making his skin crawl. He remembered when Dumbledore had sent Harry's school letter to him. In a way, it had been a helpful reminder to key Dumbledore out of the house's wards, but had still made his blood boil upon reading it. Slughorn returning was one thing. Truthfully, Sirius had remembered the man as being charming in an oafish sort of way. But seeing that Snape had been named defense against the dark arts professor had made Sirius nearly set the letter aflame. Of all the people to choose to train students against the dark arts, something pivotal as war was now looming closer than ever, the old fool chose a damn Death Eater. Sirius was snapped from his haze as Molly spoke up. "Perhaps we should send word to Dumbledore. He must know of." "We do not, under any circumstances, rely on Dumbledore for substantive information," Sirius growled. "He placed a bug in my godson's head in an attempt to control his actions, and did nothing regarding the lunacy of Harry's name emerging from the goblet. Dumbledore is an asset on the front lines, of course, but he is not to be trusted. If anyone has a problem with that, they are welcome to leave." The Weasley matriarch wasn't given a chance to respond, as the sound of tumbling from the living room fireplace broke the tension. Sirius' brow raised as he held his wand firmly in his grasp, Bill right behind him with his wand pointed over Sirius' shoulder. The wands, however, quickly were withdrawn, as with squinted eyes, Sirius watched as Daphne, Blaise, Tracy, and her father all emerged from the fireplace. "Daphne!" Sirius called out. "What are you?" "He's back," Daphne said with a smile. "Harry's back." Sirius had felt as if his entire morale had been inflated with an air pump at the words that had spilled from the fifth-year Slytherin's mouth. "You should have seen him. He wiped out a group of 12 Death Eater recruits like it was nothing." "Really?" Sirius scanned the living room, waiting for another body to fall from the fireplace, but one never came. Bill and Arthur had come to help Mr. Davis, as well as his daughter and Blaze to the table, but Sirius felt unable to move. "Where is he?" "He'll be here," Daphne said softly. "He just said he needed to take care of something first. He went with Dobby somewhere after we flew here." Instantly, an idea popped into his head as to where his godson had gone, and with a thankful nod, Sirius had left the manor, heading out the back door to the tight back garden space before vanishing in a puff of black smoke. It had felt like decades since Sirius had been here, though in reality, only a couple of months had passed from the time he purchased 2 grave plots, a few spots away from the statue that sat in the center of the cemetery. In the winter, the area looked cold and barren, the perfect environment for death, but the way the trees had regrown their lush green petals, and the stretch of emerald green grass had somehow managed to make the Godric's hollow graveyard look more like a place of new beginnings rather than the end of one's journey. That's where he saw him, his raven-black hair long and looking in desperate need of a haircut. The boy had looked bigger, though certainly not fatter by any means, and yet, despite the fact that Sirius saw the man that now stood before him, he couldn't help but smile at the little boy he'd bring here every Halloween from America. You know, a lesser godfather would be a bit upset that his godson didn't come to alert him he was back after disappearing for an entire summer. "Then I suppose I'm lucky I don't have a lesser godfather," Harry said, and Sirius smiled as the two raced towards each other, Sirius' hand resting firmly against the back of his godson's head, a proud smile dawning his face. "You look well, pup," Sirius said. "Strong, too. I'm glad to see you're still in one piece." "I've missed you, Sirius," Harry replied, his arms tightening around Sirius' waist. "Wasn't nearly as fun of a summer without you. I would have come sooner, but—" Harry stopped as the two broke away. "I went to the memorial stone, but I didn't see them there. I wasn't sure why, but I thought that coming here made the most sense." Sirius nodded, walking with Harry towards the new graves that had been dug in Godric's Hollow. "The memorial stone," Sirius started. "It's where the old House of Black was remembered. I've designated Godric's Hollow to be where the new house will be remembered." Sirius' eyes glanced over towards the headstone where the freshly placed flowers now rested against. "Here lies Creature, a noble elf of House Black." "Your brother's buried here too," Harry said gently. Harry had been the one to first inform Sirius that his own brother had turned traitor to the Dark Lord. Fulfilling Creature's last request had only confirmed that notion. "I'm certain that both Regulus and Creature appreciate it." "I can only hope so," Sirius said with a tired smile. "Are you done here, pup, or do you need a little more time?" "Couple minutes," Harry said gently as he climbed the steps of the Potter Memorial Stone. Sirius watched on in silence as Harry placed his head against the stone heads of his parents, a gentle sigh escaping his lips as he wrapped his arm around each of their necks. "I promise. I will finish what you started. I will make you proud, I swear it." Sirius smiled gently as he wrapped his arm around his descending godson. "They already are, Harry. I know it." Harry looked up at him and nodded before with a crack. Both he and Harry vanished into a plume of black smoke. Daphne couldn't help but smile as she watched Tonks tackle Harry with a tight hug from the black sitting room before smacking him on the head gently, berating him for not keeping in touch. Daphne had very much wanted to do the same thing, but the cryptic way in which Harry had answered her questions regarding his summer training had made her wonder if sending word back was even possible. She hissed as she felt Andromeda placed her palm against her injured leg, the bandages unwrapped as the middle-aged witch got to work on some primary care magic sealing the now cleaned-out wound. She closed her eyes, releasing a tired sigh before finding Harry's emerald eyes staring back at her, the wound sealed tight. "How are you feeling?" he asked gently. "Better," she replied as she patted the seat on the couch beside her. Harry gladly followed the order, allowing Daphne's head to rest on his chest as the feeling of something metallic rubbed against her temple. "Since when do you wear jewelry?" Daphne asked, wasting no time as she pulled the collar of Harry's tee. Daphne's eyes widened, though the three-eyed crow necklace was only half of the reason. Harry's chest, abs, and shoulders were littered with scars, all of them healed and faded but clearly visible. Her arms dropped to her side as Harry's collar readjusted, her body trembling at the sight she saw before her. "Harry, what happened to you?" Daphne's reaction had certainly turned some heads, as no longer was she staring at Harry alone, but Tonks, Andromeda, Ted, Sirius, and the Weasleys had all turned to look at Harry in confusion. Harry swallowed the clambering of the new crowd growing louder as he pulled off his shirt. Instantly, the crowd fell silent, the markings extending to his back as Sirius growled. "That bastard! I gave him permission to train you, not to do this." Harry's godfather looked about ready to puke at the damage Harry's body had undergone during the summer. "It wasn't Moody," Harry started. "Well, a few of them were, but most of them aren't his fault. I got careless more than a few times during my training. I'm a slow learner, but I learn all the same." Harry turned, and a gasp fled from the mouths of all those around them as Daphne's eyes started at the dangling pendant. "By your reaction, I'm guessing you recognize the symbol." "That's impossible," Arthur whispered. "That's her symbol, but how did you get that? The ministry made the selling of her likeness illegal in any way." "It was a gift," Harry started, and Daphne couldn't help but stare in wonder. "A gift which marked me as her student." "Harry, what are you talking about?" Molly started. "Morgana has been dead for centuries. She was defeated by Merlin himself, how could she?" "Lady Morgana is dead," Harry said firmly, though the honorific had surprised Daphne. Harry had a hard time remembering to call the professors at Hogwarts professor, yet had called Morgana lady in a heartbeat. "But her ghost lives on. Not that it should be all that unusual, I mean. Voldemort was killed once too, and he's still hanging around." "You," Tonks started, her voice shaking, "are you telling me that you trained with Morgana herself? How? Why?" "I wish you guys had a pensive or something," Harry said with a sigh. "Honestly, it would make explaining this so much easier." Harry waved his hand, the fire in the pit sparking to life as Daphne felt every adult shudder at Harry's display of silent, wandless magic. "It's a long story, so everyone take a seat." Daphne had felt her eyeballs nearly roll from her head as she listened to Harry all about Avalon, the black stone castle, the gravity training rooms, the meditation temple, and especially the healing pools. There were so many questions she wanted to ask that it had somehow left her speechless. It appeared to be a shared reaction as nobody in the living room said a word. "Yeah," Harry said, "and that's the story of how my summer went. But from what I've been gathering, yours hasn't been exactly peaceful." The silence continued before Sirius had finally broken out of his haze. "Morgana's student, wow." Sirius shook his head, regaining focus. "And no, our summer hasn't exactly been a cakewalk. The order has grown, which is good. More people on our side is never a bad thing. But it seems like ever since Voldemort's been revealed, he's picked up his timetable. At first, it had felt just as it had before, people going missing, and showing up dead, small raids on out-of-the-way villages for resources, but mostly to drum up fear. But he's accelerating. His attack tonight proved that. "The Brockdale Bridge," Tonks began. "The Death Eaters destroyed it tonight. I don't know the exact number of casualties, but it's going to be high, on both the wizarding and Muggle side. Attacks on the families of Muggle-born children are getting bad too. The Aura Department was running a route of all Muggle-born students' families, but that order was rescinded in light of this attack. Merlin only knows how many missing persons reports we'll have tomorrow." "What about Hermione's parents?" Harry asked in a fright. "Are they?" "They're fine," Augusta Longbottom said with a smile. "They are currently living in my estate with their daughter. The Death Eaters may come for us all the same, but with the way Neville's been growing, any Death Eater will have a difficult time taking them from us." Daphne couldn't help but grin at the bright smile that grew onto Harry's face. "So Neville's grown a lot stronger too." Harry had looked so serious mere moments ago, but his eyes lit up with childlike wonder the instant his friend was mentioned. "What about Michael? Has anyone heard from him?" "Reports show him leaving the country for France," Tonks said. "Though he didn't take his family with him, he's probably just visiting. I'll bet he'll be back in time for the wedding. If everything goes well, you'll see him in just a couple days." Harry's grin broadened before it sank once more. "Wait, someone's missing. Where's Remus?" "Mooney's on a date," Sirius said with a smirk. "Seriously," Harry called out in shock. "With who?" "You'll find out later," Daphne said with a smirk. "For now, though, it's been a long night. Let's get some sleep." Don't you two do anything I wouldn't do, Sirius said with a grin before Emmeline bonked him on the head. No, do things that Sirius wouldn't do, Emmeline said with a grin of her own. Don't do anything Sirius would do. I'm not that much of a deviant, Sirius called out. Yes, the entire crowd surrounding him called out in unison. You are. Chapter 7, Wedding Bells. Since the night at the Drakes, Daphne had been having difficulty sleeping. However, the feeling of Harry's hand around her waist, the feeling of his gentle kisses on her neck, the feeling of him running his hand through her long golden hair, it had made everything, at least for a little, feel okay. The warmth of Harry's body next to hers as they slept for the past few nights had made Daphne wonder how well she'd adapt to not having him sleeping by her side in just a few days. Once again, Tracy had found out about it, but her efforts to tease Daphne had now failed in its entirety. Even if Harry hadn't said it yet, she knew she loved him. Daphne blinked her eyes open, a tired yawn leaving her lips as the day of the wedding had finally arrived. While she'd never say it aloud, more importantly to her, it was the day in which Astoria was slated to return. She turned with a low mumble, reaching her hand out. Morning, Flyby, it's time to. Her heart raced slightly in her chest as Harry's body was not found beside her. Quickly, she sat up, looked around the room only to find Harry's pajama pants neatly folded beneath his pillow. Her scan had brought her attention to the window that rested beside the bed as she peered through, seeing a sight that made her chest feel warm. Standing in the very cramped backyard, if one could even call it that, was her boyfriend, dressed in his light blue suit jacket, his hand resting on his godfather's shoulder. She knew she shouldn't, but she couldn't quite stop herself from cracking the window open to hear the voices below. I don't know, pup, Sirius said with a sigh. I love her, I really do. I know I should be happier that I'm going to be getting married and having a kid, but Sirius let out a low growl. I just wish it was any other time than now. The kid is innocent, and Emmeline, she's good, she's different from people like us. You, Remus, me. We all got into this war for revenge, and things have just gotten so complicated. I don't want Emmeline to live a life as a widow. I don't want my kid to live without a father. Sometimes, I just don't know what to do. Stop doubting yourself, Harry said. For a man who constantly berates himself, I can't think of a single wrong decision that you made. You saved me. I don't even want to think about where I could have been if Dumbledore had gotten a hold of me before you. Daphne watched as Harry looked up at the sky, grinning. You and the Tonks, you fed me, cared for me, taught me magic, and you made me the person I am today. By all measures, I think you succeeded. Daphne nodded in agreement. Even though Harry was an arrogant ass during their third year, she had to admit Harry had matured greatly. You're getting married today, Padfoot, and Emmeline, she's good for you. When I see you two together, I sometimes wonder if that's how my mom and dad acted with each other. Yeah, Harry said with a pause. The timing might suck, but that baby, when it comes around, it's going to change everything. That baby's going to be my responsibility to protect as well, and I swear it. I will make this world a better place for it. Daphne's smile grew larger than even Sirius as she watched her boyfriend's godfather turn to him. If you're going to love the baby properly, you should probably stop calling it. And it then. Daphne had to contain her laughter at Harry's expression. It is a boy, Sirius said. Talked it over with Emmeline when we found out the gender. When he's born, he'll be James Regulus Black. A boy, huh? Harry said with a chuckle, leaning back. I don't know why I really thought it was going to be a girl. James Regulus. It's not a bad name. It could certainly be worse. You could have named him Albus Severus. Sirius laughed at the notion, and Harry smiled. It clearly seemed as if it had been a while since the normally cheerful man had let out a genuine laugh. You're still my godson, Sirius said, returning back to his calm demeanor. House Black is still rightful yours, I wouldn't. I know, but hopefully James will like the responsibility more than me, Harry said with a smile. It's honestly too much work. I'll probably do what you're planning to do to me and pawn it off on him once he turns 17. Sirius smirked before both Harry and his godfather's mouth turned flat once more. Speaking of Regulus, though, the locket, did you find a way to destroy it? Sirius shook his head grimly. Tried everything short of the unforgivables. Nothing even dented the damn thing. Seems creature hit the same wall. Worse than that, it seems to have this negative effect on those who wear it. Creature wrote about it in his notes, and I put it on to test it. Within 10 minutes, I felt like I wanted to kill everyone. Regulus, in his last message to Creature, said it was an item precious to Voldemort. After wearing it for a few moments, I saw why. "Where is it?" Harry asked. "It was too dangerous to leave here, especially with all the new members we've been getting." Bill took a look at it. I figured a curse breaker would know about whatever the hell that thing was, but even he looked stumped. Though one thing's for sure, he supported the idea that we have it removed from the house immediately. "Currently, it's in my vault at Gringotts. We can take a look at it later if you want." Daphne swallowed at serious words. Dark magic so foul that even a curse breaker feared it. Just what the hell could it be? A charmed ring blared from Sirius Watch as he jumped to his feet. "Well, it looks like it's time for me to head off to the burrow. Molly and Arthur really were kind to allow us to use their backyard for the ceremony. Remember, pick up Astoria and meet us there ASAP, else Emmeline might go bridezilla on you and take your head off. Nearly 9 months in, the mood swings can be fierce. Moony and I will be waiting, so don't take too long." She watched as Harry nodded before Sirius vanished in a plume of black smoke. Harry remained still as Daphne continued to stare, waiting for something to happen. But whatever she'd expected, it hadn't been for Harry to look up at her with a smile. "You know eavesdropping is very rude." "How long did you know I was listening in?" "The whole time," Harry said with a grin. "But at least it means I don't have to repeat anything. Are you ready to go get short stack?" "Just give me half an hour. I'll meet you down soon," Daphne called out as she left the window and raced towards the shower. The day of the wedding had finally arrived. Muggle Prime Minister demands justice for Muggles killed in Brockton Bridge attack. Minister Fudge rapidly losing favor among both the wizarding public and Muggle representatives. The headline that had sparked serious morning depression rang in his head as they approached the international travel waiting room. If Fudge is replaced, there's a chance we'll get a more capable minister. However, there's also a chance that it could be a puppet of Voldemort. Is a fool like Fudge the better of the two evils? Should I advocate for Fudge or attempt to see him replaced with someone of my choosing? If I do that, who should I choose to replace Fudge? I could push Arthur. It's unlikely that he'd waver under Voldemort after what they did to his daughter, yet would that really put the nation in better hands? Maybe Augusta Longbottom, but the old lady isn't exactly the best with people. Come on, Potter, think. Who could be a suitable replacement if it comes to? "Harry," he heard Daphne whisper as she snapped free of his thoughts, turning to face the blonde beside him. In one word, divine is how he would describe how beautiful his girlfriend looked today. Her baby blue dress made her eyes pop, and her perfectly applied makeup made it look like she was glowing. Her gorgeous blonde hair had been tied down into a cascading and voluminous braid, though the concerned expression on her knitted brow had drawn all of Harry's attention. "Are you okay? You look like you were thinking hard about something." "I'm fine," Harry replied. "Honestly, I shouldn't really be thinking about anything other than the wedding today, but I just can't get my mind off of what I read in the Prophet this morning." Daphne's head tilted. He knew that the blonde hadn't exactly got to read the news this morning. The Muggle Prime Minister isn't happy with Fudge's handling of Voldemort, and honestly, I don't blame him. "I was thinking if I should use my power to make a move to replace him before Voldemort does, or if I should advocate for Fudge to stay on. Even if I did choose to play the game to get a new minister elected, I don't exactly know who that should be." "Look at you getting all interested in politics," Daphne said with a smirk that made Harry scoff at the idea. Political engagement was at the bottom of his list of fun activities, and yet he knew that the war needed to be fought on multiple fronts. Fudge is too greedy, power-hungry, and easily swayed to be trusted. His consistent reign has been a mockery for all of wizarding Europe, and his inability to respond to a crisis is evident. I'm not saying it's a fact, but from what I hear from Tracy's dad, he was hesitant to cut from his own salary to better fund the AuthorK. He needs to go. "And be replaced with who?" Harry asked gently. "I'll get back to you on that. I'll write a list of candidates that we can narrow down later. I'm certain that it has to be someone with far-reaching appeal, and they don't necessarily need to be good at politics right now, but whoever it is needs to be someone that instills confidence in the country." Harry watched as Daphne sighed. "If what I saw while working at the hospital this summer taught me anything, things are going to get a lot worse before they get better." Harry nodded glumly, agreeing to the notion of things getting worse was difficult. Harry had learned, if nothing else, how to be pragmatic under Morgana and Moody's watchful eye, though he too found himself stunned at Daphne's growth as well. The two had been inseparable since his return, and Harry couldn't have been happier about it. He'd heard all about Daphne's summer training, but had also been informed about the reason Daphne hadn't been walking around with a wand. A fire had erupted in his chest as he learned about the history of the tiny round scar that popped out along his girlfriend's clear and perfect skin. And for a few seconds, Harry had wanted to kill Kenneth more than he did Voldemort. Harry leaned down as he pressed his lips to the top of her girlfriend's head, causing her to look up with a wrinkled nose. He'd been through hell, but clearly, he hadn't been the only one. Daphne had been on a losing streak when it came to her sister, and he hoped to be in contact with Morgana soon. He wouldn't allow Astoria to die, even if he had to bend the rules of the universe himself. He wouldn't allow any harm to come to her. In transit. Arriving from Bulgaria. The charmed voice box in the waiting room called out, pulling Harry to his feet as he offered Daphne his hand. Harry had been expecting to wait a while, but it seemed as if Bulgaria hadn't been planning to allow the return of the Dark Lord to ruin their efficiency, as within 20 minutes a pop erupted in the waiting room, and standing there, looking a bit bewildered but safe, was a girl that Harry had truly missed greatly. Astoria herself had grown quite pretty, though it hadn't done much for her height. Her head is still easily available for him to press his chin against, though her petite frame had certainly begun to fill out as the most minor of curves had begun to form beneath her Gryffindor red party dress. Harry couldn't help but smile as Astoria's kaleidoscopic eyes focused upon him, and within seconds, all of the younger greengrass ladylike appearance vanished as she dropped her bags, racing towards him. Harry stretched his arms out as Astoria tackled him, a minor sticking charm silently applied to the soles of his shoes that kept him standing as he wrapped his arms around his excitable little sister. "Harry, you're back," Astoria said warmly as he dropped her to the ground. "How did your summer go? Did you learn any cool spells? Can you teach me? Please, Assi." Harry shook his head playfully. "Glad to see you haven't changed a bit, short stack." "I have changed," she said, her face ballooning in a similar fashion. "I've gotten a lot stronger, too. Maybe I'll even beat Michael for second in command this year." A chuckle left Daphne's lips as Harry simply grinned. "What's so funny?" "You dork," Harry said, tapping her forehead before leveling with her. "But it's true, you've grown a lot stronger. I can actually sense your magic now. That's a huge threshold to cross. Don't tell them, but I think you're even stronger than Blaze and Tracy." A bright grin grew across Astoria's face as Harry stood straight up. "So, you feeling ready to go?" The third-year Gryffindor nodded as Daphne called out for Dobby. The elf quickly flashed in and out with Astoria's bags, taking them to Daphne's old room in Grimmauld Place, and returning to take them all as with another crack, they vanished. "Stop fidgeting with your tie, please," Claire whispered as she swatted away his hands. His eyes falling upon the beautiful witch at his side, her party gown perfectly matching her gray eyes that looked up at him with minor irritation. Michael lifted his hand once more, earning a low yet playful growl from Claire before he dropped it with a chuckle. Michael had been really worried about what he was going to wear. At first, he'd settled for just using his dress robes from last year, but Claire's father had put an end to that idea, helping Michael afford a beautiful blue suit that matched his for once combed-over hair. Though Michael wasn't necessarily one to accept charity so easily, yet Claire's father had insisted only after Michael had repaired his car. Michael tried to explain that thing had just run out of gas, but the French minister wasn't hearing it. Michael brushed his hand through his hair as he felt Claire's eyes rest upon the sapphire-focusing crystal strapped to his palm. "You're bringing that with you?" Claire whispered, gazing down at his palm where the focusing crystal strap rested. Yeah," Michael said with a shrug, his eyes scanning the King's Cross arrival station at platform 9¾ "Why?" "Have you met Harry?" Michael said with a teasing tone. "I give this wedding 1 hour, 2 tops before shit hits the fan. Even if it doesn't, who knows, maybe I could show off." Michael pulled the envelope that had been delivered to him earlier in the summer as he offered Claire his hand. "Ready, pretty bird?" Michael asked with a gentle smile. Claire nodded, taking her hand before with the strike of the hour hand, the envelope sparked blue, and then they vanished. Michael had learned from his invitation that the ceremony had been moved to the burrow. Personally, he had no problem with it. He enjoyed being around the twins, and Charlie had certainly been interesting as well. But when he had arrived on the grassy fields, the area certainly hadn't been what he was expecting. The southern bend of Ottery, St. Catchpole, was huge with land that seemed to expand for acres, cut off only by the small creek that slashed through the expansive field. White decorative tables, arches, and blooming flowers expanded as bright as the eye could see. In a way, it looked like the most picturesque wedding venue possible. Only one thing was out of space: the Weasleys' house itself. It looked as though it had once been a large stone pigpen, but extra rooms had been added here and there, until it was several stories high, and so crooked that the magic placed on the home must have been the only thing keeping it together. 4 or 5 chimneys were perched on top of the red roof. A lopsided sign stuck in the ground near the entrance read, "The Burrow." Around the front door lay a jumble of rubber boots and a very rusty cauldron. Several fat brown chickens were pecking their way around the yard. In a way, Michael had been a bit bewildered by the house, and yet he couldn't deny the surprisingly home-like feel that the building resonated. He took his girlfriend's hand as the two descended the hill towards the festivities, the music growing ever louder. Though the world may as well have fallen silent as his eyes fell upon 2 of the people he'd been missing greatly this summer. While the Greengrass sisters were both certainly radiant, and Hermione had looked as stunningly beautiful as she had when she descended the staircase during the Yule Ball, his eyes set solely upon Harry and Neville. "Go," Claire sighed under a gentle smile. "I'll catch up." "You're awesome," Michael replied as Claire gave a knowing nod, before, like a freshly fired cannonball, he raced down towards the hill as Harry and Neville ran to meet him. They collided in a tight brotherly hug, smiling and laughing before breaking apart, allowing Michael to get a good look at the 15-year-olds that stood before him. Harry's transformation had been stunning, but Neville's wasn't anything to sniff at either. The blonde's hair growing in a nobly parted style, his teeth now perfect, and his blue eyes glowing with confidence. "You two looked like you managed to keep up with your training. You may even be as strong as me," Michael called out sarcastically. "I'd be more than willing to test that theory," Neville said with a bright grin. "I'll flatten both of you," Harry said in his own light-hearted tone before they locked eyes once more. "You look good, Corner. I heard that you left the country when I got back. I was a bit worried at first, but you seem all right." "Better than all right, Potter," Michael said with a smile of his own. "But I can't say I didn't feel the same way. I left the country, but it seemed like you left the planet. How someone as famous as you went AWOL, I don't know, but I'm guessing there's an interesting story behind it." Harry nodded as Michael smirked. "Wanna share?" "Later," Harry said absently. "For now, though, let's get something to eat. I'm starving." "Some things never change," he and Neville said with a chuckle as they followed Harry towards the buffet table line with familiar foods. It wasn't that Michael hated French cuisine, far from it in fact, but there was something about beef Wellington that really made him feel at home. The girls had soon rejoined their circle as the 9 took a seat along the round table, but the conversation hadn't lasted long before Michael felt hands wrap around his and Harry's neck, their eyes looking up to find some familiar freckled faces. Well, looky here, George," Fred said in a warm tone. "Our disciples, back in the world of the living it seems," George said with a smirk. "Hope you two had a fruitful summer." "Sorry, guys," Harry said with a smirk. "Didn't have time to think of any pranks this summer. And judging by the look on Michael's face, it seems he didn't either." "No time for pranks," Fred and George called out in surprise. "I must say I disagree. In times like these, a good laugh is always appreciated, which is why we wanted to show you this." Michael squinted as a picture of a boarded-up building clearly somewhere in Diagon Alley was placed before them. "Introducing the new location for Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, or at least it will be once we purchase it. Of course, we were planning on taking out a loan from Gringotts, but..." "If anyone was thinking about making a business investment," George said, breaking apart from Fred. "We're certain it will be well worth the trouble," Fred said with a smile. "Wish I could, guys," Michael said with a mournful grin, "but it's not exactly in my..." I think it's a great idea, Claire called out. Father's always trying to teach me about investing my money. Something about making my money work for me instead of the other way around. I'll have my solicitor contact you two soon. A smile grew across the twins' faces as Harry too spoke up. I'll put invest as well. I know that my parents, especially my dad, would have been on board with something like this. We all need to keep spirits high in times like these. We'll work out some numbers later. Thanks for giving us the heads up. If it's you two, I'm certain I'll be seeing a generous return. The twins nodded happily, racing off as Michael's eyes fell upon Harry and Claire, a chuckle leaving his lips as he scanned the other tables. For the most part, it seemed pretty tame, the guests consisting of mostly familiar faces: Tonks, Andromeda, Ted, Arthur, and Molly Weasley, the other Weasley children. Professor McGonagall had also been invited, as well as Professor Flitwick. Michael couldn't help but notice that Dumbledore was unsurprisingly missing. The two professors looked to be locked in a riveting discussion with Moody, who appeared to have just arrived, dressed as informally as always. Though Michael was glad the professors had been distracted, Michael wasn't quite sure how much he wanted to interact with his professors over the summer. It was at that moment that Michael had come across a surprising face. A red-haired woman, shorter than average height, with amber eyes, was sitting beside Remus, her hand resting atop of his. "Who's the redhead with Remus?" Michael asked curiously, a question that seemed to make Harry gag. "Narcissa Malfoy, under Polyjuice Potion," Neville replied, his eyes glancing at the woman. "Remus explained it all to us earlier. Remember the mole in the Dark Lord's camp? Apparently, it's been her the whole time. She's been the one informing my Gran and the rest of the Order about incoming Death Eater attacks. According to Remus, she joined out of fear regarding the Dark Lord's treatment of her son." "Not like it matters much," Harry grumbled. "When I read Crump's mind, there was no doubt about it. Malfoy was the one who gave up the Davis house." "What her son does isn't her fault, Harry," Daphne said soothingly. "Trust me, I was around her and the Malfoys a lot when I was younger. She's not a bad person, but Malfoy S.R. runs the show in that house. Draco's just trying to follow his father's footsteps. Plus, look at him," Daphne whispered, her eyes darting back to Remus. "You can't deny that they both seem happy." "Who Remus chooses to date is his business," Harry grumbled. "But I don't like feeling like I have my hands tied regarding Malfoy because she and Remus have a relationship. He's dangerous. I know we don't know for sure if he's a Deeter or not, but in my opinion, it's not worth the risk." "If the Dark Lord did give him a mission," Astoria said in between bites, "it would be better for us to tail Malfoy rather than to take him out. Draco's not powerful enough to be anything but a cog in the machine. Understanding his mission is more valuable than stopping it. Compared to you, he's a non-factor, but the ability to get inside V. Voldemort's head, to see just how desperate he is based on his plan, that's far more important." Michael had felt his jaw fighting to drop. He was considered the brains of their little group, but Astoria's assessment had nearly matched his thought process exactly. "Not bad, Little Green. Couldn't have said it better myself. What's more troubling to me is this business I've been hearing about Snape being named defense against the dark arts professor. Are we certain Dumbledore hasn't completely lost his mind?" "Look, Professor Snape can be an ass, sure," Tracy said, interjecting into the conversation. "But he also protected Daphne from Malfoy during our 3rd year. I get that you two don't like him, and with good reason, but I think it would be better to give him a chance before jumping to conclusions, right?" Tracy grinned. "Plus, if Professor Snape does end up being a garbage instructor, we can always take lessons from good old Professor Potter again, right?" Michael laughed at the bright red hue that grew in Harry's face. "Not this again, please." "I think it's quite dashing," Daphne said with a smirk, causing Harry's head to sink further. Thankfully for his friend, the sound of a strumming harp overtook the party music as all the attention turned to the flower-petaled path that led to the gleaming white altar where Augusta Longbottom stood in a flowing green dress, the Book of Family lines in hand. "Is your Gran?" "Yeah," Neville said with a sigh. "She insisted on being the one to marry my dad to my mom, got certified and everything. Guess Sirius and Emmeline are giving her a try. This ought to be fun." The sound of footsteps emerged from the burrow, and two things surprised him immensely. First was how beautiful Emmeline managed to look despite being damn near 9 months pregnant. Her white hair was done up in complex braids, and while it certainly looked tight, her white dress flowed behind her elegantly as she approached the altar. Sirius stood at her side, the two choosing to walk together. The two had lost their parents, but they had each other, and in this case, at least, that was enough. Michael had been shocked to see Sirius' hair neatly combed, his suit remarkably perfect as the two approached the altar. Michael couldn't help but smile as the two turned to face each other. A gentle introduction had been given before Augusta had given Sirius to signal to begin with his vows. "You know," he started, his voice struggling to hold back the deep and complex emotion. "From the days of the First Order, I had always secretly hoped to be assigned as your partner, more than ever after James had been partnered with Lily. At the time, they were for shallow reasons. I thought you were beautiful from the moment I saw you. Your warm smile, your brilliant purple eyes, your flowing white locks. I always knew if there was one person who would be capable of tying down a dog like me, it would be you. Those feelings grew as I witnessed your courage, your intelligence, and your reliability. You were there when I needed a laugh. You were there when I needed to cry. You were there when I needed someone to hold my secrets. And you were there when I needed someone to take my drunk ass home after we somehow pulled through from a crazy mission." A chuckle broke from the crowd as Sirius' smile sunk. "And then one day, I had to face the reality that you may have been gone for good. My heart was broken, and though I tried to act like I would be okay with whatever the outcome would have been, I knew that was a lie. And so, when you came back into my life, I knew one thing: I would do everything I could to keep you there. We live in a crazy world, now more than ever, and yet I vow to uphold these truths. I vow that I will honor you, I vow that I will treasure you, I vow that I will stand by your side come rain or shine, sickness or health. I vow that I will work hard every day at being a good husband. I vow that I will work relentlessly to be the best father I can be for our child. And I vow that no matter what happens, I will make it back to our bed every night. I love you, Emmeline Vance. I always have, and I always will." Michael bit his lip hard, trying desperately to fight back the tears, mimicking Harry's crumbling facade as best as he could. Sniffles from all around the table were heard as Emmeline spoke, breaking the short silence. "Sirius Black, from the day I met you, I knew you would be dangerous. From the day I saw that troublesome smirk, I knew that I was caught. Your power was commendable, your wit was sharp, your honor was in my view unquestionable, and for a girl in her 20s, most importantly, your abs were hard." Once more a gentle chuckle rose from the crowd as Emmeline's smile grew. "I had so much I wanted to say when I first wrote these months ago, but none of them truly say how I feel, so I'll say it simply. You Sirius Black make me happy. You make me feel strong. You make me feel like anything is possible, and so I vow to you that I will always be your lover in the good times and the bad, that I will always strive to make our home one that is filled with love, that I will wear the name of Black proudly and honor the new vision that you have set forth. I vow that I will, no matter the circumstances, always return to the bed we share. I vow to remind you that you are loved every day. I vow to be by your side from this day until our last day. I love you, Sirius Black. I always have and I always will." At this point, Michael's resistance had crumbled with tears streaming down his face as Augusta Longbottom spoke up. "Do you, Sirius Black, take Emmeline Vance to be your lawfully wedded wife?" "I do, now and forever," Sirius said with a smile. "And do you, Emmeline Vance, take this pain in the ass who used to run amok in my house with Frank and James during their post-mission hangouts as your lawfully wedded husband?" "I do," Emmeline said with a chuckle before her eyes began to glow with watery tears. "Now and forever." "Are you certain?" Augusta said with a chuckle. "Augusta," Professor McGonagall called out loudly, "let my cub be." "Fine, fine," the old lady said with a smile. "Then without further ado, I name you man and wife, I'd you would please place, but a droplet of blood on the page of House Black in the Book of Houses." Michael watched as each taped the tip of their ring fingers with their wand, placing their fingers to the book. "It is done," Augusta said loudly as the crowd applauded. Michael couldn't help but smile as he watched Sirius lift the very pregnant Emmeline into his arms, his own hand reaching out to touch Claire's. Michael was certain there were going to be darker moments ahead, but for once, he said as he looked down at his newly formed weapon, for once he was glad he was wrong. Chapter 8, The Slug Club. Daphne looked out the window of the Hogwarts Express with a smile as Harry shared a hug with his godfather and Tonks, the two whispering their goodbyes. For a moment, Daphne felt a pang of jealousy at the lack of her own relatives that had shown their face at the platform but pushed that aside. She had the Davis, she had Astoria, she had the Blacks, and she had Harry, and she knew that was more than enough. Daphne looked down at her wand. Ollivander had certainly got to her just in time, and while she did feel a sense of comfort with the wand, its magic resonating with hers, she did miss her old wand. The wand she'd received shared no similarities with the one she'd received over 4 years ago, though in fairness, Daphne felt she hardly resembled the girl she was back then either. Her wand was now hawthorn as opposed to elm, and longer than before, now at 12¾ inches, with a unicorn tail core which felt greatly different from the heartstring that had once acted as her core. Though her new wand had made her feel content in other ways, as she knew her mentor's wand had also been constructed of hawthorn, and Ollivander had told her it was the wood that most frequently latched to the healing arts. Her moment of distraction had been long enough to have found Harry entering the compartment, low-key meowing from atop his shoulder as he scratched the Kneasel's head. Still, her wand had been far from her only surprise as she looked down at the shiny P badge she had pinned to her chest. She wasn't quite sure who had been selected as the male prefect of her year, but she had a pretty good idea, and it had made the badge feel far less prestigious, though her spirits had been slightly lifted by the Gryffindor red P that adorned Harry's chest as well. In truth, she knew damn well that Harry didn't want it, but given the fact that he punched the Dark Lord in the face just 3 months ago, anyone else hopping for the position was completely out of luck. God, this sucks, Harry groaned, looking down at his badge. As if going to class wasn't bad enough, now I have to do patrols too. Honestly, given what's happening out there, I hate that this school thinks I have nothing better to do than hand out detentions to troublemakers. Shouldn't have looked so heroic at the end of last year then, mate, Neville said with a chuckle. But come on, it won't be that bad. I mean, I'm a prefect too. Plus, I'm sure you and Daphne can find a broom cupboard or two to shirk off work. Daphne blushed slightly at the notion, which earned a chuckle from her sister and Michael, who leaned back. Yeah, you two go screwed. Meanwhile, I'm free as a bird. All the pranking I want, and I got 2 people to cover for me. Don't think that just because we're friends that I won't report you, Hermione said with a huff. Being a prefect is a really important responsibility. It shows that our professors and Dumbledore trust us enough to keep order in the castle. It's an honor, and it should be treated as such. How have you been hanging around Neville for like 2 years and still managed to be the antithesis of fun? Michael said with a yawn. And don't worry, I've been tricking you for years, Granger. You won't catch me, I promise. You're impossible, Hermione said with a sigh, turning to Claire, who simply nodded in agreement. Though seeing the French girl in Hogwarts robes was a bit jarring to Daphne. It wasn't that she didn't enjoy Claire's presence, but it was still odd in a way, especially since she was the oldest person in unclaimed robes that she'd ever seen. Daphne took her boyfriend's hand, rising to her feet. I checked the schedule, Harry said softly. We have the first inspection. At least whoever set up the prefect's schedule made us a pair. Same with Neville and Hermione. Goldstein ended up getting paired with Brown. She looked quite upset at the notion, and finally Draco got paired up with Susan. Poor girl. A look of pity had even crossed Michael's face at the notion as Daphne smiled. We don't actually know how dangerous Draco is, or what his plans are, but we'll keep watch of him, okay? We won't let any harm come to Susan, all right? Yeah, thanks, Michael said with a dull nod as she and Harry left their compartment onto the expanding train, the whistles signaling their departure from King's Cross Station. She felt Harry take her hand as the two proceed to head straight towards the back of the train. I check left, you check right? Harry asked softly, to which Daphne quickly nodded as they opened the first 2 compartments. 2 second-year Hufflepuffs stood there, one consoling the other as the station faded from view. Make sure to put the trunks in the overhead compartment. Don't let your pets roam around freely. Best to get into your robes about halfway into the journey. Bathrooms tend to still be empty, and you don't have to wear your uniform the whole way. I wish I didn't, but. You're Harry Potter, right? A little girl's voice called out, forcing Daphne to turn towards a group of triplets that seemed to be first years, judging by the colorless trims of their robes which sat folded on their laps. Her boyfriend nodded as the girls spoke up. My dad, he wasn't really sure if he wanted to send us to Hogwarts with him being back. But we really wanted to come. We'll be safe at Hogwarts, right? You'll protect us from him, won't you? Daphne watched on silently as Harry entered the room, kneeling in the center of the new girls' compartment with a gentle smile. I'll do everything I can, but it's important that you take your defense against the dark arts class really seriously, especially now. And before I go, his name is Voldemort. Daphne watched as the girls shivered at the name. It may seem hard, but I encourage you all to say it. Fear of the name increases fear of the thing itself. Voldemort, he's a cruel and evil man, but he's also a coward, and allowing him to frighten you is just what he wants. Don't let him win. You'll beat him, though, the girl said. You'll beat Voldemort, right? So long as I have strong people like you at my back, Harry said with a smile. I'm certain I will. The girls smiled at Harry as he left the compartment, letting out a soft groan. Comforting people really isn't my strong suit. They look pretty comforted, Daphne said as she turned to the girls who seemed to be practicing chanting the Dark Lord's name. You may not like it, but you certainly have a knack for it. Daphne smiled as Harry sighed, the two checking each compartment, though curiously, it seemed as if Draco was missing, the blonde unable to be found in any compartment. He's not here, Harry whispered, but why? Daphne shook her head, she too at a loss for ideas. Harry, Daphne whispered, tapping her boyfriend's shoulder. We can talk about it when we get back to our compartment. He still has people loyal to him on this train. If he finds out we're snooping around for him, he may make tracking himself harder than it needs to be. She could tell by the look in Harry's eyes that the last thing he wanted to do was give up the search. But she knew that Harry knew she was right. He sighed gently before taking her hand, the two heading back to their compartment. Harry had wasted no time informing the others that Draco was missing, earning some confused looks from the group, due to the fact it most certainly wasn't a full moon that night. Though the strangeness of their ride to the great stone castle had yet to stop as a knocking manifested upon the glass door, a man Daphne didn't recognize standing just in front of their cabin. Daphne watched as Michael waved his hand as the man smiled and waved. The man was quite large, so large that the buttons on his waistcoat seemed about ready to burst at every movement. His eyes seemed to glow and shine as the light reflected off his gooseberry-colored eyes, and each breath seemed to move the man's silver, walrus-like mustache. Ah, wandless magic, quite an impressive feat for someone so young, the man said, nodding towards Michael. Allow me to introduce myself before I go any further. My name is Horace Slughorn. I am the new professor, well new as of now. I was actually the potions master many years ago, and am now returning to retake my post in the castle during this crazy time. I've just been venturing down the train introducing myself and judging the talent of certain individuals. The man stood proudly adjusting his coat before the man's eyes widened to the size of dinner plates. My word, he said, suddenly standing at full attention. You're Harry Potter. Why, Dumbledore said I'd be making your acquaintance soon, but this soon is certainly a pleasure. I look forward to having you in my class. Your mother was quite a prodigy, a feat that is even more impressive given the fact she was Muggle-born. Science fiction and fantasy. You knew my mother, Harry started, his eyes widening at the remark. Of course, she was one of my favorites, truly broke the mold, being one of the few Muggle-born witches to be deemed a member of my Slug Club, as a few of my students began referring to it as. Your father and Sirius were also ones who piqued my interest, but alas, your mother was far more sociable. Daphne turned to face Harry, who she could tell looked deeply intrigued regarding the man's claimed knowledge of his parents. I'm actually already in the selection process of my new group of prominent witches and wizards. Never thought I'd find so many in one cart. If you'd like to discuss more about your family, Mr. Potter, you should see yourself to the front of the train near the teachers' compartments. You and your sister are welcome to come as well, Ms. Greengrass. Your father is actually responsible for many of my fine potion ingredient collections. You're welcome to join as well, Miss Belmont. I was quite intrigued when I saw you on my class roster. Mr. Longbottom, I'm certain you have some fascinating stories to tell as well. Before Daphne or anyone in the cabin could respond, Slughorn pressed on. Goodness, though, look at the time. I've been chatting up a storm here. I'll be expecting you in my compartment at 2, so much to discuss. But for now, I have many more students to welcome. The door closed as the audible sound of the moving wheels returned, setting a comfortable backdrop. Harry groaned lightly. Why do I feel as if I'm being goaded into joining him? At least you got invited, Michael said. He looked past me like I was chopped liver, not that I care or anything. It's just, well, strange of him to compliment my magic and then walk away. Don't feel too bad, Neville said with a smile. I actually have to patrol then, so I won't be able to make it either. Plus, I was clearly only invited because of my family name. He doesn't exactly seem like a man to hand out genuine compliments. He's probably a man looking to create more connections with students, Claire said. In my time in the spotlight, I met a lot of people like that. Not all of them are bad people, but most don't have good intentions. Daphne watched as Harry remained silent. We'll go together, Daphne said with a smile. I know that hearing stories about your parents means the world to you. Plus, did you hear about what he said regarding Dumbledore promising him a chance to meet you? That makes it sound like he and Dumbledore formed a bit of a deal. By helping out Dumbledore, it means he'll owe you a favor. I know you don't like him, but holding a favor of a wizard as powerful as Dumbledore, it's a priceless commodity. Harry nodded in agreement. 2 o'clock, huh? Guess that means we have enough time for a few games of exploding snap then. Anyone want in? Me, Tracy said, jumping instantly at the opportunity. Wanna put money on it? No, the cart yelled in unison as Tracy's expression sank. Fine, but you guys are no fun. The blonde Slytherin 5th year kneeled at the Dark Lord's feet, his eyes turned to the ground, unworthy to face the man of power before him, a man that had brought his school rival to his knees, a man, no, a god that was capable of curing him of his illness, of his shame. Draco, the Dark Lord hissed, his voice clear yet chilling. You are aware that should my hunch prove true, your mother shall die. Her wealth and information that she's given us regarding the Order has kept her alive for now, but should I find out she was working against us, I will kill her. If my mother turned traitor against you, my lord, Draco began, his voice frighteningly cold, then I shall be willing to kill her myself should it please you. The Dark Lord smiled with pleasure. My father has failed you, and my mother does not believe I can do your bidding, conscripting the help of both Severus and Bellatrix on my mission. But I am not my father. I will succeed. I will carry out your will. I shall find a way of allowing your servants to enter the castle, and I will kill Dumbledore. I swear it. I know you will, Draco, Voldemort said in a calm tone. You are not like your father. You have a spark in you, a lust for power. We are, in a way, kindred spirits, my boy. I have trained you this summer for your objective. For your mother to not believe you are capable is an insult to both yourself and me. The Dark Lord's face soured. Though, as I am painfully aware, mothers do foolish things for their children. Voldemort's face grew expressionless once more. Do you have the sample of my voice, young one? Draco nodded, opening the tiny ring box that hissed in a similar fashion to the champion's golden eggs from the year before. Do you remember where I told you to go? In there, you will find a place to perfect your method. It is not just anyone I allow into the chamber of my ancestor. Do not disappoint me. I won't, my lord, I swear it, Draco said with a bow. Is there anything else you need of me, my lord? No, Draco, that shall be all, Voldemort said, rising from his chair in the Riddle manner. Remember, Draco, success is everything. You shall be cleansed of your filthy blood and rise above the ranks of Death Eaters. Should you succeed in killing Albus, your name will be heralded across the world as Draco, the true son of the Dark Lord. The 5th year shuddered at the praise. Do well, young Draco, Severus will see you off. Severus will act as our envoy. I suggest you keep him informed. He will also be taking you to Hogwarts. Your absence has most likely already been noted. Yes, my lord, Draco said with a deep bow. And one last thing, Draco, Voldemort said, his burning red eyes glaring through the young boy. Potter is mine to finish, is that understood? Of course, my lord. Compartment C, aside from the golden trims that lined the doorway, it looked no different than any other compartment on the train. It seemed large enough to fit 6 students comfortably, along with Slughorn himself, who took up a bare minimum of 2 other seats comfortably. Alongside Harry and Daphne were a sea of familiar faces. Astoria had refused to come, claiming that being invited on the merits of their father made the offer far less appealing, and in a way, Harry was thankful, as it didn't seem as if he was entering a cart of good company. Marcus Belbley, a 6th-year Ravenclaw, Cormac McLagan, and the pug-faced girlfriend of Draco herself, Pansy Parkinson, filled the other spots, and Harry had felt nauseous just gazing at the crowd. It had taken Harry only a few seconds before he felt the eyes of Slughorn fall upon him, his danger radar at an all-time high, as he noticed the greedy smile that rose to the man's face. "Ah, Harry, my boy, welcome, welcome. You as well, Ms. Greengrass. I'm certain I invited more of your friends, should I be expecting them." "Well, Neville wanted to come, but he actually had his prefect duties to attend to," Harry said. "And Claire, well, Michael, the boy you saw doing the wandless magic, he's helping her prepare for her first year here. I'm sure they meant no offense." "None taken, none at all," Slughorn said, waving them entry into the compartment. "Alice and Frank were also the responsible types, and I totally understand Ms. Belmont's predicament. What of your sister, Ms. Greengrass?" "Astoria, she didn't want to crowd the space. She's certain that I'll be able to report anything that comes of this meeting back to her." "Ah, a very efficient type of girl is she, not one for frivolous adventures," Slughorn said with a laugh. "Well, it's certainly disappointing that the timing was less than satisfactory. I was hoping to invite Lucius' son as well, Malfoy S.R. Was quite a fascinating young man during his time at Hogwarts. I was quite looking forward to seeing if young Draco would be equally riveting. Yet, he seems to have inexplicably disappeared. I'm certain that he would have been delighted to be invited. I'd be more than happy to extend your invitation to my boyfriend when he arrives at Hogwarts if you'd like," Pansy said, though Harry had to try to hold in the chuckle. Apart from possibly being the next Malfoy baby maker, Harry had no idea what prominent qualities Pansy possessed to have even been invited in the first place. "Yes, Ms. Parkinson, that would be most appreciated," Slughorn said, brushing the girl aside. "Now, Harry, please, take a seat." Slughorn nudged to the seat beside him, and Harry forced the best smile he could manage as he sat beside the large man. "You've certainly been in the news this summer, haven't you, boy? Punching the Dark Lord in the face, very impressive, and then your mysterious vanishing, you are quite intriguing." "Well, mystery is the spice of life, right?" Harry weakly forcing a chuckle from his lips. "Quite right," Slughorn said with a smile, "though I must say your legend simply continues to grow. I never would have imagined the tale of the Potter house growing so much when I first met your mother and father. Hell, I'd have wagered that your mother was never going to be a Potter, despite your father's insistence. You look so much like him, you know, except your eyes, you have." "My mother's eyes," Harry said with a warm smile. "I've been told." "Ah, yes, Lily," Slughorn said. "She was certainly one of the best potioneers I've ever had the pleasure of teaching. She and Severus were quite the prodigies. Only Merlin knows how far she could have taken those skills, seeing as Severus ended up filling my spot as potions master post my retirement. Though I suppose she would have been well off doing just about anything, especially with that Potter money at her back." "That actually reminds me, sir," Daphne said with a soft smile. "Why did you choose to return this year anyway?" "Well, that is a very interesting story," Slughorn said, though, in a far more morose tone than Harry had been expecting of the jovial man. "I suppose the main reason is that Dumbledore asked me to return, with a raise, I might add. I do hope you all treat your teachers well, as our pay is atrocious." A light laugh filled the cart, but Harry hadn't moved. There was certainly more to the story. "It also provided me a certain amount of protection as well. Being the world-renowned potion maker that I am, the blasted Death Eaters certainly took interest in me. But if they think that I'll serve their lord, they are severely mistaken. I don't associate with criminals." "He's lying," Harry thought to himself. "I'm not sure about what, but I'm certain he's lying." Harry smiled once more as Slughorn turned to him. "But all this talk about Death Eaters certainly is a downer on an otherwise joyous occasion." Perhaps somebody else would like to share. Maybe Mr. Potter here wants to share where he's been all summer. A secret would hardly be any fun if I shared it, Harry said with a chuckle. But I learned recently that Daphne, my lovely girlfriend, has spent the summer under the tutelage of Dr. Abigail Thatcher. Truly, Slughorn said with wide eyes. That certainly is a remarkable achievement, Ms. Greengrass. I was under the belief that Dr. Thatcher hadn't been willing to train another student for the last 20 years, Daphne said with a curt nod. I'm the first in a long time. I'm hoping that Madame Pomfrey will allow me to assist in the hospital wing over the school year so my skills don't get rusty. Remarkable, Slughorn said warmly. Quite remarkable indeed. Should you ever need a recommendation in the future, please don't hesitate to approach me. What of you, Mr. Belby? Slughorn turned to face Harry as if he was trying to earn his respect. I was just telling young Marcus here that I had the pleasure of teaching his uncle Damocles. Outstanding wizard, outstanding, and his Order of Merlin most well-deserved. Do you see much of your uncle, Marcus? Harry watched uncomfortably as Marcus shoved a handful of every flavor beans into his mouth as he shook his head. Not much of him, no. Slughorn's brow furrowed, becoming relaxed once more as he smiled. Well, of course, I dare say he's busy. I doubt he invented the wolfsbane potion without considerable hard work. He did, Harry thought to himself in wonder as the picture of Remus' smile crept into his mind. Guess I owe your uncle a hell of a lot then, Belby, though the boy wasted no time in his response. I suppose, he and my dad don't get on very well, you see, so I don't really know much about him. Harry had to bite his tongue to contain his smile as he watched Slughorn's eyes sink. The man had given the larger Ravenclaw a kind reply, but all Harry could think was, sorry, buddy, looks like you're cut from the club. The trivial conversations continued, as Harry watched Cormac and Slughorn chatted up a storm regarding some Nogtail hunt that he and his uncle Tiberius underwent. Yet it was becoming painfully clear that there was only one target Slughorn had a true interest in, and much to his great displeasure, it was him. Thankfully, though, relief had finally arrived as Daphne nudged him, reminding them of their prefect duties to prepare for off-boarding at the Hogsmeade station. Slughorn had looked heartbroken at Harry's exit, but Harry smiled and nodded, promising they would talk more later. As soon as the door slammed behind them, Daphne turned to face him with a questioning look. You actually want to go to another one of these dreadful things? I haven't been around a group of people with sticks shoved this far up their asses since the Malfoy Christmas party during third year. I have to, Harry said with a frustrating growl. Even with all my passive legilimency skill, Slughorn's occlumency walls were no joke. I could tell he was lying about something. A tired sigh escaped his lips as Harry threw his head back. I just don't quite know about what. I also need to understand why it is Dumbledore wanted him back. Which means, Daphne gripped his hand softly as they walked down the train's long corridor, I'm not done dealing with Dumbledore yet. Daphne sent him a gentle smile. Harry had felt the two shared some rather proficient telepathy by this point. But in fairness, you didn't have to be a mind reader to understand that spending more time with Dumbledore was the last thing Harry wanted. Come on, if we finish this last search fast, I think I found an empty compartment that you and I could occupy. Harry smirked as he looked down at his glowing girlfriend. You are a dangerous one, you know that, Ms. Greengrass. I'm well aware, Professor Potter, Daphne said with a chuckle as she took his hand, guiding him further down the train. Astoria yawned as she stretched out from her seat, the sinking sunlight visible in the sky from her window seat as she rose to her feet. She brushed off her uniform, before staring across from her seat watching as Claire nervously prepared herself. Don't worry about it, Michael said. I know it might feel embarrassing, but Harry did it his third year too, it's stupid. But let me tell you, riding on the boats into the castle, it really is a once-in-a-lifetime experience. He's not wrong, Astoria said, confirming the Ravenclaw's statement. The rowboats are actually where I first met Harry. Speaking of which, did he ever come back? Nope, but the Slug Club meeting is over, Neville said. He and your sister probably went to go find a place to snog, Michael said with a chuckle. Speaking of which, Astoria shook her head in amusement as Michael placed a gentle peck on Claire's lips. I'll see you in the Great Hall, pretty bird. Everything's going to be fine. Claire smiled, a hint of relief visible in her eyes as Astoria turned, lifting the curled Loki from the seat beside her, moving him into his transfer cage much to the Kneasel's displeasure. "We do this every year, Loki. Everything's going to be fine." Astoria turned to her broom that was tied to the top of her trunk, the golden letters which read Nimbus 2000 staring her in the face. This time for sure. Astoria initially had wanted to go on the hunt for Harry and Daphne, but on the slight chance that she was going to see something she'd never be able to forget, she vetoed that idea and exited the train, the cool September air brushing her silky black hair behind her shoulder. Despite not looking for him, though, Astoria quickly found her brother as first years whispered. "I can't believe it. Harry Potter's actually here." "Relax, will you?" another first year hissed. "We already saw him on the train. You don't need to be so starstruck." "But it's Harry Potter," the first student roared, forcing a chuckle to escape her lips as she weaved through the crowd. Grabbing her sister's hand as they zigzagged through the crowd towards the carriages. Astoria couldn't help but wonder what it must have been like to be a student who didn't see the black horses that pulled the carriages. And even worse, she couldn't help but wonder how many students would be so fortunate as to still be oblivious to the markers of witnessed death by the time this war was over. Astoria shook that thought from her head as they climbed aboard the carriage, Michael bringing up the rear after what she could only imagine must have been a rather obnoxious separation between the blue-haired boy and his model girlfriend. Astoria had grown to accept Neville, Hermione, and now even Claire, but she couldn't help but enjoy being around the group that had started it all. "So," Michael started with a chuckle, "you two have a fun final inspection." "Yep," Harry and Daphne replied in unison. Michael sighed. "It's no fun if you two don't get embarrassed by it anymore." "It's been going on for a while now," Harry said with a chuckle. "I think we've gotten used to it." "Before Michael interrupts with any more nonsense," Astoria said with a smirk, "how was the Slug Club meeting?" She watched on patiently as Harry explained the contents of the events. As she listened, she had become more and more relieved that she had decided not to go, but Harry's insistence on the fact that Slughorn was hiding something had intrigued her deeply. Though that intrigue had vanished into disappointment upon hearing that somehow, even without any of them seeing the headmaster's face since the end of the previous term, Dumbledore had once again found a way of roping Harry into a plan. All Astoria could hope for was that whatever it wasn't as dangerous as last year's interference. "Are you sure you want to continue your meetings with him?" Michael asked, his voice now taking a serious tone. "You know I'm with you until the end of the line, but, and I don't mean to sound cruel, we nearly died trying to get Dumbledore's mole out of your head last year, and that was with Moody's help. I don't think any of us could survive doing that again." Astoria nodded her agreement to Michael's objection, but Harry's face had remained rather stoic. "I'm different than who I was last year. Dumbledore won't get the jump on me this time, and even if somehow he eludes me, he won't be able to do the same to her." "Her?" Astoria asked in a curious tone as Harry revealed a three-eyed crow pendant from beneath his collared shirt. "That's that symbol, the Eye of the Crow. I was going to tell all of you later, hopefully when we were all together so I wouldn't have to explain it multiple times," Harry said. "But I didn't exactly spend my summer twiddling my thumbs." Astoria had felt as if her soul was leaving her body hearing about Harry's training, her sister's sunken eyes as Harry described his training only adding further, though unnecessary, validity to his story. "In short, this pendant contains a bit of her magic. It means that even if Dumbledore tries to disturb my magic or mind again, she'll be able to recognize it and help me adjust. In a way, it's the ultimate failsafe." "Here I was thinking my training in France was bad," Michael said with a sigh as the castle became clear in the distance, "only to find out you spent the summer training with an actual goddess of magic. Sometimes the world is just too unfair." Michael shook his head with a gentle smile. "So, just exactly how strong are you?" "I fought Moody to a standstill on my last day of training, but that was when my magic was still restabilizing," Harry started softly. "Truthfully, though, I have no idea what my limit's at, and if I can find a way of absorbing more of that core I was talking about, the growth can still be exponential. But I need to train my own body and magic more before I can even handle siphoning off more of the power." Morgana made it clear. If I try to take too much too early, Voldemort's magic could overtake me instead, and we all know what happens when his influence takes over. Astoria watched as Michael clutched his shoulder, the memory of the red-eyed Harry sending shivers down her spine. Truthfully, Astoria felt as if she had 1,000 more questions she wanted to ask Harry about his training. But she didn't have the time as the carriages stopped before the towering castle. The sound of this year's head boy Roger Davies called out for the students to head out. She watched as Harry's head sunk. And I have to take orders from this idiot. Man, this day just keeps getting better. Somehow, I think, I'd rather be training with Morgana again. I wouldn't worry too much about taking orders from anyone, Daphne said reassuringly. You're back to be the Harry Potter now after all. As much as I hate to say it, as things are now, you're relatively untouchable. Astoria nodded in agreement as the four left the carriages entering the lines, which had been headed by the awaiting and smiling face of one of her favorite professors, Hagrid. The halls of the castle welcomed her back with open arms. In a way, the castle had truly become her home, the point only solidifying due to the fact she hadn't returned to Greengrass Manor over the summer. Though as she thought about the curly, blonde-haired boy she left behind in Bulgaria, she couldn't help but have a minor pang of sadness. Down corridors and up staircases, the castle that had once been so overwhelming had become so comforting, almost to the point that if asked, Astoria was quite certain she could make her way from the Slytherin common room to the Gryffindor one with ease, provided somebody informed her which direction the staircases were moving, of course. Though as the doors of the Great Hall she found herself staring at the most unwelcome surprise, the hunched-over figure of one Draco Malfoy. The Slytherin prefect looked horrible. Bags lined his eyes, his normally pale blonde hair had nearly turned completely white, and his steel-gray eyes somehow managed to look lifeless, and yet full of hate at the same time. Astoria swallowed as she somehow felt the tension of Harry's eyes locking on Draco's, the two seeming to be having a silent war behind their stoic facades. "Be careful, both of you," Harry whispered, the lack of nicknames setting Astoria's heart to beat at a faster rate. "He's different now, his magic it reeks." Daphne nodded, breaking her grasp on Harry's hands as the four separated with Michael heading towards the Ravenclaw table, Daphne to the snake pit, and her and Harry making their way towards the lion banner. Though Astoria couldn't help but notice the hawkish glare Harry continued to send Malfoy the moment Daphne had taken a seat between the now arriving Tracy and Blaise. It was only Astoria's gentle tap on Harry's shoulder that broke his gaze. "Play it cool, will you?" Astoria whispered. "If he knows we're on to him from the jump, he'll make all our lives harder. You're not the only one who trained hard this summer. I'm sure Daphne can hold her own, at least long enough for help to arrive." Harry nodded, though he didn't seem too happy about it. The boy who lived had no time to complain, however, as once more the doors opened as the line of new students arrived in the hall marching behind McGonagall, who led with authority. "Welcome to the Great Hall," McGonagall called out. "We will now begin the sorting process. Once your name is called, please step forward. I shall place this sorting hat atop your head, and you will move to join your fellow classmates. As we have a transfer student, it is only right that she should go first. Claire Belmont, please come forward." Astoria watched the girl approach the stool nervously, though if possible it seemed as if Michael was even more nervous than her. Claire took a seat as the hat was placed atop her. For a moment there was silence, and then, "Ravenclaw." "Woohoo!" Michael yelled out, jumping from his seat, earning a laugh from the table as Claire rolled her eyes playfully. Astoria watched the model elegantly skate towards the table, the trim of her robes now a brilliant blue as she took a seat beside her boyfriend. The remainder of the sorting was boring, and Astoria was somewhat thankful it was short as she was starving, though she did notice that Harry had taken a special interest in a certain group of triplets. The one named Bailey had been placed into Hufflepuff, Brooke had been put into Ravenclaw, and Gryffindor, who had taken the least amount of students this year, received Blair. She walked towards the table happily, smiling and waving at Harry, who waved back sheepishly as Astoria bumped him slightly. "You better not start scouting my replacement now." "Who could replace you, short stack?" Harry said with a chuckle. "You're one of a kind." Astoria smiled, a smile that grew wider as the food that she had been so desperately craving appeared before her. Never before had she felt as hungry as she currently did, though it was probably a gross estimation, though she was forced to wait as Dumbledore rose from his chair, his throat-clearing maneuver echoing throughout the hall, bringing silence. The man normally appeared open and welcoming, his different posture immediately sending off-putting signals as Astoria saw was that the man's other hand was firmly tucked into his robe, a factor, judging by Harry's face, that he had noticed as well. "Good evening to you all." Dumbledore started the booming of his voice, commanding the room's attention. "First off, let me introduce the newest member of our staff, Potions Master, and this year's potion professor, Professor Horace Slughorn." A gentle applause filled the room as the rather large man stood and bowed proudly. "Now, many of you recurring students may find this surprising as our resident potions expert. Professor Severus Snape has been our potions professor for many years. Fear not, he will not be leaving us this year. Rather, he shall be given the great honor of serving as this year's defense against the dark arts professor." Aside from the new members of Gryffindor House, not a single clap could be heard, as Astoria watched the way Harry and Snape flashed their knife-like eyes towards one another. "Now, as you can see, our attendance this year is unfortunately at a severe low, though it is not impossible to understand why." Dumbledore sighed. "Once there was a student like you, who walked these halls, roamed under this castle's roof. He seemed to all the world a student like any other. His name, Tom Riddle." Astoria quickly watched the way Harry's eyes became tight with confusion at the name, though not the type of confusion that implies a feeling of being lost, but rather one of sharing information Harry already knew with others. "Today, of course," Dumbledore continued, "he's known all over the world by another name, which is why, as I stand, looking out upon you all tonight, I'm reminded of a sobering fact. Every day, every hour, this very minute perhaps, dark forces attempt to penetrate this castle's walls. But in the end, their greatest weapon is the fear within you. Show them none, and you will weaken them indefinitely. Show wisdom in times of uncertainty, be welcoming in a time of absence, be cunning in a time riddled with mystery, and be courageous in a time of fear. Together, we will rise above this dark cloud." Applause shook the room as Astoria watched Harry's head fall gently before once more Dumbledore continued. "That is all I have for you tonight. Please, enjoy your dinner, your continuation, and for some of you, your entrance into the world of magic begins tomorrow morning." Chapter 9. Pieces of a puzzle. Harry had felt horrible as he stumbled into the defense against the dark arts class. The mystery of Draco had been hard enough to sleep on, but the fact that he had gotten the ungodly duty of midnight shift patrol on his first week back to the castle had made him wish he was stuck in a gravity chamber with thralls. For as cruel as Morgana's training could be, at least, for the most part, she let him sleep. He smiled, however, finding Daphne standing against the door of the dark arts class, a glimmering red potion vial in her hand. "I had a feeling you weren't going to get much sleep after our patrol." Harry nodded, his tired eyes making the Slytherin fifth year's point irrefutable. "Drink," Daphne whispered, pushing the vial into his hand. "It's pepper-up potion. It should keep you awake until the end of class at least." "You're a lifesaver," Harry said with a grin as he downed the potion, energy instantly swelling through his body. "I've been told, now come on," Daphne said. "Snape hates you enough when you aren't late." Harry nodded grimly as he took his girlfriend's hand, the two walking into what at one point was his favorite classroom. The nature of the class had always made the room look creepy. Moody had trinkets of his own collection lining the room, and Remus had the nerve to even open the window and let some light in during his reign, but Snape wasn't having any of it. Harry didn't consider himself an expert decorator by any means, but if he had to pick a motif for the design choice of Snape, it would be quite simple: black. The dimmest of lighting broke through the shuttered-shut windows, and an ominous black shroud hovered over the room, blending in perfectly with the dark walls. If Snape had been authorized to change the colors of the desk, Harry was quite certain they'd have been black too. Honestly, Harry felt as if he could bag on the Snape's room design choices for hours, but he hadn't the opportunity, as the creaking of the office door alerted the class of his arrival. "Welcome, students," Snape began with a cold sneer, "to your OWL year of defense against the dark arts class. As you all had my potions class in the past, I'm certain you are already familiar with the rules of my classroom. There will be no side chatter, no meaningless quandaries, and there will be no wand waving without my explicit permission." Harry felt Snape's eyes fall upon him. "Is that understood, Mr. Potter?" "Sorry, sir," Harry retorted. "I was under the impression that none of us were to answer, as you put it, meaningless quandaries. I was assuming that rule applied to you as well." A gentle chuckle from the Gryffindor students filled the air as Snape's sneer thickened. "Cheek is not a wise practice in my classroom, Mr. Potter. You will do well to remember that in the future." Snape's cloak flapped in the air as he turned, stepping out in front of the lecture podium. "Moving on," Snape said, his voice curling in the sky. "As you all know, learning how to defend oneself from danger is an important skill to have. It is an even more of an urgent requirement now more than ever. So we will begin small. Who can tell me when a witch or wizard is at their most dangerous?" Snape's eyes scanned the hall before the head of Slytherin House called out, "Finnegan, do you know the answer?" "Well, magic is tied to emotion," Finnegan started. "Perhaps when a witch or wizard is angry." "Incorrect. 5 points from Gryffindor," Snape started. "You can't take points for a wrong answer," Ron called out. "That's bull." He stopped himself, but Snape had clearly gotten the message. 10 points from Gryffindor. Does anyone else have anything they'd like to address? "At the risk of losing more points," Harry started, the eyes of his girlfriend glaring into his back. "A witch or wizard is at their most dangerous when they are armed. Most don't bother to train combat skills without their wand, meaning that once their wand is removed, they become useless." "Correct," Snape said, "and 5 more points from Gryffindor for talking out of turn." Harry sat down with a shrug of indifference as Snape began to walk down the classroom aisle. While incapable of keeping his mouth shut, Mr. Potter is correct regarding a wizard and his wand. Should a wizard become unarmed, they are much weaker. As you seem to be such an expert on the art of combat, Mr. Potter, perhaps you'd like to demonstrate the disarming charm. A devilish smirk rose to Harry's face as he stood, walking towards the clearing at the front of the room. "It would be my pleasure," Harry whispered as he lowered his knees, taking his fighting stance. "To disarm me, Mr. Potter," Snape said, the hum of his voice capable of being felt through Harry's feet, "you will be needing your wand. Hopefully you haven't forgotten that." "Trust me," Harry said with a crooked smile, "I don't need it to disarm you." The ooze of the crowd hummed in the background as Snape took his stance. "Though I suppose it wouldn't be fair to not give you a target to shoot at either," Harry said, pulling his wand from his cloak. "Don't worry, though, I won't use it." "Impudent behavior is dangerous on the field of battle, Mr. Potter," Snape curled. "Overconfidence is a surefire way to get yourself killed." Harry simply chuckled in return as a disarming charm jumped from Snape's wand. Harry effortlessly moved to the side as he glared at the professor before him, the hatred for the mark the man wore on his arm beneath his sleeve causing his magic to bubble within him as he countered. Snap. Harry had wished he'd instructed somebody to take a picture of the defense against the dark art professor's face, as Snape's eyes began to balloon in size, his repulsive sneer dropping for a mere second to one of visible awe as he glared at his black wand that now rested firmly in Harry's hand. Snape's awe had quickly vanished, however, returning to one of sheer disgust as Snape called out, "I believe that you have something that is mine." Harry smirked, dropping the wand, summoning a gust of wind to roll it towards the professor as the class remained silent. "I do hope you feel proud of yourself, Potter. Wordless and wandless magic are far beyond the capacity of most students in this classroom. In your attempt to make a fool of me, you neglected your purpose as a demonstrator." Harry's face remained passive as Snape turned. "You will now divide into pairs. One partner will attempt to cast the spell, the other will attempt to avoid and counter. The objective is to disarm only. Should I see any other spells, you will be seeing Dumbledore before this class is over." Harry felt Snape's eyes fall upon him. "Were my instructions in any way unclear? I was under the impression you had 2 ears capable of understanding language." Harry scoffed as he turned his back to Snape, returning to Daphne, who stood there waiting for him. "Was that really necessary?" she whispered with a tired sigh. "Yes," Harry replied curtly. "Now who's casting, you or me?" "You don't exactly look like you need any more practice with the spell," Daphne said, her wand gripped tightly in her hand. "You dodge, I shoot." "Fair enough," Harry said, standing over her with a smile. "Come and get me, princess." "You're on Flyby." Harry watched as the sweat gleamed from Daphne's brow, her charms failing to land as Harry weaved between the jets of red. Though Daphne had still managed to remain calm, frustration seeming to have no effect on her as the two danced. For a moment, Harry had wanted to soften up, to allow her to land a lucky hit, but that was an option. There was no time for being friendly when training any longer. Every hour of training was as lifelike as possible, as Harry knew damn well the Death Eaters wouldn't be so merciful. Though as Daphne's arm tired, Harry couldn't help but turn to face Draco, who for the past 30 minutes had been having Ron on the run. Harry watched on with pity as Ron did everything he could to shield or avoid the shots firing from Draco's wand. He wasn't that good before, I could take him for sure, but he got a lot better with that wand over the summer. But how? Harry's thoughts were broken as Malfoy's disarming charm hit Ron square in the chest, sending the fifth-year Gryffindor stumbling to the ground, his wand flying from his hand, only for Malfoy to throw it back to him like it was a pile of garbage. "Pathetic, Weasley," Draco sneered. "Shouldn't have expected anything better from a blood-traitorous swine like you. You and your family disgust me. Your sister must be grateful she's not." Ron growled, rising to his feet, and without a word, a red bolt fired from Ron's wand, sending Malfoy flying back as well. The Slytherin's wand left discarded on the ground as Ron snarled. "Never talk about my sister again, you piece of shit." Harry stepped in front of Daphne, the magic inside of Malfoy's body flowing strangely. Harry had wanted to call out for Ron, but whether it was by sheer accident or not, a bolt of orange flames erupted from Draco's hand. Ron ducked, barely avoiding a painful singing, but Harry book bag that had been left resting atop his desk had not been so lucky. "What the hell is wrong with you?" Tracy shouted on. "You could have actually hurt him." Draco snarled and Harry's eyes locked hard upon the Slytherin, who rose, recovering his wand and reaching for his bag. "This is worthless," Draco spat as he pushed through the crowd. Draco's eyes had turned to steel daggers as he glared back at Harry, a feeling of murderous intent radiating off Draco. It didn't matter that Harry knew the boy to be weaker than him, the hairs on his body rising at the boy's presence. Something's wrong with him. I've never seen Draco like this. Harry had turned to Snape, expecting him to do something, but the former potion's master remained silent, watching as Draco exited the classroom. For a moment, there was nothing. A stillness overtook the air as some students found even breathing difficult. Then, Snape broke the peace. "Class dismissed. And Mr. Potter, please put out your fire." Snape's presence felt uncomfortable to him. He too was radiating with some strange feeling magic, though considering the mark on his arm, Harry knew not to think too highly of the professor before him. Harry lifted his wand, extinguishing the flames, though as he opened the bag, he saw his potions and charms book had been burned beyond repair. His thoughts escaped the book, however, as he watched Tracy and Blaise head to Ron's side, helping him to his feet, as Harry heard Ron distantly mutter, "What's his problem?" Harry turned to face Snape, his eyes falling upon the greasy gits, but instantly Harry was forced to abandon his legilimency probe. More than anyone Harry had ever seen before, Snape's mind was an impenetrable fortress. Without another moment's hesitation, Harry picked up his singed bag, before exiting the room, Daphne in tow. "You can borrow my potions book if you want. I'm sure Slughorn wouldn't mind us sharing, considering we're part of his slug club," Daphne said with a warm smile. "Something's wrong here," Harry said as his feet carried him down the corridor. "I can't explain it, but everything just feels off. Draco, Snape, Slughorn, Dumbledore, everyone just seems so suspicious. No wonder people think he's mad. If this is how Moody thinks about every situation, I can't blame him." Daphne squeezed his hand comfortingly as Harry shoved the thoughts into the back of his mind. "Questions for another time," Harry said with a tired sigh. "The quicker we finish with Slughorn, the quicker we can get lunch. I don't know about you, but—" "You're starving," Daphne finished for him with a chuckle. Yeah, what else is new?" Daphne had always considered herself a girl that had felt she could keep calm under dire circumstances, but the glare that Draco had shot Harry at the end of their earlier defense against the dark arts class had made Daphne feel the need to possibly reconsider her stance. Harry and Michael had once said that not everyone had the innate ability to sense magic, and even of those who could, it required a clear presence of mind to do so. If she were to be honest, Daphne wasn't certain she met either of those requirements, but for a split second, she swore she could sense the Prince of Slytherin's magic, and it had felt like hatred personified. Though Draco's glare hadn't been the only thing to unnerve her that day, as the gloomy dungeons she'd grown so accustomed to somehow felt different. More light illuminated the halls, and as Daphne approached the in-session class of Slughorn, she could swear that for the first time in her life, she heard laughter coming from inside the stone room. Daphne had intended on patiently waiting for Slughorn's previous class to be dismissed, but it seemed that Harry had just managed to walk into view of the open door, instantly becoming the subject of Slughorn's undivided attention. "Harry, my boy," Slughorn called out, breaking Harry out of his trance. "Surprised to see you so early. I thought class had another 10 minutes. Daphne quickly peered into view, making Slughorn's smile grow even brighter as she replied. "It does, but Professor Snape ended class early after a bit of a mishap," Daphne said softly. "Ah, well, that is to be expected with Severus teaching a new class for the first time," Slughorn said warmly. "Well, no need to stand on ceremony. Please come in. I believe both of you will be in my NEWT level potions class next year anyway. May as well get a jump start. Wouldn't you agree?" Having no other option, Daphne and Harry entered the potions class, though Daphne hardly recognized the place given the added illumination and sparks of Hogwarts colors that Slughorn had adorned along the room. Truthfully, however, Daphne was a bit intrigued by what was being taught at the NEWT level and had instantly become captivated by the clear bottle in Slughorn's hand. "Oh, yes," Slughorn said warmly. "Where was I, Katie Bell, was it? I believe it is you who brewed the best draught of living death this class. The vial of Felix Felicis is yours." "Thank you, Professor," Katie said, taking the vial, earning the scowl of everyone in the room before smiling at Harry, who waved back and returning to her seat. "Professor, if I may make a suggestion, do you remember the potion you showed us this morning? Perhaps you should ask Daphne and Harry to smell it. I think they would work as a perfect example of its power." Daphne watched as Harry's brow furrowed, the boy who lived glancing at Katie in confusion, who simply smiled. "Ah, brilliant idea, Ms. Bell. Would you be so kind as to volunteer, Mr. Potter? There may be house points available should you accept." Daphne simply shrugged as Harry sighed. "Well, I suppose I should at least try to earn some of the points Snape took back," Harry said with a chuckle, a notion that radiated among the Gryffindor and Ravenclaw sixth years. "What do you want me to smell?" Slughorn bounded over towards a bubbling cauldron, the liquid a flowing and bubbling basin of pink. "Over here, if you would be so kind." Daphne stepped forward with Harry by her side. "Now, Ms. Greengrass, take a whiff of this potion, but don't say what it smells like until I say to reveal it." Daphne nodded, stepping forward, inhaling the potion's fumes deeply before pulling away, her nose instantly sensing the familiar smell of cedar and green apple. "Now you, Mr. Potter," Slughorn said as Harry replicated her action. "If you'd be so kind, please tell us what you both smelled." "Cedar and green apple, kind of like your cologne," Daphne whispered, turning to Harry. Though Harry looked lost, "Are you sure you're feeling all right?" he whispered. "I definitely smelt something lemony, kinda like your shampoo." An audible awe filled the air as Slughorn simply smiled. "Ah, young love is quite the beautiful thing. What you two just smelled was—" "A Mortentia," Daphne said, her eyes widening. "Love potion. I knew I recognized the color." Her face had gone as pink as the potion upon releasing the scent Harry recognized was her own, the eyes of the sixth years in the class falling upon them. Yes, well done," Slughorn said. 5 points to both Slytherin and Gryffindor for helping display such a unique property of this potion. I hope you all understand now why I believe this potion to be one of the most dangerous ones in existence. To mimic feelings of love and adoration is certainly a powerful tool, and one that is not easily detectable. Slughorn pulled on his coat proudly. "But I do believe that is all the time we have here today. You all know your assigned reading for next class. Now off you go. I do have another group of students coming in." Daphne's eyes followed Katie as she approached them with a smile. Sorry for jumping you two like that. It was just too cute of an opportunity to miss. Try not to hate me, she said with a smile. A little warning next time, Belle, Harry said with a light smile. But it's fine, don't worry about it. See you around. Katie nodded warmly before exiting the class, Daphne gazing as her boyfriend's focus shifted to Slughorn. Professor, the incident that Daphne was telling you about actually ended up damaging my textbook for this class. You don't happen to have any spares, do you? If I do, they might be tucked somewhere in those back cabinets, Slughorn said. But don't worry, we're brewing a rather simple potion today. It's the draft of peace, and I'd be more than happy to assist you during the process. I'm actually quite familiar with the potion, Daphne said with a gentle smile, shifting her eyes towards Harry. You can borrow my book. I'll go see what I can find in the cabinets. Quickly, Daphne pulled her potions book from her bag, dropping it onto Harry's hands as she sped towards the back. Snape had never allowed the students to check the cabinets. And while Daphne hardly considered herself as nosy as her sister, her innate curiosity had been piqued by the Slytherin head of house for years. Daphne pulled the cabinet open, finding all sorts of dusty books, some seeming to date back to the 1800s and classes that were no longer offered at the school. Though of all the old books, one seemed to scream out to her. An old and rather tattered-looking copy of Advanced Potion Making. Daphne had remembered looking for this book in her youth, yet never being able to purchase a copy due to her age. Stealing was wrong, she knew that, but given the fact that the book looked as if it had gone untouched for nearly 30 years, she had a feeling nobody was going to miss it as she shoved the book into her belongings before turning and finding an older copy of the OWL Potion Making. Daphne turned with a smile, tossing the book to Harry, who handed hers back. It's an older copy, but I think it'll work. Excellent, Slughorn said with a clap. Well, now that we have that all sorted, I encourage you to find your seats. Normally I assign them alphabetically, but feel free to sit wherever you'd like. Daphne smiled as she took Harry by the wrist, guiding him to a workbench near the front. Do we have to sit up here? Harry whispered softly to Daphne. If you want information, you're going to have to butter him up, Daphne said. Just follow my lead, okay? If your potion skills impress him enough, you'll be one step closer to your objective of prying the truth from him. You always have a plan, don't you, Princess? I do indeed, Daphne said with a half smile. The class had filled rapidly, with each student aside from herself, and Harry quickly being assigned a seat and partner. Though perhaps not all that unbelievably, but certainly suspicious, Draco had not bothered to turn up for potions either. A fact that seemed to have most deeply disappointed Slughorn, who spoke once everyone had arrived. Welcome, students. He began as warmly as he could. Today we shall begin by allowing me to gain a general idea of where exactly each of you are at in your potion-making ability. The recipe for this class's potion is found on page 235 and is called the Draft of Peace. The sound of rapidly opened books filled the air as students quickly skimmed the pages. Now, while this is intended to be a diagnostic examination of sorts, should you feel stuck, please feel free to ask me for assistance. It is, after all, my job. Surprised murmuring from the Gryffindors filled the air as Slughorn smiled, hearing the undercurrent of compliments. You will all have until the end of class to complete your potions. You are now free to start. Diligence was not exactly a trait that Daphne would have ascribed to Harry the day they had first met, and yet, so much had changed since the idiot had spilled her mint chocolate chip ice cream in the center of Diagon Alley. Her eyes watched in sheltered awe at the way Harry's knife crushed the porcupine quills on the flat end. The cauldron had begun to bubble orange as Daphne turned. I need the... She didn't even have to finish her sentence as Harry spun, a container containing the powdered unicorn horn in his hand. She smiled, taking the powder, dumping it into the potion. Daphne felt her back brush against Harry's, the two sending each other a gentle glance. Think you can keep up if we start moving a bit faster, Flyboy? Bring it, Princess, Harry said with a chuckle, the two flying through their work. Daphne couldn't help but smirk at the reactions the two had garnered from the surrounding workstations. Bickering filled the room as other pairs barked orders at each other, yet aside from the playful comment, she and Harry worked in silence. They didn't need words. Daphne quickly reached her hand back, finding Harry's the hellebore essence vial, transferring ownership with ease. 5, 6, 7, Daphne whispered in her mind, the drops of the essence mingling with the now white potion before in unison, the two lifted their hands, signaling for Slughorn's attention. Done. Slughorn had looked just about ready to faint as he glanced upon her and Harry's confident grins. My word, you two certainly finished fast. The large potion master approached the cauldron, watching with a smile as a silvery vapor began to rise from the pot of simmering white liquid. Merlin's beard, it's perfect. I don't see even the slightest hint of discoloration. And to produce one so fast, I must say, you certainly inherited your mother's potion-making ability. Thank you, sir, Harry said with a quick nod. But I can't really take the credit. If it wasn't for Daphne, mine would have probably. A large explosion erupted from Seamus' cauldron as his robes began to burn. Exploded. Harry finished weakly as Slughorn raced towards Seamus, extinguishing the flames. Ah, quite humble now, Slughorn said with a smile. Very well, 5 points to both Gryffindor and Slytherin. You two are free to go. It was a pleasure having you in my class, Mr. Potter, Ms. Greengrass. Harry nodded gently before Daphne took his hand, the two leaving the potions classroom, the door slamming behind him. Well, Daphne said softly, we have half an hour before class is over. Any idea on what you want to do? Fly with me, Harry said quickly. What? Daphne said with a stutter. Harry, you know I don't like brooms. Please, it'll just be for a little bit, and we won't do anything crazy, Harry said, his eyes growing in a puppy dog pout. I haven't been able to fly all summer, and I'd have a lot more fun doing it with you. Daphne sighed. Fine, just stop looking at me like that. Harry chuckled at his victory. She shook her head with amusement. You are so lucky you're cute, flyboy. Dumbledore paced steadily along the carpeted ground of his office, his fingers rubbing deeply into his temples as he attempted to construct a winnable situation in his mind. It seemed to him that Harry and Slughorn had already made themselves well acquainted with one another, with Harry even agreeing to join the man's Slug Club, and yet it was Snape's words that haunted him. The boy is different. That is all that Severus had said to open the report of their plan. Dumbledore was delighted that Harry now possessed control over the very wand he held in his undamaged hand, and yet there were far too many variables in the Potter boy's past to make a calculated decision for his next move. Yet Harry only consisted of half of the man's woes. The other belonged to none other than Draco Malfoy. Dumbledore had hoped and hoped that the young man would not follow his father's path, but the boy had chosen to walk the path of darkness, and Dumbledore could sense no light in the boy. If it was possible to be found, it was under layers of pain, anger, and hatred. Dumbledore looked down at his blackened hand, cursing himself for his foolishness. His time of death was near. Be it by the curse, by Draco, or preferably Draco's proxy, his death was imminent. Dumbledore had hoped for the chance to mold Harry, to turn him into the soldier he needed the boy to be, but the facts were evident. Harry had beaten every single one of his tactics, and with his timetable before him, he no longer needed Harry to simply be a soldier. He needed Harry to be a general, and generals required knowledge of their opponents. He pushed his quandaries down. The presence of Harry's far more formidable magic was glowing from beyond the door. The fifth-year Gryffindor's knuckles knocked against the door, before, with a wave of his hand, Albus allowed the boy entry. Seeing Harry alone and up close had really made it perfectly clear how much the boy had changed. The boy stood straighter, his hair longer, his body broader, and his magic, while not exactly rivaling his own quite yet, had grown exponentially. Harry, my boy, I hope your summer abroad did you well, Well, you haven't tried to look into my head yet, so that's good, Harry replied blankly, cutting the headmaster off. Look, Professor Dumbledore, over the summer I've been trying very hard to be a pragmatic person. I don't trust you, and frankly, I don't quite like you either. But you have answers that I need. I'm here for business, that's it. Dumbledore sighed. I suppose that is reasonable. I do apologize for everything that I've put you through these past 2 years, but I give you my word, I have no reason to try and deceive you any longer. I've heard that before, Harry scoffed. Why should I believe you now? Without a word, Dumbledore removed his hand from his robe, the black and burned hand revealing itself to the boy. Dumbledore remained passive as he watched the boy step back, clearly feeling the radiating dark magic from his curse, the black matter from his hand already encompassing his wrist. "I'm dead, Harry. There is nothing left for me to do here on this earth but to be truthful. The fact of the matter is, I most likely only have until the end of this year." "What kind of curse is that?" Harry whispered out, his voice fighting hard to contain his tremble. "And what do you mean you're going to die? What if I'm not enough to take care of Voldemort? Who is going to keep fighting if I fail? What?" "I'm sorry, Harry," Dumbledore whispered. "I've dropped so many burdens upon you, the burden of fighting Voldemort, a problem I should have taken care of before it grew so large, being the most prominent. But I will do everything in my power to ensure you are ready. It is for that reason that I have brought Slughorn back to the castle, and it is for the same reason that you stand in this room today." Dumbledore watched as Harry's eyes hardened in confusion. "I'm not here to teach you some spectacular spell, nor am I here to teach you how to lead. I am doing now what I promised Sirius I would do the day I first found you. I'm here to provide my advice, and even more relevantly, I'm here to provide you all the information I have collected on Tom." Dumbledore waved his hand, guiding Harry's eyes to a golden castle statue that opened, doubling as a container for all his memories. "These are memory vials," Harry said, approaching the golden statue. "All of them are yours." Dumbledore nodded. "Yes, Harry. And through these memories, I hope that you will be able to assist me in solving a rather important mystery." "That mystery being?" Harry asked softly. "How it is that Voldemort managed to return in the first place," Dumbledore started. "Though I'm afraid I only have half of the answer, the other remains locked in the mind of Horace Slughorn. That will come in time, however. Even if we manage to retrieve the man's memory now, it would be useless to you. I only hope that you will indulge me tonight in showing you a little bit of backstory on the man you know as Voldemort. Only then will we be able to truly begin to solve the riddle of Tom's seemingly immortality." Harry nodded, though it was far from confident, something that he knew was about as good of a reply as he was going to get. Dumbledore turned to a crystal-like screen, placing his hand upon it as it began to separate, revealing nothing but a stone, rune-covered tabletop, a silvery bowl resting atop it. "Tell me, Harry, do you know what this is?" "A pensive," Harry replied, a gentle grin growing across Dumbledore's face. "It's the magical item that makes viewing memories possible in the first place. But if we are going to be viewing memories, I guess the most prominent question to ask is, where are we starting? To truly understand the history of your opponent, we will begin with a short trip down Bob Ogden's memory lane. He died some time ago, but not before I had tracked him down and persuaded him to confide these recollections to me. We are about to accompany him on a visit he made in the course of his duties. If you would be so kind as to stand beside me, Harry, diving into memories simultaneously requires some rather specific timing." The boy walked slowly to his side as Dumbledore nodded. "Good, now, on the count of 3, we must plunge our heads into the liquid." Harry nodded as Dumbledore entered the silver memory essence into the basin before the count began. Then, on the count of 3, they plunged. He and Harry had managed to land rather gracefully into the dense woods that surrounded the small area of Little Hangleton. It hadn't taken long before Dumbledore saw Harry's eyes fall upon a half-hidden building, tangled among the tree trunks. The shack hadn't changed during Dumbledore's most recent visit in the least, still as small, dilapidated, and filth-ridden as ever, though Dumbledore did feel a pang of sadness in his heart as he saw the sunken eyes of the young girl that looked longingly in the distance towards the manor Dumbledore knew to be there. As they walked closer, the sound of hissing filled the air. Dumbledore had worked long and hard to learn the complex dialogue of the serpents, and Harry seemed to be listening in as well as the voice of Marvolo Gaunt hissed out. "Girl, get away from the window before I drag you off it by your neck. You better not be looking at the Muggle boy again. Members of the House of Gaunt don't associate with bloody Muggles. If I catch you doing it again, I'll gouge out your eyes." Dumbledore reached forward, clasping Harry's shoulder, stopping him, the boy turning to him with disgruntled eyes. "We are only in a memory more than a half-century in the past. There is nothing we can do for her." Dumbledore watched on as the short and plump man before him approached the shack calmly. "This is Bob Ogden. He works for the Ministry of Magic, or at least he did. On this mission, he was sent to alert the Gaunts that their son, Morphin, has broken wizarding law." Dumbledore watched as Harry's eyes followed the spectacled man towards the door, the knocking of the man's fist rattling the whole shack. "Who goes there?" the rather gravely voice of Marvolo Gaunt called out. "My name is Bob Ogden. I've come with a summon for your son, Mr. Gaunt. I'm certain you already know what it's about." The door swung open, quickly revealing a rather elderly man. His long arms dangling as a tight scowl appeared across his wrinkled face. "Summons," Marvolo roared. "Who are you to make demands of us?" "I'm head of the Magical Law Enforcement Squad," Bob Ogden said in a calm and even tone. "And you think we're scum, do you? Scum who'll come running when the ministry tells them to. Do you know who you're talking to, you filthy little mudblood, do you?" the man hissed furiously. "I was under the impression that I was speaking to Mr. Gaunt," Ogden said unflinchingly, as he gazed past the hideous gleam of the Gaunt patriarch. "May I come in?" Dumbledore closed his eyes as the sound of a dropping pan rattled through the air as Marvolo turned, looking back into the kitchen. "Pick it up. That's it. Grub on the floor like some filthy muggle. What's your wand for, you useless sack of muck?" "Why isn't Ogden doing anything? He's clearly getting violent towards the girl. Shouldn't he be helping her?" Harry asked, the boy's fist tight in frustration. "I'm sure he would, if he could understand what Marvolo was saying," Dumbledore said, earning a confused glance from Harry. "Look at the man again. Do you see anything familiar?" Dumbledore watched as Harry scanned. A minor feeling of pride swelled in Dumbledore's chest as the boy quickly noticed the locket that rested upon Marvolo's neck. "That looks exactly like the locket that Sirius described to me. And that's a snake Parseltongue. They're speaking Parseltongue." "Wait," Harry said with a pause. "You can understand Parseltongue?" Dumbledore nodded. "Very difficult language to decipher if not born with the gift. Though it is not that surprising when you consider that you are looking at a descendant of Salazar Slytherin himself, and the grandfather of Tom Riddle, Marvolo Gaunt." The boy's eyes instantly widened as the scene around them changed, the minister pushing past Marvolo to enter the home. Once more Dumbledore felt his heart sink. You see, Merope Gaunt lived a rather unfortunate life. Not gifted with magic, and never being allowed to be sent to Hogwarts for fear of embarrassing her family's name, she was left to be abused relentlessly by her father and brother. Descendants of a powerful magical line, yes, but lacking in all heart. Though Merope, she had the opposite problem, no magical power, but great capacity to love, though unable to handle the fear of rejection. Dumbledore's attention shifted back to Marvolo, who had begun shouting as Ogden attempted to remain calm. "Mr. Gaunt, as I've said, the reason for my visit. I heard you the first time, and so what? Morphin gave a muggle a bit of what was coming to him. What about it then?" Marvolo hissed furiously. "Morphin has broken wizarding law," Ogden continued. "Morphin has broken wizarding law," Marvolo parroted with childlike impudence. "He taught a filthy muggle a lesson. That's illegal now, is it?" "Yes, I'm afraid it is," Ogden pressed forward, shoving the summons into Marvolo's hand. "Look, Mr. Gaunt, I don't want any more trouble. I just came here to do my job. Please have Morphin appear at the ministry in time for his summons. Else we will be forced to come take him in ourselves. That isn't a blemish you want on your family." "Is that a threat?" Marvolo roared. "You dare to threaten me in my own home. The Gaunts are a noble and powerful bloodline, descendants of the great Salazar Slytherin himself." Dumbledore himself began to feel unnerved as the ring that had blackened his hand was waved before the ministry official's eyes. "Now, get out of my face before I remove you by force." "Father, please, we don't." Merope had started before a revulsion jinx sprang from Marvolo's wand, blocked only in the nick of time by Ogden's shielding charm. "No daughter of mine could ever love a filthy muggle." Marvolo roared, the vein in his head pounding as he turned to face the Auror. "And you, to think you have the gall to use your wand in my house." Dumbledore watched as Harry stared on in disbelief, hissed incantations forcing spell after spell at the Auror who fled the shack, before with a snap the man apparated. Dumbledore felt a pull in his stomach that released him from the memory. He and Harry escaping the pool as the shocked expression had remained visible on Harry's face for mere seconds before the boy turned passive once more. Quite the memory, wouldn't you agree? I have so many questions. I have no idea where to start, Harry said with a tired sigh as Dumbledore led them back to his desk. Come, take a seat, Dumbledore said, Harry doing it without protest as the headmaster offered the boy a lemon drop. As I promised, I will do my best to answer any questions you may have. In return, I ask only that you help me in my task of retrieving the missing puzzle pieces from Professor Slughorn's memories. Harry nodded as Dumbledore sat back in his chair. Begin whenever you are ready, Harry. I will answer every question you may have to the best of my ability. Chapter 10. Something precious to protect Harry hadn't managed to sleep a wink, his eyes unable to be moved from the roof of the fifth-year boys' dormitory. Images of Tom Riddle's mother flashing in his head, her abuse, her ensnaring of Voldemort's father through love potion, her death at the orphanage. It all felt too uncomfortable to believe Voldemort was a monster, and to believe somebody like him had parents was a difficult situation to grapple with, to say the least. Anchors, Harry had wished that Dumbledore had more time to discuss what he meant by anchors, but the words haunted him. The ring that had supposedly cursed the headmaster's hand, and the diary that reeked of foul magic that had felt oddly familiar, it sent shivers down his spine. It was clear that Voldemort had created multiple anchors to this world, and yet they had no idea how many. Slughorn knows, Harry whispered in his mind, that's why Dumbledore brought him back. He knows how many there are, and yet he won't share the secret. But if we don't destroy all of them, then Voldemort can be brought back, even if I do manage to kill him once. Harry sighed, if I go for the direct approach, I'll fail. But he wants me to be a member of his slug club. If I play along, if I can butter him up enough, then maybe I can find out the truth. The lighting of the room had shifted, and morning had come. Dumbledore had given Harry the first class off, as their research had gone long into the night, but he hadn't been able to take advantage of the situation regardless. There were so many questions, and he had so little answers. Harry rose from his bed, his back cracking as he stretched before he headed towards the shower, the warm water relaxing his exhausted frame. Harry had no sooner toweled off before another disturbing thought entered his brain. Dumbledore had claimed his meetings would be far less frequent, as the headmaster was dedicated to retrieving more information from the outside world. And while Harry normally wouldn't have cared, with Snape and Malfoy acting so differently, the lack of Dumbledore's presence left the castle feeling far more dreary than ever before. It's up to me, Harry said with a tremble in his hand. You're weak, Harry Potter, the voice of Voldemort which haunted his memories hissed out. Harry had hated to admit it, knowing that Dumbledore was there for all his faults, knowing that the one man Voldemort feared was on his side had done wonders for Harry's confidence. But now, he knew the truth. Voldemort was his to finish, and his alone. A thought that had once excited him now left him feeling numb. The world needed a Dumbledore. Maybe they didn't know the truth. Maybe they were unaware of the man's manipulative nature. But all the same, Dumbledore symbolized power. He was the symbol of peace for the wizarding world, and despite all his training, Harry knew, he knew better than anyone that he was not ready to fill the man's shoes. The problem was, now he didn't have a choice. Please, Harry, Dumbledore had whispered to him, don't let anyone know. If even a whisper of my weakened condition somehow spreads, the chaos could quickly become uncontainable. Harry swallowed hard, shaking the thought from his head as he dressed quickly, running the gel through his hair to hold it back. The grumbling of his stomach had caused him to work double time as he threw his book bag over his shoulder, his eyes set on the doorway which descended down into the common room where the kaleidoscopic eyes of Astoria waited for him. Harry, are you okay? You left for Dumbledore's office, and I was waiting for you to come back, but... I'm all right, Astoria. It looks like Dumbledore took the stick out of his ass and is actually trying to help me now. Harry let out a disappointed breath. I just wish he'd have done it sooner. Astoria nodded as Harry forced a smile to his face. Come on, let's get some breakfast, long day ahead of us. You're a third year now, though. What electives did you choose? Care of magical creatures and divination. Harry squinted at the little Gryffindor's reply as she chuckled. Look, I know divination is worthless, But it's an easy O, and with everything else we have to be working on this year, I'd rather not be drowning in more coursework than necessary. Harry nodded in agreement as the two walked down towards the Great Hall, their knowledge of secret passageways cutting their travel immensely as they arrived before the double doors of the hall, a rather irritated Daphne waiting before them. Harry had even had a chance to speak before Daphne approached him with her wand. "Your vitals seem normal, and your pupils aren't dilated. It doesn't look like you were drugged. Michael can tell if your magic seems." "Hey, princess," Harry said, grabbing her hand, pushing her wand down. "I'm fine, I promise. Nothing dangerous happened last night. All Dumbledore did was share some information he'd collected over the summer with me regarding Voldemort. It took a while to view the memories, but the point is, he didn't do anything crazy, okay?" Daphne hardly looked satisfied, but nodded begrudgingly. "I still don't trust him. I probably never will after last year." Harry nodded in understanding before Daphne's expression shifted back to her neutral state. "Anyway, did you learn anything important?" Harry nodded. "Yeah, but sharing them here in public view isn't the greatest idea. I'll share with you guys everything I learned, but I can't do it here." Once again, a reluctant nod was the only reply he'd gotten from his girlfriend before he whispered back, "See anything weird about Draco last night?" "Maybe," Daphne whispered. "He went out for his patrol, but he came back 20 minutes later than scheduled. He might have just had to discipline some first years sneaking around the castle. But after what we saw in defense against the dark arts yesterday, I can't say with confidence that's the case." Harry nodded as he squeezed Daphne's hand. "Just keep your guard up around him. He's not the same as before, okay?" "Normally I'm the one that has to worry about you," Daphne said with a gentle smile. "This is certainly a nice change of pace." Daphne's grin vanished, however, as Harry felt his world sink beneath her gaze. "I wasn't sure when to tell you this, but Cho is looking for you. She tried to catch you after dinner, but you had gone to go see Dumbledore. She says she just needs to ask you a question. I think she'd up in the owlery, overheard Edgecombe saying she spends a lot of time up there." Harry swallowed as he placed a soft kiss upon his girlfriend's forehead. "After our dinner patrol, let's meet up at the Room of Requirement. Tell Michael, Neville, and everyone, okay? Hopefully, I'll be back before breakfast is over. If I'm late to potions, just make up something believable. I'll explain why later, but I really need the man to like me." Daphne nodded, and Harry took off, not wanting to waste any more time than necessary, as once more he ascended the castle towards the feather-filled owlery. "There's only one thing Cho would want to ask me about," Harry thought to himself as he climbed the rotating stairs. "She has the right to ask," Harry thought to himself morosely. "If Merlin forbid it had been Daphne, I'd want to know everything as well." Harry calmed himself as the merry hooting of the owls broke the silence. There she was, her back turned, exposing her shimmering and glossy black hair to him as she fed the owls from the treat basket that hung in the center of the room. "Cho!" Harry whispered out. The girl jumped, turning to face him. Her eyes were red, and while the girl still looked quite beautiful, Harry knew instantly that her makeup had been running for a while. Harry," she blurted out, wiping her eyes furiously. "Sorry, I didn't know you were coming." "Daphne told me you were looking for me," Harry said gently as he entered the room. "I kind of assumed that you wanted to talk about." "Please don't say his name," Cho said, her eyes looking away in fright. "I can't keep myself together when I hear it." Harry watched slowly at the girl's trembling. "Sorry, I know that you must not want to talk about it either. You were there after all, "It's fine, Cho," Harry said softly. "Whatever it is you want to know, I'll tell you whatever I can." Cho's eyes sunk, her breathing shallow as she whispered, "I just want to know one thing. Did it hurt when—" Cho's hands had clenched tightly into fists. "Did he go peacefully? When you guys came back, his face looked so full of pain. Every night I can't help but wonder about what happened to him. Everyone just tells me he was a hero, and it gets me so angry. It's like what you said at his funeral. Everyone gave him so much shit for supporting you, and now they act like they cared about him the whole time. I can't trust any of them, but I need to know. Please, Harry, I need to know." "No," Harry whispered back. "He didn't. The killing curse is swift, and he died instantly, but it wasn't peaceful." Tears raced down Cho's cheeks as Harry stood before her, a numbness overtaking his heart. Before he died, he tried to fend off the Death Eaters by himself. I couldn't help him because at the time I was incapacitated by Voldemort. He was forced to suffer under the torture curse of Bellatrix Lestrange. Even if Cedric had returned alive, there's a chance he may have suffered permanent damage. I tried to be a hero, Cho, I really did, Harry said with a sigh, but I wasn't the one who saved someone. Cedric protected both Fleur and me in the maze, and he gave his life to ensure Fleur was capable of returning safely. So when the people tell you he went out like a hero, they weren't lying, but you deserve to know what happened to him. Cho grabbed him, hugging him tightly as she cried. Harry had stood there unmoving, despite the gentle rubbing of the sixth-year Ravenclaw's back. He cared about you, though, Cho. You should know that he wanted to come back and be with you more than he cared about that stupid trophy. During the second task, when we had to retrieve somebody from the bottom of the lake, it wasn't just somebody random. It was designed to be somebody that we would sorely miss. For Cedric, that person was you, Cho. Cho's deep brown eyes stared back up at him as Harry tried his best comforting smile. He wouldn't have wanted to see you like this. Hiding away from everybody, crying every time his name is mentioned. He'd want you to live. He'd want you to be strong. He'd want you to keep your hope alive. And he'd beat the shit out of me if I let you keep falling into despair like this. Harry looked down at the Ravenclaw, the two now separated as she wiped her eyes furiously. I don't know much about your relationship with Cedric, but I know that I miss him too. He was one of the few people that I looked up to. He was a person that I want to be more like. He always knew what to say. He always knew just what to do. And I know that he'd want us to honor his memory rather than mourn his death. He's at peace now. There's no need to pity the dead. Silence filled the room for a moment as Harry's eyes locked with Cho before the girl nodded. Thank you, Harry, for telling me what happened. I know that must not have been easy for you. It's okay, Cho, Harry said. The girl nodded. Thank you, she whispered before with a soft smile. The first one that Harry had seen from the girl in a while. She left the owlery. Harry sat back, sliding down against the stone wall as he placed his fingers to his temple, being the new symbol of peace. He shook his head as the image of the headmaster formed in his head. Perhaps I need to give you more credit, Albus. I have no idea how you handled all this for so many years. Harry's string of thought had been disrupted quickly, however, as an owl soared over his head, dropping a letter into his hands before taking his place on a wooden perch. Harry's eyes glanced down at the letter, the sloppy penmanship looking eerily familiar as he read the word, black. Without a second to waste, he ripped open the envelope, desperately in need of good news, and what he saw in the envelope had delivered it beyond his imagination. A picture now rested in his hands, depicting one Emmeline Black, laying in a bed, dressed in a hospital gown with Sirius at her side, and a tiny baby with bright purple eyes and thin wisps of black curly hair atop his head. Say hello to your nephew, Harry, born September 1st at 11:59 p.m., James Regulus Black. Michael's eyelids had begun to droop as he turned another page of the book before him. Magical Mechanisms, the difficulty of incorporating magic into the Muggle world. Michael sighed as he pulled his head back, the writings of the author only leaving him further discouraged by every sentence, as known information regarding the combining of magic and mechanics was already quite scarce, and the author of this book seemed to have a deep sense of superiority. As it is most well known, Muggles, due to their uninspired levels of intelligence, have not created materials strong enough to continually withstand coursing magic. Even steel, a product Muggles tout for its durability, only lasts mere moments under the tremendous weight of our power. Michael groaned as he slammed his forehead into the textbook. God, this is impossible, he muttered to himself as he looked up at the dome-like roof. Even if I could find an alloy strong enough to withstand the magic pulses, there is no way to manufacture enough of it. I'd need to use an already present magical metal, and even then, the cost would be astronomical, if they even exist at all. Michael was snapped out of his haze by the sound of familiar voices ringing out in the distance. I'm telling you, George, it's absolute horseshit. How are we ever going to stand a chance against Voldemort if Snape hardly gives us a chance to get better without giving every single person who isn't a Slytherin a hard time? Maybe that's what he wants, Fred, George hissed. He's probably writing love letters to Voldemort after every class. Honestly, how hard it is to get a good teacher. Moody was great and then he quit. I know he did it to join the order, but still. Apparently he trained Harry all summer, Fred whispered out as the two entered the library. Maybe we can ask him to pass on anything he's learned. I mean, I heard he disarmed Snape without even touching his wand. If he did, I might actually be a bit upset with him for hiding his skills from us. I mean, George stopped as Michael felt the twins' eyes fall upon him. Well, look what we have here, Freddie, one of our little protégés. Indeed we do, Fred said, the twins quickly taking a seat on either side of Michael. Surprised to see you in the library corner. The same could be said about you. I don't think I've ever seen either of you within 100 feet of this place, except when you're called here, Michael said with a chuckle. Well, of course, we come here. This is where a lot of the firsties gather, the twins said. They're new to the school, so they don't expect anything. Perfect pranking targets. What are you doing here? The finished in unison, their eyes falling to the cover of Michael's book. Ah, learning how to mix magic and metal, huh? Dad tried that on a car he has, a bit touchy for sure. If he'd incorporate some dragon hide and bimetal alchemical thread, it would probably work better. But Mom doesn't like him messing about with things that could get him in trouble with the ministry. Bimetal what? Michael repeated in confusion. That's right, guess you wouldn't know, huh? Fred started. Rather new thing, just went into development a few years ago, George continued. We just found out about it recently. What was the bloke's name, Dedude? D. Hoff, Fred corrected. Honestly, rather small-minded fellow, though somehow a genius at the same time. I mean, seriously, how do you go about creating a magical fiber and then only use it for home protection? I mean, seriously, what a waste. Do you two have any idea where I can get this bimetal thread? Michael asked, his spirits quickly rising. Perhaps, Fred and George whispered. But I'm intrigued. What exactly could you want it for? Michael watched as a smile grew across the twins' faces as he explained his plan. A magical suit of armor, you say? Fred said with a grin. Utilizing focus crystals over wands, huh? George continued equally intrigued. Well, don't we have some good news for you, they said. Especially since your best mate is in deep with someone who happens to have a connection to old D. Hoff himself. You don't mean, Michael started. But of course we do, Fred and George said with a smirk. First day of class, old Sluggy really let us know about quite a few of his favorites. He called D. Hoff one of the greatest inventors that he ever taught, intrigued us enough to do some research. Perhaps Slughorn would be willing to do you a favor should Harry ask him kindly enough. You two really are something else, you know that, Michael said with a chuckle. The twins nodded. Now in return, we'd greatly appreciate your assistance in testing out a new prank, Fred and George said with a smile. Don't need to ask me twice, I'm in. Michael quickly followed after the twins, the halls surprisingly empty as the lunch rush seemed to have overtaken the castle. The twins hadn't exactly told him what they had been working on, but he assumed it couldn't be anything large. As they turned the corner, entering a small enclave within the castle's corridor, Michael had been more than a bit shocked to see a group of first years waiting for the two of them. Michael watched as Fred and George pulled out a cluster of candies from their pockets, smiling as they began. Alrighty, I just need you to be lookout so that Fred and I can be sure to see the effect of our new invention. We're calling it the skiving snack box. We'll reverse them all, of course, so long as we aren't caught midway. Michael nodded, the plan being relatively simple with him to simply throw a glowing orb if any professors or prefects walked by. Though on his way towards the end of the corridor, he did hear Fred and George call out, Okay, which one do you want to try, kiddo? The fainting fancies, fever fudge, nosebleed nougat, maybe the puking pastilles. Michael couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle at how pissed Daphne would be at the twins creating fake get-out-of-class sickness candies. But considering he himself was looking for a way of ditching Snape's class regularly, he couldn't help but express some interest. The sound of puking, followed by amazed awes, had left Michael smiling at the twins' success. That smile had soon vanished as from around the corner. He watched as a familiar plume of red hair turned the corner, her amber eyes falling on him. Michael, she whispered. Hey, he called back, rolling the ball of light back towards the twins as he stood before the familiar eyes of the girl that had once caused him so much confusion. "What are you doing out and about?" "Patrols," Susan said. "Being a prefect is sometimes kinda annoying, but it's an important responsibility, you know. Plus, it helps with a job resume, so it's not all bad. What about you?" "Not much, just." "Looks like not much has changed," Susan said with a chuckle. "I can still tell when you're lying. Your tell is horrible." "And pray tell me, what exactly is my tell?" Michael asked with a gentle grin. "If I told you, it wouldn't be as useful," Susan said with a teasing smirk. "But at least now I know that the twins must be around here, that or Harry, but I haven't seen you or Harry get into any pranking for a while. So maybe some things have changed after all." The girl's face had seemed to fall slightly as she looked up at him. "So, how have things been going between you and Claire?" "Well," Michael replied quickly, things are good." There was a heavy, awkward silence between the two of them before finally, Susan let out a frustrated groan. "Morgana, this is so stupid." Michael's eyes widened at the normally polite girl's expression. "I spent all summer thinking of what I was going to say the next time I saw you. It's kind of embarrassing to admit, but I have a whole wastebasket at home filled with failed letters I tried to write, and I still don't know what to do." Susan sighed. "Look, I get that things were bad between us, and I know I made some stupid mistakes, and this isn't some stupid pick-me instead of her speech because I know I don't deserve it. I just..." Michael watched as Susan's head dropped. "Damn it, I just want to be friends again. I miss you, Michael. I miss your stupid jokes. I miss you calling everything a pain. I miss that comforting, lazy smile. I miss my first friend." There was silence as Michael watched the girl before him, his mind feeling like it was melting as she whispered, "Merlin, what am I doing? You hate me, you should hate me. I don't know why I thought this would work. I'm such an..." "You've always been my friend, Red," Michael said gently, grabbing the girl's hand as she turned. "Our friendship, it always mattered to me, and losing it back in third year, it hurt me a lot. But holding on to grudges, it's such a pain, you know." Susan turned, a soft smile forming on her lips. "We're not perfect, neither of us, but you should know that I choose Claire, every time, no matter what I choose her. If you can handle that, if there's no part of you that hopes that this will go differently, then I'd be glad to start our friendship over, but only if you can handle that." "Yeah," Susan said with a smile. "Yeah, I can handle that. After Terry, I don't think I want to try this whole dating thing again for a while anyway. I just want my friend Ba." Susan hadn't even gotten a chance to finish, as Michael wrapped his arms around her, hugging her tightly. "I missed you too, Red. I really did." The classroom that rested atop of the North Tower was a strange place. Unlike other classrooms, the divination class of Sybil Trelawney had seemed to opt out of having a regular doorway entrance, and rather decided to have students enter the room through a trapdoor that rested at the end of a long, spiraling corridor. The entrance to the classroom hadn't been the only thing strange, as unlike every other class she'd ever attended outside of care of magical creatures, there were no desks, but rather circular tables, so low to the ground that a student would have to kneel to be at an appropriate level with them. The classroom itself looked less like a place of education, and more like somebody's attic in which a tea shop had created a startup in. She turned softly to Romelda, another girl that had chosen to take the elective, and quite frankly the only one she knew, as she whispered, "This is kind of strange, huh?" "I like it," Vane said with a smile, racing towards the front of the class with glee. "Oh, could you imagine if I had the sight? I could do all sorts of crazy things. Maybe I could even make some galleons telling people if they were going to end up marrying the person of their dreams." "So let me get this straight," Astoria said, sitting beside the girl at the round table. "If you had the ability to read the future, you would use it for matchmaking." Romelda said nothing, simply nodding her reply as she turned to face the crystal ball that rested on the table. "It's an easy O, Astoria. Just stay calm. Think of the grade." Her train of thought was broken, however, but a rather startling woman entering the class from the smallest room she'd ever seen beside the attic. The lady looked like a large, glittering insect as she stood before the roaring fire, casting a rather thin shadow. Her large glasses magnified her eyes to several times their natural size, and she was draped in a gauzy, spangled shawl. Innumerable chains and beads hung around her spindly neck, and her arms and hands were encrusted with bangles and rings. "She's a hack," Astoria thought immediately, rolling her eyes behind her hand. She'd seen enough fortune tellers in her day to tell a scam artist from a true seer. And as she gazed upon the woman, her only question was how it was exactly that she secured a job at Hogwarts. "Welcome, students. My name is Professor Sybil Trelawney," the lady said, standing in hunched attention. "So you have chosen to study divination, the most difficult of all magical arts. I must warn you at the outset that if you do not have the sight, there is very little I will be able to teach you. Books can take you only so far in this field, but for those of you who truly have the sight, I will show you how to tap into it, how to wield it, how to see past the mundane. Today, we will begin simply by testing your ability for the art of scrying." Astoria's brow furrowed as the woman continued. "Look deep into the crystal ball, watch its movements, see beyond the smoke into the future." Astoria bit her lip, desperately trying to contain her laughter as she watched Romilda place her forehead against the ball, carefully watching the revolving smoke for any sense of a clue. Astoria rested her head on her hand, watching the smoke rise and fall before Romilda whispered, "I see it." Instantly, Astoria leaned forward as Romilda smiled. "I see Harry bringing me chocolate." "Sure you do," Astoria muttered, leaning back, resting her hands on the carpeted ground. "Do you think Harry even knows your name?" "Shut up," Romilda hissed. "You're just mad because you don't have the sight." Astoria shook her head before Trelawney's voices called out. "Oh no, my dear," she whispered to a Hufflepuff boy. "Do you have a grandmother, my boy?" Yeah," the Hufflepuff boy said with a nod. "Do make sure to owl her after this class," she hissed in a low and mysterious voice. "I see a dark cloud over her head for the next week. Very bad fortune indeed." "Oh, so that's the kind of seer she is," Astoria, though, watching as the professor approached their orb. "Tell me, ladies, what is it that you see within the orb?" "I see a man with flowers," Romilda spoke dreamily, "dressed in a nice suit and a box of chocolates. I think I'm seeing the man that I'm going to marry." There was a soft moment of silence before Trelawney placed her hand softly upon Romilda's shoulder. "My girl, I'm sorry. I do not believe you have the sight. What about you, young one?" "I see war," Astoria started. "A hooded man with dark robes hanging in the sky. Wait, the image is shifting. I see a graveyard, no, now a courtyard. I see one man standing in the courtyard before another cloaked figure. I see nothing now, only darkness." Astoria had tried hard to contain her laughter at Romilda's off-putting expression, but the challenge had become even more difficult as Trelawney smiled. "I knew it. The moment I first saw you, I knew you would have the sight. What is your name, young lady?" "Astoria, ma'am, Astoria Greengrass." "Ah, well, Miss Greengrass, I'll be sure to watch your development quite closely." Trelawney spun on her heel, heading over to the next table before Astoria turned to Romilda, the vein in the girl's forehead looking about ready to explode. "Did you really see all of that?" she hissed out. "Nope, made it up on the spot," Astoria said with a shrug. "Mine just happened to be much more convincing." Astoria watched on as the class continued at a painstakingly slow pace, with Trelawney stopping every so often to warn a child that their mother was going to catch a cold, or that their flu would stop working, or that their pet would vanish. Finally, however, by what felt like the first instance of divine intervention since the moment she stepped into the class, the period had come to an end. She quickly began to pack away her things, watching as discouraged children left the classroom with their heads hanging. Frankly, Astoria wanted nothing more to join them, but stopped, cursing beneath her breath as the professor's shaky voice called out to her, "Miss Greengrass, a moment if you would be so kind." Astoria nodded, turning to Romilda with a shrug as her fellow Gryffindor third year left her, the class now only consisting of herself and Trelawney. "Tell me, young one, as it has been a while since I've met anyone else with the sight, does divination run through your family line as it does in mine? Forgive me if I am mistaken, but I have yet to hear of a seer with the surname of Greengrass." No," Astoria said softly. "At least, not to my—" Suddenly she stopped watching as her professor began to rock back and forth, her eyes opening wide, her pupils now rapidly zipping along the room, as frantic gasps started to escape the woman's lips. "Professor!" Astoria shouted, grabbing the woman's shoulder. "Professor, are you? Two paths stand before you, death on either side. A choice that you will be forced to decide. A choice of who shall live and who shall die. An action you will take will act as key on if this world shall bend a knee. A life for life, protection rings, your destiny to save or destroy a precious being." Astoria stepped back, her body trembling as she glanced up at the woman before her, her rocking quickly coming to a halt as she tilted her head in confusion. "I'm sorry, dear, did you say something?" "No, Professor," Astoria said, trying to remain as calm as possible. "But, I'm not feeling that well. May I be excused?" "Yes, yes, of course," Trelawney said, her voice returning to the familiar tone. "Do be careful on your way out." "Yes, yes, ma'am." Astoria had wasted no time leaving the classroom, her heart pounding in her chest. As she raced down the stairwell, she clutched her wrist, trying to calm her rapidly beating pulse. What the hell was that? What was she talking about? She'd begun feeling nauseous, the words of the baddie professor echoing in her mind repeatedly. "Calm down, Astoria, just calm down. She's a hack, she's a hack. Everything is going to be just fine." "Yes," she whispered to herself in confirmation, "everything is going to be fine." Daphne had honestly felt as if she was drowning in a sea of questions. Not only was there Harry to worry about, but her sister had looked rattled beyond belief. On top of her questions, she had also felt about ready to scream as she looked at her to-do list. Writing to her mentor was a top priority, as she needed some direction of where next to look for a cure to her sister's condition. But she also had begun to develop an intense curiosity in regards to her advanced potion-making textbook. It had been one thing for students to annotate. That was nothing remarkable. What had intrigued her was that whomever this half-blood prince was had taken the marking of a textbook to the next level, not only by writing within the margins, but by scratching out previously written instructions and replacing them with methods of his own. Worse yet, as somebody who had taken an interest in potions herself, she had found herself constantly in agreement with this half-blood prince, which only made her feel slightly discouraged. As for all the potion-making secrets she'd uncovered through her experience, this prince had discovered all of them and more. But more intriguing was a section that Daphne had happened upon only when boredly turning the pages of the book during another History of Magic Goblin Revolt lecture, titled, "For Enemies." Her mind had wandered, repeating the names of the spells in her head, the motions being described in great detail on the page, and yet no description was provided. Worse yet, none of the spells had sounded even remotely familiar. It was becoming increasingly clear that this prince was a multifaceted genius with potion skills that surpassed hers, and a creative mind with destructive magic that perhaps even rivaled Harry. Harry, that was another concern that weighed on her deeply. He'd grown up, and in a way, that was what she wanted, but the faraway look that occasionally grew in his eyes, those long moments in which she wouldn't hear Harry laugh or crack a smile, the looming pressure she felt as Harry entered deep moments of silence, they made her feel a bit uneasy. Though it wasn't an uncomfortability with Harry, but rather with life. Talk of war, training for war, and even the minor skirmishes they'd been in were one thing. But now they were at war, and though she knew she couldn't have done anything about it, the fact that Harry had to experience the first battle of the war alone was something that made her feel racked with guilt. Though not as much as Harry must have been feeling, as while it had only happened once during their few moments together over the summer, she'd heard the boy whispering Cedric's name in his sleep with a pleading tone. Daphne looked up the wall to the room of requirement opening as Harry paced. Daphne, Michael, Neville, Claire, Hermione, Tracy, Blaise, and Astoria all following him into the open room. "What is this place?" Hermione whispered. "What do you mean, what?" Michael started before he bit down. "Right, this is the first time either of you girls have been in this room. Well, in short, this is the room of requirement. I don't know exactly how this place was created or why it's here, but basically, it's our base of operations to train and plan within the castle. Harry can give you the full rundown later, but judging by the intensity in which he had us follow him, I doubt this is a social call." Daphne nodded, eyes falling upon Harry as Daphne sent him a comforting smile. Harry paused for a moment, looking around before, with a deep breath, he continued, "So, as you know, Voldemort has declared war on us all, and in particular me. The reason behind this is because of a prophecy that happened just before my birth in which it was predicted that I would be the one to take down Voldemort. Daphne watched as those unaware of the fact shuddered at the news. I would appreciate it before I continue that we make an unbreakable vow that none of us share this information with anybody else without my expressed consent. Rook, is that really necessary? Michael called out. I know that it's overkill, but I can't risk it, not with information this serious. Harry replied, as Daphne led the group in forming the vow, only to return to Harry, who gave a sigh of relief. I'm sorry for doing that. If there was any other way, I wouldn't make. It's fine, Harry, Claire said warmly. I get it. Daphne watched the comforting smile that rose to her boyfriend's face as he nodded. Okay, so as you all know, last night I went to go to a meeting with Dumbledore. In that time, Dumbledore began showing me the reason behind why it is that Voldemort doesn't stay dead. I also learned that Voldemort is a half-blood. His real name is Tom Riddle. While it's not that important, the fact that he was born under the influence of a Mortentia is. It means that Voldemort is incapable of feeling love, Daphne said in a low voice. That's tragic and all, she said with a sigh, but I don't quite understand how that helps us. In the prophecy, Harry started, it says that I will be able to defeat Voldemort through a power he knows not. If it's true that he is incapable of feeling love, then it's a good indicator that somehow that can be the power the prophecy is talking about. So is the plan to just hug him to death? Michael asked, his brow furrowed tightly upon his face. No, that's what I'm trying to understand. I have no idea exactly how something like love can be weaponized, but even if somehow I did piece that part of the puzzle together, it still doesn't change a simple fact. Voldemort can't be killed. Daphne stepped back, watching as a crowd of confused eyes fell on Harry. What do you mean he can't be killed? Neville asked. In his current state, Voldemort can't be killed, Harry repeated. Somehow, he left anchors of what Dumbledore believes to be remnants of his magic inside objects. Dumbledore has already destroyed two, but the fact that he created two means that we have to assume he created more, Michael said with a sigh. Okay, so we have to destroy these objects before you can even put the Snake Man down for good. What exactly are they, and how many of them exist? That's the problem, Harry whispered. I don't know for either question, actually. I mean, we don't even know if there is a limit to how many anchors someone can create, and what exactly can be made an anchor. Something as simple as a ring and a diary he had when he was a student here worked in the past, which means Merlin only knows how insignificant the items could be. Anchors, magic shards. I've read something about this. I know I have. Daphne pondered to herself deeply. But where? I'm certain I know something about this. But what? Daphne was snapped out of her trance by Harry continuing. Dumbledore believes that for some reason, Slughorn holds the answer to exactly how many anchors Voldemort created, but it's anyone's guess what he made them. They have to be important, the ring, Michael muttered out. What kind of ring was it? Was it like some random ring, or was it a fancy ring, something with significance? Supposedly, it was a ring that once belonged to Salazar Slytherin, Harry called out. That's what I thought, Michael said as Daphne watched the boy scratch his chin. Voldemort believes himself to be above the average mortal, going so far as to find a way to cheat death. He holds himself above all other things, which means that if he were to place a piece of himself into something, it would have to be an item that he would consider worthy of holding a piece of him. A ring that belonged to his ancestor in Salazar Slytherin and his younger self's diary are perfect examples of this. So we just have to think about what items he would consider worthy of holding a piece of him, Daphne muttered. I think that your theory is legitimate, but there are so many famous magical items, some we aren't even sure exist. Worse yet, we are on the clock. Every second we waste is a second that Voldemort has to get stronger. It's like we are walking through a maze blindfolded. Even worse than that is that if the average student ends up getting caught in a Death Eater shootout in the meantime, their odds of survival are low, especially with the way Snape's been teaching Dada. I mean, really, we're at war and he's chiding us rather than helping us learn to actually defend ourselves, Mickey said with a sneer. I even overheard Fred and George talking about how they wanted you to teach them, Michael continued. You did manage to disarm Snape after all, And that's only the icing to your crazy list of feats. I mean with you being trained by Morgana, even you don't know your limits. You were trained by who? Hermione, Neville, Claire, Tracy, and Blaise called out in surprise. Whoops, Michael said with a chuckle, my bad. Daphne felt her mind running a mile a minute as a thought flashed into her head. Maybe it's not the worst idea for you to do some tutoring Harry. It's a good way to practice your skills and keep people safe. Plus, if you make it a club or something, you can even have Slughorn be the professor's sponsor. It might even boost your chances at getting closer to him. If the memory that Slughorn has is so crucial, every step forward counts. I actually think it's a great idea, Hermione said. I mean, I myself would love to learn the Patronus charm, and Neville told me you were the one who taught him how to do it. That's far from the only thing he taught me, Neville said warmly. Harry actually taught me a lot of the dueling fundamentals. Same, Tracy and Blaise called out with a smile. I think it's settled then, Astoria said with a weak grin, though Daphne felt something seemed off at the fake enthusiasm Astoria had seemed to be exuding. We should all spread the word that Professor Potter's classes are going to be in session. You can even use this upcoming Hogsmeade weekend as a way of estimating student engagement. We'll need a name for sure then, Tracy said, rubbing her temples. How about Potter's platoon? Terrible, Astoria whispered, shutting down the notion immediately. Potter's army, Claire suggests. It's more than just Harry fighting, and it should be something that encourages other students to go out and fight, but rather just learn how to defend themselves if something happens, Daphne said. How about the shield? Michael said with a shrug. I got it, Hermione said, slamming her hand into her fist, the light bulb that glowed in the Ravenclaw's head shining through her eyes. How about the Student Protection Initiative for Resistance Efforts, or SPIRE for short? The SPIRE, huh? I like it, Daphne whispered. Not as flashy as Potter's platoon, Tracy said with a chuckle, but I can get behind that. The SPIRE makes me sound like I'm in some cool secret group, plus I love acronyms, Astoria said with a smile. I'm good with it, Michael said with a grin. Certainly fits the description, Neville said with a smile. Well, Harry, it's your call. Are you in? Daphne turned to Harry with a gentle smile as he sighed. Fine, but it can't be super frequent. I do have other responsibilities after all. We'll work out a schedule, Daphne said. But it looks like it's official. Professor Potter is back. We need to be discreet about this, of course. Slughorn hasn't even agreed to sponsor us, but once he does, we should get to work advertising. We need to be a bit selective, though. We have a general idea of who can and can't be trusted in the castle, but screening has to be a priority. Daphne took her boyfriend's hand, watching Harry's discomfort rise. I'll handle the planning with Hermione. You just need to focus on teaching. And for what it's worth, I think that you'll be helping out a lot of people in the long run. I'll make sure you have time to do what you need to get done, I promise. All of this work is killing me, Princess, Harry said with a chuckle. I'd much rather be at an observatory with you. When this is over, Potter, Daphne said, leaning forward, you and I are going to take one hell of a vacation. But for now, we move forward together. We'll win this war, Harry, I know it. Of course we will, Harry said, pulling out a picture of the new Black family member. I have another thing precious to me that I must protect after all. Chapter 11. Discoveries. Harry sat in the empty room of requirement. Over the summer, Harry had been given a fair share of alone time under the instruction of Morgana, and yet, since his arrival at the school nearly 2 weeks ago, Harry had felt as if he hadn't gotten even a lick of it. Of course, he loved being around his friends, but times had changed greatly from the year of pranks and fun that was his 3rd year. Every day that passed put innocent people's lives at risk, and while he'd been trying to keep his composure, knowing that training wasn't everything, he couldn't afford to slack off. He took a deep breath, the wind that hollowed within the room mimicking the tower that had helped him train his mind immensely back at Morgana's palace. And with a deep breath, Harry placed his knuckles together, drifting into his meditative state. Harry's mental palace had quickly come into view, his ability to enter his occlumency field far easier now than ever before, and sitting there in a rather soft-looking chair was a quite angry red-headed witch. Ah, look who finally returned to resume their training. Harry grinned sheepishly at the witch as she stood. Honestly, I go through all the trouble of placing a bit of my magic into this amulet for you, and you ignore me for 2 weeks. A true gentleman you are, boy. Sorry, my lady, Harry said with a weak smile. I ended up taking over far more responsibilities than I first imagined. I'm trying to work out a schedule as best I can, but I'm not certain how frequently I'll be able to train. At least, while in here. So I've seen, Morgana said with a sigh. I also sense that you haven't come to begin siphoning off any new magic either. I haven't exactly felt any growth in my magic or body. Taking in any more at this point will kill me. I hope to resume my physical training soon, but truthfully, I came here for some guidance. The witch's head turned in intrigue as Harry continued. I've been taking some time to research Voldemort, or at least, I've been learning what the headmaster here knows about Voldemort. From what we've discovered, it seems that Voldemort has found some way to anchor himself to this world rather than dying. Do you know what could have done that? There are theories, of course, one such being that if a fraction of your soul was left behind, in theory, revival would be possible. But to do so is tremendously stupid. Morgana said, her fingers running through her hair. Doing this would make you less powerful, as each separation would make you more and more of an incomplete product. Trust me, little crow, if there were a way of freely cheating death, I wouldn't have become a ghost. This process, Harry whispered, of splitting one's soul, does it have a name? In my day, the idea was nothing more than a theory. Nobody would have been foolish enough to actually try it, Morgana said with a shrug. Why not? Because you would be trapped, completely unable to move on if you were defeated, Morgana said. In becoming a ghost, I declined death and returned to this world, granted at the cost of a fraction of my power. But those that die incomplete, there is no moving on. They do not pass on to the supposed next world, nor are they capable of returning to this one. In its simplest sense, should one be defeated with their souls separated, they would fade into non-existence entirely. The risk is simply far too great for any intelligent wizard to take. Even a witch of my capability knew better than to underestimate my enemy's ability to defeat me. A fate of nothingness is far worse than death. Thank you, Lady Morgana, Harry said with a bow. I'll be sure to visit you, or I guess, my mind more often. The witch nodded as Harry's eyes flashed open to the real world, the conditions within the room shifting to adjust to his needs as Harry took a deep breath. To split one's soul, is it possible for Voldemort to be that arrogant that he would take a risk of becoming nothing? The weak don't get to choose how they die. The voice of the Dark Lord rang in Harry's head as he nodded. Knowing him, it's definitely not something that's impossible. Something to discuss with Dumbledore, but that's for another time. Harry stretched, cracking his back before leaving the room of requirement. For as glum of news as his mentor had delivered him, Harry had still been glad in an odd way of seeing the witch again. For all the horror that Harry had been put through by her, he trusted the Dark Witch, and that was more than he could say about quite a few people, one of them being his current target. 2 weeks had gone by since the formation of the SPIRE idea, and while it certainly meant more work for him, he did acknowledge the benefits it could have. Though in a way, Harry had begun to feel like a petulant child. He wanted to train, he wanted to get stronger, he wanted to beat Voldemort. Looking further into the future, he even had begun wondering what the future held between him and Daphne. What he knew that he hadn't wanted, however, was the prefect badge stuck to his uniform, the genuine concern of wondering if he'd have to give up Quidditch for his new array of jobs, and he most certainly hadn't wanted to be responsible for the lives of others. And yet, whether he wanted to or not, these tasks fell upon him like an endless barrage of arrows. Though there was no point in complaining, Moody, Cedric, Sirius, Tonks, and every other member of the Order had put their faith in him, failure was not an option. Harry took a deep breath, calming himself as he began his descent into the dungeons, the packing footsteps of Horace Slughorn evident on his map. He'd hoped that this conversation wouldn't take long, as Quidditch tryouts for Gryffindor House was set to begin in a few hours, and while nobody was currently contesting his spot, he knew for a fact that Astoria was champing at the bit since last year for an opportunity to make the team, and given how reserved the girl had seemed to be looking over the past couple days, Harry could think of no better remedy than a speedy flight around the pitch. Harry's mood had quickly soured, though, as the daydream of flying was replaced with the cold dungeon air, his eyes now resting upon the door that led to the potion master's office. Harry wasn't quite sure at what age eyes began sprouting from the back of people's head, as every single adult he'd ever met had seemed to have that ability, and Slughorn certainly wasn't any different. He begun to feel his heart quicken in pace as Slughorn gazed upon him, his head tilted with a gentle smile. "Harry, my boy." "Good to see you. Forgive me for not noticing you sooner. I assumed all the students were at lunch." "They are, sir," Harry started. "I actually hoping to speak to you in private. I have a favor to ask." "Well, no time quite like the present, I suppose," Slughorn said warmly. "How can I help you?" "I was wondering if you could be the sponsor for this club that I'm trying to start," Harry asked softly. "We're calling it the Student Protection Initiative for Resistance Efforts, or SPIRE for short." "Protection and Resistance Efforts," Slughorn said with a slight stutter. "I do hope you aren't planning to advocate for child soldiers in this war, my boy." "Nothing of the sort," Harry said with a defeated sigh. "I'd feel better if no students had to see the war at all. But I know you are an intelligent man, Professor. You must know better than even me that, try as we'd like, these Death Eaters are tenacious. I'm simply asking for you to sponsor our little dueling club and defense against the dark arts tutoring. With it being the NEWT and OWL year for a lot of students, it could never hurt to have more practice." "Yes," Slughorn replied grimly. "Yes, I suppose you are correct. Very well, I'd be honored to help such a noble cause. I assume that you have the location and the other club details in mind already." "Not quite, sir," Harry replied with an earnest nod. "I'm not particularly a fan of doing things out of order. I wanted to ensure that our club would even have a chance of making it before I got everybody's hopes up. I'm certain your sponsorship will make you quite popular among the students, not that you aren't already. You're the best potions professor I've ever had." Harry had wanted to gag at the level of brown-nosing he was engaging in, but he knew better than to stop. The rising smile and swelling chest of the professor had been all the incentive he needed to continue pushing. "Ah, well, thank you," Slughorn said, attempting to temper his enthusiasm. "Glad I could be of help. However, my boy, I too require a bit of assistance." Harry released an internal sigh, keeping his smiling facade. He knew this was going to happen. He just hoped the exchange wouldn't be horrible. "Every year, back when I was a professor here," Slughorn began, "I used to throw quite the Christmas party, before the students left on holiday, of course. Given the current situation, however, I fear that I may be lacking in guests. I'm sure your presence would greatly encourage some of my good friends to return. If you'd like, I may even arrange for a good friend of mine, Ragnar Dorkins, manager of the Chudley Cannons, to join us. I hear you are quite skilled up on a broom. Perhaps I may even invite him for one of your games." For the first time in a while, Harry couldn't help but feel some genuine intrigue in the idea. Playing Quidditch professionally had always been a dream of his, and often, when he was young, he had found himself dreaming of carrying a team to a championship. Of course, those were more auxiliary dreams. His true purpose had never shifted, yet he couldn't help but graciously accept the man's less than terrible gesture. Slughorn smiled. "Wonderful, wonderful. Well, tell me when you have all the requirements for your club set, and I'll gladly sign off on your application submission." "Thank you, Professor," Harry said warmly. "One last request, if I may be so bold. My friend Michael Corner, he's very interested in something called bimetal alchemical thread. He's a bit of an engineer himself and was hoping he could meet." "Ah, yes, D. Hoff, good lad," Slughorn said with a laugh. "I'll be sure to write to him. Perhaps this Michael may get an invitation to this Christmas party as well. I trust he must be quite a capable wizard to have remained in your inner circle." Harry nodded, though the thought of Slughorn believing he only kept Michael around because it was useful to him made Harry feel a bit sick. Michael was far more than a tool to Harry. He was his brother, but arguing with the man about their relationship seemed neither productive nor helpful. Harry smiled, dismissing himself politely before releasing a deep sigh after emerging from the dungeons. Things hadn't gone perfectly, but given the commitment he was forced to make, they certainly could have been worse. With everything that had been going on recently, Astoria had felt somewhat uncomfortable standing on the field of the Quidditch pitch, her gifted Nimbus 2000 standing by her side. It wasn't just the fact that she knew that Voldemort was on the warpath and that Harry was destined to fight him, though that was more than enough reason to cause some discomfort. No, Astoria had another thought rattling around in her mind, the crazy witch's prophecy, though it was becoming slightly less crazy every time the woman's raspy and hollow voice rang in her head. Should I tell somebody? Astoria thought to herself, no, I have no idea what the prophecy even means, and everyone has enough issues to worry about, especially Harry and Daphne. I can figure this out on my own. I won't be a burden, never again. Astoria had felt her body shock back into consciousness as a hand was placed upon her shoulder. She jumped, quickly turning to face the red-headed fifth year, his blue eyes smiling as he chuckled, and I thought my pre-game jitters were bad. Sorry, Astoria said, shaking her head, spaced out. Can I help you, Ron? No, not really, Ron said calmly. I was just wondering if you knew where Harry is. You two are always around each other, so I figured you might know why he's so late. Well, I know he went to go talk to Slughorn about something, Astoria said, scratching her chin, but I didn't think it would take. Suddenly, a shadow appeared above them, as overhead, Harry flew towards his teammates like a soaring rocket, his hand waving in the air. Sorry I was so late. My meeting with Slughorn dragged on. Hope I didn't keep you all waiting long. You really are late for everything, aren't you, Potter? Angelina said with a chuckle before the beautiful dark-skinned girl turned to face the crowd. Well, now that we have everyone here, I think that tryouts can now officially start. A thunderous roar of enthusiasm filled the pitch as Angelina smiled. We'll start off with something easy, 50 laps around the pitch. Anything goes so long as you don't cause too much damage to either the stands or each other. 50 laps is considered easy, Ron muttered out beneath his breath, forcing a light chuckle from Astoria, who now hovered around the ground. She paused, taking a look at the clear sky before turning to Harry, who sent her a confident smile, and with a grin of her own, she took off. Astoria had felt quite like her falcon patroness in the air, the agility inherent to the Nimbus 2000 allowing her to pull ahead with ease as 14 other heads behind her eagerly tried to catch up. But being nimble was both her, and her brooms, specialty, easily spinning, diving, or ascending with great speed to avoid any oncoming lunges or grabs. While in the air, Astoria had begun to lose track of time. Things that had bothered her on the ground seemed to vanish from her mind as she soared in the air. Even thoughts of her own mortality were dwarfed in the freeing feeling of the sky. 13, maybe 14 laps, Astoria thought to herself, before with reflexes even unknown to her, she veered right, just barely dodging the bludger that had zoomed past her face. She turned down to the pitch below, seeing both Katie and Harry in mid-argument with Angelina, who just smiled frighteningly as the bludger ripped through the crowd of flyers. Guess 50 laps stress-free was too easy, Astoria muttered in her mind. All right then, time to see just what I can do. A grin grew across her face, before, with what felt to her as a sound-shattering boom, she bolted forward. Tunnel vision had begun to consume her, yet somehow she seemed to sense her surrounding the bludgers, unable to keep up with her increased agility as she weaved relentlessly through the crowd, lapping them. 48, 49, and 50. Astoria had been met with Harry's warm smile as she touched down, with Angelina nodding in silent admiration. It had taken around another 5 minutes before the remaining flyers touched down, with McLagan landing first and Ron following only a few seconds behind. A rather impressive feat considering that Astoria couldn't even recognize the clean-sweep broom model he was using. The others, those who hadn't dropped from the tryouts in the warm-up, landed shortly after, though only a few remained. Excellent, Angelina said as those who failed the initial test exited the pitch. Now that we've zeroed in on the talent, let's get to work. As we only have chasers and keepers trying out this year, we can make this simple. Each chaser gets 10 minutes. Halfway through, the keepers will switch between Ron and Cormac. The chaser who scores the most reserves the right to challenge Katie or Alicia for their spots. On the other hand, whoever blocks the most quaffles during this 10-minute phase becomes the new keeper. Clear. Astoria and the rest nodded as Angelina's grin widened. Excellent, McLagan. You're up first. Carl Hopkins, you're up first. Then we've got Oliver Rivers, finish with Astoria Greengrass. Let's do this. Astoria had watched the sky like a hawk as she watched Carl Hopkins put up 22 shots, though McLagan had rejected 6 of them with ease. Ron had performed only a shade better with 7, but given the condition of his broom, it was certainly an accomplishment. Rivers, however, had truly set the bar with his chaser display of 11 made shots, even after Ron had done a rather impressive job of rejecting 10 of them. If it was a game of how many attempts were shot, Astoria would have been in trouble, but thankfully, she knew as she mounted her broom, Quidditch was a game of skill. Astoria hovered above the pitch, her eyes locking with Ron as the wind carried Harry's cheers to her ears. "Sorry about doing this, Ron, but I plan to win this thing." "Bring it, Greengrass," Ron said with a chuckle, before, with a burst of speed launching from the end of her broom, Astoria bounded towards the goalposts. "She's fast," she distantly heard Ron call out in shock as she zipped towards him, the force at which she punched the quaffle just barely past Ron's head. Astoria couldn't help but chuckle at the wide-eyed look the fifth-year Gryffindor had sent her way, but she knew better to lay off the gas as once more she took the quaffle into her hands. "I'll win no matter what." Sweat had begun to pour from her brow as Cormac floated up to replace the Ron she'd already scored 6 points on, nearly perfect from her put-up 8. But while she had at least an amicable relationship with Ron, the uncharismatic smugness of Cormac left no mercy within her as she charged the keeper with a rampage of quaffles, landing 7 more goals with ease and dropping McLagan from the game entirely. "Greengrass, Weasley." Angelina called out, forcing the 2 Gryffindors towards her after she descended. "Good flying today," the captain said with a smile. "Ron, it looks like you're going to be our new keeper. I expect great things from you." "I've got some big shoes to fill," Ron muttered in a somewhat nervous manner, which did bring about a hint of amusement in Harry's face. "Now then, Greengrass, we're going to take a short break. Allow Ron to get his energy back," Angelina said. "You, Katie, and Spinnet are going to have 3 minutes to score as many points as you can. Prepare yourselves." The minutes had seemed to pass like hours before she found herself in the air once more, a look of fiery determination in the eyes of Ron, who looked about ready to fall off his own broom from already having to go head-to-head with the likes of Katie Bell, who put up a remarkable 6 goals in such a short time, and Alicia, who put up 7, even with a substantive break in between. Astoria's whole body felt about ready to break as she raced towards Ron, throwing the quaffle in the air, the ticking timer ringing relentlessly in her mind. She turned, wiping the ball with the back of her broom, sending it flying towards the right hoop, the red ball just barely making it past the tip of Ron's fingers. "That's 5, Angelina called out. "One more," Astoria groaned, the timer now less than a minute. "I can do this." She shook her head, her eyes narrowing down to that of a falcon's as she zoomed through the air. Faint, she thought with intense concentration, behind the back elbow now. With a roar, Astoria punched the ball with all her might, the quaffle barreling towards the center rings that her evasiveness had moved Ron from. In any other situation, this would have been a moment of victory, but Astoria's heart had only sunk as reality became painfully clear. She was off target. She flinched, her eyes clenching shut as the thud of the quaffle banging against the rim of the hoop, followed by the buzzing of the timer, rang in the air. "Time!" Angelina called as Astoria numbly descended from the air, her body trembling with exhaustion. She looked up, her tired eyes locking with Harry's, who gave her a soft smile. "Sorry," she whispered. "I wasn't good enough to make the team. Don't be sorry," Angelina said, her voice stern and commanding. "Be better, train harder, because from this moment on, you're going to be our reserve player, and I plan for you to fill the spot I leave behind when I graduate this year. It's been a while since I've seen flying quite as good as yours, and there is no way I'm letting that go to waste. You'll start in our game against Hufflepuff in Spinnet's place. She has a commitment making her unable to attend that game anyway, so it'll be a good chance to test your skill against the other houses. That being said, you will show up to practice, and you will train like you're preparing yourself for the Quidditch World Cup. Gryffindor House has a title to protect, and I hope you take that seriously. Each team is only allowed on reserve, and I hope to see great things from you, Greengrass." Astoria's smile widened as she felt Harry place his hand atop his head, the two grinning broadly before Angelina called out, All right, new Gryffindor team, let's hit the showers. It's dinner time. A notion both she and Harry answered back with a triumphant roar. Good, now all you have left to do is push a vial of Wiggenweld potion and keep the patient under observation for 4 hours before discharging. Correct, Daphne said, finishing the Hogwarts matron's sentence, an action that had earned her an impressed nod from the talented medical witch. Well done, Ms. Greengrass. When Dr. Thatcher told me to take you under my wing upon returning to Hogwarts, I was a bit concerned, Madame Pomfrey started. But by all measures, you have exceeded my expectations. I do hope you continue on in this pursuit. The minds of the young, I know, are susceptible to frequent change, but you have quite the talent for this line of work. I don't think you have to worry about that, ma'am, Daphne said with a kind smile. It's been my dream for as long as I can remember. Not sure anything could change that now. Pomfrey gave off a warm smile as she turned to face the window she'd been taking quick glances through, watching the Gryffindor tryouts. A disgusting, girly part of her had certainly wanted to go out to the stands and wear a Potter jersey, but she suppressed it as best she could. Though, judging by the cheering she heard, the tryouts must have been pretty eventful. Hope Astoria did okay, she thought to herself as she exited the infirmary, her mind set on the great hall below, the phantom smell of dinner making her stomach grumble. It was rare that Daphne felt absent-minded. Normally, thoughts circulated in her mind like a whirlwind, and yet, as she approached the clambering crowds that filled the first floor, her mind had felt blank. Well, it had, until from the corner of her eye, she caught the swiftest whisper of faint white blonde hair pass through the hall. Draco, Daphne queried, her eyes squinting trying to confirm the blurred figure. Daphne knew better than to follow. She knew what the safest course of action was, but whether her body had begun to move on its own, or Harry's Gryffindorish tendencies had finally begun to rub off on her, she couldn't stop herself from following her fellow prefect. Where is he going? She pondered, catching the slightest hint of Draco's muttering. Must prove to him, must not fail, must be better, will be better. What did that mean? Daphne queried, following Draco deeper into the weaving corridors of the second floor. Calm down, Draco, she heard her fellow prefect hiss. You can do this, and then Potter will pay. Yes, I'll make him pay for embarrassing me. That sounds promising, Daphne muttered in her mind with disdain, watching as the boy turned one final corner, her legs locking upon seeing where Draco had been heading. It being a girl's bathroom was certainly weird enough, but the fact that it was moaning myrtles only added to the strangeness. Daphne grit her teeth. Do I follow? If I follow, I'll get caught. Can I win if I get caught? He's different now. Even Harry looked a bit offset by him. It's not worth it. Daphne bit her lip. It's not worth the risk, but I can't help but feel that whatever is happening in there, it definitely isn't good. Chapter 12. The S.P.I.R.E, this is so exciting, Harry heard Hermione call out, her voice full of giddiness as they walked through the streets of Hogsmeade following the Ravenclaw prefect's lead. I can't believe how quickly Professor Slughorn got around to signing all the forms. I never thought that we'd be holding this meeting so soon. Finding a spot was a bit difficult, but we managed to reserve some space at the Hogshead Inn. I wonder how many people will show up. Harry, too, wondered about the attendance rate, though he was far less excited than his bushy-haired friend, his eyes falling upon the girl that walked by his side, her hand resting in his. Why would Draco be in the girls' restroom? For all his faults, he's not a perv. And exactly what kind of revenge? How is he planning it? Harry, he heard Daphne whisper to his side, don't think about it right now, you have to focus for this meeting. We can figure out just what it is Draco is up to later. For now, brace yourself for the questions you're going to get. You know people are going to ask about Cedric. Cedric, the Hufflepuff's name, still fell upon him like a ton of bricks, the name forcing the flashing green light back into his mind. Daphne rubbed her thumb gently against the back of his palm as he nodded. I'm okay, Harry whispered. I can handle it. Daphne smiled slightly as she released his hand, the two now standing at the Hogsmeade door, their group standing behind them. Do we have everything that we need? Harry called back, to which Michael replied with a nod, revealing a golden-brown fresh piece of parchment and a handful of fake galleons. I figure we're probably going to be holding our meetings in the room of requirement, Michael said with a lazy shrug. Charmed a few of these to send messages about meeting times and such, Plus, it allows you to communicate with the members without word getting out. Which is also where this thing comes in, right, Hermione? Yes, the girl said with a confident grin. Tricky bit of business. But this paper acts as a contract, creating a binding agreement that those who sign the paper can only talk about SPIRE with other members of the group. That way, we can keep those less likely to be of help to our cause in the dark. Though I couldn't exactly allow death to be the consequence for breaking the agreement, so I made it so that if the contract is broken, the at-fault party explodes with terrible, terrible boils. Harry shuddered as even Neville looked at the girl in fear. You can be quite malicious, can't you? Just don't get on my bad side. Hermione said with a chuckle as she opened the door, allowing everyone into the inn. Unlike the 3 broomsticks, the inn was small and extraordinarily dirty, each step leaving footprints in the scattered sawdust. Is that, Hermione said, taking in a large whiff of the smell around them, is that goat? Whatever it is, Claire grumbled, clenching her nose. I'm starting to see why this place had so many vacancies. I mean, we live in a world of magic. How hard can it be to keep things clean? Harder than you imagine, lass. A man grumbled instantly, forcing their heads to turn as Harry laid eyes on a strikingly familiar figure. Dumbledore, Harry called out, his eyes squinted with confusion. But not the one you know. The man growled, pushing up his dirty glasses, revealing a pair of piercing yet strikingly recognizable blue eyes. The man was unkempt, with long, stringy, wiry gray hair and beard, but Harry couldn't help but think that if Dumbledore had been left alone in the woods for a year, he would look exactly like the man before him. Name's Aberforth. You're probably more familiar with my brother, Albus. Dumbledore has a brother, Hermione called out in shock. He had a mother, too, and father, Aberforth barked back. I know you children look at him as a god, but he's as human as any of us. Had a sister, too, but Aberforth stopped himself, his eyes sinking before he continued. Anyhow, I set up a place for you to have your little meeting in the back there. You'll have your privacy. Just do me a favor and buy something. Don't want others thinking this is a place for loitering. Why doesn't Dumbledore talk about? Hermione started, but Harry stopped her, placing his hand on her shoulder, pushing her back slightly. The man's family is his business, Harry whispered into the girl's ear before looking up at the bearded man. 9 butterbeers, please. Aberforth nodded as the man summoned the bottles from the glass refrigerator before glancing up at the cups. We'll pass, Harry said, politely collecting the bottles and handing them out to his friends, all of them now on their way to the tables. Ariana, that was your sister's name. He thinks about you, both of you, all the time. I don't know what it is that happened that makes him feel racked with guilt, but you and your sister are always in his thoughts. Trust me, I've been in his head. Harry turned, only stopping as the man whispered out. No message to deliver from him, though. Thoughts are worthless unless they are expressed. Pride is toxic. Both you and your brother have it in spades, Harry said numbly, turning back to face the man. A war is coming, and I can sense you're strong. Whatever your issues may be with your brother, I suggest you hash it out with him. Who knows how much longer he may have. Strength like yours, I'll need it if I'm to win this war, so I'm asking you, whatever grudge you have, work it out. The man had remained speechless as Harry approached his friends at the table. What were you two whispering about? Michael asked calmly. Debating soda flavors, Harry replied dismissively. Nothing important. How long do we have until people start to show up? We should have, Hermione started before the sound of the door creaking open rang through the room, with 3 red-headed children entering in quick succession. No time at all, it seems. Sorry we're early, Fred called out. But we don't need the information rally, George said. If you're fighting Voldemort, Fred continued. We want in. That bastard killed our sister, Ron said, his eyes burning with fire. Where do we sign? Harry's eyes locked with Ron's, nodding as he turned to Hermione, who quickly rushed the paper over, explaining the protocol. Yet even with the restrictions in place, Ron quickly signed, followed by his 2 brothers. Promise me, Harry, Ron called out, looking up at him. Make me stronger. I promise, Harry replied firmly as the 3 Weasleys took their seats near the front, the intensity in the room failing to fade as one by one, more and more people began to enter the room. First was the trio of Angelina, Katie, and Alicia, followed quickly by Lee Jordan. After a short break, Harry caught a glimpse of Dean Thomas, Anthony Goldstein, and Susan Bones entering the room, the latter of whom Michael gave a quick wave towards. Next entered Lavender Brown, Parvati, and Padme, before finally Seamus, Justin, Zacharias, Hannah, Marietta Edgecombe, and Cho Chang brought up the rear. "I can't believe it," Neville whispered. "Literally everyone we gave an invite to showed up." "Don't get too excited," Michael whispered. "I don't trust Justin as far as I can throw him. He was the one who started all those rumors in second year, and Hannah isn't much better. Not to mention I'm nearly 100% sure that Brown and the paddle are just here to send googly eyes at Harry." Harry nodded. "Let's try not to be too judgy. The goal is to help as many people as we can, whether they came here with good intentions or not. Just, well, we gotta avoid getting complacent." Both Neville and Michael grunted in agreement before Harry turned facing the crowd before him. "Hello," he called out to the group. "I'm not quite sure how to start this speech, so I'll skip the pointless introductions. We're all here because we have the same goal, learning how to defend ourselves from what is happening out there. I want to be clear. What I am saying stems from a place of honesty. I refuse to fearmonger, though it is important to me that you all know the truth," Harry continued. "What is happening out there, these attacks on muggles and wizards alike, these aren't just one-off incidents. These are focus and precise strikes, and each and every one of them is a declaration of war, whether our foolish excuse for a minister wants to admit it or not. It is for that reason that I was asked to found this club. With Snape's horrendous teaching practices, none of us are going to be able to defend ourselves if the worst comes knocking at our door." Harry paused, clearing his throat. "These people committing these raids are not men. They are monsters. Monsters who will slaughter without remorse. You need to look no further than the unprovoked attack during the Quidditch World Cup last year. But I would also like to be clear. This is not a war rally. I am not here to inspire any of you to fight Voldemort alongside me." The crowd shivered at the man's name as Harry shook his head. The Student Protection Initiative for Resistance Efforts, or SPIRE, has one simple goal: to help ensure that if the worst comes, you will be capable of defending yourselves and your families until more help can arrive. "Why should we listen to you over Snape?" Zacharias Smith called out. "I mean, what makes you more qualified than him to teach defense against the dark arts? How about the fact that he disarmed Snape without a wand, and he did it silently?" Ron barked back instantly, quieting the Hufflepuff boy. "Who cares if he can disarm Snape?" Justin huffed. "We all know Potter lost to the Dark Lord. What business does he have teaching us how to defend ourselves from an enemy he himself couldn't beat? If this was Dumbledore we were talking about, then fine, but Harry's no better than the rest of us. If you believe you can single-handedly come out alive from a fight with Voldemort, you're more than welcome to try it," Michael spat out. "Or perhaps you'd like to try your hand at taking on 10 Death Eaters at once," Tracy scoffed. "Fight a horned serpent while you're at it if you're just as good as him," Neville said with a shrug. "Or maybe cast a Patronus so power it literally destroyed Dementors," Astoria barked out. "Guys, it's pointless," Harry said with a sigh. "Those that don't want to listen are fine to criticize me. I don't really care. You can cast a Patronus, Harry," Cho whispered. "Yes, he can. I've seen it myself," Daphne replied with a smile. "It's a crow. He also taught me, Michael, Neville, and Ever Astoria how to cast one." "Really?" Dean whispered. "Do you think you could teach me?" "I'd like to learn some of this wandless magic," Angelina said with a shrug. "Are you up for the challenge of teaching me something for a change, Potter?" "I'll learn anything so long as you're the one teaching it, Harry," Lavender said, in a rather sultry tone, earning her a death glare from Daphne, who silenced the witch immediately. "Look, all of that is great," Hannah said with a sigh, "but see, Cedric died last year, and you yourself admitted at the funeral that you weren't strong enough to stop it." She sighed. "I want to believe you, but I can't help thinking that nothing has changed." "I'm assuming you are all aware of the newspaper's reportings of my absence this summer," Harry said with a tired sigh. "I assure you," Harry started, "that I wasn't on a simple vacation. What I am about to tell you would be better if it didn't leave this room, though given your less than poor treatment of me last year, I don't quite give a shit about what you all whisper behind my back." The crowd had grown silent as Harry gestured for the bottom of his shirt, preparing to lift, only being stopped by Daphne's hands. "You don't have to do this. There's no obligation that." "I know," Harry said with a nod, dropping his girlfriend's hands before revealing the scars that littered his body. The crowd gathered below him shuddered at the sight as Harry's face remained passive. "I went through hell this summer to get stronger. I know I was too weak to stop Voldemort before, but that won't happen again." "Why not?" Hannah asked defiantly before Cho stood up. "Because I was trained by. I believe in Harry, that's that, and he has nothing to prove to any of us." Harry stopped turning and eyeing the Asian girl that had interrupted him with shock as she wrote her name down on the sheet. "Maybe Harry can beat Voldemort, maybe he can't, but I know that he fared better than any of us would have in his situation." The eyes of the crowd fell upon Cho. "We've seen it since Harry first arrived at this school. He was constantly on top of the class when it came to the dark arts. The newspapers told us all about his stand at Hogsmeade during third year when the Dementors attacked. We saw how the Ministry credited Harry with the capture of Peter Pettigrew, an actual Death Eater when he was only 13. We've seen him fight a horned serpent. We know he battled off a horde of pissed-off merpeople, and we know he held off Voldemort for Merlin knows how long." Cho's breath had gone ragged as she paused, taking a moment to control herself as he pushed on. "Cedric believed in Harry, and so do I. Maybe he's not perfect, but he's as close as we're going to get to it. And I know that I never want to let anything like what happened with Cedric happen to me or anybody I love ever again. So if Harry's willing to teach us how to survive when Snape isn't, it's not a hard decision to make." Harry watched as Cho's words shook the crowd around her, the small army of students nodding with affirmation as they began to form a line by the table on which Hermione had laid the sign-up sheet. Harry nodded appreciatively towards Cho, who'd been the first to sign the paper after the Weasleys. While he certainly was feeling quite lost regarding what to do next, he did feel that the slightest level of pride swell in his chest. "I can do this," Harry said, his eyes glancing over the crowd. "I know I can." Sirius smiled as he looked down at his son, his purple eyes looking up at him with such wonder and joy as the boy released a playful hiccup. He wrapped his arm tightly around Emmeline, who rested her head on his shoulder. "I love you," Sirius whispered into his wife's ear, the woman, in turn, leaning up to kiss him. It had been a while since Sirius had last felt as if he was floating, so coated in the armor of happiness that nothing could faze him. Honestly, it felt almost strange and foreign now as he rubbed the top of his son's head. "Is it bad if I say that I wish we didn't have to keep fighting?" Sirius muttered. "Does it make me a bad person that part of me just wants to take you, James, and Harry from here, run somewhere that he wouldn't be able to find us? Somewhere where James would never have to see violence." "You know that Harry would never go for it," Emmeline said with a chuckle as she reached down to grab their son. "And even if we decided to do just that, we'd be back in a week's time at most." "Why do you say that?" Sirius said with a gentle smile. "Because we're fighters, Sirius," Emmeline said. "Both of us wouldn't be able to leave this behind, and if James is anything like his namesake, he wouldn't run away either." "You're right," Sirius said with a sigh, "but that worries me as well. What if we can never leave this life behind even after the war? What if we'll never be able to move on?" Sirius smiled sadly as he placed his hand to his son's cheek. "He deserves better than war. He deserves to have his parents. What if—" "Don't finish that thought," Emmeline said with a defiant tone. "We will live. We will see our son grow up. I don't care what happens. We are not going to die." A knocking rapped along their chamber door as Emmeline called in to enter. Sirius felt his heart stop as Andromeda and Remus entered the room. "Remus, what's wrong?" Sirius called out in a panic. "Narcissa reported a big attack incoming," Remus panted out. "Another attack on the Muggle world. She says Death Eaters will be marching on Brighton Pier, intent to kill more Muggles to force Fudge's hand. We need to go. Now." Emmeline rose quickly to her feet before Sirius placed his hand atop her shoulder. "James is going to wake up soon. You need to be here. I can handle this." "I'm coming with." "Please," Sirius said, his gray eyes looking deep into his wife's soul. A silent pause filled the air for a heavy moment before the sniveling of the awaking baby drew Emmeline's attention. "Come back alive." That's an order. Roger that, boss, Sirius said with a nod, turning to face his comrades. Andy, notify everyone. Tonks, Remus, Amos, on me, let's move. Sirius had felt his heart racing as the door to Grimmauld Place busted open, his small cohort racing out, quickly evaporating into black smoke. The ocean breeze had never felt as unwelcoming as it currently had as the laughter of children along the pier carried through the air. Think, Sirius. Where would they attack from? Think. Sirius quickly turned to Remus. Did Narcissa say where or how the attack was going to take place? No, but she seemed to be in a panic, Remus said. Whatever they're planning, it's a pity, really. A voice cut through the autumn winds like a knife as Sirius turned, facing one of the most dangerous pairs. Bellatrix's smile was crooked and cruel, while Crouch licked his lips with sharpened eyes. I truly didn't want to kill my sister, but it appears my master, as always, was right. She's been informing you this whole time. Of course the Dark Lord wasn't mistaken. You were foolish to believe otherwise, Bella, Crouch said. No worries, though. Once we're done here, I'm certain the Dark Lord will allow you the opportunity to rectify your mistakes. If you lay a single finger on her, I swear to God I'll rip you. Remus growled with fury, before a cackle erupted from Bellatrix's mouth. Oh my, you seem rather protective of my traitorous little sister. Lucius may be a failure by all means, but at least his blood is pure, Bellatrix whispered. To think that my sister has given a foul-blooded beast like you even the slightest reason to care for her makes my skin crawl. I believe I'll exterminate you first and bring her your head as a visiting gift. You can try it, Remus growled, lifting his wand before Sirius placed his hand on his friend's shoulder. Not the time, Moony, Sirius hissed. Find Narcissa, bring her back to base. For all we know, this could just be a stalling tactic. Tonks, Amos, and I can handle this. But what if, Remus started. Go, Sirius barked, watching as his friend nodded begrudgingly, before turning into a cloud of black smoke. Don't think you can get away from me that easily, you stupid mutt, Bellatrix said, the tip of her wand glowing a venomous green before. With a flick of his own wand, Sirius conjured a stone wall that emerged like a mountain from the sand. So you want to dance, do you, dear cousin? I wouldn't recommend it. It would be a shame for you to die before you and your lovely wife got to have your honeymoon. I'll live, Bella, Sirius said with a confident smirk. I have something more to live for than kissing your ghastly master's feet. You dare insult him, Bellatrix roared, lifting her wand, casting another killing curse that landed just to his left as Sirius, along with Amos and Tonks, rolled out of the way. I'll kill you. I'll bring all your heads to him. Then my master will have no choice but to praise me. Avada Kedavra. Reducto, Sirius heard Tonks bellow as the young witch's wand took aim at the other man who batted her spell away with a growl. Confringo, Stupefy, Bombarda Maxima. The cracking of the magic bolts sounded like fireworks as Sirius continued his dance, his cousin's eyes glaring through them as spells volleyed between the two of them, lighting the beach up like it was Christmas. Come on, Sirius thought to himself. We're making a big enough scene here. Where the hell are the Auror? Sirius turned for a moment, catching Tonks' eyes, who seemed to be wondering the same thing before another bone-chilling cackle left Bellatrix's lungs. You look quite confused, Sirius. Wondering where your little reinforcements are, I imagine. Sirius' eyes hardened as he watched the eldest black daughter, lips pressed tightly. I hope you don't truly believe we'd tell our suspected spy everything. Right now, the Auror department is probably busy pulling Amelia Bones' ass out of a burning building. I hope they scream when they see her charred body. That should get the message across that nobody is safe from my master's fury. You bitch! Sirius hissed as he lifted his wand. Reducto! But with alacrity he'd never seen from the witch before, she spun, the sand proving to be no challenge even in her heeled boots before a blast of explosive magic landed just at his feet, sending Sirius stumbling backward. Shit, Sirius cursed, trying to pull himself up, watching as Bellatrix smiled menacingly, her wand hanging above his head like a guillotine. Curcio! He heard a voice call out as in shock he watched as Bellatrix's body fell to the ground, her body twitching as she screamed. Crucio! The man that now stood by his side bellowed once more. That's right, you bitch, Amos cried, a fire of pure hatred burning in his eyes. Scream, Scream like my son did when you tortured him. Scream for me." Sirius felt cold as he watched his cousin squirm, gripping a clawing at the sand, the battle between Crouch and Tonks coming to a halt as all eyes fell on the scene before them. "I want you to beg me to kill you," Amos said, the bloodlust in his voice, his foot making contact with the grounded woman, the tip of his boot breaking her nose with a swift kick. "Scream." "Amos," Sirius roared, grabbing the man from behind. "Stop this. Stop this now. You need to get a grip." "Let go of me, Sirius," Amos barked. "I'm going to torture this bitch until she breaks. Then I'll strangle her to death with my own hands." "Expelliarmus," miss," Tonks called out, the wand of the raging Diggory patriarch flying into the sand as Bellatrix laid there motionless. "What the hell are you doing?" Tonks yelled. "We need to turn these people over, Death Eater or not. We're not going to be able to secure a conviction of any sort if we use unforgivables. You aren't an Auror, you don't have the authority." "She needs to die," Amos said, his vein pulsing in his forehead. "Kill her after we get some intel then," Sirius barked. "We lost our mole, so we need a hostage." "She doesn't deserve mercy," Amos roared. "She killed my son." "She's a disgusting monster, it's true," Sirius said with a tempered tone. "But she's also Voldemort's most trusted. We need to know what she knows." Sirius sighed, his eyes barely shifting in time to catch Barty Crouch vanishing in a plume of smoke. He'd leave without her, that's not good. He shook his head. "You can kill her when we're done probing her for information." "Tonks cuffs." Tonks nodded, tossing the magic-canceling cuffs that she'd taken from the Auror department into his hands as he placed the woman's wrists into the metallic rings, her body twitching beyond control as drool hung from her unconscious lips. I hope the damage wasn't permanent, at least, not yet. But how much did Narcissa disclose? How much did Voldemort probe? I can't bring her to Grimmauld Place, especially not with James. If they learn I have a son, that's just one other thing to hold against me. "What now, Sirius?" Tonks asked in a trembling tone. "I don't know," Sirius said, looking at his bound cousin. "I really don't know. The formation of S.P.I.R.E the day before had been something that had filled Daphne with a level of motivation and persistence that had done wonders for rejuvenating her often distressed mind. However, like most things in her life, it rarely lasted longer than a fleeting second. It was dinner when Daphne had laid down the schedule at the Gryffindor table, her presence there far more welcomed than she recalled in the past. The schedule had been rather easy to understand, though not perfect. While everyone had certainly wanted more days in which to train, one day a week seeming hardly sufficient enough for anyone who had been motivated greatly by Chang's words, accounting for everyone's commitments, including Slughorn's, which was surprisingly dense, had only left Saturday nights as a training day. Though Harry had given the twins and Ron some information regarding their independent training schedule so they could join if they wished. Daphne had been a bit worried regarding Harry disclosing their closed-door training hours to the likes of Ron, but while it concerned her, she knew that if there was anything Harry could sympathize with, it was a desire for justice and a desire to protect one's family. Also, given the Weasleys were full-fledged Order members, secrecy from them, she supposed hadn't really mattered. Yet another issue had also flooded her mind, and as usual, it regarded her little sister. While she enjoyed training with Madame Pomfrey, the challenge wasn't as intense as it had been with Dr. Thatcher, and the fact that her plump mentor had yet to answer her letter had left Daphne's throat feeling dry. But more than just her sister's Heath, she had begun feeling nervous in regard to her somewhat distant behavior. Astoria was chatty. It was what truly made them so different, and yet her sister had seemed to be adopting a more and more silent behavior, a behavior that Harry had seen fit to comment on during their late-night patrols as well. "Harry," Daphne whispered, her eyes catching yet another distracting bit of news, as Draco rose rather early from the dinner table, checking his surroundings before leaving. "Look!" She watched as her boyfriend's eyes tagged Draco, his brow creasing before turning back to Daphne, pulling out a folded map. Daphne nodded, smiling as she rose from the Gryffindor table, the two exiting hand in hand as they turned the corner, walking onto the castle grounds, making others believe it was nothing but a leisurely stroll. The stroll had ended, however, as the two found the large tree by the Black Lake, and Daphne soon found Harry's arm wrapped around her waist, his chin resting on her shoulder as Harry allowed her to unfold the map and whisper the absolutely ridiculous saying, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." Instantly, ink began to flood the map as her, and Harry's eyes locked onto Draco's moving footprints. "All right, Draco, where are you heading?" She felt Harry's eyes glaring down at the map like a hawk, watching as Draco seemed to ascend into the defense professor's offices, Snape seemingly waiting for him. "Well, that explains why he wasn't at dinner," Harry whispered beneath his breath, "but just what exactly are he and Draco planning?" "We don't know if Snape is up to anything quite yet. He could have just had an appointment with Draco." She felt Harry's eyes gaze at her questioningly before she sighed. "Yes, Harry, I know it's suspicious, but we can't jump to malicious conclusions. If we start seeing the shadow of evil everywhere, we'll end up like Moody." Harry nodded in agreement before sighing. "I know, it's just—" Harry stopped for a moment, looking up at the sky. "It's heavy, you know." "I want to say I do," Daphne said gently, placing her hand upon Harry's cheek. "But the weight that's on your shoulders all the time, I can't begin to fathom it. But you'll never have to carry all of it by yourself. I'm here, Flyby, always." Harry leaned down, placing his lips to her forehead before breaking apart. "No complaints about me sharing your burden, huh? Looks like there was some improvement." "I'm stubborn, not stupid," Harry said with a chuckle. "You got the message across last year. We're in this together until the end, for better or worse." "Don't start writing your marriage vows just yet, Mr. Potter," Daphne said with a chuckle as Harry smiled, their moment of bliss rudely stolen from them as Harry nudged her to watch Draco's dot move once more. "This Sunday, after patrols, you and I are actually going to just take a minute to relax as alone together. I'm getting quite tired of sharing you with everyone." "It's a promise, though we'd have to start our little getaway after Slughorn's dinner," Harry said with a chuckle, before his brows furrowed curiously watching as Draco descended towards the second floor, the girls' lavatory now only a few feet away from the dots. "You weren't kidding," Harry muttered. "But why is he sneaking into the girls' bathroom? Surely if he wanted to look at a girl's private area, Pansy would be more than willing to comply." Daphne rolled her eyes playfully before shaking her head. Even if he was trying to perv, there wouldn't be a point. Nobody uses the girls' second-floor lavatory. It's completely empty because of moaning Myrtle. "Why, is she scary or something?" Harry queried. "More annoying than scary," Daphne said with a sigh. "Why do I have a feeling we're going to be making a visit shortly?" "Ah, Princess, you know me so well," Harry said before stopping, watching as Draco's dot vanished from the map. "Wait, did he just disappear?" Daphne, too, had felt lost as she watched the map, scanning rapidly for Draco's footprints. "That doesn't make sense. My dad covered almost everything in this castle when he made this map. The only time footprints disappear is when they enter a room that even they didn't know about." "Which means only one thing," Daphne muttered. "Yeah, there's more to the second-floor girls' lavatory than just an annoying ghost," Harry said with a nod, the two rising to their feet. "Well then, let's go ask this Myrtle girl a few questions then, shall we?" "Not like we have much of a choice," Daphne said with a sigh. "You remember when we used to have normal outings?" "Nope," Harry said with a chuckle. "Yeah, me neither," Daphne said with a gentle grin before the two re-entered the castle, their objective set. For the briefest of moments, Harry considered the optics of his plan. He and his girlfriend, two prefects, were going to enter an abandoned girls' lavatory, with their supposed excuse being that they believed a secret passage resided somewhere in the bathroom itself. Harry could only pray that he didn't get caught, as no matter what explanation he gave, the rumor mill of Hogwarts would waste no time in propagating the idea that he and Daphne snuck away for a quick shag. Though, as Harry sent quick glances at his girlfriend, he couldn't deny that to him. She was the epitome of beauty. "Focus, Potter. You guys haven't even said I love you yet, one step at a time." Harry shook his head, clearing his mind as they arrived at the girls' bathroom. "Ready?" Harry whispered gently, Daphne nodding slightly as they lifted their wands, pushing the brown door open. Harry wasn't quite sure what he was expecting. When he thought of an abandoned restroom, he thought it would look like a pit. But that couldn't have been further from the truth, as everything with the restroom looked perfectly normal, well except for one small thing, a low yet quite pronounced moaning coming from the furthest stall. "What is that?" Harry whispered. Moaning Myrtle, Daphne replied blankly, nudging her head towards the stall. Come on, let's get this over with. Fair warning, though, she tends to be quite loud. He watched as his girlfriend grinned, knowing quite well that overly loud people did nothing but get on his nerves. Yet, Harry wasn't exactly drowning in options, and with a sigh, he approached the moaning stall. Hello, Harry called out, knocking on the stall door. I heard you crying. Is everything okay? Go away, the voice called out, tears swelling in her eyes. First it was Olive Hornby, and now him. Why can't people just stop bullying me? I don't want to bully you, Harry said gently. I don't even want to make you upset in any way. You don't want to upset me? Ha! The girl shouted angrily. That's a good one. My life was nothing but misery at this place, and now people come along ruining my death. Look, Myrtle, my name is Harry Potter. Harry started softly. I just wanted to ask a question. Do you know if there is a room connected to this one? You said somebody was bullying you, right? Was it by any chance a boy with blonde hair, pointed features, very pale? Yeah, that's him. Why, is he a friend of yours? Myrtle said with a huff. Quite the opposite, really. I hate him, Harry said, watching as the ghostly girl poked her head through the stall. The girl's face was rather pimply, and her glasses looked about 2 sizes too large for her face. Yet somehow, her eyes had still managed to hold a little redness, as if it was possible for her to actually cry. Really, Myrtle whispered, that's good, he was a jerk. He really is, Harry said, nodding in agreement. But he seems to have disappeared. Do you know where he went? I didn't see it, Myrtle whispered. But I know there's something here, just before I died, actually. You see, it was dreadful. It happened right in here. I'd hidden because Olive Hornby was teasing me about my glasses. The door was locked, and I was crying, and then I heard somebody come in. They said something funny, a different language. I think it must have been. Anyway, what really got me was that it was a boy speaking. So I unlocked the door to tell him to go and use his own toilet, and then I died. Harry's brow furrowed as he pressed on. A different language. Do you remember what it sounded like? I'll never forget it, Myrtle said with a shiver. It sounded like hissing, kinda like a snake. The boy said he was going to ruin me. I didn't want to stay. Hissing, Harry pondered, his head cocked in confusion, Parseltongue. But Draco can't speak Parseltongue, can he? Footsteps began approaching the hall, and Daphne grabbed Harry's shoulder, urging him to move. He smiled appreciatively up towards the ghost. Thank you, Myrtle, that was a big help. If he ever comes to bother you again, let me know. I'll make sure he doesn't get away with it. You will, Myrtle said, her eyes wide with shock. Yeah, I promise, Harry said with a nod. I hate bullies. Myrtle sent back a happy grin before Harry watched the ghost dive headfirst into the toilet she had been sitting at before Harry turned to Daphne. You leave first. I'll sneak out after. That way nobody suspects anything, okay? Daphne nodded, and Harry watched as his girlfriend exited the bathroom. Parseltongue, huh? Harry pondered as he scratched his chin. Maybe Dumbledore will have some more information. All I know is that something isn't adding up. Chapter 13. With my life, despite what many may have believed, especially with his girlfriend being a teen model, Michael was far from a Casanova, and there was no further proof of how bad he was at dealing with women than his absolute confusion regarding what to do with the girl currently crying into his chest. Michael glared at the headline of the Daily Prophet with hatred. Death Eater's Attack. DMLE head in critical condition. Michael scanned the newspaper, his eyes shaking with blistering rage. Their friendship may have only recently been rekindled, but it wasn't as if he'd forgotten the miserable life of the girl in front of her. No parents, and an aunt that was hardly ever home. That was all Susan knew, and now with that very aunt, the last family member she had laying in limbo, he could understand the girl's lack of emotional restraint. Though, just because he could understand it didn't mean he quite knew what to do. Michael turned desperately to his girlfriend, desperate, looking for some sort of assistance, but she too seemed to be frozen in place as Michael continued to do all he could, rubbing the back of his friend gently. She'll be okay, Red, I know it. Michael looked down, the feeling of hot tears dripping through his shirt. Your aunt is one of the toughest ladies I have ever met. There's no way a little fire is going to take her out. She's going to make a full recovery, I know it. No, you don't, Susan said, a hiccup forming in her throat from the tears. Nobody knows if she's going to be okay or not. What if she doesn't make it? What if she dies? Michael felt the girl shiver in his arms. I can't do it, Michael, Susan said, her teeth grinding against each other. I can't go through it again. I don't. A pregnant pause filled the air as she whispered, I don't want to be all alone. Michael dropped his arms, stepping back facing Susan to look up at him, his brown eyes glowing with determination. Your aunt isn't going to die, do you hear me? Michael started, his arms reaching out to clutch the girl's shoulder. And even if the worst should come, you are so much more resilient than you believe yourself to be. But more than anything else, you need to understand something. No matter what happens, you'll never be completely alone, never. Michael, Susan started but stopped as a rather large figure turned the corner. Ah, there you are, Professor Sprout called out. I've been looking all over the castle for you. Michael turned, catching the plump professor's eyes before she hurried over to Susan, hugging the girl tightly. There, sweet girl. Everything is going to be all right, I'm certain of it. I've been friends with your aunt for quite a while now. She's a tough nut to crack. Professor Sprout's voice had begun to dim as she quickly turned the corner once more, heading back to her office with Susan in hand. Claire's eyes had fallen upon him. Michael knew it, distantly sensing her presence in the background. But all that had manifested itself in the foreground of his mind had been the feeling of intense anger, his entire body trembling from the rage as he slammed his fist into the wall, forcing a gasp out of Claire, the pain numbing the throbbing in his hand as Michael cursed. Damn it! Why weren't we aware of that attack? If only we knew what was going on, we could have stopped it. Michael, Claire whispered softly, placing her hand against his cheek. We need to focus our anger. Letting it flow blindly will only result in chaos. Harry may be the leader, but he's more of a commander. He needs you to be the brains if things are going to run smoothly. And for you to be the brains, you need to calm down. Michael hissed angrily, his eyes closing as he took a handful of deep breaths, his fingers curling up against his palm, forming a tight fist that unfolded along with his final exhale. I'll make them pay for this, Michael said with a sigh. Nobody makes my friends cry. Traditionally, Michael would have led the way towards the room of requirement for their training, but with Harry reserving the room for his own private exercises, and Michael feeling the need to desperately let off some steam, he and Claire had marched down to the Forbidden Forest, the castle fading into the background. Michael had felt as if he was on fire as he brushed through the thick forest towards the spot that had been reserved for Claire the year before. A familiar warmth filled his heart, calming his nerves as they finally arrived at the clearing that had begun his relationships. It wasn't that long ago, Claire whispered, but it feels like it's been forever since we've been here. You know, for someone who thinks he's really shitty at comforting people, you didn't do a bad job here. The slightest grin formed across his lips, turning to Claire as he sighed. I just wish I could have done something for her. Before I met Harry, she was the only friend I had. Seeing her cry like that, seeing her all alone like that, I just hurt. Michael released a deep sigh as he looked up at the sky. You know, she was really shitty to me at the end of third year. I'd honestly say that she might have even been responsible for my first time ever feeling completely crushed, and yet I can't help but care about her. Michael sent a soft glance towards his girlfriend. Does that make me an idiot? There was a heavy silence that filled the air as Claire sighed. Maybe. I mean, rationally speaking, the idea of forgiveness, it isn't logical. If somebody wronged you once, there is always a chance that they will do it again if you let them re-enter your life. But at the same time, the ability to forgive is so unique, and it takes a strong person to do it. Claire released a gentle smile as Michael felt the girl place her hand on his cheek. So yes, maybe you are an overly forgiving idiot, but your kindness is what made me fall for you. You are who you are, Michael, and for me, I wouldn't have it any other way. Michael smiled as he leaned down, Claire's mango-flavored lips radiating against his own as they parted, Claire looking up at him, her gorgeous gray eyes looking into his soul. Well then, slacker clown, ready to get to work. Ready whenever you are, Michael replied. Pretty bird. Michael watched as Claire's vibrant pink hair floated in the wind before he unfolded his palm, revealing his sapphire crystal. I have an idea of how to keep you in your stable Vila state for longer, while helping me focus a powerful blast if you want to try. Why do you even have to ask? Claire quipped back. Let's do this, what's the plan? Okay, so what I think is happening is that you're struggling on keeping your magic contained, Michael started. You're capable of manifesting the transformation at will, but you fall out of it due to the immense magic drain. So what I was thinking is, what if I manage to absorb the runoff and stabilize you, thus managing to charge my magic as well? Can you do that? Claire asked, her brow furrowed. I read that it was theoretically possible in that book Hermione sent me last summer, Michael started. Though the word theoretical is key there. I figure it's worth a shot anyway, though. Claire nodded as Michael placed his studded hand at her back. I'm ready whenever you are, he muttered out, casting his fire resistance charms along his hand. Are you sure about this? Claire whispered back. As I'll ever be, Michael replied calmly. He swallowed. For as many times as he'd seen his girlfriend's transformation, it had never become less harrowing. Sweat began to beat down Michael's brow as white steam formed around the girl, her pink hair rising with the temperature around her. He grit his teeth as he watched the girl's dainty hands begin to shift into sharp and lethal claws, blue fire burning in her palms, her beak now in full display. Now, Michael thought, feeling the magic around him as he commanded the crystal to absorb the free-flowing magic. It burns, shit. It hurts like hell, he cursed as he felt his arm begin to throb, the level of stored magic rapidly reaching its full capacity. I don't feel as drained, Claire called out. It's working. Michael, Michael unleashed a horrid scream, pointing his hand up at the sky as an inferno of blue fire launched itself into the atmosphere above, his feet losing the ability to hold himself up as he fell to the ground as a thud. Michael! Claire shouted, racing towards his side as he gripped his waking hand. You idiot! Claire shouted. If it was too much for you to handle, why didn't you tell me to stop? Michael said nothing, his eyes solely focused on his singed and charred hand. It worked, my theory, it worked. I just need to. Look at your hand, Claire yelped in a panic, lifting her wand and placing it on his hand. Nothing that leaves you that injured can possibly be considered a success. But you managed to stay in. Michael didn't even have a chance to finish his statement before the sound of hoofs filled the air. What is that? Michael asked, turning towards the forest, as a father young and panicked centaur raced from the bushes. T-Rex, Michael called out in shock, recognizing the larger centaur child from the year before. What's wrong? Why are you? Michael, T-Rex called. Good, that's good. Chief Bane, he sent me to find you. Michael's eyes squinted as the young centaur caught his breath. We have a message to deliver, it's very important. The stars, we've been given a warning you need to tell Albus. Dumbledore, Michael queried. Why do you need to send a message to Dumbledore? I thought you didn't care about humans. We don't generally, though as you know we have some exceptions, T-Rex called out. Dumbledore, he protects our colony from the fools at the Ministry. We're delivering this message for his safety and ours. We've seen it in the stars, we've seen his future. Michael's eyes widened as the words rolled from the young centaur's mouth. Death is coming for him. Danger is approaching the castle. Warn him, Michael. You must warn him, or both our lives will be in danger. Death is coming for Dumbledore, Michael muttered out. What does that mean? Who is coming? Who could kill? I don't know, T-Rex said. The Cosmos don't speak in specificities. Just promise me, give me your word that you'll deliver the message. They are more likely to listen to one of their own than me. Promise me. I promise, Michael said firmly. You have my word. Thank you, T-Rex said with a bow which Michael reciprocated before the young centaur buried itself back into the darkened woods. What was, Claire began, what was that about? Nothing good, Michael said, his body shaking as Claire finished wrapping his bandaged hand. Whatever's coming, it's not going to be pretty. I must remember to thank the centaurs for delivering me a warning. It's an honor to be thought of so highly, but such a proud species. Dumbledore thought to himself with a smile, remembering the words that the Ravenclaw fifth years had come to deliver him. That thought was pushed aside, however, as the turning of his gargoyle statue alerted him of his scheduled visitor. The S.P.I.R.E, Dumbledore thought to himself as he ran his beard through his lanky fingers. So that is your resolve, Harry Potter. A risky endeavor, teaching students to fight, but there is nothing left for me to say. Perhaps, Dumbledore whispered, looking up at his chamber's roof, perhaps your answer will prove more effective than mine. A knocking against his chamber door had broken him from his thoughts. his hand waving the door open as the figure in his thoughts appeared before him. "Harry, my boy," Dumbledore said with a thin smile, "it's good to see you. I assume you've come prepared for your lessons." "Yes, sir, but I have some questions of my own," Harry said, the boy's expressions stagnant. Dumbledore nodded, allowing the boy to continue. "Draco, he's planning something. He's a Death Eater, I have no doubt about it. We need to do something." "A Death Eater," Dumbledore muttered. "Quite a dangerous accusation. What leads you to believe that is the case?" "Trust me, Professor," Harry whispered. "I can't explain it, I know I can't, but something is off about him. I know that you can sense magic just as I can, and we both know that there's something wrong with his magic. It's darker, more malicious. He's a safety risk for the entire school population." Dumbledore sighed deeply, looking at the young man before him. "Suppose you are correct in your assumption. Tell me, as the true leader of the resistance, what would you like me to do? Apprehend the boy. Attack a student in my own castle, a student I as headmaster am sworn to protect." Dumbledore watched as the boy before him swallowed. "Harry, please, I know I have lied to you many times in the past, but I assure you, I have this matter with Draco under control." "He's been sneaking into the second-floor girls' lavatory," Harry spat out. "He was there one moment and gone the next. The ghost, Myrtle or something, she said she heard a strange language. The way she described it, she said it was Parseltongue. What does that mean?" "The chamber," Dumbledore thought, his heart racing slightly at the surprising news, only the practiced occlumency of his mind keeping his calm facade in check. "The basilisk is dead. Tom knows that, so why would he be sending Draco down there? I'll have to see if Severus has learned of any new developments." "Before he did that," Harry continued, "he went to meet with Snape. I know you say he's reformed, but he was a Death Eater. He could always turn on you. They're both just far. I cannot attest to young Mr. Malfoy's character, but I can to Snape's," Dumbledore said softly. "How can you be so sure?" Harry pressed. "Because Tom killed somebody he loved greatly during the last war," Dumbledore muttered out. "Voldemort murdered the woman he loved in cold blood after promising not to," the headmaster continued. "I assure you, Professor Snape has no love for the Dark Lord." Harry swallowed hard as Dumbledore released a gentle smile. "Professor Snape, he's been around a lot longer than you have my boy. There is a reason the man can remain so calm, a reason he can be so callous. People become fiery because they have those they want to protect. Professor Snape is denied that luxury." "You see, my boy," Dumbledore said, his voice soft and hollow, "everybody that Professor Snape has ever loved has already been killed." Dumbledore watched as the boy's eyes widened. "You and him, you aren't all that different. The only shred that sets you apart is you have everything to lose and he has nothing left. I'm asking you, my boy, regarding the matter of Draco and Severus, you must let me handle it. No matter what happens, you must not get involved." Dumbledore watched as anger and confusion swelled in the boy's mind as Dumbledore provided a comfortable smile. "Come along, Harry. Let's push those thoughts aside for now. We have much to do, and I'm afraid, much less time than I wish. Oh yes, one last thing, please be sure to write to Sirius regarding the locket. It may be one of those objects we are searching for. But for now, let's delve deeper into the past, yes." "Fine," Harry said with a sigh. "Snape's a Death Eater, I may not trust him, and I'm honestly not sure I trust you yet. But I'll leave the matter of Draco to you. But I want to be clear. If Draco is a Death Eater and he lays a finger on any of my friends, I will eliminate him. Is that clear?" "The order is yours, Harry," Dumbledore said with a tired sigh. "I want for you to walk the path of forgiveness and mercy, but everyone must adhere to their own justice. Such is the way of this world. I implore you, however, the action of taking a life, with the killing curse or not, it damages you, it haunts. It's not a child's game, it's gambling for keeps." "No," Harry said, as Dumbledore watched the shadow of darkness creep across his face. "I know quite well that this isn't a game, it never was." Dumbledore watched the pain that hid itself away behind the young man's emerald green eyes. "I'm sorry, Harry," Dumbledore whispered in his mind. "You were destined to live such a miserable life from beginning to end. If there was something I could do, I would, but there's nothing left. You will die, and Severus shall deliver the killing blow in my stead. It's the only way." Dumbledore shook that thought free as he nodded. "I apologize for my assumptions," Dumbledore said with a quick nod. "Come along now, Harry. We have quite the memory to dive into today." Dumbledore paused at his pensive, the fifth year following him at a cautious pace as Dumbledore removed the memory vial from his golden container before pouring in the white liquid. Come close, Harry. This memory is quite unique among my collection and will explain the reason as to why I believe the locket to be so significant. Prepare yourself, my boy. 1, 2, 3. Together, he and Harry submerged themselves into the seemingly calm pool of water before they'd found themselves staring at a familiar young man hanging in the doorway, Tom Riddle. The house had looked so welcoming, yet regal and calm. Relics of all sorts seemed to adorn the walls, and from the shadows emerged a woman that Dumbledore had felt nothing but pity for. For all her vanity and lust for riches, she hadn't deserved to die the way she had. Professor, Harry called out from behind him, where exactly are we? Currently, we are in the memory of a rather unfortunate elf by the name of Hokey, Dumbledore began. An elf that was punished for allegedly poisoning her mistress, Hepzibah Smith, a known descendant of Helga Hufflepuff herself. You say allegedly, Harry said calmly. I'm assuming you don't believe the elf did it. You know as well as I do, Dumbledore said, looking up at the boy he'd once cared for so fondly, a glint of red forming in his once normal eyes. Wherever Voldemort goes, death shortly follows. Harry nodded, watching as the unsuspecting elf let the younger Riddle in, unaware of the terror they had brought into their house. Though Dumbledore had smiled at the way Harry had tuned into the conversation, his ears hanging on every word. He's certainly grown more serious, Dumbledore thought as the conversation he'd heard many a times passed in the background. I only wish you didn't have to grow up so fast. It was only when Hepzibah lifted a golden chalice did Dumbledore once more interject. Tell me, Harry, do you see anything familiar? He watched as the boy's eyes widened upon seeing the locket that hung from the woman's neck. That locket, it's exactly like the one Sirius described to me. Does that mean how does a descendant of Helga Hufflepuff have a locket that once belonged to the Gaunts? An astute observation, Dumbledore said with a nod. Though the explanation is quite simple, Miss Smith is what you would call a collector of sorts. She used to search for all kinds of valuable relics, especially from the Founder's era. She was quite good at it too, after all. Having 2 of the 4 Founder's key relics in one's possession is no easy task. 2, Harry questioned. Yes, that goblet that she raised, Dumbledore said calmly. It is a rather rare artifact of Hepzibah's own ancestor. It belonged to Helga Hufflepuff herself, and unfortunately, she wasn't the only one with an interest in such a collection. Dumbledore turned to face the young Tom once more. You see, Harry, Dumbledore continued, Hogwarts was the only home Tom Riddle ever truly knew. He developed quite a connection to the castle, and held its founders in high regard that soured upon learning of everyone but Salazar himself being open to accepting non-pureblood students. Regardless, it is that connection that leads me to believe he made an anchor out of these objects. Though seeing as the sword of Gryffindor is in my possession, it leaves only the diadem of Ravenclaw a mystery. But in order to make the locket and cup anchors, as you say, Harry began, it means he'd need to have ownership over said objects, right? Yes, and I'm afraid that explains this woman's death, does it not? Dumbledore said with a tired sigh. Anyone who believes that Tom Riddle would allow for something as simple as the law to stop him has clearly never met the man. Harry nodded as Dumbledore continued. However, much like the diadem, the goblet of Helga Hufflepuff has also been lost for quite some years, with Hepzibah's home being the last known location of the cup. Dumbledore placed his hand atop the young man's shoulder, the memory reaching its conclusion as the 2 flew from the pensive. He gave Harry only a moment to rest before facing him once more. There is far too much missing information to solve this riddle completely, which is why it is of the utmost importance for you to discover the truth behind Slughorn's memory. I'm not foolish enough to believe that one man's memories can fill all the gaps, but it will certainly help. I'm working on it as best I can. I made Slughorn the key advisor of my little defense club to try to earn his favor, Harry said with a nod. I'll get you the memory, Professor, Harry began once more. But I need you to promise me you'll handle the Draco situation. I'm giving you a chance here, but if you don't handle it, Harry said, Dumbledore now on the receiving end of one of the boy's admittedly frightening glares, I'll handle it for you. Very well, Harry, Dumbledore said with a nod. But I'm afraid that it is getting quite late and dangerously close to your patrol, is it not?" "Yes, sir," Harry said with a nod. "Good night." "Good night, Harry." Dumbledore said, a sad smile forming against his lips as the door closed behind him. "May good fortune shine upon you for as long as possible." Narcissa couldn't state how thankful she was that Remus had arrived when he did. She was thankful that Lucius hadn't been at the manor, but only Merlin knew what would have happened had Remus not arrived before him. She couldn't help but marvel in the irony of her situation, being saved from her husband by her boyfriend. She was cheating, and sure it was wrong to do so, but a marriage hardly seems to be legitimate when one spouse tries to kill the other. Though the comedic irony of her situation had been able to stop her trembling, the thought of being on the kill list of the Dark Lord only served to leave her in a state of cold lifelessness that even a whole night next to her boyfriend had only done little to help with. The cold feeling certainly hadn't stopped as she and Remus arrived at a spot Narcissa never would have imagined seeing in her life, the home of the Weasleys, a family she'd once looked down upon now being one of the only safe spaces she had left in this world. Arthur had been at work, and the feeling of Molly's eyes watching her had made Narcissa begin to feel like there was not a single place in the whole world she was welcome in now. It was only the feeling of Remus' hand in hers that gave her the courage to even enter the home, let alone climb up to their attic, the screaming voice of her sister roaring through the walls. "You dare keep me prisoner in the home of filthy blood traitors!" Bellatrix screamed, "When my lord comes to rescue me, he'll burn this foul place to the ground, and then I'll gladly rid your throat out, Sirius. Do you hear me?" "Hard not to when you're screeching like a parrot," Sirius replied, his voice even. The sound of a metallic plate hitting the ground caused Narcissa to shudder as Sirius continued. "So shut up and eat. Currently, I'm the only one who doesn't want you dead in this house. I doubt anyone else will bother to so much as visit you, let alone offer you food." "The cooking of a blood traitorous whore," Bellatrix spat. "You think this some sort of mercy? Just get it over with and kill me, Sirius. You won't get another chance." "I can kill you any time I want," Sirius said, his voice cold as ice. "Make no mistake about that. I'd rather like to avoid killing my own family if possible, however. If I could trust Azkaban to contain you, you'd be back rotting in your cell right now, but unfortunately, your master decided to give the place a bit of an unwelcome renovation, so this is the best you got. So I'll ask again, what exactly is your master's plan?" A cackle blasted through the wood as Narcissa's mind's eye imagined the black-haired witch throwing her head back in amusement. "Try all you want. You'll never break me, Sirius. I'm my master's favorite. I'd die before I betrayed him." "Very well," Sirius said with a nod, the sound of his approaching footsteps causing Narcissa to pull back as the door swung open, revealing a rather tired Sirius, his gray eyes glowing with surprise upon seeing her. "So you decided to come. Are you sure you're ready to talk to her?" She's not normal." "I know that far better than you do," Narcissa said with a forced nod. "Perhaps I'll be able to get her to talk. I'll be seeing her now," Narcissa said, stepping forward, as Remus followed her, forcing her to turn. "I need to speak with her alone, love," Narcissa whispered. "I'm asking you to trust me. It's going to be fine." Remus released a low growl before nodding reluctantly, allowing her only a moment to lean up and catch his lips before turning back to face her sister, her arms bound in magic-canceling chains tied to the firmly bolted metallic bars. Her eyes looked dim, her face sunken, her once gorgeous looks washed away as her hair fell unevenly along her perfectly sculpted features. "Love," Bellatrix gagged. "A beast like him. What happened to you, sissy? When did you get so pathetic and soft?" "Remus and I have something special, something I never could have had with Lucius," Narcissa said softly, maintaining her cool. "Traditional wedding laws mean I will never be allowed to call the man my husband, but he is without a doubt my love." "And what about your son who you claim to love so dearly?" Bellatrix hissed, cocking her head. "What do you think he will do when he finds out his mother is a lowly and traitorous whore?" A sickening laugh escaped her elder sister's lips. "Well, I dare to say he'd be so angry, he might try to kill you himself. Oh, wait, that's the problem, isn't it? You don't want little Draco to have blood on his hands, do you?" Narcissa felt her chest get cold as Bellatrix smiled. "Of course you don't. That's why you made the unbreakable vow with Severus and me. making me promise you that I would kill the old man instead of him, also that his soul wouldn't be damaged. What a load of crap. Narcissa grit her teeth as Bellatrix continued. Of course, me being captured certainly puts a wedge in both of our plans now, doesn't it? You don't believe your son is capable of doing what needs to be done, and frankly, I agree. Unfortunately, with me tied up here, there won't be anyone to do the dirty work, and if Dumbledore doesn't die, then I will. If your son fails, though, that also means my master will kill him. Quite a predicament you're in, isn't it, little sis? Guess it's up to you, though, whose life is more valuable, the lives of the traitors in this house that I will no doubt slaughter upon my release, Bellatrix said with a twisted smile, or the life of your son. Narcissa had begun to feel a chill race down her spine as Bellatrix chuckled. Though I suppose you could always bet on the brat actually pulling through, but how would you ever accept your poor baby's soul being torn? Shut up, Narcissa snarled. You're not the only one with leverage. I have my knowledge too, knowledge I'm going to share with them about the prophecy your master is so eager to obtain. If suddenly guards begin to appear at the Department of Mysteries only a few days after your capture, the Dark Lord might start to believe you betrayed him. I doubt he'd come to save you then. For the first time in a while, fear grew in Bellatrix's eyes as Narcissa pressed forward. After all, I was just eavesdropping. I wasn't actually supposed to be in the meeting. Unlike you, he'd never suspect me. You bitch, Bellatrix cursed. You wouldn't dare. Try me, Narcissa hissed. I want you to understand something. I don't care if I have to get on my knees and beg Dumbledore to show my son mercy, to apprehend him safely and turn him over to us. I will save my son no matter what. As for you, though, I'm tired of your treats on my family. Either you start talking and we secure you a nice prison cell when this is over, or you die. The choice is yours. But you reuniting with your master, that's nothing but a pipe dream, I promise you that much. The Dark Lord doesn't even know that you're here. Narcissa started with a calm and venomous glare. I suggest that for the first time in your life, you look after yourself and make a choice on whether you want to live or die. Narcissa turned, swallowing hard as she exited the room, ignoring Bellatrix's roaring demands for her to get back there. Her sister symbolized nothing more than the pain of her past, and the man that she knew was currently packing on the ground floor below, worried about her safety, was her future. There was no way she was ever going back. Draco, Narcissa said, looking out at the sky through the tiny window, I will save you, my son, I swear it. Harry sighed as he looked over his list of students. It was crazy to him how quickly time had passed and that Saturday was already among them. What should I start with? Something simple, I imagine, the disarming charm perhaps. God, I really hope nobody throws a fit. I honestly don't have the patience to. Hey, he heard Daphne call out from his side with a gentle smile. Don't look so stressed, okay? You did a great job teaching all of us, and I'm sure you'll do great here too. Harry smiled weakly as Daphne wrapped her hands around his tie, pulling it upwards and tightening it. Harry gave the witch a rather curious look as she chuckled. A professor needs to look dignified. A loose tie simply won't cut it. You are having way too much fun with this Professor Potter thing, Harry said, shaking his head with amusement. What can I say? It really does it for me, Daphne whispered into his ear with a chuckle. But in all seriousness, dress like you want to be respected and you will be. That's a general rule of life right there, and please stop stressing about this whole thing. It's going to go perfectly. You're a great teacher, whether you want to admit that or not. Harry gave a weak chuckle in response, watching as the doors to the room of requirement began to open as Cho Chang, followed closely by Susan Bones, and the Weasleys entered. Ah, there he is, Fred said. Look at him up there. Our little Harry, George said with a chuckle, all grown up. Sod off, Harry said with a chuckle as he turned to face the students that had walked in. If idiots like you two can find this place, I assume that means the galleons worked. Like a charm, the twins said in unison as Ron quickly placed his bag down, removing his wand. Right down to business, huh? Harry thought, gazing at the hardened expression on Ron's face. Harry turned once more towards his peers, his interest holding on Michael's hand, his friend's only explanation being that an experiment had gone wrong, before taking a head count of the rest of his crew. Harry's eyes had locked onto Astoria, the girl sending him the fakest smile he'd ever seen. That's enough of that, Harry thought to himself, waving back at his younger sister. After this meeting, I'm finding out what's wrong. Clearly, it's bigger than she can handle on her own. Harry was forced to push those thoughts aside as more and more students began to fill the room. Okay, well, Harry thought to himself, desperately trying to calm his nerves. This looks like a lot more people than I imagined when looking at the sign-up sheet. Daphne took his hand, squeezing it with a reassuring smile as Harry nodded, turning to the crowd. Ahem. He started clearing his throat, his eyes nearly rolling out of his head at how instantly quiet all the clambering in the room got. So, hi. Harry started with a gentle wave. Welcome to the first meeting of S.P.I.R.E. Professor Slughorn's a bit busy tonight, but no worries, we're not going to be practicing anything too dangerous right now. The crowd watched Harry like a hawk as he took a deep breath, steeling himself before he pressed on. Okay. Harry started once more with vigor. So the first thing I want to do is get an understanding of just what kind of spells you are all interested in learning. I know that I'll be teaching the basic combat spells, but as this is technically a defense against the Dark Arts Tutoring Club, is there anything on the OWL or any WT exams that you need help with? Any tips to help with nonverbal magic could help, Cho called out. We actually revisit Dementors during class as well, Fred said. So learning the Patronus charm would be a great help, George called out. It can never hurt to have a better understanding of the shielding charm too, a voice in the back called out. What about spell deflection? Harry turned to Daphne, who was writing vigorously beside him. All right, Harry called out. Those are some great ideas, and I'm sure I'll be able to help you with all of them. But for now, Daphne is going to leave the list on the table, and anybody is free to add on anything else they'd like to revise. Harry smiled, confidence flowing through him as he continued. Okay, so who can tell me what the two spells which make up essentially the bread and butter of a wizard's arsenal are? The shielding charm, Hannah asked, her soft voice ringing in the stone-walled room. Close, while that does make sense, a shield charm is a lesser alternative to the true two most crucial spells, Harry said kindly. The disarming charm is one, right? Ron called out. Yes, Harry said with a nod. The disarming charm is arguably better than the shielding charm when it comes to defense, though that doesn't mean learning to shield yourself isn't important, as there will be many times where you can't simply just disarm a person. Harry paused, taking a deep breath. As much as it pains me to say it, Snape was correct in his lesson reviewing the disarming spell. A wizard without their wand is without a doubt a wizard in their least dangerous state. So what's the other one? Dean asked. Stunning, Harry replied simply. Now I myself haven't found myself in opportunities where stunning is the most effective option, mostly because I'm getting killing curses slung at me all the time. A sea of horrified faces filled the crowd as Harry continued. But that doesn't mean that stunning isn't useful. In fact, the disarming charm, when followed up by a well-placed stunner, is one of the most efficient escape combos possible. The crowd nodded in understanding as Harry continued. We all learned how to disarm people in second year, but learning how to do something and mastering it are two different things. For example, I'm certain that none of you would be capable of disarming me. Harry stepped out into the middle of the crowd, turning to face the closed person to him. Brown, help me out here, Harry called out, instantly regretting his mistake as the girl giggled, stepping forward with glee. So, Mr. Potter, Brown said in a sultry voice, what can I help you with? Harry said, a nervous sweat forming on his skin as he began to fear for the girl's safety, the feeling of Daphne's flaring magic radiating through the room. So I would like you to try and disarm me. Lavender smiled as she lifted her wand. Whenever you're ready, Lavender, Harry prompted. Expelliarmus, miss, Lavender called out, as Harry watched the rigid wrist movement of the girl's wand, easily canceling the charm with the wave of his hand. Harry smiled as Lavender's eyes grew in shock, the result of her spell having no effect on the wand in his hand. How did you do that? Lavender whispered in genuine awe. The disarming charm, while useful, suffers from predictability, Harry said. In fairness, most well-known spells do. I'd argue that I could tell which spell most of you are about to cast by simply watching your hand motions. However, the disarming charm suffers more than many other spells because of this, due to the rather unfamiliar motion the user's wrist must make. However, the quicker one can cast the spell, the harder it is for the opponent to identify the movement. For example, Lavender, I'm going to disarm you. Try to shield yourself." Lavender nodded, getting into a rather pathetic defensive stance, something to work on later, Harry muttered to himself, writing a mental note. His wand flew to his hand as he smiled, encouraging the crowd to watch him before, in his mind he whispered, "Expelliarmus." Harry's wrist snapped like a cobra strike, the motion looking like nothing more than a blur before. With a yelp, Lavender's wand flew out of her hand. "So fast!" he heard Angelina whisper out, the crowd's jaws hanging open. "Perfecting this motion is the first step to mastering the disarming charm," Harry said warmly. "After we've mastered the motion, we'll move on to silent casting. Technically, this meeting is only supposed to last a couple of hours, so we need to hustle." Harry turned, facing the grandfather clock that hung in the distance. "I want everyone to partner up. We're going to spend about half an hour on this. One partner casts, the other shields. Switch off at 15. I'll be coming around to offer pointers, and be sure to call if you need me. Also, please don't poke each other's eyes out with your wand. Madame Pomfrey already hates me. I don't want her to blame me for so many of you ending up in the hospital wing." Harry watched in awe at how quickly the response was as each student paired up, finding different sections of the room. "See," Daphne said with a smirk, "told you that you'd be a natural. Now if you'll excuse me, Professor, I'm going to partner up with my sister. Have fun with your evaluations." Harry threw his face into his palm, distantly hearing Daphne's giggle fade into the crowd as he began to weave through the crowd. "Looking good, Belle." "Try to keep your wand held higher," Harry started. "Keep those legs a bit further apart. You should be rooted to the ground, Dean." "Nice, Ron. Really stay focused, but remember there is a flourish to the movement. It's not a whip." "And you, Parvati," Harry commented, "you're flourishing a bit too much. The more precise you can make the motion, the harder it will be to stop." "Good Cho," Harry said, taking control of the girl's wrist. "But we want to make sure it's not so clunky. We need it to smooth as a flowing river, all one movement." Harry watched with a smirk as Cho recasted the spell Marietta's wand flying out of her hand. "For what it's worth, Harry," Cho said with a soft smile, "I think you're doing really good for your first day." "Thanks," Harry said warmly. Did Cedric know all of this?" Cho asked gently. "Yeah," Harry said with a nod. "Cedric was a great wizard, Cho. I'm sure wherever he is now, he's smiling about seeing so many students come together and learn." Cho nodded as Harry smiled. "I've got to go, but let me know if you need any more help, okay?" Cho nodded, and instantly Harry submerged himself into the crowd once more. Harry had begun to feel exhausted as the training had come to a close. Though for as tired as he was proud of all the progress everyone had made in such a short time, with many students showing remarkable improvement regarding the speed to their casting, some of them even beginning to develop the entry stages of silent casting. The room had soon cleared with a round of thank yous that left even himself feeling a bit bashful before the quietness of the room had finally returned. "Well, Potter," Michael said with a smirk, "I'd say that went pretty well, and it looks like we're just in time for dinner, too." He chuckled as he turned to Hermione. "You have amazing timing." Hermione smiled softly as Neville placed his arm around her proudly, Harry finally releasing a tired grin. "Great job today, all of you. I couldn't have made this run smoothly without your help." "We already knew that, Flybe," Daphne said, taking his hand. "Now come on, I don't know about you, but for the first time ever, I think I might just be hungrier than you." "I doubt it," Harry said with a chuckle, turning to face Astoria, who was currently putting her stuff away. "But I just got to clean up some stuff here, okay? I'll be right behind you." Harry could tell Daphne wanted to stay. That was until the rumbling of her stomach left her face a scarlet red. "Fine," Daphne said, her hunger clearly getting the better of her. "I'll see you in a few minutes." "Wouldn't miss it for the world," Harry said warmly, before the remaining crowd had exited the room, leaving just him and Astoria behind. "Hey, short stack, come here for a sec." Astoria looked up at him in confusion before following his instructions, Harry's eyes falling down on her. "Hey, so I've been meaning to ask, are you okay?" "Yeah," Astoria said quickly. "Yeah, I'm fine." "That was way too fast to be believable," Harry said, taking a pause before he continued. "Look, you know I respect your privacy, and even though I could, I won't read your mind. But if something is bothering you, you know you can always tell. Harry stopped watching as thin trails of tears began to fall from Astoria's eyes. Astoria. Damn it, Astoria cursed, wiping away her tears furiously. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Harry watched in silence before Astoria looked up at him. How do you handle it? All this pressure all the time, how do you do it? I can't sleep, I can hardly eat, I constantly feel like I'm going to vomit. I try so hard to keep it together, but… What's wrong? Harry asked softly, tilting Astoria's chin up to face him. When I was in divination, Astoria started, Professor Trelawney, she gave me a prophecy, and not one of those shitty made-up ones, but the kinds where her voice gets all deep and froggy. Harry fell silent as Astoria continued. I don't understand a lot of it, but the way it sounds, she makes it sound like I'm going to have to make a pivotal choice during this war, a choice that is going to determine who dies. Astoria grit her teeth furiously. Damn it, I'm only 13. How am I supposed to make a choice like that? What if I make the wrong choice and everybody I love dies? What if there isn't a way for me to save everyone? I'm not good enough to. She stopped as Harry knelt down, hugging the short girl tightly as Astoria pressed her head into the crook of his neck. Ah, I see. So there's a chance that you'll be in charge of making a decision on my life, huh? Harry said with a smile. Good, I'm so relieved. What? Astoria said, her voice trembling with confusion. I was worried it was going to be something serious, Harry said warmly. I'm glad I have nothing to worry about then. Harry, why are you? Well, to be honest, I wish you would have told me or Daphne before tying yourself in knots over nothing, Harry said with a chuckle. But better late than never. Plus, don't you get it, Astoria, nothing's changed. Astoria glanced up at him, her eyes wide and watery. I already trust you with my life, short stack, always have, always will. Harry watched as the girl stood there in stunned silence. Well, now that we got all of that out of the way, let's get some dinner. I don't know about you, but I'm starving, the two said in unison, as Harry sent the young girl a smile. No matter what happens, I will not let you die, Astoria. Chapter 14. A Cursed Necklace. Astoria felt her body jitter nervously as she stood at the Gryffindor tunnel's entrance, watching as Angelina packing rapidly back and forth. All right, team, the Gryffindor captain said. Hope everyone got a good night's sleep and a strong breakfast, because when we go out there tonight, I want us to approach the match with a win-or-die-trying attitude, is that clear? Astoria gulped. She'd never seen Angelina this fired up, though the placement of Harry's hand atop her head had helped her remain calm. Hufflepuff is a good team, though last year, as painful as it is to say, we know that they lost their star player. Angelina's eyes dropped to the ground. Cedric was a tough competitor, never backing down from any challenge. That is why it is our duty to honor his memory by doing everything we can to win. We all know he'd want no less than fierce determination from both sides. He was never one to be pitied, so let's not disgrace his memory by starting now. The team nodded in agreement at Angelina's words before Astoria watched the team captain's eyes fall to Harry. Whoever they put on you is going to be a mismatch, Potter, Angelina continued calmly. We'll play through you. Obviously keep your eyes on the snitch, but don't get surprised if you're thrown a quaffle, you're a wild card, or at least one of them. The other is you. Astoria swallowed as Angelina gazed through her entirely. You're a newcomer to this team, which provides us an advantage we can only use once. There's no scouting report on you, which means I need you to play hard and fast. Don't give them even the slightest chance to recover. We keep the pressure on for as long as it takes and win this thing. Everyone clear? Yes, ma'am, the team roared out in unison. One more time, let me hear you roar, Angelina shouted, and Astoria watched in amusement as the team released their best lion imitation. That's what I like to hear. Now let's go out there and win. At their captain's battle cry, everyone climbed atop their broom, waiting for the second the tunnel opened before, with a whoosh, Angelina zipped out of the tunnel leading the charge. For years, Astoria had been watching the game from the stands, marveling at the brooms that flew above her. Now she was one of those players, and her heart was racing. In the front of the Gryffindor stands, her eyes had fallen upon Daphne, who Harry had seemed to lay eyes on as well. Her sister had seemed to finally submit to the temptation, and Astoria couldn't help but laugh as she saw Daphne cheer by the side of the other Gryffindor students, Harry's last name emblazoned on the back of the jersey she wore. Introducing the Gryffindor players, Lee Jordan shouted from the mic, starting with the stunning captain, Ms. Angelina Johnson. Next, playing the role of our second chaser, let's give it up for the beautiful Katie Bell. Love you, babe. Jordan, McGonagall shouted. Sorry about that, Professor, Jordan said with a chuckle before continuing on. Next up, we've got a new face to the team. She may be small, but that doesn't mean she's a pushover. Welcome to the pitch, Astoria Greengrass. Astoria marveled at the amount of applause that followed her name. It had felt like the first time she'd ever been recognized by such a large crowd, and she had to admit, she was starting to feel a bit intimidated. Don't let it get to you, Harry whispered, hovering beside her. It's just another game. Play the way you usually do, and you'll do great. Astoria nodded, though the roar that filled the air after Fred and George's name had been called felt like it nearly shattered her eardrums, followed by a surprisingly loud cheer for Ron. But if she thought the applause for the twins was loud, she was nowhere close to prepared for what was coming next. Finally, let me hear you all roar for the man, the myth, the legend, our star seeker, Harry Potter. Astoria's eyes widened in shock as she watched the way Harry soared around the pitch on his broom, pulling himself up into a handstand which drove the crowd wild before stopping just in front of the Gryffindor pitch before Daphne, the wind carrying his voice. So, Princess, kiss for good luck. I only date winners, Daphne replied teasingly. Catch that snitch and come try again. That's all the motivation I need, Harry said with a chuckle before rejoining his group in formation. Just another game, huh? Astoria said with a smirk. I like to show off a bit, Harry said with a chuckle, watching as from the tunnel, the team clad in yellow and black shot out with blinding speeds. They're fast, Astoria thought to herself before Harry smiled. You're much faster than you think, short stack, just concentrate on flying. The team had looked familiar, though, as Angelina had said. They were missing a key figure, and in Cedric's place was a thin, sleek boy by the name of Edward Summerby. Jordan had done the best of trying to keep the introduction of the Hufflepuff players lighthearted, though it was clear that the black cloud of Cedric's death hung over everyone like a guillotine. And there we have it, Jordan called out. All our players are in position. Madame Hooch has brought out the balls. She's unlocked the chest. The snitch is now in the air. Ready, Astoria heard Madame Hooch call out, the red ball held tight in her hand. Begin. Angelina nodded to her, and Astoria dove instantly, catching the quaffle in her hands just seconds before Smith had gotten his hands on it. A sentiment she saw had earned her the slightest smirk from her teammates before. With a smile of her own, she bolted towards the hoops, the players scattering in all directions. For so long, Astoria had essentially just been watching Harry from the stands, but this was different. She wasn't just a spectator this time. Now her eyes were constantly peeled, watching for passing lanes, reading defenses, and following the bludgers, one of which had no sooner swept by her face before being rocketed near the Hufflepuff goals by a hard swing from Fred. She caught the twins' eye, following his signal as she powered towards the rings, Fred using his own body to shield her from a hard ram engineered by Cadwallader. Faint, faint, Astoria muttered to herself, watching as the eyes of Herbert Fleet followed her intensely, drop right, hit left with the back of her broom. Astoria took a quick breath, calming herself before faking right with lightning speeds, just barely allowing the ball to fall from her palm before, like a whip, she swung the tail of her broom like a bat, smacking the quaffle into the left hoop. What a fake, Lee Jordan said. Ladies and gentlemen, it's hard to believe, but our newcomer, Astoria Greengrass, has just scored the first point in a simply masterful display. If Hufflepuff thought they were going to have an easy time abusing the rookie, it seems they are in for a rude awakening. That's what I'm talking about, short stack, she heard Harry call out, her older brother grinning above her. Don't let up, we have this thing in the bag. Astoria nodded, bolting off as she chased after Cadwallader, who'd secured the toss-in. Astoria may not have had the strength to stop the man, but she could sure as hell make it more difficult as her broom easily pushed her ahead of the boy, continuously cutting off his rush. Where is he passing? Astoria muttered to herself, watching as the man scanned rapidly. Left, no right, come on Astoria, predict, now. She watched as Cadwallader chucked the quaffle forward, hopping to leap over her, But an unapologetic grin grew across Astoria's face as she completed her correct prediction, slapping the quaffle down only for the red ball to be recovered by Angelina, who punched it back through the Hufflepuff hoop. "Merlin, I can hardly believe what I'm seeing," Jordan shouted on. "Gryffindor is up 20-0 and Astoria Greengrass has managed to not only block a shot but secure an interception. My only question is why she didn't make her talent known sooner. And let's not forget the masterful off-the-rim punch-in by our very captain." Astoria smiled as Angelina hovered beside her, giving her a high five. "Keep it up, just like that." "Right," Astoria said with a nod as the two chasers broke away. "It's Smith, now Cadwallader, back to Smith. My word, how did he complete that pass?" Jordan called out, the young man's voice full of excitement. Bell just a touch short on the interception as the priest takes it to the hoop. It's all on Ron and..." Astoria turned, watching as the quaffle zipped from the Hufflepuff's chaser's hand only to hit the top of Ron's helmet as he spun just in time to block the hit. "Amazing," Jordan called out. "Absolutely incredible. What a block." "I bet if Wood could be watching this right now, he'd be beaming with pride." Astoria nodded towards Ron, who looked a bit dazed but returned with a nod of his own before she dove back into the fray. 10 minutes, now 20, the game had been extending, and even with a few great shots from her, Hufflepuff had truly been beginning to wear down Ron, the lead now shrinking as each team stood with a 90-70 scoreboard. "Come on, Potter," she heard Belle whisper. "Finish this now." Astoria's eyes scanned the sky above her, watching for even the quickest glimpse of Harry, though her view was completely obstructed by the clouds. That quickly changed, however, as in the sunlight, a faint glimmer of God caught her eye, and then, like a falling meteorite, Harry barreled down towards the ground, his eyes never losing sight of the snitch as poor Summerby could do nothing but watch Harry's rapid descent. "Look at Potter go. If he keeps moving like this, he'll catch fire." "Come on, Harry, come on," Astoria muttered, watching as her brother bolted towards the earth. "Are we going to see it? Are we going to it so soon?" Jordan called out. "Well, if that snitch keeps falling, there's no way around it. Here it comes." Astoria watched as the snitch seemed to scrape the ground, only to see Harry now flying just inches above it. She held her breath, gazing on as with tremendous speed Harry rolled over, his legs crossed, acting as the anchor to his broom, as in an amazing move, Harry snatched the snitch. And there it is. Ladies and gentlemen, Harry Potter has grabbed the snitch. That's the game. Gryffindor wins. Astoria quickly ascended to the neatly formed lines, hovering behind Katie as Harry quickly ascended behind her, their arms extended as they flew by each other, giving high fives and saying their congratulatory good games. It wasn't until the line was cleared before Harry took to Astoria's side. "Good flying out there, short stack. Told you it would be fine. How do you feel?" "Like my heart is going to jump out of my chest," Astoria said through panted breath. "Good, that means you gave it all you had," Harry said with a smile as the two began to move towards the stand where Daphne rested, a smirk forming along her brother's lips. "Now then, princess, about that kiss." Astoria rolled her eyes as Daphne leaned forward, pecking Harry gently before sticking her tongue out at him. "That's all you get, Flybe." "Better than nothing," Harry said with a smile before turning to Astoria. "Come on, let's shower up. There's going to be a huge party in the Gryffindor common room. First season games are always so stressful. Let's go have some fun." Astoria nodded, racing Harry to the bottom before hopping off their broom. "That was fun," Astoria said with a grin. "It only gets better from here," Harry replied as the two entered the tunnel side by side, to the sound of their team's celebratory cheers. Draco, Voldemort, Slughorn's memories, his list of concerns piled on him like a ton of bricks as his muscles screamed from his 100th push-up in the gravity chamber. He'd forced the room of requirement to mimic. Harry broke his form, rolling over onto his back as he panted for breath, his whole body feeling exhausted. It was far from just his body, though. Harry had felt that now, more than ever, his mind was in constant flux. Never before had he had such a permanently packed agenda, and his desire and craving to not be alone had somehow shifted to the point that he treasured his moments alone like gold, the only thing more valuable being his time with Daphne. What is in that bathroom that Draco is so interested in? And what the hell did Dumbledore mean by calling Snape an ally? Harry sighed as he looked up at the sky, moody. He wondered, thinking of his one-eyed mentor. What would you do? Harry vowed to write not just to Sirius, but to the elderly Auror as well. Trusting Dumbledore never seemed like a good option. But the old man had certainly made a point. Draco was a student, and whether Harry wanted to admit it or not, that did provide the boy some shield of protection. Harry sat up, his abs screaming as the gravity pressure released on his command, his body now feeling completely weightless as he closed his eyes. Calm down, he whispered to himself. Focus on the here and now. There's nothing else to be done. Harry had felt his mind flash to white, re-entering his familiar mindscape where the red-headed woman waited for him eagerly. That was quite a performance on the broomstick, young man, very exhilarating. You could see that, Harry asked in surprise. That necklace you wear gives me access to your mind. I can see everything you're doing so long as you wear it, Morgana said with a smile. Which is why I must say, this S.P.I.R.E group that you are teaching. Certainly a fascinating experiment, but not something I would waste my time on. The weak die and the strong survive. Such is the way of life. It's pointless trying to prevent nature. Some of them are my friends, Harry said calmly. I'd prefer it if they weren't dead. Ah, yes, you're quite particular about the idea of friendship, Morgana said offhandedly. I suppose it is one thing we'll never agree on. No use in harping on it, though. I suppose we should get back to work with the foreign core siphoning, yes? Harry nodded as Morgana smiled. Excellent with your growth. I'd wager you can maybe make another 7% of so. Anything over 10 would no doubt kill you. Irritating, I know, but better to go slow and steady than die trying to rush. Once more Harry nodded, as he and the Dark Witch toured his mind to the tied-up fragment of Voldemort's core that resided in the center island of the outside lake. Harry paused for a moment, taking a deep breath to calm himself as he walked across the water towards the chained-up, baby-like form of Voldemort. Lady Morgana, those discussions I had with you about anchors, is it possible that this is one? Possible, of course, though foolish if true, Morgana said with a sigh. If you are trying to become immortal, why leave a fragment of yourself within a mortal body? Harry could find no argument with Morgana's assessment before the witch continued. Regardless of whatever this is, it certainly does not belong inside of you like a foreign infection, so let's get to work. Business as usual, Harry said with a grim smile, turning to face the fetal form of Voldemort before taking a seat, placing his knuckles against each other, the magic draining chains forming from his body. Now this should, in theory, be less painful than last time as you are taking in a lesser portion with a stronger body, but that doesn't mean you should lose focus. Am I clear? Morgana stated, firmly earning Harry's agreement. Very well, the witch whispered, placing her hand atop his shoulder. Whenever you're ready. Harry took one last glance at the disgruntled figure before him, before closing his tired eyes, forcing the magic draining chains to rise, the metallic hooks digging into his skin. He hissed from the pain as the hooks wrapped around the foreign core, before, like fire through his veins, the foreign magic began to flow. It was as Morgana said, the pain was certainly less, though nowhere near moderate enough for Harry to forget it was there. Sure, it wasn't a blood-curdling scream, but it was at the level of a painful growl, the power forcing his body to glow. You're almost there, Harry, Morgana whispered. Don't lose focus, your body has already assimilated 5%. Harry grit his teeth in anguish, the pain making everything else fade out. 6%, 7%, I'm going to sever the... Keep going, Harry shouted. I can handle it. Morgana nodded and Harry felt the woman's eyes narrow, focusing on him intently. 8%, now 9. Wait for it, Harry shouted, as with 2 fingers Morgana severed the magic draining chains, Harry falling back onto the grass. 10%, Morgana whispered. You barely cleared it, but you did. Harry nodded. Almost a quarter of the core has been drained, 23%. You're certainly making good time, but it'll be a while before you can siphon again. You're going to feel quite numb when you return to the real world. Harry gasped, the sweat flowing from his body like a river. Don't worry. Not exactly in a rush to put myself through that again. But I guess that means my magic's going to be unstable for a little bit too, huh? Couple of days, Morgana said with a nod. Your body has already done this before, so it should recover quicker. That being said, I'd try to avoid combat for a while. Your magic may not perform the way you want it to. Worst case scenario, if you aren't careful, you could end up hurting your friends with your own magic. Harry shuddered at the thought as Morgana drifted off. Looks like you're fatting away. You'll feel better when you awake from your little nap. Keep moving, little crow. You are growing quite strong. Harry had felt the word glow white before he felt his eyes flash open, his back glued to the floor by his dried sweat. He felt groggy and dizzy, but he also felt like electricity was running through his veins. Damn, Harry said, rubbing his head. How long was I out? Harry turned to face the clock in the room of requirement, his eyes widening at the fact that hours had passed. Shit. Harry cursed, jumping to his feet before his body screamed at him for the sudden movement. Ouch, he hissed, rising to his feet. Man, Daphne is going to be pissed. Hope nobody sent out a search party. A light bulb had seemed to rise from his head as Harry whispered out, Dobby! Instantly, the elf appeared before him, bouncing up and down with excitement. Mr. Harry Potter, sir, Dobby said eagerly. How can Dobby help Mr. Harry Potter? No need for all the formality, Harry said with a smile. But if you could do me a favor, could you let Daphne know my training ran a bit long, but I'm okay, and that I'll be down in time for dinner? Of course, Dobby will help. Dobby will go right now. Harry hadn't even a moment to thank the elf before he vanished. Harry let out a soft sigh. He's certainly a jumpy one. A sad smile dawned Harry's face as he looked up aimlessly past the stone roof to the sky above. Wherever you are, if there even is something after this, I hope you're well, creature. Harry had no sooner left the room of requirement before yet another suspicious activity caught his eye. From the window, Harry managed to spot through the glass dome roof a figure tinkering around in the greenhouse near the entrance hall. Though the figure looked far too old to be a student, and somehow more suspiciously, the figure looked nothing like the herbology professor Harry had grown to know quite well. He shoved that thought aside, or at least he would have, if not for one name that read clearly on the map before him, Horace Slughorn. Harry shoved the map back in his pocket, a devilish smile creeping onto his face. Well, I do hope my favorite professor wouldn't mind a social visit. The room of requirements door quickly shut behind him as Harry exited, each step making his body burn, yet his mind continued on with determination. It wasn't long, mostly due to his in-depth knowledge of the castle's secret passageways, before Harry had found himself face to face with the humid scent of the greenhouse. The foggy windows had certainly obscured his view, but the vision was far from unclear as Harry watched curiously as Slughorn plucked the leaves off a venomous tentacula plant. Harry smirked at the sight. Got him, Harry thought to himself, entering the greenhouse. You know, Professor, I read in an herbology book that venomous tentacula plants hate getting their leaves plucked. My friend, Neville Longbottom, he said it's almost like plucking the feathers off of chickens. Ah, Harry, Slughorn said, jumping at his voice. I'm sorry, I must not have heard you come in. You startled me quite a bit. Harry contained his composure as Slughorn adjusted his coat. You see, I was just collecting some samples for a potion I'm brewing. Nothing nefarious, I assure you. It's just, well, you see. Harry forced his smile down as Slughorn continued to ramble. Well, each tentacula leaf can run about 10 galleons from a greedy buyer, you see. I figure there is no reason for me to go through the trouble of incurring such an expense, when there is such a ready supply available right in our backyard, so to speak. After all, I'm not sure if you are aware, but the salary here is quite, well, modest, to say it politely. I see, Harry said with a forced smile. Well, that's quite kind of Professor S.P.I.R.E to be so generous with her supply. Normally, she tends to be quite protective of her plants. Well, yes, Slughorn said. About that, I would appreciate if you didn't share me being here with anybody, you see. I didn't exactly get expressed permission to take samples, but what Professor S.P.I.R.E doesn't know won't hurt her now, right? Of course not, Professor, Harry said with a gentle nod. Your secret is safe with me. Perfect, you see. This is why you are one of my absolute favorites, Slughorn said with a wide smile. Ah yes, which reminds me, I wrote to my friend regarding the bimetal alchemical thread, and Dehoff was delighted to hear that somebody had taken an interest in furthering his work. Of course, he did want to make it perfectly clear of his ownership regarding the material, but certainly is encouraging further study. He's sending me a sample in the post. Once I receive it, I'll be sure to tell you." "Thank you, Professor," Harry said with a smile. "I'm certain Michael will appreciate the opportunity greatly. I myself am quite anxiously looking forward to your Christmas party. With all the great witches and wizards you've taught, I'm certain it will be quite an event." "Yes, I dare say it will," Slughorn said with a hearty chuckle. "But I'm afraid I have no time to chat any longer. Thank you once again for keeping my secret. I'll be off now." "Have a good night, Professor," Harry said with a wave, his arm throbbing from even the slightest motion. It wasn't until Slughorn had left the greenhouse did Harry release a pent-up sigh of exhaustion. One step closer, Harry. Just keep feeding his ego, then go for the kill. A trip into Hogsmeade on Halloween, it hardly seemed like something they should have been doing, though it wasn't because it was taboo in any way. The reason it had sadly felt so odd is because, unlike most things in Daphne's life recently, it felt, well, normal. The streets glowed with yellow and orange as jack-o'-lanterns soared overhead and dancing fireworks lit up the night sky. It was a festival, and surprisingly, it had been one ordered by the ministry. Harry had been the one to come up with the most likely theory. Given it was none other than Mr. Weasley who had suggested the event, Harry had believed it was an effort of raising morale. As while Harry's detective eyes, or rather sensing abilities, managed to pinpoint every auror in the crowd, the purpose of the event was to remind people, whether it was true or not, that everything was perfectly normal. Yet the truth of the matter was, Daphne didn't need a horde of aurors to feel safe. She knew that Harry was going to always protect her, and she was always going to have his back, come hell or high water. They'd protect each other until the end. Music from the Weird Sisters blasted through speaker systems that lined every light post in the town, and Daphne couldn't help but smile as elves popped in and out of the sight, holding drinks with the 3 broomsticks label of the cups. Daphne smiled as she took a cup of pumpkin juice from the serving tray, doing a quick cheers with Harry before the two knocked back the drinks. Everyone had decided they desperately needed to spend time with just their partner, which Daphne agreed with completely. As she and Harry caught the quickest glimpse of Neville and Hermione taking a break within Scrivenshaft's Quill's shop, and she couldn't try as she might keep Harry from laughing upon seeing Michael and Claire sitting across from each other at Madame Puddifoot's tea shop. Daphne wasn't quite sure where exactly Astoria had run off to, yet if she knew her sister, she was certain it was either Zonko's or Honeyjuke's. Normally, she'd have been considerably worried, but the lack of concern Harry seemed to have had provided her with some security. "She's strong," Harry had told her. "Give her a longer leash, she's not a baby anymore." "Hey," Harry whispered, touching her cheek. "Look alive, Princess, no spacing out today. We actually have a moment together, let's not waste it away worrying about other people." Daphne smiled, nodding as Harry took her hand. "Now come on, let's dance." Daphne laughed as Harry took her hand, leading her deeper into the crowd where the heart of the party was taking place, each movement of her boyfriend intentionally looking more ridiculous than the last in an attempt to get her to let loose. And for as much as she hated to admit it, it was working like a charm. Daphne couldn't remember the last time she'd laughed this much. This date hadn't been as quiet and personal as their observatory visit that had seemed so long ago, but it was certainly more energetic, and in a way, it felt almost exactly like what she needed. She grinned as Harry danced up against her, the world feeling like it was fading away, as Harry playfully spun her before kissing her softly. The two had only taken the smallest break as they stared at each other, butterflies erupting in Daphne's stomach as Harry whispered, "You are so beautiful." "Stop it," Daphne said bashfully, only earning herself a lopsided grin that made her heart secretly go aflutter, the two now standing forehead to forehead. "I hate that you always make me look so bad at these flirting games." "I can give you some tips if you want," Harry said with a chuckle. "You can't start by saying you can't help but get lost in my eyes, and how your toes curl every time you touch my abs, or how my sunkest skin makes me look like a Greek god, or Adonis himself." Daphne snorted, her laughter becoming uncontrollable. "All right, Adonis, let's not get carried away. Here I've been thinking I was making progress with your ego, and then you say things like that." "The truths never hurt anyone," Harry said, with a chuckle of his own before a pregnant pause filled their small space. "Hey, Daphne, I'm not quite sure how to say this, but I think I low." "Hey, all you witches and wizards," the weird sister leading the band called out. "Are you having a good time?" The students roared out in excitement as the girl called out, "Great, but I hope some of you in the crowd brought along a +1, because if you did, this one is for you. Grab a date while you can because we're about to slow it down for this one." Daphne turned towards Harry, a red tinge glowing on his face for the first time. Was he going to say it? Daphne wondered, pressing forward. "Harry, is everything all right?" "Yeah, just let's not worry about it," Harry said as Daphne watched the boy dismiss the tension. "Right now I'm trying to find a date to dance with." He jumped back in his teasing tone. "Perhaps you could assist me." "I suppose it can't be helped," Daphne said as she rolled her eyes playfully. "Lead the way, oh handsome one." "Say no more, princess, say no more," Harry said, taking her by her waist, as he placed his hand in hers, the strings of their waltz playing softly in the background. Daphne stepped towards Harry as he led, their motions feeling so comfortable and familiar. There was a war happening just outside their little world, and yet, when she felt Harry's heartbeat through his chest, for some reason she was certain everything was going to be okay. "It's strange, isn't it?" Harry said softly, spinning her so her ear was right by his lips. "The last time we danced like this, things were so much different." "In a way," Daphne whispered as Harry reversed the turn, "but in another way, a lot of things remained the same. Our mission is the same, our friendships are the same, the way I feel about you is the same. The world is changing, but this world, the world that just exists between you and me, it has only grown stronger." "You know, Ms. Greengrass," Harry said with a smile, "I like the way you think." The slow music had softly begun to fade as they broke apart. "It's a bit too crowded here," Harry said. "Come on, let's get some space." Daphne nodded, taking Harry's hand as they weaved through the crowd, the party music regaining speed as they climbed the hill at the back end of Hogsmeade, leading towards the cliff that overlooked the Shrieking Shack. Daphne hadn't taken long to get cozy, leaning into Harry's chest, the night sky hanging over their heads. It was rare that students were allowed to be at Hogsmeade so late, but given this was a ministry-sponsored event, the school had made some accommodations. "That's Orion's belt," Harry had whispered, pointing to the 3 lined-up stars, "and I think that's the Big Dipper." "Little Dipper, but you tried," Daphne said with a smile, turning to face Harry. "Hey, Flyby, when this is all over, what do you think you'll do with your life?" "I don't know," Harry said softly, "but I do know that whatever it is I do, I want you there with me." Daphne's smile only widened as she nodded. "I think that can be arranged," she said, before suddenly all the music that filled the air came to a screeching halt as from even as far as she and Harry where they saw a figure lift into the air. The figure's head tilted back, her body contorting far more than humanely possible, before the figure let out a horrendous scream that froze her blood in place. The scream seemed to last for nearly a minute before, with a ghastly thud, the body hit the ground. What the hell was? Daphne hadn't even a moment to finish her thoughts before Harry pushed her up, her boyfriend now barreling down towards the center of town. "Harry!" Daphne cursed beneath her breath. "For the love of Merlin, wait for me!" she shouted, as she too began her race down the hill towards the crowd. One normal date this year, Daphne hissed in her mind, just one freaking date. Although as Daphne weaved through the crowd, her anger had turned to horror as she watched Harry standing over the body, her boyfriend's fist clenched and trembling. "Harry, who is?" That's when she saw the girl, Daphne's breath tightening in her chest. "Katie!" "Do something," Daphne's mind yelled at her, setting her body into motion as she fell to her knees, brandishing her wand. "Don't touch her," she heard Harry whisper, grabbing her shoulder tightly. "I might be able to." "She's not hurt," Harry muttered beneath his breath. "The magic surrounding her is so foul. There's only one thing that can do that, Katie. She's been cursed." Chapter 15. A Prototype. Anchors, Sirius thought to himself, reading over the letter from Harry that had just arrived in his hands. Voldemort left behind anchors, and the locket might be one. Sirius rubbed his chin. "I'm not sure what that means, but the magic that came from that locket, I don't have a doubt in my mind it must be connected to him somehow." Sirius looked across the table, watching as his wife fed their suckling child with a gentle smile before continuing to read Harry's letter. After all, It was a far more enjoyable way of starting the morning than the nightmares that no doubt littered the Daily Prophet regarding the cursing of a student in Hogsmeade. Madame Rosmerta, Sirius thought somberly. She'd never do something like that, never. Sirius shook that thought from his head, lifting the letter once more, though Sirius hadn't managed to get far before Narcissa and Remus descended from their bedroom, his cousin looking far more relaxed than he'd seen the past couple of days. For hours it had looked like Narcissa had been mulling over something, and by the peace that now glowed in her eyes, it seemed to Sirius that the witch had finally reached a consensus. "Ouch!" Emmeline whispered, catching the room's attention as Narcissa walked up beside her. "Here," she whispered, "try adjusting your hold like this." Sirius watched as Narcissa maneuvered Emmeline's hand, the visible strain in her eyes fading as Narcissa quickly backed off. "Wow," Emmeline said with a chuckle. "This is a lot more comfortable. My wrist doesn't feel like it's on fire anymore." Narcissa smiled as his wife continued. "How did you learn?" "Experience," Narcissa said, a kindness in her voice that Sirius had rarely been given a chance to hear. "When he was a baby, Draco was a pretty fussy eater. I had to try all sorts of positions just to get him to latch." Sirius watched as a wave of sadness crashed upon the woman's face at the mention of her son's name, only recovering slightly as Remus took her hand. "Tell them, Narcissa," Remus whispered. "The same thing you told me last night. I promise you everything will be fine." Sirius' expression hardened as Narcissa and Remus took their seats at the table, before Narcissa let out a tired sigh. "Now that I'm no longer a mole, and I can be more open with everything I know regarding Voldemort's operations." The woman still shuddered at the name, though was seeming to make a great effort to continue to say it. "Voldemort, he knows about the prophecy, the same one that you do. The one about Harry being the child who has the possibility to defeat him. I doubt he paid much credence to it before, but now, after Harry escaped his clutches at the graveyard, the man has become obsessed with learning about it." "They've been planning," Narcissa said. "Lucius, Avery, McNair, all of them have been doing what they can to prepare the prophecy retrieval plan, though Voldemort, he doesn't exactly like getting his hands dirty with scud work." A pregnant pause filled the room before Narcissa continued. "However, he is also unaware of the fact that Harry already knows about the prophecy, so it is likely that he will attempt to force Harry to retrieve it for him, as prophecy can only be retrieved by whom they are about." "Why should we care about whether Voldemort learns about the prophecy or not?" Emmeline muttered. "I mean, he's trying to kill us either way, right?" "Your godson," Narcissa whispered, turning to Sirius. "He has a good heart. If Voldemort learns that Harry has a chance, a real chance at killing him, who knows what he'll do to lure Harry out before he's ready? How many Muggle lives will your godson allow to fall by the wayside before he goes to confront Voldemort whether he is ready or not?" "That is a good point," Emmeline relented. "Harry can be a bit rash in regards to the lives of innocent bystanders." "Unfortunately, that's not all," Narcissa said, her voice hoarse. "I can't speak about it, as during my duties as a double agent I was forced into creating an unbreakable vow that prevents me from talking about it in detail. But one thing that I can tell you is that there is an assassination planned for Dumbledore within the school." "Inside the school?" Sirius hissed. "How? Which student possibly has the ability to kill Dumbledore? Batty as the old man is, he's not a pushover." "I'm sorry," Narcissa said, her voice trembling. "I wish I could say more, but I can't. It's okay, Narcissa," Emmeline said gently, her tone soft and motherly. "Whatever this assassination plot is, Dumbledore is the last person we have to worry about. What we should be focusing on is protecting that prophecy from Voldemort at all cost, and also finding out what else Bellatrix knows." Emmeline sighed. "I'd have loved to just hand her over to the DMLE, but did you read who they just put in charge of it while Madame Bones recovers?" "No, who?" Remus asked, his eyes wrinkled with concern. "Umbridge." Sirius had felt his heart stop in his chest at his wife's words. "Are you fucking serious?" Sirius shouted, causing James to cry. "Sorry, sorry," Sirius whispered, as Emmeline worked her hardest to calm James before dropping his head. "I was hoping we wouldn't have to do this, but if Fudge keeps making stupid moves like this—" "Yeah," Remus said with a furious growl. "He has to go." There was so much that spun through Michael's mind as the November winds howled beyond the secure castle walls. "It doesn't make sense," Michael muttered, taking a break as he stepped away from his workbench. Their once lair now turned into his private workshop. Even if Rosmerta was evil, a tough enough pill to swallow on its own, why would she attack Katie Bell, somebody who has been nothing but kind and respectful to both her and her establishment? Though, if Bulstrode's statements are to be believed, a challenge within itself right there, she claims that the gift was intended for Dumbledore. Worse yet, that's in line with the message Tyrex told me to deliver, which only leads to the question of why the hell Dumbledore was so calm regarding a vision of his death. Michael felt as if his understanding of the world was becoming less and less clear by the second. The smile that had resided on Dumbledore's face upon hearing the message of his death only serving to irritate him more. If this was an assassination attempt, it still doesn't explain what problem Rosmerta may have with Dumbledore that is so great she'd want to kill him. By now, you'd think the Ministry would have something to report, but with that bitch replacing Bones as the DMLE head, it's doubtful anything useful will be coming down the pipeline anytime soon. Michael took one last glance at the Daily Prophet that rested beside him, reading the only headline that had made him feel a bit better. DMLE head Amelia Bones stabilized, rehabilitation schedule in the works. "I knew she'd make it through," Michael said with a grin, toughest witch I've ever met. Michael rose to his feet once more, cracking his back before approaching his workbench once more. The silver thread, while extremely limited in supply, had gotten his creative juices flowing like crazy. His mind now racing as he scanned the suit of armor and dragon hide that Harry and the twins had helped him procure. Michael removed the metallic bracer from one of the old armored suits. Holding the heavy iron in his hand, "If I bind it like this, it'll become too heavy for me to move as quickly as I need to, though if I trim it, the protection won't be as effective." Michael scratched his chin. "Then again, I am binding it to thin dragon hide, so it is possible that it may still work well enough. Plus, this color is ghastly. I'm thinking something a bit sleeker, jet black maybe." He shook his head. Cosmetic changes come last. His father's voice rang in his head like a bell before scratching the back of his neck. "All right, break time's over. Time to get back to work." Michael had felt his arms tremble as he thinned the iron, his wand acting like a microscopic blade, shearing the top layer of the metal bracer off. The newly carved arm guard fell on the table with a thud, bringing a bright grin to Michael's face as he placed the arm guard over the dragon hide, his hands trembling as he held the alchemical thread. "Okay," whispered in his mind, taking the provided needle, "here goes nothing." Michael had begun feeling like his back was about to spasm as his focus intensified greatly, each motion feeling like he was being watched beneath a microscope as he weaved the metal and the dragon hide together, creating a secure bond. His arm throbbed, but his heart pounded with exhilaration as he weaved the final knot. Michael lifted the new bracer with trembling hands, slipping it over his other wrist before shrinking it to size. "Awesome," Michael whispered, the feeling of the dragon hide under layer brushing against his skin. "It's not light, but I can definitely still move. I'll need have Daphne or Hermione add some runes to it, but it definitely looks like it works." Michael had no sooner finished admiring his craft before a familiar black-haired boy popped his head in. Perfect, Michael thought to himself. "Hey, Rook," Michael called out, causing Harry to turn and face him. "Perfect timing, come here and help me test something." "I was actually coming to get you. The next SPIRE meeting is happening in like half an hour, and Hermione was bothering us to find you," Harry said with a chuckle. "It'll only take a minute," Michael said, lifting his arm. "Check this out." "No way," Harry said with a chuckle. "You got it to work." Michael nodded. "That looks so cool, man. Definitely needs a color change, but still badass." "Tell me about it," Michael said with a chuckle. "It's just a prototype, so it's not perfect yet. I still need to work with runes and everything. But Charlie gave me more than enough dragonhide scraps to last a while, so I've still got plenty of chances, especially once me and D. Hoff strike up a deal regarding his thread." Michael shook his head. "Anyway, I'm getting off track here. I need to test this thing's durability. I want you to hit me with a couple of spells, and I'm going to see just how much deflection this non-runed-up model has." Harry said with a pause. You sure that's a good idea? Yeah, it'll be fine. We'll start small, maybe a severing charm or a stunner. Nothing too dangerous, Michael said eagerly. I just really need to test this thing's limits. Now, are you in or not? If you say so, Harry said with a nod. Just, well, prepare yourself, all right. Glad you care, Rook, Michael teased. Now come on, let's do this. He watched as Harry sighed, lifting his wand. All right, starting small, okay. Michael nodded, lifting his armored arm as Harry flicked his wrist. Stupefy. The bolt of red light flew from Harry's wand like a bullet before slamming into Michael's metal-clad arm. He grit his teeth, his feet sliding back slightly from the impact, and yet, despite the force of the spell, not only was he not stunned, all he'd felt was a gentle vibration. He looked up, smiling like a madman as an amazed look of wonder formed across Harry's face. Michael, that's incredible! Harry shouted on, his excitement now on full display. Did you feel anything? A little vibration, but that was it, Michael replied, his own voice trembling with excitement. All right, let's try another one, something a bit stronger, the exploding charm, maybe. If you think you can take it, I'm game, Harry said with a nod, lifting his wand in unison with Michael's arm. Ready. Send it, Rook, Michael called out. Bombarda, Harry roared. A blast of what felt like pressurized air erupted against his arm, a possible bruise forming against his forearm from the heavy vibration, but the pain had been minimal at best. How was that one? A little tougher, I kind of felt that one, Michael muttered out. But with a chest plate made of this, I think I could take a couple of those head-on before I'd be down. You're a genius, Corner, Harry said, shaking his head with amusement. Not sure how you always get these crazy ideas of yours to work, but I gotta hand it to you, you're certainly something else. Thank you, Michael said with a chuckle. You're far too kind, but I think we should stop there. Don't want to risk actually getting my arm broken and having Claire yell at me for being too reckless again. Fair enough, plus, we gotta get to the meeting, remember? Harry said, nodding his head, as Michael expanded the bracer, sliding his arm through it. Now if I can find a way of equipping this that will rather than having to drag it around with me, Michael said, taking one last look at his workbench. Then we'll be cooking. He shook his head. Questions for another time. Quickly, he buried the thoughts as he exited the room behind Harry, his mind feeling as if a hurricane was ravaging his thoughts as he muttered out. Did you hear about the DMLE replacement? That bitch is a criminal. She's the last person who should be leading the task force. And Snape's the last person who should be teaching defense against the dark arts. He heard Harry's voice call out. It's a crazy time we live in right now, and somehow it's up to us to change it. Harry growled. I'm not quite sure how to go about it just yet, but I'm certain now that Fudge needs to go. He's more of a liability than a neutral party, and we don't need to make our jobs any harder than it already is. Speaking of things that make our goal harder, how have your lessons with Dumbledore been going? Michael asked. I don't know why, but I've been getting a weirder vibe from him than normal. It's been bothering me for a while, actually, Michael said, turning to face Harry once more. A centaur approached me with a message for Dumbledore, telling me to warn him that his life was endangered. I did, and when I delivered the message, the man looked completely unfazed. At first I thought that was just how he always is, but now, do you think he knows he's going to die? Harry stopped in his tracks, forcing Michael to follow, turning towards him in confusion. What I'm about to tell you, it stays between us, okay? Harry muttered out, so low that only he could barely hear him. Do you remember how I told you about the anchors that are currently making Voldemort immortal? Kinda hard to forget about a detail like that, mate, Michael said solemnly. Dumbledore's been doing research trying to locate them. We think we have a secure lock on one, and Dumbledore destroyed 2 before now, Harry started. One of them was a ring Dumbledore. Harry paused for a moment. He claimed that it tempted him to wear it. He put it on and he got cursed. Michael's eyes felt as if they'd grown 3 sizes as Harry continued. The honest truth is, whether he's killed or not, Dumbledore only has until the end of this year, max. A staunch silence filled their tiny bubble as Michael fought the reflex to shiver in fright. Well, that would certainly explain his lack of reaction to hearing his life was in danger. But if Dumbledore dies, you're all the light has left to look up to. Do you think you're ready to? No, Harry muttered out honestly. "But unfortunately, I don't have much of a choice." Michael nodded solemnly as he leaned against the stone castle walls. "Do you think whoever is trying to kill Dumbledore could have been behind the attack on Katie then? I know you don't believe Rosmerta is actually guilty." "The list of suspects isn't that long," Harry said, rubbing his temples furiously. "A couple of weeks ago, I saw Malfoy sneak into the second-floor girls' lavatory before vanishing. The ghost that lives there, Myrtle, or whatever, she claims she heard hissing before Draco disappeared. I'm not quite sure what any of that means, but I don't like it." "So what's the plan in dealing with it?" Michael asked quickly. "I don't know," Harry muttered. "I want to confront Draco. Part of me really wants to beat it out of him. But if I do that, and he turns out to be innocent, as unlikely as it seems, I lose the good graces of the media. And with Voldemort growing stronger, I need to be able to recruit as many people that are willing to fight for our cause as possible. As everyone has been making it painfully clear to me recently," Harry said, as he formed a tight fist. "This isn't a kid's game anymore. Every action has a reaction, and any misstep can cost us the war. As painful as it is, the safest move is to trust Dumbledore. He claims to be watching Draco and keeping tabs. But if that bastard was responsible for harming Katie, I'll make him regret it." "Talk about being between a rock and a hard place, huh?" Michael whispered. "Yeah," Harry said, his eyes locked to the ground. "No kidding." "Hey, Rook," Michael said, turning to face his best friend once more. "We'll figure this out, all of it." "Yeah," Harry said with a nod, "no matter what." In just the past few days, so much had changed in Astoria's life, and while things like being moved up to the starting lineup for the Gryffindor Quidditch team had been great, it had felt completely undeserved. She was thankful that Daphne had been working diligently by Madame Pomfrey's side, and in turn, was able to keep the team updated on Katie's condition. But even that had only served as moderate comfort, as the truth of the matter was that it was quite touch and go at the moment. Something that was clearly bringing down the energy of the normally lively room of requirement. Another irritant that had been boys. When she was younger, Astoria could only admire just how naturally pretty her sister was. She often struggled to find any hint of relation whenever she stared at herself in the mirror because of their differences, to say the least. Yet, things had begun to change in a rather irritating fashion during her latest Hogsmeade visit. All she'd wanted to do was run around and explore the village. After all, it was her first free outing into the town not bound by meetings. But both the Creevey brothers, Derek, and Roger Malone had done nothing but bug her to do things with them. She wasn't quite sure why boys had begun to take an interest in her now, but she knew one thing was for sure: none of them were as fun to talk as Damien. The smile of the curly-haired blonde had brought a sad glow to his face. Unlike Claire, Damien's father, due to his condition, didn't want him going too far from home anymore, especially not in this crazy time. It also hadn't helped that correspondence had been few and far between, with Damien saying much of the Bulgarian ministry had been trying to wash their hands of the Voldemort crisis, despite his father's protest that intervention was needed. She wasn't quite sure of the next time she'd be able to hang out with the young cartoonist, but one thing was certain: she was missing him terribly. Astoria was ushered out of her own head as Harry's voice echoed through the room. "Hey everyone, welcome back to another SPIRE session," Harry said, scratching the back of his head nervously. "Wow, this really doesn't get any less awkward, huh?" A gentle chuckle filled the crowd as Harry pressed on. "Well, as you know, Katie Bell is a dear friend of mine, and unfortunately, due to the horrible circumstances that happened at Hogsmeade, she currently isn't able to join us today. However, the good news is that Daphne, who works closely with Madame Pomfrey, has confirmed that just this morning, Katie's condition seems to have stabilized." A sigh of relief poured through the crowd as Harry's face hardened. As all of you have heard, what happened to Kite was no mere accident spell firing. She was cursed, and whether that curse was intended for her or not, she is still suffering the consequences of somebody's horrible attack. The students fell silent as Astoria watched Harry carefully. "That being said, I personally am not of the belief that Madame Rosmerta was the culprit. It simply doesn't fit that woman's character, and we need to believe in the notion of innocent until proven guilty. That does not mean that we should become complacent, though." Over the past lessons, Harry continued. "We've practiced the disarming charm as well as the stunning charm, and I have seen incredible development in each of you regarding the usage of said spells. So today, we'll be picking up the pace and practicing a more advanced spell, the Reductor Curse." Harry's face flattened as he continued. "While this spell is not any more difficult to cast than a standard stunner, the reason this is considered more advanced is due to the effect of the spell." Harry waved his hand, and Astoria watched as a training dummy wheeled itself into the center of the room, causing the sea of people to split. "For example, Astoria, do me a favor, okay?" Astoria's head shot towards her brother, finding some comfort in his smile. "I want you to shoot the dummy with a stunner, all right?" Astoria nodded, taking her position before the training dummy, that Harry had cleverly designed to be wearing Death Eater garb. Astoria calmed her mind, turning to Harry, who gave her a gentle nod before she lifted her wand. "Stupefy." She watched as a jet of red shot from her wand, slamming into the Death Eater dummy's chest, pushing it back down the middle of the room, earning her quite the applause and a flurry of impressed stares. Though no compliment had made her feel warmer than the feeling of Harry's hand resting atop her head. "Not bad, short stack, not bad at all." Astoria smiled as Harry stepped forward. "So as you can see, even with the damn near mastered stunner, the results would be nothing but a strong pushback and, of course, leaving the opponent stunned. However, if I do this," Harry said, lifting his own wand, "Reducto." Astoria watched as the jet of blue light raced from his wand, smacking the same training dummy in the chest. Yet unlike her stunner, this time the dummy didn't simply move. It exploded, fracturing into a cloud of dust. The room shuddered at the display as Harry blew the dust from the center, revealing himself clearly once more. "That's the difference," Harry said calmly. "One spell neutralizes an opponent, the other exterminates them. In learning and mastering this spell, you hold control over a powerful spell capable of true life-threatening damage. It is not a spell to be used lightly. In teaching you this spell today, I'm asking you to carefully consider when the appropriate time is to cast a spell of this magnitude. But I will finish with this. Taking a life isn't a choice that should ever actively be made. It is a choice that should be made for you. If there is another way to escape, take it. But I know better than most that sometimes the only way out of a fight is to win it. Is everyone here ready to begin?" "Yes," Astoria called out, though her voice was neutered by the overwhelming roars of enthusiasm around her. "Very well then," Harry said. "I want 3 people to a training dummy since we won't be casting at each other today. Neville, Michael, and Daphne will be around overseeing the group and providing extra assistance if needed. Ron, Astoria, and Tracy are with me. Let's get moving." Astoria had wasted no time breaking away from the pack as she joined Harry's group, Tracy and Ron quickly following her lead as they soon found themselves standing behind a white line, which Harry had demanded the room to create so as to keep the students a safe distance from an explosion. "So," Harry began, "just like with any other spell, the trick of mastering the Reductor spell is a mix of fluidity and speed. The quicker your wand motion is, the harder your spell will be to defend. An added layer of benefit is that the motion for the spell is difficult to trace, simply being a sideways V of sorts, something that if done well can look like many other spells. Though this is important," Harry said. "Like many other spells, you will feel a slight tug at your magical core. Unlike most spells, though, the pull of a Reductor curse is larger due to the destructive capability of the spell. As such, it is important to gauge how much of your magic you are expending in the spell. As for most wizards, around 10 full-powered Reductor curses will leave them completely spent. In reality, 20 half-powered curses are better than 10 full-powered one, as the destruction of the spell is devastating enough without putting everything you've got into it." Astoria swallowed hard as Harry turned towards her. "You have some of the best magic control I've seen. The fact that you were able to conjure a Patronus at 12 is proof of that. You need to focus, Astoria, but I know you can do it." She nodded softly, lifting her wand with a calming breath, her chest rising and falling in a slow rhythm as with a quick zag of her wand, she muttered, "Reducto!" Just as her brothers had, a jet of blue sprang from her wand, ramming the dummy, yet only managing to push it back. "Good, but ironically, I think you held back too much," Harry said with a smile, turning Astoria to face him. "You are so much stronger than you think you are, short stack," Harry said, his voice firm and comforting. "Stop doubting yourself and let your magic out, okay?" Astoria nodded, gritting her teeth firmly as she lifted her wand. "Reducto!" She bellowed with more force than ever before, the jet of magic even forcing her to slide back from the recoil, as a thunderous boom filled the room, the dummy before her turning to dust. "That's what I'm talking about," Harry said with a smirk. "Now then, we just have to find the middle range before those two extremes, and then we'll really be in business." Astoria smiled as Harry turned to face Ron. "All right, Weasley, you're next. Let's see what you got." "Reducto!" The spell rang over and over throughout the room, with some members of S.P.I.R.E falling to the floor with exhaustion in desperate need to catch their breaths, others simply falling asleep from the desperation to rest. One thing was certainly becoming quite clear. Anybody who'd joined thinking this group was going to be some social gathering was now facing a rather rude awakening. Although, from the corner of her eyes, she watched as Cho lifted her wand, before with a roar she uttered, "Reducto." Astoria's eyes widened as the dummy before the Asian's sixth year shattered to smithereens, earning a room-shaking applause from everyone still standing. As from behind her, she heard Harry let out a proud grunt as he looked up at the roof, whispering quietly, "You see that, Cedric? She's becoming quite the witch, isn't she?" A sad smile filled Astoria's face as she looked up at her brother. "How many burdens do you carry?" But Harry hadn't seemed to notice as he'd begun walking around, awakening the exhausted students, alerting them that the lessons were over, stopping at every student to give them a compliment on their performance. She was quite sure what Harry had said to Cho, but as she left the room, she did so with her chin held high with pride. Astoria paused painfully, though, as she clutched her chest. A feeling of a knife ripping through her had suddenly overtaken her as she released a rather wet-sounding cough, a warm liquid coating her hand. The burning pain had quickly subsided, but as she removed her hand, she felt her bones tremble with anger as her eyes scanned her bloody hand. "Damn it," she muttered. "I must have pushed myself too hard today." But she felt her body shake in silence. Why is it progressing so fast? The corridor of secrets no longer caused him any distress. It had been months since his first time entering the chamber, and he'd begun to grow rather accustomed to the view of the shed that belonged to the now slain basilisk, a tool that could have been of great use to him had that muggle-loving headmaster not slain it. The beast had done nothing but good in his eyes, killing of the blood-traitorous Weasley girl and many other filthy muggle-borns. He'd only wished the snake had finished the job in regards to the Granger bitch. Though he supposed it didn't matter, he'd finished the job his master had given him. He'd rise above his cursed blood and join the ranks as the honorary son of the greatest dark wizard that ever walked the earth. Then, he'd prove his worth by taking his traitorous mother's life. In truth, the thought of his own mother turning against him had been painful, but the worthless woman had made her choice. She chose to stand against him, chose to stand against the one man who had a chance of ridding him of his foul blood. There were no alternatives. Those who stood against the Dark Lord were destined to die. His first attempt had failed, but it was the first of many. First, it would be the foolish headmaster who the world deemed a rival of his lord. Then it would be his own mother. And while the Dark Lord had claimed Potter as his own, it didn't mean he couldn't make the hero of the light suffer by taking the lives of those close to him, starting with those two greengrass bitches. "Nobody," he whispered beneath his breath. "Nobody disrespects me and gets away with it." It hadn't been that much longer until the crunching of rock beneath his feet had turned to puds. The water resided on the sides of the pathway that led to the stone statue of Salazar Slytherin, flooding the stone tiles. None of that distracted him any longer. Neither did the deceased snake that rested before him. Its once glimmering eyes now blackened slots as Dumbledore had removed and destroyed the serpent's most powerful weapon. Only one thing commanded his attention, an artifact that he'd been instructed to move from the room of lost things to here, the vanishing cabinet. His prefect status had made the change easy. His master had been quite thorough regarding the instructions of how to reach the room. And as always, his master was correct in instructing him to move the cabinet, as the room had so often been accidentally occupied, and now seemingly systematically, so as Potter and his gang seemed to constantly be occupying the room. It didn't matter, though, who needed the room of requirement when access to the Chamber of Secrets was available. a place he would never be suspected of entering, even by the headmaster, as Parseltongue was required for entry, a trait that he did not naturally possess. Yes, it was perfect in every way, and soon he would gladly do his master's bidding. Soon he'd rain hell upon the school that had disgraced itself so thoroughly. "Draco," a whisper echoed in his head, his hand reaching for his throbbing forehead, the snake pendant that donned his neck, swinging as the Dark Lord whispered through their link. "Update me on your progress, my boy," his master hissed. "I've managed to successfully transfer an inanimate object between the 2 points," Draco whispered back in his mind, the chirping of his caged bird growing louder as he glared down at it. "I'm beginning to conduct the small animal tests tonight. Is Bellatrix ready to receive the bird?" "No, according to S.P.I.R.E, Bellatrix has been captured by your mother and her foolish order," Voldemort hissed, his master's words making him feel so small. "But worry not, upon locating her, we will retrieve her and kill all those who would dare to capture one of my elites. For now, you will be working with Crouch. He will keep me updated on your progress as well." "Yes, master, if I may make a request, my lord," he whispered. "I'd like to join the retrieval raid if possible." "I will see what can be arranged, my son," Draco shuddered at his master's remarks. "But for now, focus on your mission, do so, and you will cleanse your name of your family's sin. Do so, and you shall be reborn, your blood pure, and your title secured, as the second of the great Lord Voldemort." "Yes, master," Draco whispered back, "as you command." Chapter 16, The Locket of Slytherin. "A prophecy," Arthur whispered in shock, "about Harry being able to defeat the Dark Lord." Sirius watched as the orange-haired man wiped the sweat from his brow. "Somehow I always knew that would be the case. Their lives have always seemed to be so intertwined. But hearing that a boy of just 15 is tasked with such a burden, it makes me nauseous." "I agree," Amos said with a growl. "I don't know Harry well, though I am appreciative of him allowing for my son's body to be brought back," Amos said with a heavy pause. "But if he couldn't beat Voldemort at the graveyard, what's changed? Isn't this some helpless?" "The boy will win," Moody growled. "And if I hear another whisper of doubt regarding my student's abilities, I'll make you." "Not the place, Moody," Tonks whispered. "We're allies here after all. We all want Harry to win, we all want Voldemort dead. I trust my brother completely, but it's not abnormal for those to feel worried. All the same, it doesn't matter how strong Harry is if the information from Dumbledore that he passed on is true." "And who is to say that it is?" Doge whispered. "We all know, thanks to now numerous instances, that Dumbledore has a habit of muddling the truth, to say the least." "He's telling the truth," Bill said solemnly. "I've seen a lot of dark magic in my line of work, but that necklace that we just sent off to Dumbledore, that one he believes to be an anchor, it was unlike anything I've worked with before. If Dumbledore claims that Voldemort made that object to make himself immortal, I kind of hate to say it, but I believe him." Sirius nodded. "So we're in agreement about the plan. We know there are moles for the Dark Lord in the Ministry, thus making it a dangerous place to be. But leaving the prophecy unguarded only feeds deeper into Voldemort's hands. We must ensure that we keep that prophecy away from him at all costs. Granted, this may be a lot harder than it sounds, as with Umbridge replacing Amelia Bones, any cover we may have is in jeopardy. How the minister allowed such a detestable woman taking up the post that Madame Bones served so honorably is completely mind-boggling. Does Fudge have no shame?" Molly hissed out in frustration. "No, clearly he doesn't," Remus muttered out, his nails scraping against the wooden table in frustration. "Which is why the second order of business is creating a plan to remove Fudge from office." "Removing Fudge from office?" Molly called out, her voice high-pitched and shrill. "How exactly are you planning to do that?" "First," Sirius whispered, "we need to expose Umbridge for the horrid person that she is. Secondly, we have Harry make a statement to the press regarding his appallment with Fudge's judgment. Finally, with the public support at our back, Emmeline and I will push for a vote of no confidence, ideally, to save his image. He would simply step down. However, should he not, we hope that our votes, along with the other ministry members of the Wisengamot that favor being on the light side of public perception, is enough to push the vote through." If this plan did succeed, Bill whispered, who would you put forward to replace him? The lady that's put her life on the line for the safety of wizards hundreds of times before being appointed a department head, Madame Bones herself. The table showed little resistance to his suggestions as Sirius nodded. But let's not get carried away. I still have to confirm she'd be willing to accept the position first. If not, we'll have to find another person to run. The good news is, now that she's stabilized, she'll be able to receive visitors, and I just happen to have an appointment. Good, Bill nodded. But with that being said, I believe we're done, are we not? Yeah, Sirius said. I've got to make my appointment if we want a chance of this going through, and somebody needs to relieve Ted, Andy, and Augusta of their guard duty at the burrow. We can handle it, Charlie said. Bill and I are heading that way as it is. I'll go too, Tonks said, rising by Charlie's side, in case you need backup or something. Us, Bill muttered out teasingly. Am I about to third wheel at my own home? Shut up, Tonks and Charlie both muttered out, causing Sirius to laugh as he turned, ascending the stairs. The house had felt so much more lively over the past couple years, but ever since Emmeline had first moved in with him, the house had truly begun to felt like a home. That feeling only grew as he opened his bedroom door, watching as his son laid curled up in his crib, a gentle smile resting on his sleeping face. I love you, James, I promise you. Dad will always keep you safe, always. James cooed gently as he felt Emmeline walk up behind him. Somehow, I think he knows that already. Sirius smiled, turning as he planted a gentle kiss on his wife's lips, before breaking away towards the flue that resided in their bedroom. Merlin, I hope this goes well, Sirius muttered out. It will, Sirius, Emmeline said with a nod. She's not the kind of woman that would refuse if she understood the situation. Sirius nodded as he ducked into the fireplace, a pinch of powder in his hands as he looked up at the black tunnel that led to the chimney above. With a grunt, he uttered the St. Mungo's visitor center, and with a flash of green, he vanished. The scent of Flora air fresheners that were used to counteract the smell of the potions lab on the floor above were in full effect as Sirius began walking towards the receptionist, who'd wasted no time standing in wait for him. Ah, Lord Black, the young blonde said, her brown eyes trying to exude confidence. I understand you are here to visit Madame Bones, is that correct? Yes, Sirius said with a nod. And just Sirius is fine. All of this lord business is a bit pretentious, don't you think, Marilyn? The girl gulped gently before nodding, a comforting smile forming across his lips as the girl guided her to the elevator that took them to the recovery ward. Upon entering the floor, however, Sirius greatly began to doubt the need for a guide, as only one room had seemed to be lined with a wall of horrors in front of it. I take it that's Madame Bones' room. Yes, Marilyn nodded as she approached the guard. Lord Black is here. He's a scheduled visitor to see Madame Bones. The Auror who'd received the message nodded as he grunted. We'll have to perform a search to make sure you're not carrying anything. Oh, for Merlin's sake, Bagely, let the man through. Bones bellowed out, Sirius, catching the woman's stern eyes. If a band of Death Eaters couldn't put me in the dirt, it's clear that the Lord doesn't want me with him yet. Let him in, and get the nurse. I've been needing to pee for like an hour. The Auror, apparently named Bagely, stepped aside as Sirius entered the room, the door slamming behind him as Madame Bones tried to sit up only to fail miserably, a smirk forming against Sirius' lips. Don't go laughing now. Even in this condition, I could still take you. I don't doubt it, Sirius said with a chuckle. How's your rehab been going? Shitty, Madame Bones replied with a grunt. How children manage to learn to walk so quickly, and my body can't seem to manage, is irritating. Most children don't have first and second-degree burns that are still healing on their legs, Sirius replied calmly. If I wanted a lecture, I'd hear it from Dr. Thatcher, Bones muttered. Anyway, I heard you were here to discuss ministry business, so let's get to the point. What do you want? I want you to run for Fudge's position after I push for a vote of no confidence, Sirius said bluntly. Silence filled the room before a laugh erupted from Bones' mouth. Please, like I'd want that shitty job, damn bureaucrats, all of them get under my skin. Bones' eyes widened in realization. And don't you dare tell me I'm one, because we all know that's not the case. That's the point, you're different, Sirius said. And that difference is exactly what the world needs right now. Sirius sighed, approaching the bed that the DMLE head rested on. Do you know who Fudge chose to replace you? None other than Dolores Umbridge. He watched as Bones' eyes twitched in frustration. Worse yet, you are a department head, and how long did it take until Aurors arrived at your house after being notified you were under attack? It's my suspicion that whoever is truly running the ministry wants you dead, meaning whoever is calling the shots considers you a threat. I say you prove to them that you are. Sirius paused, watching the woman's face fall slightly before continuing. He's been unwilling to cooperate with Auror's demands for new equipment. His response to any crisis is always tremendously late, and now even the Muggle Prime Minister wants him removed. Sirius stepped forward. You are a target. That fire should have made that clear as day. And if you're a target, what does that mean for your niece? What does that mean for all these innocent bystanders who Fudge is doing nothing to protect? If you run, people will follow you. We're at war now, we need a bulldog at the helm, not a puppy. A quiet hum filled the room. Right now, I need to focus on my recovery, Bones stated softly, though leaving Umbridge in my place will only make things worse in terms of our non-human relations. Sirius sighed as Bones looked up at him. I can't make you any promises, Black, but I'll think about it, okay? That's all I ask, Sirius said as he turned his back, his eyes set on the exit. Thanks for hearing me out. So, what exactly is it that you want us to do? Daphne asked, her voice laced with confusion. I want to figure out exactly which runes I should add to each armor piece that I'm going to make, Michael said eagerly. Right now, I only have this bracer to work on, but if all goes well at this stupid Christmas party, I should be getting much more material to work with. Michael waved eagerly, forcing the girls to approach as he unrolled a tube of parchment, his concept art unfolding before them. So this is just a rough sketch, but I figure that the quicker we can get a plan sorted, the easier it will be at the end for me to make it. You, Hermione stuttered out, you actually want to plan something. He can be pretty motivated when he wants to be, Claire said with a chuckle. How often he wants to be, though, that's another story. Thanks, babe, Michael said, rolling his eyes as Claire sent him a gentle smirk. Look, the point is I suck at runes, but I know that they can bring my project to the next level. I know that you are all really busy, but I need your help here. We were just surprised, Hermione said. We didn't say we wouldn't help. Give it here, let me take a look at what you've got. Michael watched as the look on the female Ravenclaw prefect's face grew wide with shock, the girl's chocolate brown eyes falling upon him once more as she muttered. This is amazing. Not just the schematic, but your concept art is so detailed. Michael scratched his head nervously as Daphne looked over the drawing. I see. So you aren't going to be covering your joints with anything so as not to inhibit your movement. But that leaves quite a vulnerability in your armor. A well-placed strike could leave you grounded in an instant. Yeah, I thought of that too, Blondie, Michael said with a nod as he lifted up his crafted dragonhide knee guards. Which is why I made these. The movement restriction is minimal, while also providing some decent protection. Only problem is dragonhide can be a bit finicky with runes, meaning we can't add any more material. The good news is that dragonhide comes with a fair share of resistances already built in. Daphne nodded. Okay, so I think the first step would be to assess what we believe the final build would look like. With most of the magic coming out of the palm of your hands, it's important that we fortify the runes around your wrists and arms in case of potential backfire. It's also of importance that we fortify your vital areas with the most defensive runes. Having them activated will have a draining effect on your magic, so while ideally, we'd like to provide ultimate protection everywhere, it simply isn't logical or possible. The vital areas most often sought out in combat are, Daphne said, lifting a pen, base of the brain, the gallbladder, and the tip of the chin. Michael watched as the blonde girl continued to mark up his paper. On top of that, it is important that your windpipe, carotid artery, and temple are protected, as well. The issue is while areas like your gallbladder can be defended easily, restrictions around your neck make turning to look behind you difficult. The protection we'll be able to offer is slim, but better than nothing. Michael nodded as he spoke. Shielding runes, as well as fire, ice, and wind-protective runes should probably be a priority as Dragonhide already does well enough protecting against slashing spells. Fire resistance should be a priority as well due to Claire's fighting style. That makes sense. I'll definitely think about the best way of systematically placing the runes for the best effects, Hermione muttered. I'll make sure Daphne looks it over to make sure we are providing your vital points with the most protection possible. But you said you needed help with something else too, right? Yeah, I remember one time during our first year you were talking about a spell you wanted to learn, because you wanted to use it in your book bag to hold all the books you wanted. I blocked it out then, because it sounded kinda boring, but I kinda need to know what it is now if I have any chance of carrying this bulky suit of armor with me at all times. The extension charm, Hermione questioned back. If that's the one you're talking about, I can teach it to you pretty quickly. It's not that hard. Great, Michael said. And one last question, he said, turning to Daphne. You're the rune expert here. I know it's just a theory, but is there any way I can use runes to cast a spell? Maybe, Daphne muttered after mulling it over. If you used blood runes, it could be possible. But it wouldn't be very effective because you'd only be able to cast the one rune you drew. There wouldn't be a lot of versatility. I don't need the versatility, Michael said with a smile. I just need one spell for quick access, the switching spell.